In 1989, Buckhelm, a longshoreman from Weaverville, California, found himself traveling through Oakland on what seemed to be an otherwise ordinary evening. He was driving his compact car along the Cypress Street viaduct, a double-decker section of Interstate 880. At that time, the viaduct was a major artery for commuters carrying thousands of vehicles every day through the busy San Francisco Bay Area. Shortly after 5 p.m., a sudden and violent seismic event struck Northern California. The earthquake, later measured at a magnitude of 6.9, would soon be known as a Loma Prieta earthquake. The force of the quake was catastrophic. Across the Bay Area, roads split open, buildings collapsed, fires ignited, and entire sections of elevated highways were reduced to rubble. The Cypress Street Viaduct, which was built in the 1950s using outdated construction methods, suffered a devastating failure. Its upper deck pancaked onto the lower level, crushing vehicles and trapping dozens of motorists. Helm's vehicle was one of those trapped between the collapsed layers of concrete and steel. As the structure folded in on itself, he was caught in the wreckage with barely enough space to move. Emergency crews arrived on the scene and began rescue operations, but the scale of the destruction made progress painstakingly slow and dangerous. Tons of broken concrete and twisted rebar created a treacherous environment, with the risk of further collapse hampering efforts. For several days, workers picked through the ruins methodically, using cranes, jackhammers, and their bare hands when necessary. Search dogs were deployed to locate survivors, and thermal imaging devices were used to detect body heat under the wreckage. Still, the prospects of finding anyone alive diminished with each hour. Most rescues occur within the first 24 hours after the quake. Beyond that, survival rates dropped dramatically. On October 21st, nearly 4 full days after the earthquake, rescuers discovered signs of life deep within the wreckage. A California Department of Transportation engineer, while inspecting a section of the collapsed freeway, noticed slight movement inside a crushed vehicle. Rescue teams sprang into action, carefully cutting through the debris to reach the source. Inside a mangled blue compact car, they found Buckhelm alive. Despite being pinned in a confined space for approximately 90 hours, Helm was responsive. His survival was considered extraordinary given the conditions. He was immediately extracted and transported by ambulance to Kaiser Permanente Medical Center in Oakland. Upon arrival, medical staff found that he was severely dehydrated, suffering from crushed injuries and significant damage to his lungs, kidneys, and other organs resulting from the prolonged entrapment. Crush syndrome, a condition where prolonged compression of muscle tissue leads to the release of toxins into the bloodstream, was a primary concern. See, now when pressure is suddenly relieved after hours or days of entrapment, the trapped muscles release large quantities of potassium, lactic acid, and other toxic substances, and these toxins can cause severe kidney failure and systemic shock. Buckhelm's muscles had been compressed for nearly 4 days without adequate blood circulation, making his internal environment toxic the moment blood flow resumed. Doctors placed Helm in the intensive care unit, where he was given aggressive medical treatment. This included intravenous fluids to flush out toxins, mechanical ventilation to assist his breathing, and dialysis to support his failing kidneys. Initially, there was cautious optimism. News outlets reported on his survival as a beacon of hope amid the widespread devastation of the earthquake, and he quickly earned the name Lucky Buck in the media. However, the trauma that Helm had endured was profound and unforgiving. While initial stabilization was achieved, the damage inside his body was extensive. Prolonged hypoperfusion, the lack of oxygenated blood flow to critical tissues, had caused irreversible cellular damage in many organs. His muscles were worsening, his kidneys were struggling to clear the overwhelming flood of breakdown products, and his lungs, heavily contaminated by dust and debris from the collapse, were unable to properly exchange oxygen even with mechanical support. And because of all that, complications developed rapidly. Infections took hold, specifically pneumonia, as bacteria entered the bloodstream and lungs weakened by trauma. Sepsis, a life-threatening condition caused by the body's response to infection, led to further instability. His immune system, already compromised by the shock and physical trauma, was unable to mount an effective defense. Multi-organ failure followed. Helm's respiratory failure worsened as fluid accumulated in the lungs, preventing oxygen from reaching the bloodstream even with ventilatory support. His kidneys, taxed beyond repairs, ceased functioning. The heart, already burdened by electrolyte imbalances and toxic metabolites circulating through his blood, began to fail under the stress. Despite the best efforts of the medical team, including aggressive fluid resuscitation, antibiotic therapies, and continuous mechanical ventilation, his body's systems progressively shut down. Respiratory failure advanced to full cardiac failure as oxygen levels fell too low to sustain organ function, and on November 18, 1981, 28 days after his dramatic rescue, Buck Helm passed away in the hospital. The immediate cause of death was listed as respiratory failure secondary to multi-organ dysfunction caused by prolonged crush injury and systemic infection. Ishan Bayal, a 3-year-old from Oldham, Greater Manchester, was playing inside his home alongside his brother Ian, who was 7, in the autumn of 2016. Their playtime was lively and familiar, with the room being scattered with toys of all sorts. Nothing out of the ordinary, until at some point during the morning, the atmosphere shifted. Family members nearby noticed that Ishan had suddenly become distressed. What had been a moment of play turned into a scene of growing concern. Ishan was no longer laughing or speaking. Instead, he appeared panicked, his breath strained. Recognizing immediately that something was wrong, the family sprang into action. Emergency services were contacted at once. The call was placed to the Northwest Ambulance Service, and within minutes, paramedics were dispatched to the home. While waiting, the family attempted to assist Ishan themselves, but his condition continued to worsen. He was struggling to breathe and his level of consciousness began to falter. When the paramedics arrived, they immediately assessed the situation and began emergency intervention. The crew initiated life-saving measures aimed at restoring normal breathing. Given the signs of airway obstruction, the team employed various standard procedures to attempt to relieve the issue. Techniques such as back blows and abdominal thrusts were applied in rapid succession. Oxygen was administered to stabilize him, and suction equipment was prepared to assist in clearing any blockage. Despite their efforts at the scene, it became clear that Ishan needed hospital care urgently. He was transported with high priority to Royal Oldham Hospital. During the journey, paramedics continued advanced resuscitation measures, fighting to maintain oxygen flow and cardiac activity. Upon arrival, the hospital's emergency team took over, deploying additional emergency equipment and techniques in a bid to stabilize the young boy. Doctors at the hospital worked relentlessly. Ishan was placed under extensive care protocols with continuous monitoring and intervention. Imaging studies and direct visual examination soon revealed the source of the crisis. Lodged deep within his airway was a small object, a piece from a toy set, narrow and arrow-shaped, a Lego, leading to severe hypoxia. By the time Ishan arrived at the hospital, the prolonged lack of oxygen had already triggered catastrophic systemic failure. With the airway completely blocked, his lungs were unable to oxygenate his blood, causing a rapid and dangerous drop in oxygen saturation. Within less than 2 minutes of obstruction, the brain would have begun experiencing acute hypoxia, leading to confusion, unconsciousness, and irreversible damage to brain cells. As hypoxia persisted, multiple organs began to fail. The heart, deprived of oxygen, struggled to maintain rhythm, eventually worsening into cardiac arrest. Blood pressure collapsed as the heart could no longer circulate blood effectively. Organs, such as the kidneys and liver, highly sensitive to oxygen loss, began suffering tissue death within minutes. The brain, lacking oxygen and blood supply, started to swell, a process known as cerebral edema, causing further pressure and irreversible injury. Brainstem function, responsible for automatic breathing and heart rate regulation, would have ceased shortly after unconsciousness set in. Despite aggressive interventions including advanced airway management, oxygen administration, chest compressions, and pharmaceutical attempts to restore cardiac activity, the prolonged hypoxic state made survival impossible. Ishan's body had already passed the point of viable recovery by the time he reached definitive care. The official medical cause of death was recorded as asphyxiation. In the days that followed, an inquest was opened at Haywood's Coroner's Court to review the circumstances of the death. Witness statements from family members, paramedics, and hospital staff were taken. The Coroner's Court learned that during play with his brother, a small Lego piece had become involved, one that, due to its shape and size, presented a significant choking risk. The investigation confirmed that no party had acted negligently. The toys present in the home were typical for children's play, and supervision had been consistent with what would be expected in a household with young children. There was no prior indication that the Lego piece would cause danger during normal use, specifically among children of school age. However, Ishan, being just 3 years old, was in an age group specifically vulnerable to incidents involving small objects. Inessa Polenko arrived in Abkhazia in the spring of 2024, part of a personal trip that blended leisure with the pursuit of new experiences. At 39 years old, she had built a career as a beautification and had also become a recognized presence online, maintaining a growing following through her posts on travel, beauty, and lifestyle. Those who followed her were familiar with the polished photographs and scenic locations she frequently shared. Among the many sites in Abkhazia, the Brewery viewing platform is one of the most popular. Elevated hundreds of feet above the sea, it provides sweeping views of the shoreline, the distant horizon, and the cliffs dropping sharply into the water. Visitors come to stand at the railings, take photographs, and appreciate the natural beauty of the region. Protective barriers are in place at these sites, installed as a precaution to separate tourists from the unstable edges and sheer drops that characterize the cliffs. Polenko visited the Brewery viewpoint on a clear day, accompanied by a friend. Accounts from others present describe a relaxed atmosphere. Tourists move casually about the platform, some taking photos, others simply looking out over the sea. The barriers, although clearly marked, were occasionally crossed by visitors seeking a more dramatic angle for their photographs, a practice that authorities had previously discouraged, but which remained difficult to police fully. At some point during her time at the site, Polenko moved beyond the designated safety zone. She crossed past the protective railing and approached an area closer to the cliff's edge. Witnesses later recalled that she did so carefully, but the ground under her was uneven, composed of loose rocks and soil. These coastal cliffs, shaped by centuries of erosion and weathering, are often unstable, even when they appear solid from a distance. Polenko was seen preparing to capture a photograph. It was not uncommon for visitors at this location to want images showing the dramatic drop behind them or the expanse of the Black Sea stretching endlessly into the distance. She was holding her phone and setting her position when, without warning, her footing gave away. Observers described a sudden shift, a slip or stumble that left no time for recovery. The terrain, offering little stability, contributed to the loss of balance. In a matter of moments, Polenko went off the edge of the cliff. The drop from the viewing point to the rocky shoreline measured approximately 170 feet. Given the height, her fall would have reached an estimated speed of 60 to 75 miles per hour before impact. Witnesses described the fall as sudden and irreversible. Upon hitting the rocky shore below, Polenko suffered catastrophic injuries consistent with high-velocity blunt force trauma. These likely included multiple fractures to the skull, spine, ribs, and pelvis, as well as massive internal injuries to vital organs. Medical literature indicates that falls from this height onto hard surfaces often result in immediate or near-immediate fatal disruption of the brain, heart, and major blood vessels. First responders would later confirm that she sustained injuries described as unsurvivable. Emergency services were contacted immediately by nearby witnesses. Local rescue teams responded to the call and made their way down to the base of the cliff, a task made difficult by the rugged terrain and lack of direct road access. Transporting medical equipment to the impact site required additional time and effort. Paramedics would eventually locate Polenko on the rocky shore and initiate emergency care procedures including CPR and advanced trauma interventions. But despite rapid response and aggressive resuscitation attempts at the scene, her conditions were critical. She was transported to a nearby hospital for further treatment, but the extent of her injuries left medical teams without no viable options for recovery. Life-saving efforts were eventually ceased once it was determined that the trauma sustained was incompatible with survival. Following her death, local authorities launched a standard investigation to confirm the circumstances. It was later determined that the area where the incident occurred was properly marked with barriers and signage, and that Palenko had crossed into an unsafe zone of her own choice. Officials reiterated warnings to tourists about the dangers of moving beyond protected areas and natural landmarks, especially those involving cliffs where ground stability cannot be guaranteed. In May 2022, Deputy Robert Adam Howard was engaged in his normal law enforcement duties for the Harris County Sheriff's Office in Texas. At 27 years old, he had been with the department since 2019, serving specifically in the Violent Gain Suppression Unit. His assignment on that particular day involved the transportation of important evidence connected to an ongoing criminal case. Moving evidence between facilities or secured locations is considered a routine but critical task in the course of police work. And Deputy Howard was operating a marked patrol vehicle along State Highway 249, a major roadway in northwest Harris County. The highway, known locally as Tombow Parkway, is a heavily trafficked route, specifically in the early afternoon hours when vehicles from commercial, personal, and law enforcement sectors are frequently on the move. Weather conditions that day were reported as clear and visibility was good. Now at approximately 2 p.m., while traveling northbound near the interchange with Spring Cypress Road, Deputy Howard's vehicle approached an area where an 18-wheeler was parked on the inside shoulder of the highway. The truck was stationary at the time, and that's according to later observations from investigators and eyewitness reports. For reasons that remain unclear, Deputy Howard's patrol unit began to veer slightly to the left. The motion was subtle at first, barely seeable to trailing drivers. There was no sign of sudden braking or evasive maneuvering. Within moments, however, the vehicle crossed onto the inside shoulder and collided at full speed with the rear of the stationary 18-wheeler, and the impact was devastating. The force of the crash drove the front of the patrol vehicle beneath the trailer of the 18-wheeler, creating a violent underride collision. Due to the height disparity between the two vehicles, the front of the patrol unit was crushed almost entirely, folded in on itself, and nearly split in half. The sheer violence of the impact destroyed the driver's compartment. Witnesses described the sound as an explosion, a sudden, sickening burst of twisting metal. Debris was ejected across multiple lanes, and the wreckage was so severe that parts of the vehicle, as coming from a patrol unit. First responders were dispatched immediately. Harris County Sheriff's deputies, fire crews, and paramedics arrived within minutes, but what they encountered was a horrifying scene of destruction. The patrol vehicle's front end had been obliterated, and Deputy Howard was trapped inside what could only be described as a mangled shell of steel and shattered glass. The damage was so extensive that emergency crews were forced to cut through twisted wreckage for an extended period of time just to reach him. Once extracted, Deputy Howard was rushed to Memorial Hermann Hospital in the Woodlands, a trauma center equipped for critical emergencies. Doctors initiated life-saving measures, trauma protocols, surgical evaluations, and intensive intervention. But despite their best efforts, his injuries were simply too catastrophic, and he was pronounced dead shortly after arrival. A full investigation followed. Accident reconstruction specialists arrived on scene alongside Harris County investigators to begin determining how and why the crash had occurred. The entire section of the highway was cordoned off as investigators documented every detail of vehicle positions, debris patterns, roadway conditions, and any physical evidence that might shed light on the event. They noted the absence of skid marks, confirming that no braking or evasive attempt had been made, and the patrol unit had struck the truck at full highway speed, which is usually around 70 to 80 miles per hour. Investigators reviewed traffic camera footage, interviewed witnesses, and conducted mechanical inspections of the patrol vehicle. But no mechanical faults were identified. The vehicle's systems were intact and operational. Toxicology screenings found no evidence of drugs or alcohol, and there were no indications of distraction from external sources or forced maneuvers. Investigations were left with possibilities rather than answers: a momentary lapse in attention, extreme fatigue, or the onset of a medical emergency. Despite an investigation, no conclusive cause could be determined. The official findings remained open-ended, resting on theories rather than definitive explanations. If the police did find a conclusive cause, they never released it to the public, as I couldn't find anything else on this case. Following protocol, a formal procession was arranged to transport Deputy Howard's body from the hospital to the Montgomery County Forensic Services Center in Conroe. Funeral services were held several days later at the community of Faith Church in Hockley, Texas. Hundreds gathered, officers from across the state, family, friends, and those who had never met him but felt the loss. Deputy Robert Adam Howard left behind a wife and 2 young children. In the afternoon of late January in 2018, a 48-year-old man arrived at the Capilano River in North Vancouver, British Columbia, with a kayak, intending, to kayak the river. The man was quite experienced, having been kayaking since he was in his early 20s. With this experience, he also came well prepared with his equipment, bringing a helmet, cold water gear, and a personal flotation device. This experience would also make him overconfident to the fact that you shouldn't kayak alone, especially when British Columbia's lower mainland was experiencing an insane amount of heavy rainfall. The Capilano River is already known for its fast current and fluctuating water levels, and they swell beyond seasonal norms due to the runoff. And on this day, the river was dangerously high. It measured around 4.5 meters deep, with an estimated flow rate of 500 cubic meters per second, more than 15 times its usual volume. Not only that, the water was dark, visibility along the banks was poor, and the current was violent and unpredictable with a bunch of submerged logs and debris. So going kayaking alone was quite dumb, and yet he still went. At around 3 p.m. a witness saw him launching his kayak into the water, so he started kayaking, and at first, to his credit, he was doing fine, until he wasn't. No one witnessed the exact moment, but at some point he became separated from his kayak. As I said, no one witnessed the exact moment, so you can't really definitively say what happened, but what most likely happened was he hit a submerged object, which isn't unlikely given the conditions of the river. Or he was pulled into a hydraulic. Now if you don't know what that is, it's a type of reversing current that can flip and trap kayakers unexpectedly. And like I said, given the conditions of the river, with the high water volume, this greatly increases the risk of hydraulics forming. But nevertheless, because of the loss of the kayak, he lost flotation, meaning he lost any real chance to resist the river's force, and because of that, the man was quickly swept downstream. The river was extremely cold, which would have caused his muscles to weaken quite fast, and his breathing would have become impaired. Fortunate for him, witnesses did see him from either walking near the Capilano River, likely along trails or viewpoints near the Capilano Suspension Bridge area or the Kalini Park, both of which are accessible to pedestrians in overlooked sections of the river, but it's not clearly stated. When they saw him alone in the river with no kayak, they called emergency services. Multiple agencies responded to the scene, including the North Vancouver and the West Vancouver Fire Departments, the RCMP, the Canadian Coast Guard, and North Shore Rescue. A Coast Guard hovercraft was deployed to aid the search, and Talon helicopters provided aerial support. Since this is a fast-moving river and it took time for these emergency services to arrive and deploy, the place where the witnesses said he was no longer there. But after some time, the kayak of the man's was found downstream near Ambleside, but he was still missing. Daylight started to fade, and the rescuers started to lose hope of finding him alive, or at all, until the helicopter crew spotted a body lodged in a logjam near Kalini Park. He had been pinned against a mass of tree trunks and debris under approximately 1 foot of fast-moving water. Because of the river's speed and instability, recovery teams deemed it too dangerous to retrieve the body that night. So, by morning, the river's water level had dropped significantly, and the swift water rescue team was able to safely approach the log jam. They recovered the man's body, still pinned and face down. Medical examination determined that he had died from drowning, but other contributing factors were likely involved. He may have suffered blunt force trauma during the fall or while being carried downstream. Positional asphyxiation, in which a person's body is trapped in a position that restricts their breathing even if they are not fully submerged, was also a probable cause. His exact time of death was unknown, but officials believe it occurred within minutes of his separation from the kayak. Authorities later confirmed that he had entered the river alone and emphasized the extreme danger of solo kayaking, especially in high flow conditions. Peter High, a search manager with North Shore Rescue, stated publicly that attempting such a river alone was not a wise decision, no matter one's level of experience. The incident was ultimately ruled an accidental death, but it served as a warning to the outdoor community. Rigoberto Canos Ramos was working on a construction site in March 2022. He and his team were working on a major residential development in the Northwest Valley of Las Vegas. This was a large project, so this involved a lot of subcontractors and teams responsible for everything, from foundation work to underground utility installation. One such task involved digging and reinforcing trenches, long, narrow excavations used for laying pipes, conduits, and utility lines. This task would be assigned to Ramos, as he was experienced in excavation support and trench preparation. So Ramos was working with the team to prepare a trench for a scheduled concrete pour. See, these trenches need to be dug several feet to house these underground utility lines, or they run the risk of exposure to surface damage, like a large vehicle might run over them and significantly damage them, so they had to be dug a few feet. And because of that, OSHA requires that these trenches have to have certain protective equipment in them so they are safe for workers. An example would be like a trench box, a steel or aluminum box placed inside a trench. It has two large, flat side walls connected by cross supports, or spreaders, to hold the walls apart. Workers do their job inside the box, not the trench walls, so if the dirt does cave in, the trench box takes the hit and not the workers. They could also have a shoring system, which supports the trench walls using hydraulic jacks, beams, posts, or timber or metal sheeting. It's installed against the trench walls to actively hold back the soil and adjust it to fit the trench as it's dug. Think of it as propping up weak walls to keep them from falling. The problem is these safety systems were not being used inside this trench that was most likely 5 to 8 feet deep. And at the last minute, Ramos had entered this basically 5 to 8 foot deep hole to assist with equipment and some last minute checks to make sure everything was fine. See, it's not really exactly clear on what happened next, but without warning, a portion of the dirt walls gave away. Thousands of pounds of compacted soil collapsed into the space where Ramos was working, completely burying him beneath roughly 5 feet of dirt. The collapse was instant, giving Ramos no chance to escape or crawl out. My best guess is that since this is a construction site, it's gonna have large vehicles everywhere, and most likely one of these was near this trench. And again, if I were to guess, the nearby vehicle activity, specifically their vibrations and the weight of the machinery, may have contributed to the destabilization of the soil. And since these dirt walls can look stable while actually being vulnerable to sudden collapse, Ramos probably didn't even realize what was going on until it was too late. Ramos was basically buried alive by an insane amount of dirt. To understand the severity of this, just 1 cubic yard of soil can weigh over 3,000 pounds, heavier than a compact car. So if you do the math, since the trench was 6 feet long, you times that by 2.5 feet wide, times it by 5 feet deep, and that would equal to 75 cubic feet. Convert cubic feet to cubic inches, and there are 1,728 cubic inches in 1 cubic foot. So 75 cubic feet times 1,728 cubic inches, that would be 129,600 cubic inches. That's roughly the equivalent of over 47 wheelbarrows of compacted dirt, crushing him in place. The force of the collapse likely crushed his chest instantly, compressing his lungs and cutting off oxygen. It would have been nearly impossible to take a single breath. And to make it even worse, no one noticed at first. It was only after a short time, when his coworkers realized he hadn't reappeared, that they began to worry. Someone likely called out to him. No answer, then came the panic. Clearly realizing something was wrong, they ran over to the trench, but it was partially caved in, an obvious very bad sign. Realizing he was underneath, they began to dig, first by hand, then with tools, then with an excavator. But by the time they reached him, it was far too late. The sheer weight of the soil suffocates a person within minutes, can crush ribs, rupture organs, or paralyze breathing instantly. And since they didn't immediately realize what had happened, he was far too gone. He probably died within the first few minutes with him trying to breathe in air, but the only thing he breathed in was dirt. Emergency services arrived on scene after being called, but they couldn't really do anything as he was already dead. After recovering his body, the Nevada Occupational Safety and Health Administration launched an investigation into the circumstances of the collapse. They quickly found that the worksite had failed to use any trench protective system, which is a direct violation of federal safety standards. Protective systems such as the trench boxes or hydraulic shoring are required by law when trenches exceed 5 feet in depth unless the soil was classified as solid rock, which was not the case here. Because of that, this would lead to Ramos' family filing a wrongful death lawsuit against both KB Home Nevada, the general contractor overseeing the site, and Customized Safety and Quality Solutions, a safety consulting firm allegedly responsible for oversight. The lawsuit alleged gross negligence, arguing that the collapse and death were completely preventable had OSHA mandated safety precautions been followed. As of now, there is no public record indicating that the wrongful death lawsuit was ever resolved. The case may still be pending in the Clark County District Court, or could have been settled privately without public disclosure, but my best guess is they probably won, as given the outrageous conditions of what happened. On a damp late winter afternoon in Washington, 50-year-old Roy Messenger, a resident of nearby Alma, was driving along a rural stretch of road in his pickup truck. It's not known why he was driving, but at some point his car left the road. This is also not known why, although the conditions were typical for western Washington in February. Overcast skies, soft roadside shoulders, and damp ground, so this may explain it. But when his car left the road, it crashed into a utility pole, a wooden structure that supports high voltage power lines. The crash wasn't a horrible crash, which meant Roy wasn't seriously hurt. So, Roy, possibly dazed, got out of his car and looked around. See, the utility pole was next to a ditch, and when Roy's car hit the pole, the pickup truck ended up rolling into the ditch, just enough to where the truck couldn't be moved out unless helped by another vehicle. Roy, realizing this, pulled out his phone and called a few of his family members to help pull out the truck. The family members said yes and said they'll arrive in a bit. So Roy, now more calmer, started to relax, as now everything was going to be okay. While waiting for assistance, Roy felt something, an urge. He needed to pee, and since he was basically in the middle of nowhere, he decided to pee in the ditch near his truck. He thought nothing of it, so he unzipped his pants zipper and started to relieve himself. But this is where he made the biggest mistake of his life. Unbeknownst to him, the impact of his truck hitting the pole actually brought down one of the power lines, which actually electrified the ditch that contained shallow water and wet soil. His stream of urine, while not a solid beam, formed a continuous flow of conductive fluid. Though urine is not a perfect conductor, over a short distance, especially if the person is standing close to the energized source, it can allow electricity to travel back up the stream and into the body. In this case, the result was immediate and fatal electrocution. Basically, Roy peed into the ditch where the energized environment sent an electrical current up the stream, into you-know-what, and then up to the rest of his body. Once the current entered through his lower body, it traveled through his vital organs. Electricity disrupts the heart's rhythm instantly. It can cause the heart to stop beating or force it into fatal fibrillation. It can also damage nerves and muscles in a fraction of a second. In Roy's case, death was nearly instant. Since Roy was probably a little dazed, he didn't realize that a wire was downed. The wire was likely hidden in the grass or lying silently in shallow water, and it probably gave no visible warning of its danger, so Roy had no reason to think the ditch was deadly, just muddy and inconvenient. Some people do think Roy might have been drunk, which could explain everything, but since there is no credible source saying it, I'm going to guess this wasn't the case. When Messenger's family arrived a short time later, they found him lying dead near the ditch. Emergency services were called to the scene. Upon examination, authorities found burn marks on his body, consistent with a high voltage shock, and determined that the electrical current had entered through the lower part of his body, likely via the urine stream, and traveled through his core. The official cause of death was listed as electrocution, a result of accidental contact with an energized environment following a vehicle collision. Though it sounds bizarre, and since it does, the sources that I used will be in the description down below. This type of incident, while rare, is physically possible and consistent with established electrical safety knowledge. Electricity always seeks a path to the ground, and human bodies can become that pathway if a continuous connection is formed with the source. The moist environment, energized ditch water, and proximity to the downed wire all combine to create a deadly situation. And unfortunately for Roy, this rare, practically bizarre 1 in a million case happened to him. In the summer of 2017, deep in the southernmost reaches of Tasmania, a group of young men set out on a camping trip near Cockle Creek, a remote forested area surrounded by cold ocean air and vast wilderness. Among them was Brandon Lewis Fletcher, a 21-year-old local from Tasmania. The trip was more than just an escape, it was a celebration. Brandon had just turned 21, and this camping trip was meant to mark the beginning of adulthood with friends, drinks, laughter, and a fire. The group had settled in comfortably. After pitching tents and settling their gear, they turned their attention to an essential task: gathering firewood. With no store or nearby facilities, they decided to fell a nearby tree for fuel. It was tall, brittle, and dry, its bark peeling, trunk hollowed in places. To many, it might have looked easy to handle. Someone in the group had brought a chainsaw and they began cutting. The chainsaw became wedged deep in the tree, struck between brittle fibers and internal knots. The saw wouldn't budge, even with effort, and tension began building, not just in the tree but among the group. Rather than abandon the cut or seek help, they devised a plan to force the tree down. They fetched a 4-wheel drive UTE and attached a recovery strap from the vehicle's tow point to the half-cut tree. The idea was to use the raw vehicle's force to bring down the tree, and hopefully free the chainsaw in the process. It wasn't the first time someone had tried this in the bush, but it was a gamble. Braden stood behind the UTE, near the tension strap within clear reach of the tree's base. He may have been directing the process, watching to see if the saw would break free or the tree would budge. As the engine revved and the strap pulled tight, the tree began to shift. Subtle cracks and pops echoed through the clearing, and then it happened. With a sudden, violent snap, the entire tree lunged downward, not in the controlled direction they had hoped for, but in a sharp, unpredictable twist. The strap had shifted the tree's center, and the rotted trunk gave way in a split-second collapse. So the full weight of the tree, hundreds of kilograms, came crashing down directly onto Braden. The impact was massive and immediate. The trunk struck his head, neck, and upper torso with brutal force. There was absolutely no chance to run, no time to dodge, just a deafening crack and a blur of motion. Witnesses described the sound as a bone-splitting thud, followed by silence. Braden's skull was crushed on impact, the tree shattering the top of his head and likely fracturing his cervical spine instantly. According to responders and later autopsy results, his brain suffered catastrophic trauma and multiple vertebrae were obliterated. His chest collapsed beneath the weight, with ribs snapping inward and piercing organs. Blood pooled rapidly beneath him in the dirt. Friends rushed to his side, screaming his name, but his body didn't move. His eyes were still open but unresponsive. There was no pulse, no breathing, only the sight of a young man minutes earlier laughing and celebrating, now lying broken beneath a tree. They tried calling for help, but Cockle Creek is isolated, and so reception was limited or non-existent. Some ran or drove to higher ground to contact emergency services, but by the time medics arrived, it was far too late. Braden was declared dead at the scene. The aftermath was devastating. The coroner, Simon Cooper, investigated the incident and ruled the death entirely avoidable. He stated plainly that the use of a vehicle to pull down a dead tree by a jammed chainsaw created an extremely hazardous and uncontrollable situation. In his report, the coroner noted that being struck by a fallen tree, not chainsaw cuts, is a leading cause of tree falling deaths in Tasmania. Most of these involved misjudged direction, decay, or makeshift methods, like what occurred that day. Braden Fletcher's body was mangled beyond recognition to those who knew him. His skull had collapsed, and the force had driven splinters of bone into his brain. Blood soaked his shirt, and bruising stretched from his jaw to his lower torso. He died before hitting the ground fully. On a summer day in June 2020, Chasey Scarvilli, who was a 13-year-old, and her older sister, Scout, who was 14, were enjoying their summer vacation. The two sisters had a very close bond, and they did everything with each other, so they decided to set up a hammock outside their home. If you don't know what a hammock is, it's like a piece of strong fabric or netting suspended between 2 points, like trees or posts, used for swinging, resting, or sleeping. It's often hung off the ground and supported by ropes or straps at each end. The girls first thought of setting it up in their front yard, but there was nothing to hang the hammock from, since, like I said, it needs 2 anchor points, so they decided to do it in their backyard. To give a little context, here is the backyard layout. As you stepped outside through the back door or onto a patio, you'd first notice a stone or brick paved area, with garden chairs or a small table for family meals or summer evenings. The landscaping was likely intentional, neatly trimmed bushes, colorful flowers lining the edges. To your left or right, you'd see 2 decorative brick columns, part of a low-standing structure that framed part of the yard, perhaps bordering a flower bed, a raised garden, or a short wall near the patio. And near the most outward pillar, there was a tree close enough to it to make the girls think setting up the hammock between them would be a smart idea. And from the looks of it, it was. The brick pillar looked stable enough, at least to them, so they stretched the hammock to fit between the tree and this brick pillar. After doing that, Scout was the first to get on, and so she did without any trouble. The hammock held, so then she told Chasey to get on, and so she did. And that's where everything went wrong. Remember that brick pillar? It was a decorative piece, meaning it was built for appearance, not function. It wasn't designed to hold weight, anchor objects, or withstand force. Its purpose was purely aesthetic, to make the yard look nice. Unlike structural pillars, which are reinforced with steel rods and filled with concrete or solid material to support buildings, fences, or heavy loads, this decorative pillar was likely hollow and filled with just stacked bricks or mortar. So even though it looked strong, it had no real strength beyond its own shape. So tying a hammock to it introduced a kind of pressure it was never meant to handle, and with that the pillar collapsed. And to make it clear, these were real bricks, so hundreds of pounds of bricks fell on Scout and Chasey, burying them in the bricks. It's not reported how actually tall the pillar was or how many bricks made up the pillar, but it was clearly a substantial amount if it buried them. The girls weren't being supervised by anyone, which, to be fair, it isn't anyone's fault. I mean, they were in the backyard, so nobody thought anything would happen to them. But as the pillar collapsed, it made a loud noise. This would make the father run over to the patio door, and then he saw the brick pillar collapsed, and then he saw the girls under it. The father then ran to them, moving the bricks aside and screaming to the rest of the family to call emergency services while he did CPR, which wouldn't actually do anything because the bricks made their heads bleed and fractured their skulls. Spinal injuries may have occurred from the downward force, possibly snapping their necks or spine instantly. The chest and abdomen would have been crushed, leading to internal bleeding, broken ribs, and ruptured organs like the liver, lungs, or spleen. The weight of the bricks against the hammock also meant their backs would have been pressed against the fabric with nowhere to move or absorb the shock, effectively pinning them and compressing them. So CPR wouldn't have really done anything, but that's the only thing he could do. Emergency services arrived, actually incredibly fast. They transported them to the nearest hospital, but they were pronounced dead shortly after arrival. The official cause of death for both girls would have likely been listed as a blunt force trauma to the head and torso, resulting in fatal internal and external injuries. After an investigation by the police, their deaths were ruled accidental, but they were also violent, sudden, and deeply traumatic, not only physical but emotionally, for everyone who witnessed or responded to the scene. Algonquin Provincial Park is one of Canada's most iconic and historic wilderness areas. It's located in Ontario, and about 3 hours north of Toronto, and it's absolutely incredibly large. It spans over to 7,600 square kilometers and home to tons of dense forests, interconnected lakes, rivers, and rocky edges. It's really stunning. This park was also home to a vast network of canoe routes. Actually, there's over 2,000 kilometers of them. Portage trails connect waterways, allowing adventurers to carry their gear and canoes from lake to lake, often trekking across uneven ground or thick brush. This would lead to the Toronto District School Board's REACH program to send students out on a field trip to go and experience it. This program aimed to support youth from underserved communities through outdoor learning experiences. So, in the summer of 2017, a group of high school students from Toronto prepared for an outdoor education trip deep into the wilderness of the park. For many, it was their first time leaving the city, their first brush with raw nature, far from traffic, concrete, and cell towers. And among this group was 15-year-old Jeremiah Perry, a student at C.W. Jeffries Collegiate Institute. A good kid described to be polite and kind-hearted. He was very excited to go, so on July 3rd, 2017, the group set out. The trip was to last 5 days, consisting of canoeing across multiple lakes, setting up campsites, hiking, and learning survival skills. The group was to be supervised by staff, including outdoor education teacher Nicholas Mills, and said to be under the guidance of trained adults. Now, before even going, apparently all safety protocols were in place. Permission forms were signed, waivers were completed, and students were to be screened for their ability to swim, since a large part of the journey would have been in the water canoeing, and supposedly all passed. But by the end of July 3rd, after a day of canoeing, the group started to set up their tents, cooking over fires, and stargazing beneath the summer sky. By July 4th, the group made it deeper into the park. That evening, they camped near Big Trout Lake, a vast open body of water ringed with remote wilderness and no nearby roads or cell service. The next day, July 5th, during a routine stop, students were allowed to enter the water to swim and bathe after paddling. At some point during this afternoon, Jeremiah would enter the water. Details about exactly how it happened remained unclear. What is known is that he slipped under the water and never resurfaced. See, when the students were screened for their ability to swim, Jeremiah actually failed the test. See, all students on water-based excursions had to pass a swimming test in advance, but he failed. He couldn't swim. Actually, in fact, nearly half of the students failed as well. So practically half the students didn't know how to swim, even though a large portion of this field trip would be in the water canoeing. This went directly against TDSB policy, and for whatever reason, they were still allowed to go. Unfortunately for Jeremiah, there were no students and staff nearby, but in the remote setting, emergency response was nearly impossible. Obviously, there was no lifeguard and no rapid way to call for help. Once they realized he was missing and he hadn't returned to shore, the adults began searching the area, calling out, scanning the water, and organizing students. There was immediate efforts to find him, but they were informal and uncoordinated. Since they couldn't call for help having no self-service from that point, some of the staff had to travel, likely by canoe and portage, back to an access point or campsite with communication equipment. This could have taken several hours, depending on their location. When the staff got to the campsite, they alerted Ontario Park staff, who then contacted the Ontario Provincial Police. This triggered the dispatch of the dive team, who were flown in by float planes the following day to conduct the search and recovery. But his body wouldn't be recovered until the next day. When the dive team found him, he clearly had drowned, but they found something else. His fingernails were damaged, meaning he made desperate attempts to claw his way to the surface or grab onto something, anything to survive, but there was no use. The news devastated the group and the greater school community. A boy full of promise and innocence was gone. His father, Winston Davidson, later said that the call from the school board about his son's disappearance came after Jeremiah had already died, and the family had not even known the full nature of the trip he had been sent on. So they didn't even know that he would be canoeing, because clearly they knew he didn't know how to swim, and if they were consulted of this, they would have told them that. What followed was a mixture of grief, anger, and questions, many of which pointed back to why a non-swimmer had been allowed on a multi-day canoe trip across open water. An internal investigation revealed a disturbing truth. Jeremiah had failed the mandatory swim test, and despite that, he had been permitted to attend anyway. Even worse, 14 of the 32 students on the trip had also failed or never completed the test. There had been a serious breach of safety protocol. The teacher in charge, Nicholas Mills, who had been responsible for organizing the trip and ensuring safety compliance, was suspended with pay shortly after. The case was turned over to the police, After a lengthy investigation, Mills was charged in 2019 with criminal negligence causing death. What makes this even crazier is that they weren't even given life jackets, and there was no emergency communication plan in place should something go wrong. In 2023, Mills was rightfully found guilty of criminal negligence causing death, but Mills was only sentenced to 1 year in jail, and followed by probation and a ban from working with children under 16. It was a mid-spring night in Shifnal, Shropshire, the kind of night that felt made for laughter, music, and a few too many drinks. William Hubbard was 19 years old, and he had been out with a group of friends just enjoying the usual scenes of small-town nightlife. He had recently finished college and was thinking about the future, about where he would be working, travel, or maybe getting out of the quiet town he had always known. That night, William was with Oliver Barber, a 20-year-old and a local from the same area. The two weren't strangers, they were actually mutual friends, and the closeness of the neighborhood made it easy to build connections. Barber had driven himself into the town earlier in the evening in his BMW 116, planning on drinks in good company. Despite drinking throughout the night, he chose not to leave his car parked. Instead, he offered friends a ride. I want you to keep that noted. By 2:45 a.m. on May 27th, 2023, Barber was behind the wheel again. William took a seat in the rear passenger side of the vehicle, and two others were in the car as well. As they pulled away from the town, heading along the A464, the BMW tore through the 30 miles per hour zone at over 60 miles per hour. The road was narrow, winding, and quiet at that hour. No traffic, no police, just the sound of the engine pushing harder than it should. Barber was intoxicated, though his judgment, like his vision and his coordination, was too blurred to realize it. At some point, he missed a turn. This wasn't a gentle miscalculation. No, he veered off the road at a high speed, and this would send the vehicle crashing through a steel bollard that tore into the undercarriage. The BMW then launched into a hedgerow, then it skid sideways through grass and brush before slamming at full speed into a solid wooden fence bordering private land. The crash itself was violent. The wood of the fence shattered into splintering stakes, and one large horizontal beam broke loose and was hurled directly into the side of the vehicle, smashing through the window where William sat. The timber post speared through the rear cabin, striking William in the chest and lower abdomen with such force that it pierced through flesh and muscle, fracturing ribs, rupturing organs, and continuing into the seat back behind him. He was impaled by the beam, which drove through his body like a battering ram. The impact was so severe that his body was crushed backward into the car frame, pinned between the splintering wood and the collapsed steel. There was no time to scream, no chance to brace or shield himself. The trauma was instant and catastrophic. The wood punched through his torso, likely shattering vertebrae, destroying arteries, and causing massive internal hemorrhaging. Blood would have filled the cabin, soaking the seat, his clothes, and side panel. He died within seconds, his injuries utterly beyond what any emergency responder could treat. When police and paramedics arrived at the scene, they found the BMW crumbled against the fence line. Barber was conscious, bleeding heavily from his face, but alive. The front seat passengers had minor injuries, but when they reached the rear of the car, they found William's body pale, motionless, and still pinned in place by the jagged beam that had penetrated the car and him. It was clear he had not survived. Investigators arrived shortly after, and the scene was grim. Splintered wood lodged into the frame of the BMW. Blood smeared across the windows and seats. Police noted that no braking had occurred before the crash, confirming that Barber had been speeding uncontrollably at the time of impact. Barber was later arrested at the hospital, where blood tests revealed his blood alcohol level to be 134 milligrams per 100 milliliters, nearly 70% over the legal limit. He was charged with causing death by dangerous driving. At trial, the evidence was overwhelming. Witnesses described the BMW as flying down the road, and experts confirmed that William would have had no chance of survival from such an impalement injury. The judge remarked that Barber's selfish decision to drive drunk and fast had destroyed a life in the most brutal way imaginable. In December 2023, Barber pleaded guilty. He was sentenced to 4 years and 8 months in prison and banned from driving for more than 7 years. But no sentence could repair what had been done. On the evening of April 18th, 2024, 6 teenagers from Archie Williams High School in California came together for what was meant to be a simple and carefree outing. They were close friends from neighboring towns like Fairfax. The girls had planned a joyride through the scenic back roads of Marion County, laughter filling the cabin of a Volkswagen Tiguan as they made their way westward along Sir Francis Drake Boulevard. The group was a mix of students, ranging from wide-eyed freshmen to juniors already talking about their futures. Each of them carried a spark, known in their school hallways for the creativity, humor, and closeness. That evening, the excitement was electric. With the sun setting behind the redwoods and hills, they took the road with a sense of freedom and joy only teenagers understand. The vehicle they rode in was a compact SUV, roomy enough for the group to squeeze inside, even if only 5 seats were built for passengers. It's unclear who owned the SUV, but one of the girls had taken the wheel. She was 18, a young driver likely filled with nerves and excitement. It was one of those decisions that felt light in the moment, just a drive, just a night out with friends. But see, Sir Francis Drake Boulevard is a winding stretch of highway that snakes through a valley, a place where towering trees lean over narrow roads and the asphalt curves around bends with little warning. In daylight, it's a stunning ride, but at night it becomes something else. Dark, tight, and flanked by thick woods and steep shoulders. That night, the girls moved quickly, their laughter and music lost into the wind. As the SUV pushed deeper into the valley, they were moving fast. Witnesses would later recall the blur of headlights cutting through the night and the hum of tires pressing harder than they should against the road, its momentum carrying into a stretch of highway known for its sharp curves and unforgiving turns. As they approached one such bend, the SUV strayed off the pavement. The tires skidded across the loose gravel shoulder. Then, without warning, the vehicle jerked sharply off the road and crashed into a massive tree that stood just feet from the asphalt. The force of the impact crumpled the front of the SUV, crushing the engine block inward. Windows burst into fragments, spraying the interior like glass confetti. Metal folded inwards with violent speed. Within seconds, the situation worsened. The crash had caused catastrophic damage to the vehicle's systems. A spark was all it took to trigger a chain of violent, rapid changes inside the engine compartment. The front of the car was suddenly illuminated in orange and yellow. The flames surged quickly, sweeping up the hood and curling along the sides. The air inside the SUV shifted, filled with thick smoke and rising heat. Synthetic materials like plastic and foam began to catch. The entire cabin became a furnace. Some of the girls were still slumped against seat backs or crumpled awkwardly in their seats. Others stirred, frantic, disoriented, trying to make sense of the chaos around them. One girl managed to force her way out to the driver's side, dazed and injured. Another, barely able to move, was pulled from the back seat by a passerby who had seen the fire bloom through the trees and rushed to help. Every second counted. The flames were growing louder, the smoke blacker, and the heat was more intense. Emergency calls flooded dispatch centers. Sirens echoed through the valley, but the response time was strained by distance and darkness. By the time fire crews arrived, the vehicle had been overtaken, its interior reduced to shadows beyond a curtain of fire. Flames roared above the wreck, tires hissing as they melted. The roof began to collapse inward. It took 15 minutes to suppress the fire with water and foam, and even then, the wreck was unrecognizable. A skeletal flame, scorched, and smoke that clung to the air long after the blaze was gone. But see, during the rescue attempts, a few of the girls inside were still alive, trying to get out but couldn't. They tried their best to break the window, but couldn't. 4 out of the 6 young girls that were in the car burnt alive, screaming in agony while the firefighters desperately tried to save them, but couldn't. After finally the flames were extinguished, firefighters and paramedics moved in. The inside of the SUV told a story too difficult to forget, one of chaos, confusion, and unbearable heat. The The metal interior was warped, pieces of the vehicle fused together by flame. Scattered among the debris were personal items, necklaces, charred mobile phones, a half-melted sneaker, and 4 bodies that were melted beyond recognition. For responders, it was one of the most haunting scenes they have ever worked with. The investigation would later point to inexperience, speed, and road conditions as the likely contributors. Toxicology tests found no alcohol or drugs in the driver's system, but it didn't matter, the damage had already been done. As of this point in time, May 18th, 2025, no one has been charged.
And now, folks, it's time to say goodnight. We sincerely appreciate your patronage and hope we've succeeded in bringing you an enjoyable evening of entertainment. Please drive home carefully and come back again soon. Good night.
In the pre-dawn hours of October 30th, 1992, a 23-year-old man was out having fun, drinking with a female companion. Now this would take place in Issaquah, Washington in a tavern. It's not known what the relationship between them was, but they seemed like friends, because the man's hometown was about 30 miles away from this tavern, so I highly doubt he drove 30 miles from his hometown to a bar alone. But either way, the two were having fun drinking. Then they decided to leave. My guess is because at this time it would have been very late, like 2 a.m. And Washington state law mandates that bars stop serving alcohol by 2 a.m. So they would have had to leave. So after they left, mind you they were still both drunk, they drove from the tavern to a house in the Pine Lake residential area. Once they got out of the car, they continued to drink. I'm guessing this was the woman's house since there was no one else in it other than those two. The house was a standard house of the time, but it also had a hot tub, which they decided to drink in. After some time, the man asked the woman if she wanted to go swim, but the woman was confused because she didn't have a swimming pool, but he meant to swim in the Pine Lake Park. See, the Pine Lake Park region had a residential area and an actual lake area, which was in walking distance of the house. So the man decided he was going to go for a swim in the lake. But the woman initially refused, but then warmed up to the idea. So they began walking to this lake. Now, the lake was where families could go and have a great time swimming in. But this was only allowed in the day and not at night, since at night, well, there's obviously no lifeguard on duty. So this would create a safety hazard, so the lake was closed at night. But there was no security guard to really enforce this, so the man and woman just jumped the fence. They basically entered the lake illegally. But when they entered, the man went straight for the lifeguard tower. As I said, this was a public lake where people would swim at, so this explains the lifeguard tower. And with like most towers, they had a chair, and this chair would be elevated, designed for use by trained staff during the day. The man decided he was going to use it as a diving board because I guess the alcohol in him clouded his judgment, or he really wanted to impress the woman. So he climbed the tower / chair intending to dive into the water, even though the woman was protesting it. But once he got to the top, he dived headfirst into the water. See, this wouldn't really be too bad if the lifeguard tower wasn't positioned to be so close to the shallow water and not deep water. So the water that he dived into was very shallow, likely to be only 4 to 5 feet deep, and when he headfirst dived into the water, the man would headfirst slam right into the lake bed, which could have been covered in rocks or who knows what. This would cause the man to suffer severe neck trauma, like a spinal cord injury, immediate paralysis, and the inability to swim or even move, and this would cause him not to surface. Remember, the woman was just standing close to the lifeguard tower, just watching, but when she realized that he wasn't resurfacing, she panicked and started to scream for help. This scream would actually catch the attention of a nearby resident, a man, Dr. Whitten. He climbed over the fence to go see why the woman was screaming. But this would also catch the attention of another neighbor. This neighbor thought that Dr. Whitten was a prowler, or he was trying to rob the woman. So this neighbor grabs a gun and shoots it in the air, trying to scare him off. Fortunately, no one was hit, but this would startle Dr. Whitten, but he kept running to the woman screaming, "What?" The woman would tell the man about the situation, and Whitten would go in the water, pull the man out, and start CPR. Remember, this is in the 90s, and there was no cell phones yet, so no one had called 911. Only until one of the other neighbors heard a gunshot, and that's when they called the police. So the police came to the scene thinking there was an armed man, but instead they found a woman and a man trying to save another man. The drowning would only become clear once emergency services arrived on scene and assessed the situation. But by the time they finally realized what had happened, the man had already died. Still, the paramedics took over CPR, administered oxygen, possibly used a defibrillator, and prepared the man for transport. The ambulance would transport him to the Overlake Hospital, where he was later pronounced dead. The police did an investigation and found out the neighbor had shot in the air and his reasons for doing that, and then they questioned the woman. The police's final report would say they found no foul play, and no arrests were made in the end. Jamie Lee Horton had just gotten a new snowmobile and was super excited to start riding it. Since he lived in Minnesota, there was an abundance of snow, which made it great for riding snowmobiles. This wouldn't be his first time riding snowmobiles. On the contrary, he grew up riding them and absolutely loved them. Jamie lived with his parents. Even though he was 32 years old, his parents didn't mind. He never got into trouble and he wasn't a pest. So on February 2nd, 2002, Jamie would decide to take his new snowmobile out for a spin. He intended to visit a friend who lived about 15 miles away. But to get to his friend, at least the way he wanted to get to him, was riding through the rural fields of Haverhill Township. And through these fields were trees, rocks, and barbed wire fences for private property. But this was the way he wanted to get to his friend's house, so he left on his snowmobile. Now the day that he went was a Saturday, and this Saturday brought poor weather conditions to southeastern Minnesota. The sky was hazy and misty, with wind and blowing snow. This would create dangerous visibility issues, but he thought he could handle it, which he was. But as I said, the conditions weren't ideal for snowmobiling, so not surprisingly, when Jamie was traveling northbound on the east side of 70th Avenue Northeast in the 2900 block, at some point during the ride, likely while cutting across a private farm field, he collided head-on with a barbed wire fence. The wire strung between wooden posts and used to contain livestock was not highly visible in the blowing snow. The thin strands of sharp wire suspended between wooden posts would have blended in with the snowy backdrop, especially with no bright markers or warning signs visible in the mist. And I guess Jamie didn't see it, at least in time, and the impact was quite violent. Traveling forward with no warning, his snowmobile struck the barbed wire, possibly at head or neck height, depending on the terrain and his position on the vehicle. The wire didn't give away, it caught him. The collision caused catastrophic injuries. The barbed wire tore into Jamie's neck and head, inflicting wounds consistent with severe cervical trauma. It may have nearly decapitated him or caused fatal damage to his airway, blood vessels, or spine. The force of the impact likely threw him from the snowmobile, his body possibly rolling or collapsing into the snow within seconds. There was no helmet or jacket strong enough to stop the wire from cutting through him at that speed and angle. He died there alone in the snow, with no one around to witness or intervene. He was only found later that morning. Emergency responders were called, but there was nothing they could do. Jamie had died at the scene. Now, the authorities did not find evidence of excessive speed, alcohol, or erratic behavior. He was simply riding alone through conditions that made even a familiar environment treacherous. His mother, Pam Horton, later told reporters that her son had left to visit a friend, and he was on his way there when the accident happened. She believed the fence had been obscured by snow and was difficult to see. The county coroner arrived on the scene and noted that although the wind was blowing at that time, visibility appeared acceptable. That detail would later become part of the legal controversy that would follow. And the days after his death, the Horton family filed a wrongful death lawsuit, Jerome Lawler, the landowner whose fence Jamie had struck. The family's claim centered on the argument that the barbed wire fence had not been adequately marked for winter visibility, especially given that snowmobilers commonly pass through that area. The defense responded by stating that Jamie had been trespassing on private property and that the fence was part of a normal legal maintained farm operation. The trial presented a difficult and emotionally charged case. Was the landowner responsible for not making a wire fence more visible in the snow, or was Jamie, even as an experienced rider, responsible for entering private property and not recognizing the hazard? Ultimately, the case moved forward, with the jury tasked with determining liability. No criminal charges were ever filed, and the death was ruled an accident. On the morning of April 10th, 2025, a rural property outside Tulane, Victoria began its day like many others across Central Australia's farming belt. The early hours were cool and quiet. Morning fog lingered slightly over low pastures. By mid-morning, the air had warmed, and the property was active. A flatbed truck had arrived with a delivery of rectangular hay bales, and preparations were being made to begin unloading. The delivery was typical for the area. Farms across Tulane and surrounding districts rely heavily on transported feed during dry months. The bales were arranged in 3 tiers, stacked in a pyramid formation with 2 full rows and a third centered on top. Each bale measured about 2.4 meters long and 0.9 meters high, and varied between 350 and 500 kilograms depending on compaction and moisture content. The truck driver was a 48-year-old man, believed to be well acquainted with regional transport, was on foot beside the trailer. His role was likely to assist with positioning or documentation, while a tractor operator prepared to lift the bales using hydraulic forks. The unloading process began. The truck moved slowly toward the trailer. No cones or exclusion zones had been marked. The ground was dry and level, though no buffers were in place to separate on-foot personnel from the lifting area. What occurred next was not anticipated. One of the top-tier bales had shifted. There was no external trigger, no visible warning. A slight lean, a vibration, or even tension in the twine could have been enough. The bale came free from its centered stack and rolled from the trailer's edge. In less than a second, it fell, and it landed on the man standing below. The impact was severe. The bale, now moving under gravity, struck the man's head, shoulders, and chest. The full weight drove him into the compacted earth below. The force caused catastrophic trauma. His ribs collapsed, internal organs were damaged by the pressure, his spine and skull may have fractured on contact. A nearby worker witnessed the incident and immediately called 000. Emergency responders from Health Codes or Bendigo were dispatched without delay. Now, given Tulane's rural isolation, response time ranged from 15 to 30 minutes, depending on road conditions and team availability. When paramedics did arrive, they found the man unresponsive and pinned beneath the bale, and there was no sign of life. The bale was moved using the tractor under medical direction so that his body could be respectfully recovered. Police were informed, the site was sealed, and WorkSafe Victoria was contacted shortly thereafter and initiated a full investigation. The process began with photographic documentation of the site, equipment, and layouts. They reviewed the positioning of the bales, the tractor's location, and spoke to any witness present. They noted that the trailer lacked any lateral to secure the top-tier bales. Investigators also noted that no visible safety barriers had been in place. There was no cones, tapes, or personal exclusion zones around the trailer or lifting path. The tractor operator's visibility had been limited by the height of the bales and was unaware that the man was positioned within what safety manuals refer to as the fall radius, also known as the insecure zone. It was further noted that no spotter had been assigned to the operation. In many large agricultural or industrial settings, a secondary person oversees blind zones during mechanical movement, but in this case the task had been performed informally. Not uncommon in smaller or independently operated properties. Although the trailer used was not equipped with bale guards, upright steel supports along the sides designated to prevent lateral slippage. Though not legally mandated on every farm vehicle, their absence during high-tier loading increases fall risk. WorkSafe process would continue in the weeks that followed, including a full analysis of medical condition, load documentation, site safety history, and a final report summarizing all contributing factors. Tulane itself is a quiet farming town northwest of Bendigo. The land is flat and open, making it suitable for broad-acre operations and hay production. With a population of just over 200, it's a tight-knit community, and it's familiar with hard work, shared responsibility, and practical labor. But incidents like these are rare, but when they occur, they affect everyone involved. Now, the victim's name was not released to the public, but he was remembered informally by peers in the freight and farming community. And as of now, the company has not been sued or fined. On a bitterly cold day in December 1989, the Ramford Brewery in Essex, England was wrapping up the holiday season. The air inside the sprawling industrial building was thick with the scent of fermenting hops and yeast. Metal pipes hissed, valves dripped, and towering fermentation vats, each capable of holding thousands of gallons, lined the interior like monuments to Britain's beer-making legacy. For Ronald Henry Fincham, a 60-year-old brewery worker, that day marked 25 years of service. He had been a steady fixture at the brewery, quiet, consistent, and experienced. After a workplace gathering to mark his 25th anniversary, he disappeared from the social area without explanation. Hours passed, he never returned home, and his co-workers began searching the premises. They eventually found a troubling clue: his clothing, neatly folded on the floor near one of the towering vats. This industrial tank was filled with over 35,000 pints of beer, or roughly 20,000 liters of liquid. Still uncertain what had happened, brewery staff began draining the vat. It took time. These vessels were built to hold massive volumes, sealed at the top, and only accessible through metal ladders or hatches. As the golden fluid gurgled out and sank lower and lower, a dark shape began to appear at the bottom. It wasn't a tool, and it wasn't debris. It was Ronald Fincham's body, suspended in the remaining beer, limp and lifeless. The sheer size of the vat had made escape impossible once submerged. Fincham, for reasons still unknown, climbed inside, fully naked, and either slipped or intentionally submerged himself. At the time, there was no witnesses, no surveillance cameras. And obviously there was no surveillance cameras, and no immediate understanding of why he did it. What is known, however, is what happens when a human drowns, especially in a vat of alcohol. Once Fincham's head dipped beneath the surface and he couldn't reach the edge to hoist himself back up, his survival instincts would have kicked in. He likely thrashed and flailed, trying to push himself upward in the thick liquid. Beer is less buoyant than water due to its sugar and alcohol content, and it makes floating more difficult. There would have been no visibility, only darkness, bubbles, and the sloshing sound of his own movement echoing inside the still vat. As the oxygen in his lungs depleted, his throat and chest would have burned. He would have tried to hold his breath, fighting the urge to inhale, but eventually the body forces a desperate gasp in the liquid. The beer would have rushed into his mouth, throat, and lungs, filling them and cutting off oxygen at the cellular level. Coughing would have been impossible. The last moments would have included violent spasms, muscle cramps, and eventually the onset of hypoxia. As brain function faltered, awareness would have faded. Still, drowning usually takes about 2 to 3 minutes. If he remained conscious for even part of that time, the suffering would have been intense. When his body was recovered, his lungs were saturated, his airway blocked by foam and fluid. The pressure of being submerged in a sealed industrial vat surrounded by alcohol magnified the trauma. To be honest, it's kind of ironic. He drowned in the very product he had spent decades trying to help create. The coroner ultimately ruled the death as from natural causes, citing drowning, and noted that alcohol consumption might have impaired his judgment, but wasn't listed as a direct cause. To this day, it still remains unclear whether he had intended to die. No note was left, and he had no known mental health issues. Although some speculated that he was confused or mildly intoxicated and thought the beer might be soothing to wade in, his folded clothing, found neatly beside the vat, pointed toward an intentional entry. But the motive remained a mystery. This case would actually make headlines for its strange, almost surreal nature. Investigators determined that there had been no mechanical failure, the vats were structurally sound, and no one else was involved. It was simply one man left alone who entered a vat and never came out. And yes, the beer in the tank, over 35,000 pints, was discarded.
And now, folks, it's time to say goodnight. We sincerely appreciate your patronage and hope we've succeeded in bringing you an enjoyable evening of entertainment. Please drive home carefully and come back again soon. Good night.
As of 2025, South Africa has 21 national parks.
These parks protect a wide range of ecosystems from deserts and savannas to forests and coastlines, and they are all equally beautiful. To name a few, there's Otto Elephant National Park, famous for elephants. It also includes marine conservation. And then there's Table Mountain National Park, located in Cape Town. It includes Table Mountain and Cape Point. But Kruger National Park is South Africa's crown jewel. It stretches across nearly 20,000 square kilometers of South African wilderness that includes countless animals, including the Big Five, which are lions, leopards, elephants, rhinos, and buffaloes. Because of this, it would be the biggest tourist attraction in South Africa. It annually pulls 1.5 million visitors, and among these millions was a 59-year-old grandpa. He was a grandfather from the town of Monkado in Mpumalanga, traveling with his 2 grandchildren, an 11-year-old and a 5-year-old. He had brought them to the park for a peaceful visit, a chance to show them elephants and other animals in their natural habitat. They arrived first near Merlin Gate, a southern entry point into the park, popular for its river views and elephant sightings. It wasn't very far from the reception area, just over a low bridge and into a lightly wooded stretch of land. But what they didn't know was that an elephant herd was actually nearby, and one of the bulls had already taken notice of them. At some point, according to witness accounts and park officials, the children stepped a little further into the bush, just beyond the standard tourist viewing path, maybe for a better view, maybe just from innocent curiosity, but whatever the case, that was when a bull elephant separated slightly from the rest of the herd, and took a few steps toward them. At first, it would have seemed like nothing, a slow walk, ears fanning, and dust kicking up with each step, and then it broke into a charge. The elephant roared forward, its pace exploding into a sprint that few expect from something so massive, and within seconds, it was barreling through the underbrush, head low, trunk curled slightly in aggression. The sound of branches snapping, hooves hammering the ground, and its deep growl must have filled the air like thunder. The older child grabbed the younger one's hand and screamed. They ran. They ran toward their grandfather, who was now yelling at them to come back, to get behind him, and they did. But that's also when the grandfather, acting on instinct, placed himself directly between his grandchildren and the charging elephant. And not surprising, the elephant would hit him. Not just with its trunk, which alone is powerful enough to lift trees, but with its entire body. The force threw him backward, smashing him into the ground. Then it trampled him, not once, not twice, but over and over. The kids would describe the sounds as bones snapping like dry branches, the thudding of the elephant's legs coming down repeatedly with gruesome rhythm. The elephant's trunk lashed out at him and whipped across the torso, tearing through cloth and skin like paper. His ribcage caved, his face was crushed, one leg was shattered at the femur, nearly torn from the hip. Part of his shoulder was later described as being flattened beyond recognition, and to make it all worse, he was still alive for part of it. The children were paralyzed with shock just feet away, watched it unfold. They were too young to understand what their eyes were showing them, too close to be spared the image. They screamed until their throats went raw. The older grandchild, trying to cover the younger one, suffered injuries to the leg during the fall and scramble. But neither of them were touched by the elephant again. After nearly 30 seconds of violence, the elephant paused. Then, for reasons no one could determine, it stopped. Perhaps the rage had passed, but slowly it turned and ambled back toward the trees, silent, unhurried. By the time park rangers and emergency personnel arrived, he was already gone. His body was beyond saving and nearly beyond recognition. Large patches of skin were torn off, his abdomen was collapsed inward, blood and tissue soaked the grass in the wide radius. The children were taken away immediately. The 11-year-old was treated for a deep laceration on the leg. The 5-year-old was miraculously unharmed, though both were deeply traumatized. Officials were swift to launch an internal investigation. Due to the number of elephants in the area and the confusion of the scene, that specific bull responsible could never be identified. There would be no culling and no punishment. It had happened within the animal's natural space, triggered by what it likely perceived as an encroachment. An inquest was opened not just to document the event, but to underscore the warning that Kruger, while open to the public, remains a wild and untamed place. Tourists are repeatedly cautioned never to exit their vehicles and never to approach animals under any circumstances, not for a better photo or not for a closer look. In the early hours of a quiet June morning in 2020, the city of Palmade, California was still. The sun had not risen yet, and Pontchartrain Square, a small public park directly across from Palmade City Hall, sat empty and dimly lit. It was the kind of place people usually pass through during the day, never giving it much thought. But at around 3:30 a.m., a passerby walking through the square noticed something unusual near one of the large trees. In the shadows, a human figure was suspended from a thick, high branch, and the figure wasn't moving. It was Robert Fuller. He was just 24 years old. By 3:39 a.m., emergency responders arrived. Paramedics quickly determined that there were no vital signs and Robert was already dead. He had been hanging from the tree by a red rope, tied tightly around his neck and anchored to a high branch in a way that made it clear that this was no accident. His eyes were partially opened, his tongue protruded slightly, and there were dark bruises forming around his neck where the rope had been pulled and crushed the skin. His face was tinged bluish purple, his lips pale, his body was limp, and rigor mortis had not yet set in, meaning the event had likely occurred not long before discovery. The rope had cut deeply into the flesh under his jaw, leaving a clean, brutal groove. Blood had pooled in his feet and legs, which dangled a few feet off the ground, and insect activity had already begun. He had unfortunately took his own life. Investigators from the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department arrived soon after. The scene was secured and quickly escalated due to public sensitivity. Not only was this a hanging death in a public square, it occurred amid national protests against racial injustice and police violence. Just after the incident of George Floyd, this would make the public immediately raise alarms. The image of a young black man hanging from a tree in front of a city hall was not just disturbing, it was deeply symbolic. Was this someone deleting themselves or was it a lynching? The FBI and California Department of Justice joined the investigation. The coroner began a full forensic analysis. Initially, officials were cautious about ruling out any possibilities. Protesters would gather and outrage grew on social media. Robert's family demanded answers and they weren't alone. But as the evidence was gathered, investigators uncovered chilling and heartbreaking details. First, surveillance footage and forensic inspection showed no signs of a struggle. Robert's hands had not been bound, and there were no scratches on his arms or knuckles. There were no signs of restraint, and he had not tried to remove the rope, nor was there any foreign DNA under his fingernails. It was a clean, uninterrupted act. And the rope had been secured from inside the tree, with multiple points of anchor, indicating that the person who tied it had climbed up the tree themselves. And that person was Robert. Records later revealed that he had walked to a Dollar Tree store on May 14th, identical to the one used in the hanging, using his EBT card. The receipt and security footage confirmed the purchase. But see, that's the thing, he bought the rope at a Dollar Tree store, and the knot was, well, he shouldn't have used that knot because it wasn't optimized for a quick loss of consciousness. I know that sounds weird, but let me explain. Since he used that knot, it wasn't an instant death, like he probably thought it was gonna be. In fact, he likely experienced prolonged suffering. The ligature mark was consistent with a static suspension, meaning the body hung and pressure was constant, not a sudden drop. There was no drop involved like in gallows-style executions, so there was no cervical spine fracture, which is typically what causes immediate unconsciousness or death and a long drop hanging. Instead, the method caused asphyxiation. The rope pressed slowly and painfully across his airway and carotid arteries. Fuller likely struggled for air for at least 2 to 6 minutes, and he would have been conscious for part of that time, with panic and suffering present. His tongue was protruding, and his eyes were partially open, further indicating a slow and traumatic death. This form of deleting yourself is unfortunately common among those with limited resources or impulsive mental health crisis, and it often resulted in significant pain and suffering. As the investigation deepened, so did the tragedy. Robert Fuller had a documented history of mental illness. Between 2017 and 19, he had been hospitalized multiple times for the idea of deleting himself. He had told health workers that he heard voices, and he had even attempted to delete himself while trying to set himself on fire. In one report, doctors noted that he had often struggled with feelings of isolation and deep depressive episodes. No note was found near the body, but his online activity, personal items, and mental health history painted a grim picture. Robert had been suffering, privately and quietly, and on that night he chose a very public and irreversible exit. The official autopsy confirmed cause of death was asphyxiation due to hanging. The ligature mark on the neck matched the rope in width and pattern, and there was no defensive wounds. No drugs or alcohol were found in his system. The Los Angeles medical examiner ultimately ruled the death as him taking his own life. To be clear, investigators found no signs of foul play. Also, if you are having mental problems, please talk to someone, and I guarantee you taking your own life will not solve any of these problems. The air in rural Malawi was dry that evening, the kind of dusk where the heat had retreated, but the scent of dust and wood smoke still clung to the air. The village of Nathalri, nestled near the edge of Waza Marsh Wildlife Reserve, was quiet. Most families had retreated into their homes for the night with the doors latched, fires dimmed, and children hushed. But Simon Chira, a 31-year-old farmer and father of two, was still out. He had left earlier that afternoon to visit his cousin in a nearby village a few kilometers away. These journeys weren't unusual, in fact they were common among locals. A walk through the bush path and along the reserve's edges, cutting time off the main road. The risk was known, but so was the routine. Most villagers knew the tracks well and had walked them their entire lives. Simon was making his return just after nightfall. Now there was no streetlights to guide him, just the moonlight, flickering through scattered clouds and the distant hum of insects vibrating in the grass. He had only a stick in hand, not uncommon in these areas, used both for support and to ward off wild dogs, snakes, or the occasional baboon. But he didn't know he was being watched. Several kilometers from home, near a bend in the narrow path through the brush, the grass stirred. What emerged from the thicket was not one, but two adult hyenas, large and brazen. These were spotted hyenas, creatures with powerful jaws, capable of crushing bone, and known to scavenge but also to hunt when desperate. And trust me, they were desperate. Over the past year, worsening droughts had pushed wildlife deeper into human settlements. Elephants trampled crops, lions had taken livestock, and the hyenas, and growing more fearless, had taken to following people. Now Simon may have noticed them, he might have turned around and shouted, waved his stick, but hyenas are patient predators. One might have lunged while the other circled, but by the time the screaming began, there was no one near enough to hear him. The first bite shattered Simon's lower leg, teeth puncturing through bone and muscle. He fell, still fighting, clawing at the dirt, swinging his stick wildly, but it was no use. The second hyena clamped its jaws onto his shoulder, tearing chunks away of his skin. Their tactic was merciless. They began eating him alive without waiting for death. His abdomen was torn open, his intestines pulled out. The hyenas were going for nutrient-rich organs. They knew what they wanted. The liver, the kidneys, and heart are prized by scavengers for the density of vitamins and minerals. The attackers went for them while Simon was still conscious, gasping and choking on blood, and also twitching in the dirt. He likely died minutes later from a combination of blood loss, shock, and excruciating pain. When searchers found his body early the next morning, alerted by his family when he didn't return, it was ripped apart, barely recognizable. His face was mostly intact, but his chest had been crushed in, his ribcage exposed, and his stomach cavity was hollowed out. One arm had been chewed to the bone, his legs, clawed and mangled, were surrounded by drag marks, and blood-soaked earth and vultures had begun to circle. What remained of Simon was buried quickly under heavy emotion and heavier silence. Local authorities confirmed the attack as it wasn't the first, though it was the most brutal in years. In the weeks that followed, people in the area refused to walk at night, and children were kept inside even during dusk, which was smart. The Parks Department launched a patrol, but the damage was done. Wildlife experts issued a statement. Human-wildlife conflict in Malawi was escalating. Droughts were driving animals closer to settlements, and the marsh reserve in particular had become a flashpoint. Illegal poaching had wiped out much of the hyena's natural prey, and now humans had become the easiest target. But for Simon's family, however, this was not an ecological crisis. It was a personal nightmare, a loss so violent that no one in the village could speak of it without unease. His wife, who identified what was left of him by the clothes he wore, collapsed at the burial, and his children still asked why their father never came back. His final moments were not peaceful. They were not quiet, they were violent, drawn out, and terrifying. A man overtaken by beasts dragged into the underbrush and ripped apart limb by limb while still breathing. The skies above Boutavia, Brazil, are considered sacred ground by skydivers. Known as the national capital of parachuting, the airspace is busy with daily jumps, often numbering in the hundreds. That weekend in October 2024, the conditions were near perfect: blue skies, manageable winds, and a lively but focused atmosphere on the ground. Carolina Munoz Kennedy, a 40-year-old chiropractor and experienced skydiver, was a familiar face in Boutavia's tightly knit skydiving community. She had lived in Brazil for 5 years, logged hundreds of jumps since beginning the sport in 2013, and was a licensed member of the Brazilian Parachuting Confederation. She was known for her discipline and her growing doubts about how long she actually wanted to keep jumping. But that day, Carolina had been part of a group completing multiple jumps. Like I said, she wasn't a beginner. In fact, she often mentored others and on exit positioning, altitude awareness, and body control. This jump, sometime in the afternoon of October, she boarded the plane like always, calm, gear checked, straps secured. She wore a modern rig with an AAD, a main chute, and a reserve. There was nothing visibly wrong with the equipment on the ground. At around 13,000 feet, she jumped. Witnesses on the ground and fellow divers from the plane watched as she entered freefall. Her form was stable. She fell for roughly 45 seconds belly to earth, maintaining a controlled position until she reached deployment altitude around 4,000 feet. She pulled, but the main parachute failed to fully deploy, something later believed to be a line twist or bag lock malfunction, which caused it to partially inflate, then violently collapse. Instead of slowing her descent, it began spinning her mid-air in a destabilized corkscrew motion. Those watching from below saw the chute behind her like tangled fabric in a wind tunnel. She would immediately reach for a cutaway handle, a routine emergency procedure. She pulled it successfully, detaching the main parachute. Now in pure freefall again, she attempted to deploy her reserve. And that's when everything went catastrophically wrong. Her reserve parachute, which should have opened automatically via the AAD, if not manually pulled, malfunctioned as well. Whether the pilot chute failed to extract the reserve properly, or the rig experienced a pilot chute hesitation, has not been fully determined, but what is clear is that the reserve did not deploy in time. What opened, if at all, was far too little and far too late. She was now falling uncontrollably at a terminal velocity about 200 kilometers per hour, and the impact was instantaneous and devastating. She hit the ground feet first but slightly tilted, causing her body to snap backward violently. Her legs shattered, the femurs breaking through skin, her pelvis was crushed from the sheer vertical compression, and the force surged upward, causing massive internal bleeding, tearing through major organs including her liver and spleen. Her ribcage exploded inward, piercing her lungs and heart. Her spine fractured in multiple places, with bone fragments driven into the spinal cord and surrounding muscle, according to the on-site medical team. But even before they arrived, bystanders knew there was no surviving what they had just seen. Her helmet was still on, her eyes were closed, blood pooled around her crushed torso and lower limbs. Her jumpsuit had been split in areas where the bones had burst outward. A long red streak marked the place of initial impact in her final stop. A crowd quickly formed, but silence hung heavy. In a sport where injuries happened, a double parachute failure is one of the most feared and rare events. Carolina's incident was caught on camera by nearby skydivers and helmet cams, but was not made public. Though the footage did show the failed main, the chaotic spin, and the long haunting fall with no working canopy, the Brazilian Parachuting Confederation and police launched an investigation. The equipment was seized, witnesses were interviewed, and early results pointed to a freak coincidence of failures. A main chute that didn't fully open, a reserve that either failed to extract or tangled, and the odds were a lot, but not impossible. Carolina's remains were cremated on October 30th, and her ashes were attended by friends and family who flew in from Chile and Brazil.
And now, folks, it's time to say goodnight. We sincerely appreciate your patronage and hope we've succeeded in bringing you an enjoyable evening of entertainment. Please drive home carefully and come back again soon. Good night.
As of 2025, there's been thousands of people who have circumnavigated the world. This includes either walking, flying, or sailing. And many of these people achieve this with stops here and there and having either a crew or someone else going with them. But very few dare to try this feat alone and with no stops. But one of these brave souls was Jur Sturk, a Slovenian man born in 1937. Now, it's not known what actually got him into sailing, as Yugoslavia had a very narrow coastline, and his family weren't really sailors, but by a young age he fell in love with the idea of sailing. Although his profession was being an electrical engineer, but when Yugoslavia's borders opened more in the 1970s and 80s, he started to live out his dream in sailing in the open water. As he went on a few expeditions, he sailed to the Mediterranean and then to the Atlantic. But one of his biggest accomplishments would happen in the early 1990s, where he would actually circumnavigate the world. He sailed a 6.5 meter or 21 foot sailboat that he actually built himself, with making multiple stops along the way. Now, this would be a big deal in Slovenia because, well, no one from that country has ever actually done that. But he wasn't finished. His next goal was to become the oldest person to sail around the world alone, without stops and without engine power, all in a boat he built himself. By 2007, he was well into his 70s, and this would be the time he would decide to try to circumnavigate the world again. He set out from Tauranga, New Zealand in December 2007, sailing westward, but he wasn't stupid. This would be a very challenging feat to accomplish and an incredibly dangerous one. So he remained in contact through high-frequency radio, regularly speaking with other sailors and amateur radio operators around the world. He provided updates on his position, weather conditions, and general status. Those who spoke to him noted his calm tone and precise observations. He seemed focused, experienced, and very comfortable being alone at sea. Throughout 2008, he made steady progress. He crossed the Indian Ocean, rounded the Cape of Good Hope, and made his way across the Atlantic, and would pass Cape Horn. He was completing the route, and as 2009 approached, he was on his way back through the Indian Ocean, heading home. Everything seemed fine and okay, until it came to January 1st in 2009. He was approximately 1,000 nautical miles off the western coast of Australia, sailing northeast. Like every few days, he would be in contact with someone, and in this call, he mentioned that everything was fine, and that he intended to clean the rudder soon. He gave no indication of distress, fatigue, or technical issues. Then, all communication stopped. This would be the final call he would ever make. At first, it wasn't seen as unusual because solar sailors often pass through stretches of poor reception, or they just want to conserve battery power. But as days became weeks, concern would grow. Other sailors and radio operators attempted to contact, but no response came, and there was no emergency beacons activated, or no distress signals. No one knew what was going on. Weeks had passed with still no response. Until, on January 26, 2009,
a merchant ship spotted a ship adrift in the Indian Ocean with the sails torn and flapping. The vessel looked abandoned and no one was seen on board, so not surprising no attempts were made to tow or board the vessel at that time. And it continued drifting, but on the back of the ship there was a plate, and it said Lieutenant. This was George Sturck's ship, but where was he? Then, on April 30th, 2009, over 3 months later, the same abandoned ship with the plate Lieutenant was found again, this time by the research ship RV Roger Revell west of Australia. The crew boarded the yacht to assess its conditions and search for signs of life. Inside, they found no one. Sturck was gone, and there was no signs of a struggle, damage, or sabotage. The boat was intact and still floating. The sails were tattered and the forestay, a crucial part of the rigging, had snapped. But below deck was dry and in good order. And not only that, Sturck's belongings were still there and also intact. Charts, books, and bedding. And most notably, his logbook. The final entry in the log was dated January 2nd, 2009, just 1 day after his last known radio communication. It contained standard notes on the weather and location. Nothing unusual, no distress, and no hint that anything was wrong. So what the hell happened? Where was Sturck? Well, no one really knows. But after examining the boat, those involved concluded that Sturck had likely fallen overboard during a routine task, perhaps while adjusting the sails or inspecting the rudder as he planned. The sea in that part of the Indian Ocean is unpredictable. A sudden swell or misstep can easily cause a solar sailor to lose balance. So as he fell in the ocean, he would have likely tried to swim back to the boat to only realize it was impossible to catch. So either from exhaustion or him accepting his fate, he would have most likely have drowned. This of course is the most optimistic possibility, as another could have been him being eaten alive by sharks. To support this theory of him falling into the water, his personal locator beacon was never triggered, and no life raft was missing. There was no indication that he had left the boat intentionally. Obviously no body was found and probably won't ever be because he was lost in the middle of the Indian Ocean. George Sturck was declared lost at sea in 2009. The precise details of what actually happened to him will never be fully known, but the evidence does point toward him being lost at sea, even though it is kinda creepy to think there might be other possibilities at play. But with no solid evidence, I'm going to conclude he drowned at sea after falling off his boat. On March 17th, 2025, at exactly 3:04 p.m., an SOS message was transmitted from an output device via satellite to emergency dispatchers in Dutchess County, Oregon. The message included a precise GPS location that read, "Trapped and injured person in steep terrain." The signal came from the west side of Mount Bachelor, a popular ski destination known for its steep snow and sprawling tree-lined slopes. Whether triggered by crash detection or manually activated under duress, the message launched an urgent rescue effort. Emergency coordination began immediately. The Mount Bachelor Ski Patrol was dispatched first, racing across snowy ridgelines and tight tree paths to reach the coordinates. Simultaneously, the Dutchess County Sheriff's Office search and rescue teams and AirLink helicopter medics began organizing support from both air and ground. Dispatchers were able to contact someone at the scene, likely a skiing companion who had already begun trying to free the trapped individual and was given real-time updates to 911 operators. When responders reached the site, they found a patch of dense forest off the edge of a skiable slope. Near the base of a tall evergreen, a small section of ski gear was barely visible above the snow. The rest was buried. Benjamin Shelkey, a 34-year-old skier from Seattle, had fallen into what appeared to be a tree well, an invisible trap created by loose snow at the base of large conifers. He was found head first, with only his lower legs and boots visible above the snow line. His upper body had disappeared into a tight, downward funnel of powder. Earlier that morning, Benjamin had set out for a ski trip in the mountains with at least one other person. Mount Bachelor, which is the mountain that he was skiing on, is located in Central Oregon, and it had just received a fresh dump of snow, actually over 3 feet in just a couple of days. For skiers like Benjamin, this kind of day was actually perfect for exploring the more remote areas of the resort tree runs, steep terrain, and untouched powder. By the early afternoon, Benjamin and at least one companion were skiing the west side of Mount Bachelor, which is a less traffic zone known for its trees, tight glades, and rolling drops, but far enough out that rescue access could take time. Around this area, large trees aline the slopes, perfect spots for soft powder to gather, but beneath those trees lay a hidden danger. Tree wells, loose pockets of snow that accumulate around the base of tree trunks, invisible from above and nearly impossible to escape from once fallen in. At some point while navigating this terrain, Benjamin likely made a turn too close to one of the larger trees or hit a soft patch of snow. Whether it was a fall, a misjudged line, or just terrible luck, he dropped into a tree well head first. The powder immediately began to collapse around him, locking his arms and chest in place. Snow would press against his face, and the more he moved, the tighter it packed. And then, moments later, the SOS message was transmitted from one of Benjamin's Apple devices. The companion had already been digging for over 15 minutes. The snow was dry and fluffy on the surface, but denser and heavier below, making excavation slow and difficult. Rescuers took over immediately. They carefully removed the snow from around Benjamin's helmet, neck, and shoulders, working with urgency while trying not to collapse the surrounding layers. Tree wells are unstable. Every handful of snow removed risks another collapse. Once they reached his face, they saw the horrifying reality. Benjamin was unresponsive. His mouth and nose had been packed tightly with snow, and the surrounding powder had frozen against his skin. Keep in mind there was no air pockets. His arms were trapped against his chest, unable to move. The initial signs pointed to snow immersion, one of the most silent and suffocating threats a skier can face. CPR began immediately on the scene. Chest compressions, rescue breaths, and emergency assessment protocols were carried out as snow continued to fall into the hole they dug. The cold was biting, the terrain uneven, and every second counted. Despite the effort, Benjamin remained motionless. Although he was transported by Airlink helicopters to the Mount Bachelor Clinic, where medical staff continued attempts to resuscitate him. But after all interventions were tried, he was declared deceased. The official cause of death was snow immersion suffocation, more technically referred to as non-avalanche related snow immersion death. This occurs when a person is trapped in deep, unconsolidated snow, most often head first, and is unable to free themselves. Tree cells are the primary source of these incidents. Falling into one means falling straight down with skis, poles, and arms getting wedged awkwardly, and unfortunately this fate would befall Benjamin. The sun bore down heavily that afternoon on the Mississippi River Delta, where warm air hung thick with humidity and the dark waters sloshed lazily against the sides of a small pilot boat. It was July 1st, 1879, and 10-year-old Gus Eriksson, a Swedish-born boy, stood aboard the vessel with several other passengers and crew. Gus had likely come to the United States not long before. He was the son of Erik Eriksson, immigrants from Sweden. For reasons lost to time, the boy had found himself aboard a small boat operated near the mouth of the Mississippi, where it meets the Gulf of Mexico. Whether he was simply traveling with others or assisting the crew, no one can say for sure. But what is known is that sometime that afternoon, the boat capsized. In the chaos, passengers and crew were thrown into the water. Screams cut across the river bank, and wooden planks slapped into the current as the vessel flipped over. Gus, like the others, was plunged beneath the surface, although he managed to resurface and cling to the light buoy. The crude float was just large enough to keep him above water, and for a time it seemed as though everything would be fine. The muddy current was strong, but Gus was staying afloat, drifting amid the wreckage of the boat and trying to stay calm. Witnesses on a nearby vessel saw him in the water, invisible and stable, calling out for help. But the Mississippi's mouth is a dangerous place. Its water a swirling mix of salt and fresh water, deep and warm, teeming with life both seen and unseen. Suddenly, the calm was broken. From beneath the surface, a shadow approached. Fast and purposeful, it circled once, perhaps curious at first, but then charged with terrifying speed. No one could stop it. With incredible force, the predator exploded from below, smashing through the surface and biting down on Gus's lower body. His scream was brief, high-pitched, and silenced almost immediately. The animal was a tiger shark, likely between 8 and 12 feet long, although we don't know for certain as this was over a century ago. Although we do know a tiger shark's jaw is powerful enough to split bone with ease, and in one single bite, it crushed the boy's right leg and lower torso. Gus was dragged under the water, still partially clinging to the life buoy, which quickly turned red as his blood spilled into the river. Witnesses described seeing the water erupt as if a cannon had been fired from below. There was a swirl of red and white foam followed by flailing limbs and the rapid whipping of a tail slicing through the surface. One man shouted that he saw the boy go under and then reappear, but only for a moment. What was left of him was motionless. There was no second chance. The shark thrashed violently with its prey, tearing at the body until it was unrecognizable. A 12-inch wide chunk of flesh was reportedly torn from Gus's right leg, but by the time anyone could get close enough to intervene, it was far too late. The boy, torn loose, floated empty. By the time rescuers reached the scene, which we don't know actually how long it took for them to get there, but when they did, Gus was gone. His body had vanished beneath the water, likely taken fully by the shark or swept away by the river's relentless current. The others aboard the boat were rescued, and some injuries were reported from the capsizing, but none came close to what happened to the boy. There was no body to recover, no burial, only blood in the water and stunned silence among the men who had witnessed it. Reports of the incident would spread through local towns and shipping communities, gaining traction due to the sheer horror of the attack. Shark sightings in the Mississippi were rare but not unheard of. Scientists later confirmed that tiger sharks are fully capable of traveling into brackish river mouths. Especially in search of prey. Most people believe sharks only pose a threat in open ocean. Gus's death shattered that assumption. The story was picked up in maritime records and later entered into shark attack registries. Modern database listed it as a confirmed fatal shark attack, one of the few 19th century deaths of its kind recorded in US waters. Several accounts note that the attack occurred while the boy was floating on a life buoy after a boat capsized, emphasizing the helplessness of the victim and the sudden brutal nature of the predator's strike. In retrospect, it is not difficult to understand how it happened. The Gulf of Mexico's waters near the Mississippi's mouth are warm, nutrient-rich, and draw all manner of marine life. And tiger sharks, known for their aggression and lack of dietary discrimination, patrol these areas often. A struggling human in the water may have appeared similar to an injured animal, or an easy target.
And now, folks, it's time to say goodnight. We sincerely appreciate your patronage and hope we've succeeded in bringing you an enjoyable evening of entertainment. Please drive home carefully and come back again soon. Good night.
In November 2015, two young men, Matthew Ridgens and Jordan King, planned to sneak into the Barefoot Bay neighborhood of Brevard County, Florida at night. The area was largely populated by retirees and had recently seen a series of quiet break-ins. These two men saw an opportunity, moved silently through the backyards, checked for unlocked doors or valuables, and get out fast. It was meant to be a one-night job, fast and easy. At approximately 2 a.m., residents noticed the figures of two men moving between homes, dressed in black, behaving very suspiciously. One resident phoned the sheriff's office and deputies were dispatched immediately, arriving minutes later. Upon seeing the patrol cars, the two suspects scattered into the darkness. Jordan King would later be apprehended without incident, but Matthew Ridgens was never found. At first, no one knew exactly what had happened, but the night of the attempted break-in, he had called his girlfriend. He was panicked, whispering that he was hiding, that police were chasing him, and he didn't say much more. Then the call ended, and she never heard from him again. For days, he was missing. His girlfriend reported the call to authorities and a search effort was launched. Deputies combed the neighborhood and the wild terrain surrounding it, dense woods, brush, and water. Canals and swampy retention ponds crisscrossed the outskirts of Barefoot Bay, making it very difficult to search through thoroughly.
Still, nothing turned up. Matthew had simply vanished. 10 days later, on November 23rd, a sharp, nauseating stench began to rise over a small lake near the neighborhood. It drifted into nearby homes and drew the attention of the locals. Law enforcement would respond, and as they approached the edge of the water, they saw vultures circling above. What they found would haunt everyone present. In the shallows, tangled in reeds and brush, was a badly decomposed human body. The scene was grotesque. The remains were bloated, the skin blistered and blackened. The face had decomposed so extensively that it was nearly unrecognizable. The lips were gone and the skin had slipped from one side of the jaw, revealing exposed bone and missing teeth. The lower half of the body had been mutilated beyond recognition. One leg was twisted backward unnaturally, and the other had been stripped to the bone. Chunks of thigh and calf muscle were missing, and what remained of his foot was little more than cartilage and shredded tissue. The abdomen was gashed wide open with deep, ragged tears that exposed intestines and part of the spine. The torso bore dozens of deep puncture wounds, many of which were inflicted while he was still alive, as confirmed later by autopsy. The body was nude from the waist down, except for a single piece of torn fabric clinging to one ankle. One arm was curled behind him, the other splayed out, fingers clenched, showing signs of a desperate struggle. The fingernails were broken and filled with mud and plant matter. Scratch marks lined the forearms and chest, along with signs of bruising, heavy internal bleeding, and forceful trauma to the ribs, one of which was snapped and bent inward. As I said earlier, the stench was nearly unbearable. Even seasoned officers had gagged. The body had been clearly in the water for several days, with insects and fish feeding on the softer tissue. The eyes were gone, and the remaining skin had started to slough off in strips, revealing yellow fat and swollen, discolored flesh beneath. The body was bagged and transported to the Brevard County Medical Examiner's office, where dental records confirmed it was Matthew Ridgens. After that, an autopsy was performed immediately. What they had found left no doubt. The victim had suffered immensely. See, his injuries were not instantaneous or clean. The medical examiner found that many wounds were inflicted while he was still alive. Massive hemorrhaging had occurred throughout the lower limbs, especially around the femoral artery, which had been ripped open, causing catastrophic blood loss. Deep tears through the muscle, torn ligaments, and shattered joints all suggested a violent death by crushing and shredding, not simple trauma. Worse still, his lungs showed signs of survival during the attack. He had remained conscious for some time, long enough to feel it all, to struggle, to drown in pain and confusion before his body finally gave out. Matthew's final moments were spent alone, injured, terrified, and being violently destroyed by something he could not fight off. Somewhere deep in the dark, where no one could hear him scream. As investigators pieced together the evidence, one theory quickly became dominant and would later be confirmed. Based on the condition of the body, the location, and the pattern of injuries, it was determined that Matthew Ridgens had been attacked and killed by an alligator while hiding from deputies. But since they didn't 100% know that it was an alligator, wildlife officers from the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission were called in to investigate. A short time later, a large, aggressive 11-foot alligator was captured in the same body of water, and when examined, human remains were found in its stomach, including body parts that matched those missing from Matthew's corpse. After that was found out, obviously the alligator was killed. It was an early evening on a warm July day in rural Leicestershire. The light was golden and low, spilling across the fields like honey. The narrow walking paths that wound through this area were familiar to 29-year-old Rebecca Morris, known to most as Becky. She had grown up nearby, and this route was well-worn, peaceful, and quiet. Nothing that suggested danger or uncertainty, so she decided to take her dog, a small chihuahua named Zero, out for a walk along these country paths. Now, it's not unusual for her to venture out alone. I mean, Becky was independent and very confident, and like I said earlier, this place was quiet and peaceful. But that evening, as she was walking, she took out her phone and snapped a picture. In the photo were several cows grazing in the fading light. She texted the image to her mother along with a playful caption, just one word: cows, C-O-Z. It was a lighthearted moment, nothing more than Becky being Becky. The message was sent at around 9 p.m. and after that she went silent. Her mother, who had received the picture and tried to reply, became concerned when there was no answer, because Becky was the type of person to answer insanely fast. But when the messages went unanswered and the calls rang out with no reply, it just didn't sit right. And when minutes turned to nearly an hour, worry began to settle in. With growing dread, her parents retraced her route, following the location of the photos she had sent. Eventually, they made their way into the very field where she had taken the picture. There, they found her lying in the grass. She was on her back and motionless. Her dog was nearby, still in the lead but whimpering. The scene was eerily quiet. There were no obvious threats and no signs of any struggle, but Becky's body had told a different story. Emergency responders arrived soon after. The first to attempt CPR were family members, followed quickly by a local paramedic and a nearby farmer who had been called to the site. Her skin was pale, her breathing had stopped, and paramedics worked frantically to restart her heart using chest compressions and ventilation equipment. For a brief moment, they were able to restart her pulse, but it just didn't hold. A second cardiac arrest had followed, and by 11:21 p.m., she was pronounced dead at the scene. What followed was a forensic examination that revealed something far more disturbing than anyone had realized. Her clothing had visible signs of impact, dirt smeared across her chest and side. Her torso showed massive internal bruising. There were blunt force injuries to the left shoulder and the upper chest, where the skin had been torn in a wide downward angle. She had a deep laceration and heavy swelling under the skin, alongside abrasions that followed the arc and dimensions of a hoof. The injury to her liver was catastrophic. It had ruptured internally, torn nearly in half by the pressure of something heavy and forceful. She had bled heavily into her abdomen cavity so much that it caused her heart to stop. Her ribs were intact, but the internal injuries told a story that was both sudden and violent. But there was no defensive trauma, no attempt to run or crawl away. Just a crushing impact and a surge of internal bleeding and collapse. Her death was fast, but not instant. In the moments after the blow, while still conscious, her heart would have been racing. She might have gasped, confused by the shock and pain. The sudden pressure in her abdomen, the tearing inside her core, would have made it impossible to stand. She fell, likely trying to catch her breath, as the internal bleeding progressed beyond recovery. And within minutes, her body was failing. Alone in the field, she faded, while her dog sitting beside her the entire time. What was weird was there was no cuts or puncture wounds from tools, no sign of attack from another person, and no signs that the dog had even been harmed. It definitely wasn't a human act, and the marks weren't random. They were round, hard, and wide. A hoof, one powerful enough to collapse the structure of her body without leaving a single outward fracture. What likely happened in her final moments was both chilling and unordinary. She must have stepped just a little too close to the herd of cows, and when protecting calves are startled by sudden movements, are known to become aggressive. One may have turned quickly, felt threatened by her presence, or that of her dog, and responded with a single devastating strike. It may not have looked like much to an onlooker, a shift in stance, a startled shuffle, but the result was fatal. The animal may not have chased or continued the attack. In fact, none of the animals nearby showed signs of agitation when the others arrived. There was no stampede, no chaos, just the kind of quiet aftermath that leaves no clues until the autopsy begins. But to her family, it just didn't make sense at first. Becky loved animals, and she wasn't reckless. But that didn't matter. A herd of cows outweighs a human tenfold. Their behavior, even when not aggressive, can still be dangerously unpredictable. The tragic truth is that she likely didn't realize the risk, and she probably didn't even feel afraid. Now, there were signs marking public footpaths near the area, but there had been no warning signs or fencing strong enough to keep livestock from approaching or intersecting those paths. It had been a casual evening walking, a smiling text, a photo sent seconds before her final breath. The contrast between how ordinary her day began and how violently it ended was haunting. After her death, the field was changed, fencing was installed, and policies were reviewed. The sun was beginning to dip behind the homes in University City, Missouri. casting long shadows across a quiet residential job site. It was August 2017, and the day had dragged on. It was very hot, exhausting, and slow. On the roof of one house, two men worked in rhythm, a father and his son. They had been laying down shingles, sealing underlayment, and clearing debris for hours, and it was almost time to wrap it up. Aaron Madden, the younger of the two, looked over at his father and suggested they call it a day. Everyone was tired and most of the heavy lifting was done. But his father, Danny Madden, shook his head. There was still a few pieces left to finish and he didn't want to leave the job half done. So without hesitation, he climbed back up the ladder one last time. So after he climbed up and moments later, Danny reached the edge of the roof with a piece of scrap in his hand, something minor like a strip of torn roofing, felt, or broken shingle. He turned toward the ground, leaned slightly to toss it, and in one misstep, everything changed. His foot slipped, and he lost his balance. And then, in a horrifying moment that seemed to literally freeze in time, he fell backward off the roof, arms flailing, legs scrambling to find ground that wasn't there. But directly beneath him was a large open kettle filled with boiling roofing tar, heated to nearly 600 degrees Fahrenheit. These kettles are common on commercial roofing jobs, used to melt and apply asphalt-based material, and on that day it had been opened, bubbling and deadly. And unfortunately, Danny came down back first. The impact, well, was immediate. A sickening hiss as his body hit the surface. The thick, molten tar surged up and around him like black glue, but this glue was nearly as hot as lava. His lower body sank into it and the chemical reaction began on contact. This wasn't just a burn, it was a full body assault. The tar adhered to his skin instantly, melting through his clothes and into his flesh. It didn't just scorch the surface, no, it fused with his tissue, continuing to burn deeper every second. The tar melted his skin in liquefied fat and sizzled through layers of muscle, and in some areas it burned straight to the bone. Danny obviously began screaming, guttural, primal sounds of agony. The pain was literally unimaginable. Tar doesn't just wipe away, it clings, seeps in, and holds on. And the more he moved, the deeper it embedded into him. Aaron ran, another worker joined him, both sprinted to the kettle and tried to pull Danny out. But by grabbing and mint-grabbing tar, which was basically sticky molten asphalt that tore skin from their gloves, and ripped Danny's tissue as they pulled. Flesh stuck to the metal lip of the kettle. That's how hot it was. Pieces of Danny's back and thighs quite literally came off as they dragged him free. They laid him out on the ground and Aaron began cutting away what was left of his clothing, but the fabric had fused into his skin and his body was blackened and raw, skin blistered and bubbling, muscle tissue visible in gory red patches and blood oozing around the seams where burned flesh met tar-covered wounds. The smell was just absolutely disgusting. Burnt flesh, chemical fumes, and roofing material mingled in the air. But somehow Danny was still alive. He moaned, he barely was able to speak. His mouth opened, but words just didn't come out. Just breath, panic, and pain. Steam rose off of him, and his skin in places looked gray and split, like meat seared far past done. Other areas bled openly, and his eyes were wild with confusion and terror. Paramedics would arrive quickly. Even they, with years of trauma experience, would later say it was one of the worst injuries they had ever witnessed. Danny was burned over more than half of his body, and most were third-degree burns, but many were worse, fourth-degree burns, where the burn passes through the skin and fat and destroys the muscle beneath. He was sedated, intubated, and rushed to a burn unit, where doctors worked frantically. But the damage was catastrophic and his body went into shock. They tried to fix his wounds, scraping off the dead and melted tissue, and prepared skin grafts, but it just wasn't enough. Over the next 6 weeks, Danny underwent multiple surgeries where machines breathed for him and he was submerged in medical baths, wrapped in sterile bandages, and kept on heavy painkillers to keep him unconscious. But his kidneys failed and the infection spread through his bloodstream, and his body began shutting down, with him drifting in and out of awareness, never fully waking up and never healing. Eventually, his organs gave out entirely. After 6 excruciating weeks, Danny would die. His official cause of death was multi-organ failure from thermal injuries. But in truth, the moment he fell into that vat, there was no real hope. The rest was just suffering, surgery, pain, and waiting. Aaron Madden was left with scars, physical and psychological. I mean, he had just watched his father fall, watched his body being pulled apart by boiling tar, and heard the sounds of his father screaming in pain and agony. The kettle was obviously moved and the job finished by another crew, but nothing erased that memory.
Your patronage, and hope we've succeeded in bringing you an enjoyable evening of entertainment. Please drive home carefully and come back again soon. Good night.
The morning light was soft, the kind that dulled edges and gave the steel in the yard a cold bluish hue. Ronald Joseph Sudo stepped out of his truck, boots hitting gravel with a slow crunch. In his right hand he carried a black metal thermos, worn from years of use. The air was cold, damp, and heavy with the scent of diesel and oil, the familiar perfume of the worksite. He crossed the lot at an unhurried pace, nodding to a coworker who waved from him across the yard. The sound of an idling engine rumbled somewhere behind him, joined by the distant metallic clang of chains being moved. He reached a large metal trash container, its hulking size slick with condensation, and ran a gloved hand over the cold steel, feeling for jagged edges. This was routine for Ronald. Check first, then work second. The truck he'd been working alongside idled a short distance away, its paint dulled from years in the elements, with its rear frame glinting faintly in the gray light. Ronald walked its perimeter once, scanning for alignment and clearance, and then motioned to the driver. Now, we don't know exactly what his job was, but he was probably a sanitation worker or refuse truck helper / operator. But whatever he was, the backup alarm on this truck began its steady high-pitched warning tone as the truck crept backward toward the container. Ronald stepped into the gap to guide the driver in, eyes flickering between the truck's slow approach and the stationary mass of the container. The air was filled with mechanical noise, the whine of hydraulics, the thump of tires over gravel, and the constant beeping. Then, in an instant, the rhythm broke. The careful creep became a jolt. The truck lurched backward with sudden force, with the gravel popping under the tires as the tonnage of steel surged toward the container. Ronald had barely begun to twist his body out of the way when the space behind him vanished. His back slammed into the container, the cold steel biting through his jacket, a heartbeat before the truck's massive frame crushed into his chest. The sound was awful, a deep, wet crunch as his ribs snapped inward, shattering like dry sticks. The force drove the air from his lungs in a single strangled gasp. His spine bent violently, vertebrae compressing with a sharp, cracking report. His internal organs shifted and ruptured under the pressure. The trauma was so sudden and complete it left no room for a scream. His right glove slipped from the steel and fell, landing palm up on the gravel. His left hand pressed weakly against the truck's frame, fingers twitching once before going still. The beeping alarm droned on, indifferent to the damage it had just accompanied. Shouts erupted, "Stop, stop, stop!" but the driver, already hitting the brakes, could only watch in horror as the momentum carried on for that last fraction of a second. The hiss of air brakes filled the yard as the truck rolled forward to release the pressure, but Ronald's body sagged as the space opened. His knees gave away first, and he slid down the face of the container, leaving a smear of dark red across the cold steel. He collapsed onto the gravel with a dull, heavy thud. The blood began pooling immediately, spreading between the stones. It was thick and almost black in the dim light. Two co-workers ran to him, dropping to their knees. One pressed both hands hard to his crushed chest, their palms immediately slick and hot with blood. The other shouted in the radio for medics, their voice cracking as they tried to stay coherent. But Ronald's eyes were already glassy, fixed somewhere past the morning sky. His chest didn't rise, his mouth hung slightly open, and a faint trace of blood at the corner. His injuries were catastrophic, ribs driven deep into his lungs, his spine was fractured, and internal bleeding flooded through his torso. Realistically, there was no coming back from this. but the sirens arrived minutes later, their wail cutting through the stunned silence that had gripped the yard. Paramedics knelt over him, working quickly at first, but it was clear within moments. The weight of the crushing force had destroyed him internally beyond repair. A clean white sheet was pulled over his still form. It was 9:40 a.m. Within hours, the Occupational Safety and Health Administration had been notified. Their investigation would later reconstruct what happened with cold precision. Ronald had completed dumping a metal trash container and had set it back on the ground behind the truck. While he was still in the narrow clearance between the container and the truck, the vehicle reversed, closing the gap in seconds. The rear end of the truck slammed the container forward, trapping him in the pinch point between two unyielding walls of steel. The investigation determined the cause as fatal crushing trauma, catastrophic compression injuries to his torso and spine. They listed contributing factors: the dangerously tight clearance, Ronald's position with the hazard zone, and the movement of the truck without ensuring the area was clear. Their final note was blunt. Employee was killed when he was pinned between a reversing truck and a metal container. In the official record, it was classified as a preventable workplace fatality, basically a death that should never have happened. Ronald Joseph Sudo was pronounced dead at the scene. By June 2004, the beaches of Cancun were packed with tourists from all over the world, including families from the US, eager for sun and adrenaline. The Rivera family had flown in from Miami, and their 9-year-old daughter Sophia had begged for days to go parasailing. It was her first time, and she had no fear, just wide, excited eyes and a smile that stretched ear to ear as she waited for her turn by the dock. The parasailing company set her up quickly. Her harness was clipped in, oversized but secure, and the parachute lay flat on the sand behind the boat. She gave her parents a final wave before the boat throttled forward and lifted her into the air. The rope behind her stretched tight as the parasail caught wind, and Sophia was quickly floating above the ocean, her legs dangling freely, arms raised. She was in the air for less than 2 minutes before the wind shifted. A powerful gust from inland, yanking the parachute sideways and dragging her off course. The tow line began to snap at strange angles. The boat below struggled to correct its heading. Witnesses saw the parasail jerk twice in the sky, then would come a sickening snap. The tow line snapped in midair, clean sharp like a whip cracking. The parachute, now detached from the boat, continued flying, but with no guidance. Wind turned it into a rogue sail, and it pulled Sophia violently toward the shoreline. Her small body swung beneath the canopy like a rag doll. She then began to gain speed, and far too much. Bystanders on the beach would scream. The parasail cleared palm trees and flew over the pool area. It would continue toward the massive concrete structure of the hotel, and now she was completely helpless. There was no way to steer or stop this parasail, and she would strike the third-floor balcony at full speed. The collision was brutal. Her legs hit the steel railing first, with her bones snapping instantly, the sound loud and sickening, like thick branches breaking under weight. The force of the impact drove her left shin completely backward, bending at the wrong angle. Her right femur shattered mid-thigh, with her bones tearing through the skin, visibly protruding, with white streaks stained red in an instant. Her body flipped and her head slammed directly into the edge of the concrete column. Blood would explode everywhere across the wall. Her skull struck with such a force that a crack formed along the side of the balcony. The sound of the impact of flesh, bone, and skull against concrete was heard by near guests who described it as a violent, hollow thud followed by silence. Her left arm folded under her as she hit the tile floor. Her shoulder dislocated completely. The arm twisted behind her, with the socket bulging unnaturally against the skin. Glass from the balcony door shattered into dozens of jagged pieces, several embedded in her right cheek, throat, and chest. Blood would pour from the gashes, mixing with the pool of dark red already spreading beneath her head. It was so bad that a 6-inch shard was lodged in her upper abdomen, pulsing slightly with every shallow breath she managed to take. She was tangled in the remains of the parachute, limbs bent at sickening angles, her face pale beneath the blood. Her mouth was open and lips twitching. She gasped once, blood bubbling between her teeth, and then fell limp. The hotel guest inside the room stood frozen for several seconds before stepping onto the balcony. The sight was grotesque. The child was basically unrecognizable now. Her face was swollen, lips split open, and the skin around her eye already turning purple. Her nose had been completely flattened, and the skin on her forehead had a split in a Y-shaped tear, exposing the bone beneath. The guest, like probably anyone else, turned and would vomit. Hotel staff rushed to the floor within minutes. One maid screamed and dropped the linen she was carrying. Others tried to shield guests from seeing the scene. The entire hallway outside the third floor was dead silent except for muffling cries and the distant wail of sirens. Security personnel entered the room first, stepping over shards of glass and chunks of broken railing to reach her. Surprisingly, she was still alive, but barely. When paramedics did arrive, they found Sophia clinging to life. Her breathing was wet and raspy, with each inhale sounding like it was coming through a straw half submerged in water. Her legs were almost completely destroyed. As I said earlier, torn skin, shattered bones, and muscles visibly ripped and twitching. One foot had partially detached. Her airway was compromised by the blood in her mouth and throat, and the glass in her neck had nicked a vein, which would make blood pulse out with each beat of her weakening heart. They quickly intubated her, suctioning blood from her throat as fast as it poured in. Her pulse was thready, flickering between 40 and 60. The paramedics could feel her slipping. She was then rushed to the ambulance, trailing streaks of blood down the hotel hallway and into the lobby where stunned guests stood in silence. Her parents followed close behind, her mother sobbing, screaming for someone to help, with her father speechless and numb. At the hospital, doctors assessed the full extent of her injuries. Her skull was fractured in 3 places. She had a severe traumatic brain injury with brain swelling, a collapsed lung, and a punctured abdomen, with multiple compound fractures. One of her ribs had broken and pierced her left lung, which was filling rapidly with blood. The team inserted chest tubes, performed a procedure to relieve pressure in her skull, and tried to stabilize her with blood transfusions. But unfortunately, her blood pressure crashed repeatedly. At one point, her body went into full circulatory shock. Her extremities turned bluish-gray, with her pupils dilated. The ECG readings jumped wildly between pulses, then flatlined, then came back. The trauma team will work for over an hour, but unfortunately, Sophia succumbed to her injuries. Police reports confirmed that the girl's father, Carlos Enrique Torres, filed a police complaint against 4 individuals involved in renting out the parasail service. 2 of them were detained for questioning by Mexican authorities. However, there are no public records of any lawsuit happening, nor do we know what happened to the other 4 guys involved in this. It was a quiet late summer morning in Nokesville, Virginia. The sky was pale blue, thin clouds drifting lazily overhead. On the Vanderwood property, the grass still held beads of dew glistening wherever the sunlight touched. Thomas S. Vanderwood was outside tending to a few small chores. These chores didn't really demand much thought, just moving tools and checking fence lines. The air was warm enough to draw sweat if you worked too quickly, but the slow pace made it pleasant. Somewhere nearby, his youngest son, Josie, was out in the yard. Josie, who had Down syndrome, loved to explore. He could spend hours walking the property, running his fingers through the tall grass, poking at the dirt with a stick, or following the family dog as it wandered. And this morning seemed no different. A distant bark from the dog cut through the silence. Then, faint but distinct, Thomas heard a sound that didn't fit. A muffled splash, heavy and thick, close enough to raise his attention. He would walk towards this noise. At the far end of the yard sat the septic tank, its rectangular opening exposed, the plywood cover pushed aside. As Thomas reached it, the stench hit him first, overpowering like rotting eggs and ammonia burning the inside of his nose. He would then look down. 8 to 10 feet below the surface of raw sewage was churning. And in the middle of it, Josie thrashed, his mouth opening in a desperate gulp before going under again. His hands scraped the interior wall, leaving faint streaks in the black slime coating the concrete. The liquid closed over his head, but was breaking where he had gone under. Thomas didn't pause to think. He swung his legs into the opening and dropped down. The instant his boots plunged into the tank, the foul, thick liquid swallowed them with a sucking pull, disgustingly warm, and it clung to his clothes like tar. The smell was suffocating, coating his throat and making every breath a fight not to gag. The lava rose to his waist, then his chest, and the resistance was immense, each movement dragging at his muscles. He shoved forward, forcing himself toward Josie, whose face broke the surface again in a coughing, sputtering gasp. Thomas slid his arms under his son's chest, yanking him upward until only his legs remained submerged. Josie choked and coughed violently, sewage spraying from his mouth and nose. Thomas locked his grip, his hands slick with the thick filth clinging to them, and he planted his boots on the slimy bottom. He pushed Josie's head higher, trying to give him as much air as possible. The tank's walls rose straight and smooth above them, no ladder and no grip. The fumes burned in Thomas's lungs. His eyes watered so badly that he could barely see. Each breath was shallow, hot, and foul, with the air heavy with methane and hydrogen sulfide. These gases did more than just reek. They displaced oxygen in the air, starving the body with every breath. Hydrogen sulfide in particular at high concentration kills the sense of smell entirely, striking quickly with dizziness and confusion. Also the paralysis of the respiratory muscles. And Thomas's muscles were weakening faster now, his body burning through what little clean air remained in his blood. The sludge tugged at them both. Josie's body felt heavier with each passing second, his legs kicking weakly, with his head resting more against Thomas's shoulder. Still, Thomas refused to loosen his hold. He shifted his stance and the sludge, the suction tugging at his boots, pulling him down further. But by the time others reached the opening, Thomas was up to his shoulders in the liquid, his mouth dangerously close to going under. They would grab Josie first, hauling him into the sunlight. He collapsed onto the ground, hacking and spitting, his skin and hair streaked with foul water. But when they reached for Thomas, his head had already dipped under. The surface rippled once where he'd gone below. Hands would reach in, dragging him up and out. His body was heavy, water and waste pouring from his clothes in a steady stream. His face was pale beneath the filth, lips tinged blue, and his eyes half opened and fixed. They laid him on the grass, sewage pooling beneath his head and shoulders. Someone began chest compressions, each push forcing thick, foul liquid from his mouth in gurgling spurts. The combination of drowning and toxic gas inhalation had done its work. His lungs had filled with sewage, and the methane and hydrogen sulfide in the tank had displaced the oxygen in his blood, shutting down his brain and heart in minutes. The confined space, smooth walls, and thick oxygen-depleted air made self-rescue impossible. Even with rapid intervention, the damage was irreversible. Thomas S. Vanderwood had given every breath he could to keep his son alive. Josie would survive, but his father did not.
And now, folks, it's time to say goodnight. We sincerely appreciate your patronage and hope we've succeeded in bringing you an enjoyable evening of entertainment. Please drive home carefully and come back again soon. Good night.
Stansbury Island extends into the Great Salt Lake like a blunt spear, with its ridges bare and sculpted by the wind. The trail here isn't marked so much as traced, and what I mean by that is it's like a faint weave through rocks and scrubs that have been worn in by decades of hikers, hunters, and the occasional stray antelope. In early March, snow melt clings in the shaded pockets, while the sun bakes the open slopes to a pale chalky dust. 3 hikers, 2 women, and a man were making their way down toward the trailhead after several hours on the island's higher ground. Going up had been slow but uneventful, but going down was another story. The ground here was steep in certain sections, and recent moisture from the snowmelt had left the soil slick. Flat stone surfaces were covered in a film of grit that looked harmless until a foot slid across it. One of the women led this group, watching her steps carefully but moving with confidence.
Up ahead sat a boulder about 4 feet across, shaped like a giant loaf of bread. One side worn smooth by years of weather. It was partly embedded in this slope, sitting at a slight angle. It looked solid enough to use as a stepping point before continuing the descent. So she placed her foot right on it, and the rock responded instantly. Instead of holding firm like she probably thought, it shifted beneath her weight with a low grinding pop, the sound of stone breaking free from the dirt and smaller rocks holding it in place. Her boot skidded, throwing her forward. In the same motion, the boulder broke loose entirely and began to roll down. It was fast, a little too fast to react. The slab of stone, close to a ton in weight, slammed into her shins, knocking her backward on the slope. She hit the ground hard, and before she could push herself away, the boulder kept coming. It rolled up and over her legs, across her hips, and came to rest squarely on top of her lower body. The impact was brutal. Her breath left in a sharp gasp that cut halfway off. Her legs were pinned flat, twisted at odd angles beneath the rock. One boot pointed outward, and the other was buried completely under the stone. Her husband and her friend rushed to her side, dropping to their knees, clawing at the edges of the boulder to get a grip. Their fingers scraped across its cold, wet surface, but it wouldn't move. They pushed with everything they had, muscles trembling, but the stone was sunk too deep into the soft ground. She was pale, with her eyes open, breath short and fast. A dark, wet stain began to spread in the dirt under her right hip, seeping steadily from where her pants had torn. Her hands reached for her husband's, gripping hard enough to turn her knuckles white. She tried to speak, but it came out faint and ragged. They shouted for help, voices echoing across the slope. The first people to arrive tried the same, lifting prying with sticks and bits of wood. But nothing. The boulder felt like it had fused with the earth. Every attempt only seemed to wedge it deeper into the ground. Rescue crews from the nearby county began arriving within minutes, carrying ropes, levers, and shovels. They circled the scene, working quickly but carefully. Moving the rock the wrong way could cause it to shift further into her side or make it slide down the slope entirely. The ground around it was very unstable, crumbling underfoot. The team tried long pry bars first, wedging them under the edges to lift it even a few inches. The wood would crack and the metal bars groaned, but the rock barely moved, unsurprisingly. They switched to a hydraulic spreader, sliding the tool's arms into a gap at the base. The machine whined as it pushed, with the rock shifting slightly before settling back down. Dirt and small stones fell away into thin streams, revealing more of the slope's loose underlayer. She flinched with every movement of this boulder, the pressure on her hips and legs sending fresh waves of pain up her body. Her skin was turning gray, lips pale, and breath slower now. The stain beneath her had spread wider, mixing with the damp soil into a dark mud that clung to her clothes. One rescuer knelt down beside her, speaking softly, keeping her eyes open, telling her exactly what they were doing, step by step. The work dragged on. The afternoon light began to fade, and the cold would creep in. Crews rotated out on the hydraulic tool, their hands stiff from gripping the controls. Each fraction of an inch gained was held with wooden blocks, then another pushed, then more blocking. Slowly the boulder began to rise high enough for a gap to be formed. After nearly 4 hours on the slope, they were finally able to roll it out to a short distance away. The space where it had been was a shallow depression pressed flat by the weight. The rescuers moved in immediately, sliding her onto a stretcher. Her clothing was shredded at the lower half, dirt and blood smeared across her skin, and her legs lay limp, with the outlines of broken bones visibly under the fabric. They carried her down the slope, but carefully not to joist her. The hikers who had gathered stood back in silence. Their faces were pale in the fading lights. A blanket was pulled over her as the rescuers reached the waiting vehicle. At this vehicle, paramedics would work frantically on her, but the damage was beyond repair. The massive pelvic fractures had torn open major blood vessels, and the prolonged entrapment had sent her into a irreversible shock. She was pronounced dead at the scene from catastrophic internal bleeding and crush trauma. In the days that would follow this, the details of what happened spread quickly through Utah's hiking community and beyond. Local news were able to identify her as 37-year-old Sarah Knight, a Salt Lake City resident. A memorial was held a week later. It was a cold January morning in 2014, the kind where the air in Montreal cuts sharply against the face and commuters pull scarves tightly around their necks. At Fabre Metro Station, the flow of people moved steadily through the ticket gates, past the tiled walls and toward the long escalators that carried riders down to the platform. The station's main escalator was in constant motion, metal steps clattering upward on one side, downward on the other, their grooved surfaces glinting under the fluorescent lights. The familiar hum of the machinery mixed with the echoes of boots on tile and the occasional distant sound of a train arriving. Among the riders was a 47-year-old woman dressed for the weather. She had a winter coat zipped to the collar, gloves on her hands, and a long scarf wrapped multiple times around her neck. She stepped onto the escalator heading down, her gloved hand resting lightly on the black rubber handrail. The ride was routine, the sort of daily movement that barely registered in thoughts. Now, partway down, something changed. It might have been the brush of fabric against the moving machinery, an edge of the scarf hanging a little too low, a loop trailing near the cone plate where the steps meet the landing. But the moment the cloth caught, the effect was immediate. The scarf was pulled downward into the narrow gap between the metal step and the fixed comb at the base. The motion was relentless. The escalator's mechanical force fed the scarf deeper into the slot, winding it tighter against her neck with each passing second. The initial tug would have been surprising, but within moments it turned into a crushing pull. The fabric bit into her neck, compressing the airway. Her hands went to her neck, clawing at the tightening loop. But the draw of the machine overpowered any attempt to loosen it. Witnesses on the escalator saw her jerk forward suddenly, with her posture collapsing toward the landing. Some shouted for the operator, others scrambled to reach the emergency stop button mounted at the side. But by the time someone slammed it, the scarf had clenched hard against her neck, the coarse weave pressing into the skin. She fell to her knees at the bottom, her body angled awkwardly across the final steps. Her coat was twisted, with one sleeve bunched near her shoulder where the material had also been drawn toward the gap. A few strands of hair loosened from under her hat were caught with the scarf, pulled tight enough to strain at the roots. Bystanders rushed in, with one trying to pull the scarf free, but the fabric was jammed deep into the machinery, pinched between the step and the cone plates. Another person tried to cut it with a pocket knife, sawing frantically at the woven loops, but the tension made it almost impossible to get the blade between the cloth and her skin without cutting her. Her face had begun to change color, first flushed from the struggle, then darkening around the lips. Her eyes were wide, unfocused, and the muscles in her neck straining against the pressure. Each attempt to draw breath in came with a faint rasp, then shorter gasps, then nothing audible at all. When Metro staff arrived with tools, they worked to remove the step panel, but the delay was agonizing. Those closest could see the deep groove the scarf had carved into her skin of her neck, reddened and already starting to bruise. Her glove hands slackened their grip on the fabric, fingers curling limply as strength faded. Paramedics were called the moment the emergency stop button was hit, and their arrival brought a flurry of activity. They cut away parts of her clothing to get the obstruction away. With the scarf still embedded in the machinery, they focused on freeing her neck, but the indentation was severe. They began CPR on the station floor, with the sounds of compression echoing in the now quiet escalator bay. For several minutes, the paramedics alternated between chest compressions and rescue breaths, their hands moving with practiced speed. But the scarf's grip and the prolonged lack of oxygen had already done extensive harm. They placed her on a stretcher, with continuing resuscitation efforts as she was wheeled through the station and into the waiting ambulance. The coroner's later examination pieced together the exact mechanics. The scarf, measured at roughly 157 centimeters in length, had looped into the step gap at the landing, dragged down by the motion of the escalator. As it was pulled in, it formed a noose-like constriction against her throat. The pressure on her airway and blood vessels had been enough to cause rapid loss of consciousness, followed by asphyxiation. There was some uncertainty about whether her hair had been caught first, causing her to bend toward the step and then draw in the scarf, or whether the scarf itself was the initial point of entrapment. But without eyewitnesses seeing the exact instant it happened, both scenarios remain possible. The injuries to her neck were consistent with forceful strangulation by a ligature. The compression had also left impressions in the skin matching the weave of the scarf. Unfortunately, she died on the scene by not being able to breathe. The coroner later ruled the cause of death as accidental strangulation. The investigation found no mechanical defect in the escalator itself. It had actually functioned as designed, which tragically meant it had the power to draw in anything that crossed the gap at its base. The laundry rooms in the Lake apartments in Houston, Texas were all the same. Narrow spaces with concrete floors, humming machines, and the faint mix of detergent and warm fabric. There was one that sat tucked into the corner of the property, its door propped open with a cinder block. Kids passed by it all afternoon, darting between courtyards and stairwells as their games went on. One of these kids was 10-year-old Fernando Hernandez Jr. He had a habit of picking the most unexpected hiding spots. That day, he slipped into a laundry room at one end of the complex. The smell of fabric softener was heavy in the air. Against the wall, a stacked washer and dryer sat idle. The dryer was front-loading, its round glass door closed over a metal drum, big enough for him to curl up inside. He opened it, climbed in, and pulled the door shut. The latch clicked in place, and inside, the curved metal walls surrounded him. There was no air movement, no way to open the door easily from where he was wedged. What he couldn't have known was that the machine had an electrical fault, a hidden hazard that could energize parts of the drum. Somewhere in the cramped space, his skin made contact with this energized metal. The electrical current surged through him instantly. At that voltage, the shock would have caused his muscles to seize so hard that he wouldn't have been able to let go. His chest tightened, his jaw locked, and his heart rhythm was thrown into chaos. The shock was enough to cause immediate cardiac arrest. From the outside, the dryer looked unchanged. So the game went on, and minutes would pass. When another child finally came into the laundry room, they spotted a shape through the glass. It was Fernando. He was slumped in an unnatural position. His head was bent, his body twisted slightly against the drum. They opened the door and he didn't move. His skin was pale, with a faint bluish tinge around his lips. His eyes were partly open and there was small irregular burns on his hands and forearms. Tiny patterned spots where the metal's energized surface had touched him. His limbs were limp, with his fingers curling slightly. Shouts rang out into the courtyard. Adults rushed in. Someone pulled him out and laid him flat on the tile floor. His body hit the ground with the loose weight of someone completely unconscious, with his chest not moving. 911 was called immediately. While waiting, neighbors started CPR. They pressed hard into his sternum, his small frame jerking with each compression. His head rolled slightly with the movement, but there was no sign of any response. Someone tried giving breaths, tilting his head back, sealing their mouth over his, but his chest just didn't rise. When paramedics arrived, they moved quickly. They cut away his shirt to place defibrillator pads on his chest. The skin underneath was pale, cool, and clammy to the touch. The monitor displayed a flat, deorganized line, basically no effective heartbeat. They started bagging him with oxygen, forcing air into his lungs with a mask as compressions continued. The burn marks were clearer under the bright light, tiny coin-sized spots on his arms and one on the side of his neck. They were consistent with electrical contact. Skin was tightly blistered and edged with a faint reddish halo. They lifted him onto a stretcher, still working on him as they moved to the ambulance. His arms dangled off the sides until they were tucked in and strapped down. Inside this vehicle, the narrow space was filled with the sound of the oxygen bag being squeezed, the rhythmic count of compressions, and the shrill beeping of the monitor. At the hospital, the trauma team took over. The bright lights made every detail visible: the burns, the ashen color of his skin, and the slackness of his face. IV lines were inserted, drugs pushed into his veins to try to restart his heart. His body jolted slightly when the defibrillator was used, but his heart rhythm didn't recover. The medical examiner investigation later confirmed the electrocution as the likely cause of his death. The pattern burns were textbook contact points. Internally, there were signs of electrical injury to the muscles and hard tissue, which is why they could never get the heart to start back up again. The path the current had taken, entering through the arms and possibly the side of his neck, then traveling through the torso, had given it a direct route through the heart. And this kind of current can kill in seconds. The parents of Fernando filed a lawsuit in July 2018 against the apartment complex management. They claimed negligence, seeking $1 million in damage. Now, it's not known whether they won or not, but my guess is they probably did, given the circumstances of what happened.
And now, folks, it's time to say goodnight. We sincerely appreciate your patronage and hope we've succeeded in bringing you an enjoyable evening of entertainment. Please drive home carefully and come back again soon. Good night.
But that day, none of it mattered. He was just a dad enjoying the beach. While Joshua and Barbara sat in the sand, Owen and his cousin ventured slightly deeper into the water. The ocean didn't look dangerous, and the waves weren't really high, but an invisible rip current had formed. These narrow bands of fast-moving water can appear without warning and pull even strong swimmers away from shore in seconds. The children didn't stand a chance. One moment they were playing, and the next they were being dragged out to sea, with salt water filling their mouths as they kicked and thrashed and tried to scream, but the water just kept coming. Their heads would slip under and then bob back up, with panic settling in instantly. Joshua didn't hesitate. He leapt from the sand and sprinted into the ocean, diving through the surf. The current hit him hard and fast. His legs kicked against it, and his arms fought through every wave. The salt would burn his throat and sting his eyes, but he kept going. He would reach Owen first. The boy was coughing and flailing, and Joshua would pull him up. Then he reached for his niece and managed to grab her too, wrapping one arm around her while keeping Owen in the other. Now he was holding both children, with the current still trying to pull him under. The ocean surged and crashed against his chest and face. Salt water slammed into his nose and mouth, forcing its way down his throat every time he gasped. He tried to turn his body to shield the kids, using himself as a barrier, and his arms shook, but he kept lifting them. Every time they slipped, he grabbed tighter, even as the current dragged all three of them further from land. The physical side of drowning is quite hellish. It begins with water burning your throat and rushing into your mouth. You try to cough, but inhale more. Your body panics, your airways seize shut, and you kick even harder, but the ocean pulls even stronger. Your lungs beg for air you can't get, and you stay awake through all of it, feeling everything. Then your throat finally opens, and water floods into your lungs. Suffocating turns to flooding while your vision fades. Your limbs go numb, and you start to slip away, but not quickly. It's slow, it's violent, and it hurts the entire time. Joshua was enduring all of it, while still holding the kids up. His body was failing, his lungs were filling, and his muscles were obviously burning. But his focus was on keeping them alive. Every wave that slammed into him hit them too, and he absorbed it. He twisted, he kicked, lifted, and pulled. He was dying and still trying to save them. The emotional weight made it even worse. He knew he wasn't going to make it. He even told Owen he was drowning, so he obviously knew that he wasn't going to make it. He knew that he was about to leave his wife without a husband and his son without a father. He knew his niece would carry the memory of this forever. A nearby man named Lance Jones had seen what was happening and rushed into the water. He reached Joshua and took Owen from his arms. As he did, Owen cried, "My dad said he's drowning." Jones turned back and started to swim the boy toward shore. Another beachgoer reached the niece and helped her in as well. The children were coughing, vomiting seawater, and sobbing when they made it to land, but they survived. Barbara was screaming. She couldn't see Joshua. The crowd on shore scanned the waves, and he was gone. Lifeguards dove into the water and found him face down, unmoving, drifting near the break. When they pulled him in, his skin was pale and cold, his lips purple, and water was still leaking from his mouth and the nose. They rolled him onto his side and began CPR. His chest was compressed with enough force to break his ribs. More water and foam poured out. A second responder gave mouth-to-mouth, forcing in air as his lungs tried to push it back out, with Barbara just standing a few feet away, holding Owen, screaming his name again and again as they worked on him. They didn't stop for over 10 minutes. His body bounced with every compression, his chest rose from rescue breaths, but there was no response. They did load him onto a stretcher soaking wet and limp, with sand stuck in his face and arms, and rushed him to a Baptist medical center. In the ambulance, medics kept going. They inserted their breathing tube, and they gave him injections. His pupils were fixed, and his heart never restarted. At the hospital, trauma doctors tried again. More compressions, more drugs, defibrillator shocks, flatline again, nothing. The doctor eventually checked his pupils one last time and called it. Nurses cleaned his body, peeled away the soaked fabric, and wiped salt water from his skin. His lungs were basically still full of seawater. In the waiting room, Barbara waited for the news she already knew that was coming. A GoFundMe raised thousands to support Barbara and Owen. Strangers wrote things like, "I never knew him, but I'll never forget what he did." News outlets called him a hero, and others called him a father who made the ultimate sacrifice. But to the people who were there was no debate. On a cool, dry afternoon in September 2021, Robert Pratt was working alongside his brother just outside Chinya, Wyoming. The two of them were finishing repairs on a worn-down ATV they'd spent the last couple weeks fixing. They'd replaced the chain, fitted new tires, cleaned the carburetor, and bled the brakes. It was peaceful for him, predictable and controllable. He liked making broken things work again. That day felt like progress. The engine was finally running, the wheels spun smooth, and the brakes responded well in the driveway. The sky was clear with the wind gentle. The worksite sat on open property, bordered by fields that rolled into the Wyoming horizon. Behind the house was an uneven patch of prairie, dips, old fence posts, and a few low hills. It wasn't a trail, but they'd used it before for test rides. The utility poles that ran along the southern stretch had always been there, standing like skeletons against the sky. Robert decided to take the ATV out for a test run, just to see how it would handle under speed. His brother would call after him to be careful. He nodded, already gripping the handlebars, already easing the throttle forward. The engine buzzed louder as he pulled away, kicking up dust. He coasted down the gentle slope behind the property and looped around. Then, as he reached the base of a shallow rise, he accelerated a little too fast. There was a split-second misjudgment. The brakes didn't catch fast enough, maybe there were tires lost grip in the loose dirt. Whatever the case, the ATV didn't slow down. It rocketed forward, bouncing violently as it hit a hidden rut in the ground. Robert tried to steer, but the machine launched, just briefly before it slammed into a wooden utility pole at full speed. The sound was horrifying. The front of the ATV crumbled on impact. The handlebars snapped inward with bone-crushing force, crushing against Robert's chest before his body was thrown forward. His head struck the top bar with a sickening crack. His body hit the dirt a split second later, rolling once before going still. His brother heard the crash from the yard, and at first he thought maybe the engine had backfired, but when he didn't start it again, a chill ran through him. He jogged down the incline calling Robert's name, and when he spotted the overturned ATV against the pole, his stomach dropped. Robert was lying several feet from the wreck, face down with one leg twisted grotesquely. There was a lot of blood, thick, dark, soaking through his shirt and pooling into the dirt. As Matthew knelt beside him, Robert stirred faintly, letting out a low gurgling moan. Blood was pouring from his mouth and his nose. He rolled onto his side, instinctively coughing, and when he did, a sudden forceful jet of blood sprayed from his mouth like vomit. His lips were literally turning blue. His brother tried to speak to him, voice shaking, but Robert couldn't reply. He blinked disoriented, and his breaths came in panicked, basically wet gasps, each one sounding more like drowning than breathing. Blood streamed down from his nose and filled his throat, bubbling every time he tried to exhale. Matthew would obviously call 911 with trembling fingers, screaming at the dispatcher for help. As he knelt down to Robert, he saw a jagged piece of rib poking under the skin just below the left side of his chest. The shape kind of looked like it was pushing out as if trying to burst free. Blood kept coming out of his nose, his mouth, and seeping from a tear in his abdomen that soaked the ground. His eyes rolled back slightly with his hands twitching. It took nearly 17 minutes for the ambulance to arrive, but by then Robert was slipping in and out of consciousness. His chest made rattling sounds like something gargling underwater. His body was going cold, and at one point, he gripped Matthew's hands, fingers twitching and weak, with his fingernails dark with blood, where he had tried to dig them into the dirt to crawl just after the crash. His shirt had ripped up, revealing massive bruising across his ribs, spreading like a storm cloud down his side and wrapping around his back. His breaths were shallow, erratic, and painful. Every few seconds he tried to breathe in, only to choke on the fluid in his lungs, quite literally drowning from the inside. The EMTs slid a chest tube in to try to relieve the pressure, with blood immediately gushing out in a warm, thick stream that coated the paramedics' hands and soaked through the gauze. They suctioned what they could from his lungs, but the bleeding was so intense that they couldn't clear his airway fast enough. His pulse became barely detectable, and then they raced him to the hospital. Inside the trauma room at this hospital, it only got worse. His spleen was ruptured, liver torn, and the punctured lung had collapsed completely. Several ribs had broken and stabbed inward, with the internal bleeding being so catastrophic every time they tried to transfuse more blood, it leaked into the chest cavity or down his throat. He was going into shock. His oxygen levels were so low his fingertips had already turned purple. The trauma surgeons opened up his chest in a desperate attempt to clamp the bleeding. The surgical team worked for over an hour, cutting, suctioning, clamping, and ventilating. His heart stopped once, they shocked him, he came back, but just barely. Then his pressure dropped again. His stomach was swelling from internal fluid buildup, and his eyes, still open, were fixed and cloudy. The ATV was destroyed, its frame bent like it had been folded in half. There was hair and blood on the left handlebar, and the pole had a deep crack from the force of the collision. The crash site looked like a battlefield. There was no blood, there was no drugs, no alcohol, just a bad angle, loose earth, and a machine that no one had tested at speed. Robert had been wearing a helmet, but it wasn't strapped. It flew off during impact and landed 20 feet away unscratched. Despite the paramedics' efforts to stabilize him, the trauma team's work at the hospital, the internal damage was just too severe. He had suffered a punctured lung, multiple broken ribs, internal bleeding from a ruptured spleen and lacerated liver, and a collapsed lung that filled rapidly with blood.
And now, folks, it's time to say goodnight. We sincerely appreciate your patronage and hope we've succeeded in bringing you an enjoyable evening of entertainment. Please drive home carefully and come back again soon. Good night.
Kathleen Laurel was 83 when her children made the painful decision to move her into a nursing home. She unfortunately had early-stage dementia, arthritis in both knees, and the occasional confusion at night. After visiting several facilities, they chose Willow Ridge Nursing Home in Texas. It seemed like the right fit: clean rooms, a calm atmosphere, and attentive staff. They hoped it would keep her safe. Her daughter Mia visited her every week, and the updates were routine. Kathleen ate her meals, napped regularly, and smiled at nurses. But by the second month, things had shifted. Kathleen had grown quieter. Her hands trembled more, and she scratched at her arms constantly. Mia noticed red marks forming under Mother's forearms and lower legs. When she asked staff about this, they shrugged. Just heat rash, a nurse had said. It happens, we're applying cream and keeping her hydrated. But the next visit brought new injuries, uglier and more concerning. Some marks had turned into deep red bumps, with others oozing. Mia lifted the blanket and found large scabbed over wounds on her mother's shins. One area on the inner thigh had what looks like a cluster of small puncture wounds. Another had torn open completely, with yellow pus crusting around the edges. Mia's brother Jacob, a former EMT, came the next day. He examined the wounds and immediately said, "This isn't heat rash, these are bites and repeated ones." Mia began documenting everything, photos, videos, and timestamps. Her mother, barely responsive now, would scratch until she bled, with some areas of skin had been dug into raw flesh. Fingernail trails crisscrossed her thighs and arms, with one particularly disturbing wound on her foot that had a black center, which was necrotic tissue starting to form. They demanded a medical evaluation, but the home delayed. They kept saying there was no emergency and were monitoring her. It took more than 2 days of escalating pressure before an outside doctor was allowed in. And when this physician examined Kathleen, he was horrified. There were over 100 visible bite wounds, many of them clustered in unnatural patterns. The skin around them was inflamed, raised, and discolored, signs of venom reactions and infection. The doctor also noticed something even more disturbing. Embedded in one of the wounds on her ankle were the remains of dead ants. She was then rushed to the hospital that evening, and at the hospital, tests confirmed multiple bacteria infections, some from scratching, others from the bites themselves. Blood work showed elevated white cell blood counts, organ stress, and signs of systemic inflammation. Her body had been in a state of immune overdrive for days. She was running a low-grade fever and had nearly lost 20 pounds in a month, with also having open sores all over her legs and arms. Now, this next detail is quite disturbing. They had found the bites had not all happened at once. Some were recent, and others clearly days old or even weeks old. And there weren't just a few, there were dozens and dozens, many grouped in tight lines or circular swarms. Doctors identified the source: fire ants. They're invasive, aggressive, and lethal in large numbers. Each sting injects venom that burns like acid under the skin. Victims report a sensation like being stabbed with hot needles. The venom causes white, pustules to form, often followed by swelling, blistering, and intense pain. And when swarmed, the body goes into panic, especially if the immune system is weak. Kathleen had been attacked in her sleep. Nurses later admitted she had often been found scratching during night shifts. And one said she once saw ants on Kathleen's blanket but didn't have the time to report a file. The administration claimed they had no reports of insect problems. But when Mia returned to her mother's room after her transfer to the hospital, she found a line of ants marching along the baseboard and onto the edge of the mattress. Tucked behind the leg of a dresser hidden in the dark was a nest. She recorded the video, with hundreds of ants crawling in and out of a cracked section of the wood. No poison traps, no tape barriers, nothing had been done. Worse, the sheets were stained with blood and yellow discharge, as if her open wounds had been weeping for days. A pillowcase was streaked with what appeared to be dried vomit. When Mia showed the hospital staff the photos and video, they were stunned. Despite antibiotics and wound care, Kathleen deteriorated rapidly. The infections were just too deep, and her body was too frail as she was a very old woman. She slipped into unconsciousness within 36 hours. The Laurel family filed a lawsuit for gross negligence and wrongful death. They alleged that the staff ignored the signs of infestation, failed to respond to the injuries, and lied to cover their lack of action. The photographic evidence was damning, and state investigators launched a formal inspection of Willow Ridge. And what they found confirmed the worst. Fire ant trails were detected in 3 other patient rooms, including one where the resident was non-verbal and bedridden. The staff had failed to report this activity, and pest control logs were incomplete, with no record of any recent treatment. Interviews revealed that staff shortages that often left night shift nurses overwhelmed and unresponsive to complaints. Some aides admitted they were told to downplay injuries as rash to avoid triggering inspections. In the final report, Kathleen's case was listed as one of the worst documented examples of elder care negligence in the state's recent history. Sago, West Virginia is a coal town, like many others in this region. People there rely on mining, not just for jobs, but for survival. It's dangerous work and everyone knows it, still men go underground every day. That's just how life is. On January 2nd, 2006, 13 miners showed up to work the early shift at Sago Mine number 1. It was the first workday of the new year, with snow covering the hills and temperatures being below zero. The men parked, grabbed their gear, and entered the mine just after 6 a.m. The mine was owned by the International Coal Group, which had reopened the site recently. Many of the miners were experienced and had worked there before. Some were in their 20s, others were older with decades of mining behind them. At 6:26 a.m., just as the men were deep in the tunnels, an explosion rocked the mine. Above ground lights flickered, and radio contact was dead. Thick black smoke began pouring from the mouth of the mine, and it didn't stop. Emergency calls went out, with rescue crews beginning to assemble. At first, mine supervisors thought it was a transformer or battery malfunction. Then came the gas readings, toxic levels of methane and carbon monoxide. No one could go inside, and it was a full-blown lockdown. Unfortunately, the miners were trapped over 2 miles of underground. Remember, rescuers couldn't enter right away, with the air being deadly. Methane can ignite again with a smaller spark, with carbon monoxide being silent, invisible, and fatal in minutes. So rescue teams had to wait. They had to test and move slowly. This would take over 40 hours to reach the men. In the meantime, the miners' families began arriving. Mothers, wives, and children stood outside the gates, and then moved into the nearby Sago Baptist Church where it was warmer. Church members brought food, blankets, and coffee, with TVs being rolling. Reporters set up cameras and rumors started flying, but official updates were few and vague. Deep in the mine, the trapped men had survived the explosion at least first. They'd moved away from the blast site and barricaded themselves in a sealed section, trying to keep out the poisonous gas. To make this barricade, they used plastic sheeting, duct tape, and roof bolts. Standard procedure in a gas emergency. Behind it, they sat in total darkness with only a few lamps. They turned most of the lights off to conserve the battery, and they took turns breathing from their emergency oxygen packs, which those would only last for about an hour. As time dragged on, they began to suffocate. The carbon monoxide crept in. Now, carbon monoxide, it doesn't just choke like smoke, it replaces oxygen in the blood, slowly shutting down organs while the victim becomes dizzy, then confused. Some of the men would have obviously began to pass out, with others vomiting or began to slur their speeches. They started writing messages to their families. In a small notebook, Martin Toller Jr., a 51-year-old miner, scribbled a message as his hand shook from oxygen loss. We know this because his handwriting was all over the place, but the note read, "Tell everyone I'll see them on the other side. It wasn't too bad and I just went to sleep. I love you." The handwriting faded near the end, so we don't really know if he said anything else. When rescuers finally reached the barricade on the night of January 3rd, they found the men. They had been behind the plastic sheeting, curled up on the ground side by side. Some were in sitting positions with their heads tilted back, mouths slightly open, while others were laying flat, with their skin pale and eyes being half shut. Most had probably died hours before. They had been breathing air thick with carbon monoxide with no way to escape. The poison had slowly shut down their nervous systems. Their oxygen tanks were empty and lay discarded on the ground. Several had soiled themselves, some had torn off jackets or gloves in the confusion, a known sign of oxygen starvation. Blood pooled in their extremities and early stages of rigor mortis. Their fingernails were dark purple and in some cases foam had leaked from their mouths, a common sign of gas inhalation. A few had scratches on their arms and faces, likely from disorientation in the pitch black. One man had clawed at the wall near the barricade, leaving blood smears behind. Only one man survived, Randall McCloy Jr., a 26-year-old. He was unconscious when found, barely being alive. He had severe carbon monoxide poisoning, brain swelling, collapsed lungs, and damage to his liver and his kidneys. His core temperature was barely 90 degrees Fahrenheit. He had been breathing toxic gas for nearly 2 days, which is honestly remarkable how he was able to stay alive for that long. McCloy was rushed to a hospital and placed in a medically induced coma. Doctors didn't expect him to live, but slowly over the following weeks, he regained consciousness. The world outside the mine, meanwhile, had been told the opposite. Due to a communication error, officials on the surface initially announced that 12 miners had been found alive. This news reached the families first, and the Sago Baptist Church, where people screamed, cried, and celebrated. Bells were rung, and calls were made to relatives across the country. Even the governor gave a live statement declaring the survival of nearly all the men, but this was all false. About 3 hours later, officials walked into the church and announced the truth. Only one man had been found alive, and the rest were gone. The rage and grief that followed were overwhelming. Some family members screamed at the company officials, with others collapsing. Several had to be taken away by ambulance due to shock and blood pressure strikes. One woman fainted and struck her head. McCloy later said the men had did everything they could. They tried to stay calm, they rationed air, and they waited for help that never came. Investigations later revealed that the mine had a long history of safety violations, including over 200 citations in the previous year alone. Some were directly related to ventilation and methane accumulation. Despite this, it was kept open. The explosion was blamed on a spark that ignited a pocket of methane, most likely caused by a lightning strike that entered the main's cable system. The Mine Safety and Health Administration faced scrutiny for weak enforcement and lack of follow-ups. The ICG, the company that operated the mine, was heavily criticized for poor emergency preparation and slow response times. They paid fines but admitted no wrongdoing, which is absolutely crazy. The federal government responded with the Miner Act of 2006, which required underground tracking systems, more emergency air packs, and faster communication protocols. 12 funerals were held over the next week, with most miners were buried in closed caskets. Families requested autopsy reports, with some receiving photos of their loved ones' final resting positions. One man was found clutching a rosary, another was laying next to a note addressed to his daughter, folded and tucked into his pocket. After all of this, the Sago Mine was permanently closed.
And now, folks, it's time to say goodnight. We sincerely appreciate your patronage and hope we've succeeded in bringing you an enjoyable evening of entertainment. Please drive home carefully and come back again soon. Good night.
On April 29, 2025, just outside Brewton, Minnesota, the weather was clear, dry, and perfect for fieldwork. On a farm along Country Road 201 in North Fork Township, a man named Eric Scoot Sager was planting corn. He was using a John Deere DB66 corn planter, basically a wide, heavy, hydraulic-powered machine designed to fold inward for road travel. After finishing a section of the field, Eric stopped to fold the planter so it could be moved to the next plot. But something wasn't working. One of the folding wings wasn't rising properly. Hydraulic systems like this use high-pressure fluid to raise and hold enormous steel arms weighing about a few thousand pounds. And if anything goes wrong, like a leak, a blocked valve, a kinked line, the arm will not move. So the safest thing to do in this situation is to shut down everything and inspect it, and that's what Eric did. He crouched down beneath the towering frame of the planter to check for leaks or damage. The wing's arms, still elevated, loomed directly above him. The system was holding and there was no noise or no warning. Not a single hiss or groan, just the hum of wind through the tiled rows. And then, without a sound, it fell. The left wing, several tons of solid steel, would collapse straight down. In less than a second, it landed directly across Eric's chest and abdomen. The crushing force was absolute. There was no give, no delay, or no struggle. Just an impact like a car crash delivered by gravity in steel. The machine didn't bounce or stop halfway, it just simply settled on top of him and stayed there. His chest caved in instantly, his ribs cracked and snapped inward like dry sticks, with his sternum splintered. The force crushed his lungs flat and compressed his diaphragm so violently that the air shot out of his mouth in a final, involuntary exhale. His spine compressed with a sharp crack, and internally, the trauma was catastrophic. His liver was torn, his intestines burst in several places, and major blood vessels would rupture. His stomach, pancreas, and kidneys were flattened beneath the planter and the earth beneath him. But he was still alive. His mouth opened, but no sound came out. His face was twisted with blood rising in his throat. His hands spasmed, his legs twitched against the ground with the sheer pressure from the machine, paralyzing him and would seal off most external bleeding. The weight of the machine created a horrifying effect. It crushed him so thoroughly that the massive bleeding stayed contained within his torso, trapped in a body that was now essentially shut off by the steel. His coworker, who had been standing nearby, stood frozen for a second, then bolted toward the machine. He yelled Eric's name, no response, and then he grabbed his phone and dialed 911, yelling into the speaker that the planter had fallen on someone. Then the dispatcher sent emergency services from the Stearns County Sheriff's Office, the Bruton Fire Department, and a Lifelink air ambulance. It was about 5:47 p.m. when that call came through. As Eric lay trapped, his body continued to betray him. Blood pooled in his abdomen cavity, and the vessels that weren't already ruptured began to tear under the rising internal pressure. The weight of this machine had turned his circulatory system into a sealed bomb, one that hadn't exploded yet, but would. His lungs, already collapsed, began filling with blood. His eyes rose slightly, and the vessels in his face began to burst, creating purple bruising and red speckling across his eyes and cheeks. When responders would eventually arrive, minutes later, they found Eric completely pinned. He wasn't speaking and his body was slightly convulsing. He was still conscious, and because of that, they acted fast, deploying hydraulic jacks and stabilizing equipment to lift the planter. They wedged blocks underneath, adjusted the position, and slowly raised the steel wing off his body. As soon as this pressure lifted, everything would go wrong. What had been holding his body together was now gone, and instantly the ruptured vessels let loose. Blood flooded his chest. The damaged organs, now able to expand again, began to fail in rapid succession. His heart, no longer compressed, started beating erratically, trying to compensate. But the blood loss was massive. Several liters spilled into his torso in seconds. His lungs tried to reinflate, but one had been torn open and air hissed out with a wet bubbling sound. Paramedics placed him on the ground and began CPR. They attempted to ventilate him, but blood poured from his mouth. His eyes were wide but unresponsive. One EMT placed pads on his chest and shocked him. Nothing. Another tried to find a pulse in his neck, but it was gone. His skin was molted, already turning gray-blue. His chest cavity had collapsed inward. His abdomen was described gelatinous to the touch, from the organs having been liquefied from the downward pressure. One responder described it as a bag of bones floating in soup. Despite their efforts, Eric was pronounced dead at the scene. It took less than 5 minutes from the moment the machine collapsed to the moment his heart stopped. 5 minutes of brutal, silent suffering. He couldn't cry out, he couldn't even move, he couldn't escape, and he was awake, aware, and being crushed alive by a machine he had trusted. It was quick but not instant, painful but quiet. A kill by pressure, silence, and weight. No foul play was suspected, and the machinery had not been locked out. No support blocks were in place, and the hydraulic system failed. And the planter did exactly what every piece of heavy equipment does when it loses pressure. It dropped, and it would drop on Eric Scott Seagar. At 6:57 a.m. on January 14th, 2019, a neighbor stepped outside their home on Maple Street in Newport, New Hampshire. The temperature was -8 Fahrenheit, with snow hardened into packed ice, and the sky was beginning to lighten, but the sun hadn't fully risen. The street was silent as the neighbor stepped onto their porch. As they did this, they noticed something across the street. On the front steps of another small house, a small, unmoving shape. It was like a bundle of clothes at first, something someone might have left out overnight. But it didn't shift in the wind or look like a pile of fabric. Curious and confused, the neighbor walked closer, discovering it was a child. She was lying sideways on the steps, curled slightly as if asleep. She had no coat, no shoes, and thin pajamas clung to her small frame, stiff from the cold. Her feet were bare, stuck to the ice-covered concrete. Her lips were nearly black, her fingers were curled into frozen claws, and her skin was pale, bluish-gray with patches of frost along her cheeks. Her mouth was partially open, and her hair had frozen solid against the step. She wasn't breathing, her limbs were stiff, and her face rigid. The neighbor immediately called 911, and emergency services responded within minutes. Police, firefighters, and paramedics would arrive, and they pulled her body from the step where it had partially frozen. Paramedics tried to resuscitate her. They wrapped her in warming blankets, attempted CPR, pumped oxygen, and checked for any sign of a pulse. But, not surprising, there was nothing. Her core body temperature was too low to register. She was transported to the hospital where they attempted to revive her again, but she was declared dead shortly after. Her name was Sophia Van Schalk, and she was only 2.5 years old. But before all this, Sophia had just moved into the Maple Street home with her mother and siblings. The house was old, the kind with worn fixtures and aging doors. The front door had a basic knob and a latch mechanism, but no deadbolt or child-proof lock. What no one realized until it was too late, that the latch often failed to engage unless someone pulled the door tightly and manually locked it. If left unchecked, the door would appear shut, but could easily swing open from the inside. That night, Sophia went to bed like any other. She wore footless cotton pajamas, and her mother said goodnight, tucked her in, and later went to sleep herself. The heating was on and the other children were asleep, so everything seemed normal. But at some point between 3:30 and 4 a.m., Sophia had gotten out of bed and wandered to the front door. Why she did so remains unknown. Maybe she was confused after the recent move, or maybe she was looking for a parent. But when she pushed the door, it opened. The cold hit her instantly. Wind tore through the doorway and Sophia stepped onto the porch in just her pajamas. The door swung shut behind her, and because of the faulty latch, it sealed from the outside, so she couldn't open it again, meaning she was basically locked out. Within minutes, her small body began to shut down. Skin freezes quickly at -8 degrees Fahrenheit. Her fingers and toes would have gone numb and then stiff. Her ears and cheeks began to frost, and she may have knocked out, or she may have cried. Something that actually supports this is a neighbor reported hearing what sounded like a child crying faintly around 4 a.m. But no one went to check, and the sound didn't actually last for a while, so they probably just forgot about it. Sophia eventually sat or collapsed on the steps. Her body, now failing to shiver, was entering the final stages of hypothermia. Her lips darkened, her skin turned gray-blue, and her hair froze against the cement. Her feet froze in place, her breathing slowed, and her limbs stiffened. Her hands curled in on themselves like frozen claws. Her last breath likely escaped without a sound. When she was found hours later, her body was so cold that paramedics couldn't get a temperature reading. Basically, she had frozen in place. Her body had to be pulled from the concrete. The damage was so severe her hair tore as it was unstuck from the step. Now, I'm going to say what most of you are thinking. Why would a 2.5-year-old kid decide to get out of her bed and then walk towards the front door, and then walk out of it? Out of all places in this house? Well, I don't know, nor does the police know. The police first thought the woman was lying because why wouldn't she at least check the front door to make sure it was locked, as she had been living in the house for a couple of days, and it just didn't make sense for the kid just to walk out the door. But there was no history of any type of abuse in this house, and the mother really did look like she was distraught, and there was really no hard evidence of her doing anything. Another possibility, at least I was thinking, was since the door wasn't fully latched, walked in, grabbed the girl, and put her out there. But no, as the door couldn't be pushed from the outside, only from the inside. Also, there was no forced entries, nothing like that in the house. So to this day, we really don't know what made Sophia walk out of her house in the middle of the night and into the cold, leading to her death. It was July 6, 2003. The Santa Monica Farmers Market on Arizona Avenue had been operating since morning, with vendors lining both sides of the street between 4th and 2nd. The market, held weekly, attracted thousands of shoppers. Dozens of tents covered the sidewalks and asphalt. Shoppers browsed in close quarters, families with children, elderly couples walking slowly, and people carrying fresh produce and flowers in canvas bags. The street had been officially closed to vehicle traffic for the market. Traffic barriers, signs, and cones were placed at each entrance. Around 1:45 p.m., a silver 1992 Buick approached from the east, driven by George Russell Weller, age 86. Weller's driving record included only minor infractions. He was alone, and his car moved through the intersection of 4th and Arizona with no indication of stopping. Witnesses said he appeared calm, looking forward. The vehicle bypassed the barriers, entering the restricted pedestrian zone without slowing. The car struck the first people within seconds of entering the market. There was no honking, no braking, and the vehicle accelerated. Witnesses recalled a sudden, violent sound as metal slamming into flesh, bodies thudding against the hood. One man was hit head-on and thrown 20 feet, landing on his neck. A woman carrying a toddler was struck mid-stride. Her body was lifted onto the windshield while the child flew from her arms and hit the pavement head first. The car rolled over a man pushing a cart, crushing his chest with his ribs broken inward and puncturing his lungs. The Buick would continue forward, moving through the crowd at 50 to 60 miles per hour. People would obviously scream and scatter. Some were dragged under the wheels, and others were thrown aside like loose mannequins. Vendor tables shattered on impact, and wooden crates exploded under the car. One elderly woman was hit, flipped over the hood, then slammed onto the street as the car kept going, with her skull cracking open on the asphalt. A man walking beside her tried to grab her arm in time, but he was caught by the bumper and pulled underneath. Fruits, vegetables, and human remains mixed into the street. Blood streaked in long lines behind the tires. A woman crouching next to her stall was hit directly in the back. Her spine fractured and she was thrown against a tin pole. One child was hit and crushed entirely under the front wheel. His body was later found nearly severed at the torso. One leg had detached entirely and was located several feet away. The car traveled through nearly 2.5 blocks of the market before finally coming to a stop near 2nd Street. But behind him, the street was littered with debris, splintered wood, scattered produce, overturned strollers, shoes without owners, purses, blood, and pieces of clothing. Bystanders would naturally scream and sob. Some attempted resuscitation on the victims, pressing on collapsed chests and performing CPR through broken jaws and gurgling wounds. Others stood in shock, their faces and clothes splattered with blood. One vendor described hearing a cracking sound and turning to see someone's arm folding completely backward. Emergency services were dispatched immediately. Police and firefighters arrived within minutes and began to help. 9 people had suffered fatal injuries. Dozens more were scattered across the street, moving or unconscious, bleeding from open fractures or deep abdominal lacerations. Some had compound fractures with bones protruding through the skin. Several people were pinned beneath vendor structures, with one woman, having been said earlier, had been thrown into a metal pole, being impaled through her lower chest. A 3-year-old boy was found face down near the curb. He had been struck earlier in the vehicle's path. A medical examiner later confirmed his neck had been broken on impact. His mother was also struck and died at the scene. Paramedics attempted to stabilize some of the victims, but many had suffered trauma incompatible with life. Crushed skulls, multiple organ ruptures, or internal decapitation. George Weller remained in the driver's seat when officers reached the car. He was conscious and did not appear physically injured. When questioned, he stated he had confused the accelerator with the brake. He told officers that he couldn't stop, but he was removed from the vehicle and taken into custody. The car was impounded and examined by forensic investigators, but no surprise, no mechanical failures were ever found. The accelerator, brake system, and steering were fully functional. The tires bore streaks of blood and fabric, pieces of clothing and tissue were lodged under the chassis, impact marks and blood splattered on the windshield and hood matched the trajectory of the bodies. The investigation confirmed that the car had entered the pedestrian area and traveled 1,000 feet, hitting at least 63 people, with 9 being killed. Their injuries included full-body crush trauma, open skull fractures, massive internal bleeding, and decapitation by impact. Among the dead were a toddler, several elderly victims, and multiple market regulars. Over 50 people were injured, some critically. Many required surgeries, amputations, or long physical therapy, with several survivors sustaining permanent brain damage. In 2004, Weller was charged with 9 counts, vehicular manslaughter with gross negligence. At his 2006 trial, prosecutors argued that he had multiple opportunities to stop the car, which he obviously did. Expert witnesses testified that his foot had remained on the accelerator the entire time. Weller actually never applied the brakes. His path through the market had been straight and deliberate, without any indication of distress or loss of consciousness. He had driven directly over victims without attempting to swerve or avoid them. He did not testify at the trial, and the jury was shown autopsy photos, surveillance videos, and statements from victims' families. One mother described her daughter get thrown into a table like a rag doll. Another man recalled the wet snapping sound as someone's body was crushed behind them. Medical examiners testified to the scale of destruction to the human bodies, describing organs quote-unquote displaced completely from the cavity and bones reduced to gravel-like fragments. Not surprising, Weller was convicted on all accounts. However, due to his age and medical condition, he was sentenced to probation and house arrest. He actually never served any jail time. In the aftermath, city officials made changes to the market's layout, heavy concrete barriers were installed, and traffic protocols were revised. Memorial plaques were placed at the site, and a yearly moment of silence was held for the victims. The incident remains one of the most catastrophic pedestrian fatalities in modern US history, not caused by terrorism or quote-unquote intentional violence.
And now, folks, it's time to say goodnight. We sincerely appreciate your patronage and hope we've succeeded in bringing you an enjoyable evening of entertainment. Please drive home carefully and come back again soon. Good night.
On June 28, 2008, 17-year-old Asia LeSean Ferguson IV arrived at Six Flags Over Georgia with a church group from Okie Spring Baptist Church in Springfield, South Carolina. The group had traveled together for a summer outing, looking forward to a day of thrilling rides, games, and fellowship at one of the most popular amusement parks in the region. Asia had a passion for sports and adventure, and like many others in his group, he was excited to experience the park's biggest attractions. Six Flags Over Georgia featured some of the most intense roller coasters in the state, including Goliath, Superman Ultimate Fight, and Batman The Ride. At some point during the afternoon, Asia and another teenager separated from the main group, making their way toward Batman The Ride. This inverted roller coaster had been a major attraction at the park since its opening in 1997. Designed to give riders the sensation of flying through Gotham City, the ride featured sharp turns, loops, and high speeds, with riders' legs dangling freely beneath the track. Batman the Ride reached speeds of up to 50 miles per hour, covering 2,693 feet of track. It was known for its intense G-forces, with sections of the ride coming dangerously close to the ground. For safety reasons, a restricted zone was built beneath the ride, ensuring that no one could accidentally wander into its path. The area was surrounded by 2 separate fences, each standing 6 feet tall, with clear warning signs stating "Do not enter" and "Authorized personnel only." These barriers were in place to prevent guests from entering an area where trains zoomed past at extreme speeds. Despite these safety measures, Asia and his companion somehow entered the restricted area. To do so, they had to scale both fences, ignoring the warning signs posted on them. Some early reports suggested that Asia might have been retrieving a lost hat, as similar incidents had happened at other amusement parks. However, authorities later ruled out the hat retrieval theory, stating there was no evidence he had lost anything. Once inside, Asia and the other teenager were directly beneath the track of the coaster, in an area where ride operators and park employees could not see them. Batman the ride was operational at the time, running as usual. The coaster was designed to stay low to the ground in certain sections, with support beams and steel track structures surrounding the area. Asia had no warning as the train approached at full speed. He was likely unaware of the exact path the coaster took. At approximately 2 p.m., as the train came barreling through one of its loops at 50 miles per hour, Asia was struck with full force. The impact was catastrophic. The coaster's ride felt a sudden, violent jolt, but at high speeds, many were unaware of what had happened. Nearby witnesses saw the horrific accident unfold. Among them was an off-duty police officer from Georgia who immediately alerted the park security and called for help. Park security and emergency medical personnel rushed to the scene, but there was nothing that they could do. Asia had been killed instantly on impact. His body was recovered from the restricted area, and the ride was immediately shut down as authorities began an investigation. Asia's family, who were present at the park that day, were notified of his death. They were devastated, struggling to comprehend how their joyful summer trip had ended in an unimaginable tragedy. His father, Asia LeSean Ferguson III, later described his son as a bright, outgoing young man who was always smiling and full of energy. Following the incident, the park launched a formal investigation to determine how and why Asia had been able to access the restricted area. Authorities confirmed that all safety measures were in place. The fences were secure, the warning signs were clearly visible, and there was no evidence of park negligence. The investigation concluded that Asia had entered the restricted area voluntarily, though his exact reasoning remains unknown. Six Flags Over Georgia temporarily closed Batman the ride after the incident. The Georgia Department of Labor, responsible for overseeing amusement park safety, conducted a full inspection before allowing the ride to reopen. Their findings confirmed that the ride had been operating as designed and that the accident resulted from unauthorized entry into a restricted zone, not a mechanical failure. On the night of August 4th, 2013, in Campbellton, New Brunswick, Canada, 2 young brothers, Noah and Connor Barth, were having a sleepover at their best friend's home. Noah was 6 years old and Connor was 4. The boys had spent the entire day playing outside, enjoying what should have been an ordinary summer evening. They had been at the home of Jean-Claude Sauvois, the father of their friend, who lived in an apartment above his exotic pet store, Reptile Ocean. The boys loved animals. They had visited this home many times before and were no strangers to the exotic creatures inside the store below. They even helped feed a small group of farm animals that Sauvois kept in a pen behind the building. The day had been long, filled with excitement, and by the time night fell, the 2 brothers were exhausted. A mattress had been placed on the living room floor for them, and they quickly fell asleep. But while they slept, something was moving above them, something they could not see, something that should have never been loose. Sauvois had lived in this apartment for years. Among the many reptiles he kept in his store, he had a single, particularly large and dangerous snake inside his home. An African rock python measuring 14 feet or 4.3 meters and weighing nearly 100 pounds or 45 kilograms. The python had been in his care for over a decade. African rock pythons are among the largest snakes in the world. They are powerful constrictors with a reputation for aggression. Unlike common pet constrictors like ball pythons or boa constrictors, African rock pythons are unpredictable and extremely strong. The snake was kept in a large glass enclosure in Sauvois' apartment, separate from the reptiles in the store. Above the enclosure was a ventilation duct that connected to the apartment ceiling. At some point before the kids went to sleep, a metal vent cover had been removed for maintenance but was never properly secured again. The cover had fallen onto the floor multiple times, yet Savoy had assumed the snake was too large to escape through the opening. But sometime during the night, the python did something unexpected. Driven by curiosity, or perhaps by the lingering scent of the animals the boys had fed earlier that day, it forced its way into the open ventilation duct. Once inside, it slithered through the ceiling, directly above the room where Noah and Connor lay sleeping. As it moved, the snake's massive body caused the ceiling tiles to weaken under its weight. For minutes, possibly even hours, it moved unseen, gliding above the sleeping boys in near silence. Then, without warning, a section of the ceiling collapsed. The python plummeted from the darkness above, landing directly into the living room. The sudden impact likely jolted the boys awake, but before they could react, the snake instinctively coiled around them. African rock pythons kill by constriction, wrapping their bodies tightly around their prey and tightening their grip with every exhale. Each time the victim breathes out, the snake's coils grow tighter, preventing them from drawing in another breath. Struggling only makes the constriction worse. There were no screams. There were no signs of a struggle beyond the horrifying evidence that would be found the next morning. The snake's powerful muscles compressed, squeezing the life from their small bodies within minutes. Unlike some constrictors, which may release their grip once their prey is unconscious, African rock pythons continue constricting until all movement has stopped. By the time Sauvage entered the living room the next morning, the boys were unresponsive. The massive snake was still in the room, stretched out on or near the bodies of Noah and Connor. The horrifying realization hit immediately. Authorities were called and paramedics quickly arrived, but there was nothing they could do. The boys had already succumbed to asphyxiation. The Royal Canadian Mounted Police launched an immediate investigation. Reptile Ocean was shut down, and all the animals inside were seized. The python was captured and later euthanized. As news of the tragedy spread, it sparked shock and outrage. How had a dangerous 100-pound predator been allowed to live in a home where children were present? Why hadn't the open ventilation duct been secured long before the incident? Savoy was later charged with criminal negligence causing death. The prosecutors argued that he had failed to properly secure the snake's enclosure, despite knowing about the ventilation duct being open. During the trial, it was revealed that the vent cover had been on the floor multiple times, yet Savoy never fixed it. The defense, however, claimed that he had no reason to believe the python would escape in such a way. The snake had been in his care for years and never had attempted to leave its enclosure before. The jury deliberated, and in November 2016, he was found not guilty. The court ruled that while the event was tragic, there was not enough evidence to prove criminal negligence beyond a reasonable doubt. The ultimate truth is simple yet devastating. A single mistake, the vent being left unsecure, costed 2 innocent children their lives. Eliezer Torres Gomez arrived for his shift at the Cintas Industrial Laundry Facility in Tulsa, Oklahoma in the morning. The air inside the plant was thick, with steam and the smell of detergent, the rhythmic sounds of conveyor belts, and industrial dryers filling the massive space. At some point during his shift, Torres noticed a jam on one of the conveyor belts, leading to a dryer. Conveyor jams weren't uncommon. Sometimes clothes bunched together, causing blockages that disrupted the flow of operations. Workers were expected to clear these jams quickly to prevent any delays. According to company policy, anytime maintenance was performed on a conveyor, the machine was supposed to be shut down first. This was a critical safety measure designed to prevent accidents. But for reasons unknown, Torres climbed onto the moving conveyor belt without stopping the machine. Perhaps he thought it would be a simple fix. Maybe he was under pressure to keep the line moving, but within seconds, his uniform was caught in the machinery. The belt pulled him forward with relentless force, dragging him toward the gaping mouth of the industrial dryer ahead. He fought to pull himself free, struggling against the crushing grip of the machine, but the conveyor did not stop. No one saw what was happening in time to intervene. The belt fed him directly into the dryer's chamber, and the heavy door slammed shut behind him, locking automatically. The cycle began immediately. The dryer was designed to tumble its contents for 20 minutes, ensuring that every piece of fabric inside was evenly heated and dried. The machine's drum rotated constantly, slamming its contents against its steel walls as the temperature began to rise. The air inside quickly became unbearably hot, climbing past 200 degrees Fahrenheit in minutes. Trapped in the pitch-black interior, Torres was thrown against the scalding metal, his body flipping and rolling with each rotation. His skin began to burn on contact with the heated surface, blisters forming almost instantly before being torn away as he was thrown into another part of the drum. The moisture from the wet uniforms surrounding him turned into searing steam, filling the small chamber with boiling humidity. The constant motion fractured his ribs, dislocated his joints, and shattered the smaller bones in his hands and fingers as he instinctively tried to brace himself against the rotating walls. His clothing soaked at first, quickly dried, and then ignited in places where it made direct contact with the hottest surfaces, fusing to his skin. After 10 minutes, his body was in shock. Dehydration set in as he lost his fluids rapidly through his burns. His nervous system, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of pain, began to shut down. As he struggled to breathe, his throat swollen nearly shut from the exposure to the scorching air. What makes this even more worse, he was still conscious for most of this time, his body fighting, desperate for survival, but there was no escape. Every attempt to move only resulted in more searing pain, more broken bones, and more of his skin being stripped away with each collision. At the 15-minute mark, his body had been brutalized beyond recognition. His skin, once blistered, was now charred in some places and completely torn away in others, revealing cooked muscles underneath. His lungs were failing, starved of oxygen, his body shutting down organ by organ. His nerve endings had been destroyed and the most exposed areas, meaning that by the final minutes, he may have not been able to feel the worst of what was happening to him. Although his body was a ruined mass of burned, broken tissue, and his mind likely drifted into unconsciousness as his pulse slowed. When the dryer finally stopped and the door unlatched automatically, his body was barely recognizable as a human. A worker arrived to unload the freshly dried uniforms, opening the machine as he had done countless times before. The sight inside made him freeze. There, among the clothing, what was remained of Torres Gomez. His body was twisted and contorted from the constant tumbling, his skin blackened and peeling, fused in places with the melted fabric of his uniform. His face was unrecognizable, his hands locked in a final futile attempt to shield himself. The worker who discovered him staggered back, unable to process what he was looking at. Chaos erupted in the facility. Some workers screamed, others stood in silent horror, unable to look away. Managers scrambled to contain the situation, but there was nothing they could do. The authorities arrived quickly, and soon OSHA launched an investigation into what had gone wrong. Their findings were damning. Cintas had a long history of safety violations across multiple locations. Lockout-tagout procedures, which were supposed to ensure the machinery was turned off before maintenance, were not being followed properly. Workers had never been given adequate training to prevent such an incident, and the facility lacked the necessary safeguards that could have stopped the machine in time. Cintas was fined $2.7 million, one of the largest penalties ever issued in an industrial accident case. The company initially tried to shift blame onto Torres Gomez, claiming he had failed to follow safety protocols, but the truth was undeniable. This was not a freak accident, it was the direct result of negligence. His widow sued the company, reaching a settlement for an undisclosed amount, but my guess, it was a lot. But no amount of money could undo what had happened. The changes that followed were too late for Torres Gomez. New safety measures were implemented, emergency shutoff switches were installed, and workers were given more training. But none of that erased the fact that he had been burned alive inside a machine that should have never been running when he climbed onto that conveyor. In the spring of 1986, Vancouver was abuzz with excitement as it hosted Expo 86, a world's fair celebrating transportation and communication. Families from across Canada and beyond flocked to the city to partake in the festivities, eager to explore all the exhibits. Among these visitors were the Ford family from Nanaimo, British Columbia. The parents were Francis and Kathleen, accompanied by their 9-year-old daughter, Karen. Karen was a spirited child. The prospect of attending Expo 86 had filled her with anticipation for months. On May 9th, 1986, the Ford family arrived at the bustling Expo grounds. The air was filled with sounds of laughter, music, and the hum of conversations in various languages. Navigating through the crowds, the family made their way to the Canada Pavilion, an architectural marvel designed to resemble a sleek, luxury liner with towering sails. Inside, the pavilion offered a journey through Canada's past, present, and envisioned future, featuring exhibits that highlighted the nation's achievements and aspirations. One of the main attractions was a unique theater setup, 2 semi-circular theaters connected by a revolving turntable. This design allowed visitors to experience multiple presentations seamlessly. As they entered the first theater, the Fords joined other attendees, leaning on padded supports designed for comfort during the show. The lights dimmed and a film showcasing Canada's natural beauty and cultural diversity began. Karen was entranced, her eyes reflecting the vivid images on the screen. Upon the film's conclusion, an announcement informed the audience that the floor would rotate, positioning them for the next presentation in the adjoining theater. The turntable mechanism activated and the platform began its smooth rotation. Unbeknownst to the Fords, the design included a moving wall and an overhead beam, part of the theater's structure. As the platform shifted, the moving wall and the beam formed a closing gap, creating a hazardous space between them. In her eagerness to catch a glimpse of the upcoming exhibits, Karen stepped slightly away from her parents, positioning herself near the edge of the turntable. The ambient noise of the pavilion masked the subtle sounds of the machinery in motion. As the gap between the moving wall and the overhead beam narrowed, Karen unknowingly found herself in a dangerous position. In a tragic instant, she became trapped between the moving wall and the beam. The machinery, oblivious to the obstruction, continued its programmed movement. Panic erupted as nearby visitors realized the danger, their shouts piercing the air. Francis and Kathleen, horrified, reached out in vain to pull their daughter to safety. The mechanical forces at play were relentless, and Karen was subjected to immense pressure. Expo staff quickly halted the mechanism, but the damage had been done. Medical personnel arrived promptly, but it was evident that Karen had sustained fatal injuries. The force of the compression caused her death almost immediately. The pavilion was evacuated and Expo officials launched an immediate investigation into the incident. The attraction was closed indefinitely and safety protocols across the Expo were reevaluated to prevent such a tragedy from ever recurring. The Ford family, devastated by their loss of their beloved daughter, sought solace away from the public eye, grappling with the profound void left in Karen's absence. In the aftermath, a coroner's inquest was convened to examine the circumstances surrounding the accident. The jury's findings highlighted flaws in the pavilion's safety measures, noting that the design did not adequately account for the possibility of a person being caught between the moving and stationary parts of the theater. It was determined that additional safety measures, such as automatic shutoff mechanisms and staff monitoring, should have been in place to prevent such an accident. On September 1st, 1988, Kelly Bruce Bethard and a friend set out on a trip to the old Amethyst Mine in the Four Peaks region of Arizona. The mine, known for its deposits of high-quality amethyst, was a remote and difficult place to access. Independent miners often work in these conditions, hoping to uncover valuable gemstones. Kelly was only 19 years old, had a young family. His wife, Brenna, was pregnant with their second child, and they already had a 1-year-old daughter, Amanda Leigh. The trip to the mine was not an easy one. The terrain was rough, and the hike required careful navigation through steep and uneven ground. After arriving, Kelly and his friend spent some time looking for a good spot to dig. Eventually, Kelly found an area that seemed promising. It was underneath a massive boulder, estimated to weigh about 5 tons. The ground beneath the boulder was damp from recent weather, but that didn't deter him. Confident in his ability to extract something valuable, he lay down and began digging. For some time, everything seemed normal. The two men worked steadily, chipping away at the earth. The mine was quiet, except for the sounds of tools hitting the rock and the occasional conversation between the friends. They weren't in a rush. Mining in a place like this required patience. As Kelly continued to dig, the stability of the ground beneath the boulder was slowly changing. The combination of his movements and the damp soil had begun to shift the foundation supporting the massive rock. Without warning, the boulder gave away. In an instant, it rolled, shifting just enough to trap Kelly beneath its crushing weight. The left side of his body was pinned down, completely immobilized. He immediately realized the severity of the situation and began frantically trying to pull himself free, but it was impossible. His friend, in shock at what had just happened, rushed to help. He tried everything he could with his bare hands, digging desperately at the ground, pushing against the boulder, looking for any way to free Kelly, but the weight was too much. There was no way to move it without proper equipment. For the next hour, Kelly remained trapped. He was fully conscious, aware of his situation, and struggling to stay calm. He talked to his friend, his voice shifting between pain, fear, and frustration. The reality of the situation was setting in. His breathing became more labored, and his words less frequent. His friend continued to stay with him, offering reassurance, but as time passed, Kelly's responses grew weaker. Then, at some point, the mine fell silent. His friend called out to him, but there was no response. He waited, hoping to hear something, anything, but Kelly had stopped talking. That was the moment he knew he had to get help. What's interesting to note, instead of heading to the nearest police station, he made the decision to drive home, Tempe, Arizona, where Kelly's family lived. The journey took nearly 2 hours. When he arrived, he told them what had happened. Kelly's parents and sister were devastated, but the most immediate concern was getting rescue efforts underway. However, the authorities did not act quickly. Despite the urgency, it took several days before the police agreed to begin a recovery mission. By then, everyone knew that there was no longer a question of rescue. It was a matter of retrieving Kelly's body. When they finally arrived at the mine, there was nothing to be done. Kelly had died within an hour of being crushed by the boulder. He had been left trapped in pain, knowing there was no way out. His young wife, who had been expecting their second child, was left to raise their children without him. The impact of his death was devastating. His family had to process the tragic and preventable loss of a husband, son, and father. But Kelly's death did not only affect them. His friend, the one who had been there with him, who had tried and failed to save him, who had to leave him behind, carried the weight of that day for the rest of his life. A few years later, that same friend deleted himself. While no one could say without absolute certainty why, those who knew him believed it was because of survivor's guilt. He had been the last person to see Kelly alive, to hear his voice fade away, to feel helplessly as his friend slowly lost his life beneath that boulder. Kelly Bruce Bethard died at 19 years old, trapped and alone in the Four Peaks mine, leaving behind a family that would never be the same. On March 20th, 2019, in Waterloo Township, Michigan, 63-year-old Rex Harold Houndwood was tending to farm work, as he had done for decades. A lifelong farmer, Rex and his wife, Judy, ran Houndwood Lamb Farms, supplying local markets with their products. That day, one of his tasks involved working with a manure spreader. This machine used a powerful rotating auger, a massive, spiral-shaped screw, to break apart and distribute manure across the fields. Augers are standard farming equipment, but they are also some of the most dangerous, with high-speed rotating parts that can pull in anything that gets too close. At around 12:40 p.m., Rex noticed that something wasn't working properly. The auger had either jammed or wasn't functioning as expected. These types of mechanical issues were common on farms, and Rex, having spent years working with similar equipment, likely thought it would be a quick fix. He approached the auger, possibly reaching in with a tool or his hand to clear a blockage or inspect the mechanism. At some point, his clothing, most likely the sleeve of his jacket or a loose pant leg, got caught in the rotating screw. In an instant, the fabric tightened, yanking him forward with immense force. The auger worked quickly, pulling his arm into the machine before he could react.
The spiraling motion twisted his limb, breaking bones instantly as the force of the rotating metal crushed and tore through his skin. His shoulder was next, dislocating and fracturing as the relentless metal continued its rotation. The pain would have been immediate and overwhelming, but his ordeal was far from over. Pinned and hopeless, Rex struggled to pull himself free, but the auger continued to drag him in deeper. The pressure built up, snapping ribs as his torso was forced into the machine. His breathing would have become shallow as his chest was compressed, his lungs struggling against the crushing weight. His internal organs were likely ruptured, causing severe internal bleeding. The lower half of his body remained outside the machine, but he had no way of freeing himself. The sheer force of the machinery would have made it impossible for him to move. Blood loss would have been rapid, and his body likely went into shock within moments. He may have attempted to call for help, but the farm was remote, and no one was close enough to hear him. For nearly an hour, Rex remained trapped, his body broken and unable to escape. As his injuries worsened, his pulse weakened. He may have drifted in and out of consciousness as his body struggled against the trauma. Slowly, his vital signs faded until, eventually, there was nothing left. It wasn't until much later that someone discovered what had happened. A family member or a passerby arrived at the farm and found him still caught in the machine. The scene was horrific, his body mangled by the auger, evidence of a battle he had no chance of winning. Emergency responders from the Jackson County Sheriff's Office and local rescue teams were called immediately, but there was no hope of saving him. The first responders carefully worked to free his body from the machinery before officially pronouncing him dead at the scene. The cause of death was ruled as massive trauma, blood loss, and mechanical asphyxiation due to compression injuries. His arm and shoulder were completely destroyed by the force of the auger. His ribcage had been crushed, and his internal organs were severely damaged. Lucky for him, he had likely lost consciousness within minutes, but it was impossible to determine how long he had remained aware before the shock took over. Authorities conducted an investigation into the accident, but there was no foul play or negligence involved. On the evening of January 16, 2018, 18-year-old David W. Colhess Jr. and a group of friends arrived at Sunday River Ski Resort in Brewery, Maine. The resort was closed for the night, but the group had decided to enter the unauthorized areas to go tubing. Instead of using the designated tubing area, they made their way onto one of the ski slopes, which was off limits for such activities. The resort strictly prohibited tubing on ski trails due to the high speeds and lack of control on the compacted snow, but the group proceeded anyway, underestimating the dangers. Navigating through the resort grounds in the cold night air, they carried their inflatable tubes up one of the steep slopes. The snow had been compressed throughout the day by skiers and snowboarders, making the surface slick and much faster than a traditional tubing hill. Unlike designated tubing areas with barriers and controlled conditions, ski slopes were not designed for this kind of activity, especially at night. With no lights illuminating the run and no way to gauge obstacles ahead, the risks were significantly higher than they may have realized. At the top of the slope, David and his friend, 17-year-old Max, decided to share a tube. They settled onto the inflatable, adjusted their positions, and gave themselves a push. Within moments, they began accelerating down the icy trail, picking up more speed than expected. The combination of the steep gradient, slick surface, and the lack of proper control made it impossible to steer. Unlike sleds or snowboards, tubes offered no ability to slow down, turn, or stabilize, making them extremely dangerous on a ski slope. As they continued down the hill, their speed increased dramatically. The tube was no longer just gliding, it was plummeting uncontrollably. The icy snow beneath them made the ride unstable, and any shift in weight could send them spinning or veering off course. With no barriers, lights, or clear direction, the situation turned dangerous within seconds. The tube likely struck an uneven patch of snow or lost stability, causing them to slide toward the edge of the run. Before they had time to react, the tube crashed into a tree at high velocity. The force of the impact was immense. David, sitting at the front of the tube, bore the brunt of the collision. The impact was severe enough to cause massive blunt force trauma. His ribcage fractured instantly, likely puncturing his lungs and heart, causing immediate internal bleeding.
The rapid deceleration would have resulted in catastrophic spinal injuries, possibly severing his spinal cord upon impact. His head likely struck either the tree itself or the hard-packed snow upon impact. The force of this would have caused skull fractures and traumatic brain injuries, which could have resulted in immediate loss of consciousness. The severity of his injuries meant that even with immediate medical intervention, survival would have been nearly impossible. Max, sitting behind David, also sustained serious injuries but did not take the full force of the impact. He suffered multiple fractures and was in critical condition, but he survived. The reaction from their friends was immediate. Realizing something had gone terribly wrong, they rushed down the slope, slipping on the icy terrain as they reached the crash site. David was unresponsive, showing no signs of movement. Some of his friends attempted to shake him or call his name, but there was no response. Blood stained the snow around him, and his body was motionless. Panic set in. Some tried to check for a pulse, but in the confusion, it was difficult to determine whether he was still breathing. Max was severely injured but semi-conscious, groaning in pain. One of the friends pulled out their phone and dialed 911, explaining the situation as best as they could while trying to keep calm. Because the resort was closed and the ski patrol was not on duty, emergency services had to be dispatched from outside the resort, meaning it took time for help to arrive. The ski slope's remote location and the cold conditions further complicated the response efforts. Paramedics and first responders arrived as quickly as possible, making their way up the slope with rescue sleds and medical equipment. They assessed David's condition first, but his injuries were catastrophic. There was no signs of life. His body was limp, his breathing had stopped, and his injuries were beyond what emergency personnel could treat. After a brief examination, paramedics confirmed that there was nothing they could do. David was pronounced dead at the scene. Max and another injured individual were carefully placed onto rescue sleds and transported down the mountain to waiting ambulances before being taken to a nearby hospital for emergency treatment. The friends who had remained at the scene were in shock, some crying, others standing in silence as they processed what had just happened. Authorities arrived to document the incident, interviewing the surviving friends to piece together what had led up to the crash. It was immediately clear that the group had entered an off-limit area and had been tubing on a closed ski slope. The resort's management later confirmed that the tubing was strictly prohibited on ski trails due to the extreme risk involved. The police ruled the incident as an accident, and no criminal charges were filed, not even trespassing. Following the accident, Sunday River Ski Resort made it clear about safety warnings, emphasizing the dangers of off-limit activities on the slopes. The resort had clear policies in place against tubing on ski trails, but this tragic event highlighted the consequences of not following those regulations. On the morning of November 12, 2007, in Lafayette County, Arkansas, a hunter named Ray E. Ulmer, age 44, prepared for a long day of deer hunting. Like many others during deer season, he traveled before sunrise to a leased property in the Walker Creek area, an expanse of land used by hunters looking for whitetail. He arrived early in the day while it was still dark, and made his way into the woods. Reports later placed him in position by around 6 o'clock a.m. Ray was using a tree stand, an elevated platform secured to a tree, which allows hunters to sit above the ground for better visibility and a reduced chance of being detected by deer. These stands are extremely popular, but they carry a risk. Climbing into them often requires balance, grip strength, and careful movement. And many hunters each year experience accidents while entering, exiting, or sitting in them. But either way, Ray entered his stand and settled in for the morning hunt. Deer are most active around dawn, and hunters may sit quietly for hours waiting for an animal to appear. Ray was alone in his section of the lease, which was not unusual, as hunting leases are large and participants often spread out to avoid disturbing each other's areas. But at some point in the morning, an accident occurred. While positioned in the stand, Ray lost his balance and fell backward. Instead of falling on the ground, which would have caused serious injuries by itself, his feet became tangled in the stand structure as he slipped. The result was that his body dropped below the stand, leaving him hanging upside down.
This was not a brief entanglement. Once his feet and boots were wedged, Ray was unable to free himself. His body weight worked against him, pulling him downward while his legs remained trapped above. He was left completely inverted, suspended head down, with no way to free himself. The hours stretched on. While hunters nearby were focused on their own stands and blinds, Ray remained stuck. He had started his day at 6 a.m., but it wasn't until about 2:30 p.m. the others in the lease finally came across him, and by then he had been upside down for most of the day. When the fellow hunters found him, the situation was grim. Authorities were immediately called, and the Lafayette County Sheriff's Office responded to the scene. After assessing what happened, investigators confirmed that there was no signs of foul play and no involvement of any other person. It was an accident caused by the fall and the entanglement in the stand. The official cause was explained as the result of being inverted for a prolonged period of time. This is consistent with what is known medically as suspension trauma, also called suspension syndrome. It is a condition that occurs when someone is left hanging in a fixed position, often in a harness or rope system, or in this case, with their body inverted. The psychology of suspension trauma is devastating. In a normal upright position, the muscles of the legs help pump blood back toward the heart, but when someone is hanging upside down and immobilized, circulation breaks down. Blood is forced by gravity into the head and the upper body, and without the ability to move or adjust, it cannot return efficiently. As minutes pass, the face begins to swell and darken, sometimes with tiny hemorrhages. The tongue and lips can enlarge as venous blood pools in the tissues. Pressure inside the skull rises steadily, leading to severe pain and eventually unconsciousness. As the condition progresses, the lungs begin to fill with fluid in a process called pulmonary edema. Victims can produce a frothy discharge from their mouth and nose, and breathing becomes increasingly labored. The chest muscles and diaphragm struggle to expand against the pulling pressure. Meanwhile, the brain itself swells, while the legs may look pale because blood is no longer circulating effectively there. If left for long enough, the cardiovascular system collapses entirely. The heart cannot pump properly when circulation is reversed and restricted. Ultimately, vital organs stop functioning. Now, these graphic medical details that I just told you are not speculation. They are drawn from forensic studies of damn near identical cases where people were left inverted or suspended. Autopsy reports from other suspension trauma incidents consistently described marked swelling on the face, bulging eyes, heavy lungs filled with fluid, with widespread hemorrhages in the skin and eyes. Ray Ulmer was trapped in this condition for hours, which made the outcome unavoidable by the time he was discovered. Unfortunately, Ray would die. For the hunters who found him, the discovery was shocking. They had gone into the woods expecting to see a deer or a fellow sportsman, not a man hanging upside down, lifeless in his stand. They notified authorities, who secured the area and arranged for the recovery of the body. News of the tragedy spread quickly. The Associated Press reported on it, identifying Ray E. Ulmer by name, age, and hometown. And a funeral would be held in his honor 2 weeks after this. In the spring of 2012 in Notting Hill, London, a 32-year-old man was inside his flat on the upper floors of a residential townhouse. Like many of the properties in the area, the building was part of a long row of Victorian-era homes, 3 and 4 stories high with tall sash windows that opened outward directly over the street. These windows had been designed more than a century earlier, in an age before modern safety regulations, and they lacked guardrails or child-proof barriers. For residents, they provided a fresh air and a view of the neighborhood, but they also carried risks because leaning out left only a narrow sill between a person and the drop to the ground. At street level, the property was lined with the kind of iron railings that are common across central London. These railings were originally installed in the 19th century, both as a decoration and as security. They consisted of vertical iron rods, each tipped with sharp points. The design served a practical purpose, deterring trespassers from climbing over, but they also became part of London's architectural landscape. To passerbyers, they appeared ordinary, almost invisible through familiarity. From above, however, they represented something far more dangerous, a set of steel spikes pointing upward, waiting beneath every open window. On that day in 2012, the man was near one of his flat's windows when he dropped something small. According to reports at the time, it was most likely his keys. For most people, this would mean walking down the stairs and retrieving them. But instead, he leaned out the third floor window to try and reach what he had lost. From that height, more than 30 feet above the pavement, there was nothing to steady him, no balcony or no barrier. In the act of stretching too far, he lost his balance. Once gravity took over, there was no way to recover. He fell forward out of the window and down toward the street below. What lay directly beneath him were the iron spikes of the railing. When his body struck the railing, the outcome was devastating. The iron points pierced his torso, driven in by the full force of the fall. The weight of his body forced them deeper, and he was left hanging above the pavement, impaled. Witnesses described the scene as horrifying, a man suspended on the railings, unmoving, and his body skewered by multiple spikes. Emergency services were called immediately, and London accidents of this kind triggered a multi-agency response. Paramedics, police officers, and firefighters arrived within minutes. Paramedics rushed to assess whether he was still alive, while police cordoned off the area to control crowds. Firefighters stood ready with any specialized equipment. In impalement cases like this, if there is any chance of survival, the standard procedure is to leave the object in place. Attempting to pull a person off spikes unseen causes even greater bleeding because the spikes may be sealing major blood vessels. Firefighters are often tasked with cutting through sections of the railings so the victim can be transported to a hospital still attached, where surgeons can remove the object under controlled conditions. But in this case, the injuries were so severe, there was no possibility of recovery. By the time first responders reached him, the damage was unsurvivable. He would unfortunately die on the scene. Now, the death was quickly determined to be a tragic accident. Investigators found no foul play and no evidence of deliberate self-harm. The man had dropped his keys, attempted to retrieve them by leaning out, and in doing so lost balance and fell. It was a simple sequence of everyday actions that ended in one of the most worst ways imaginable. Accidents like this are rare, but they are not unique. Every year in large cities, people fall from windows or balconies while leaning out, cleaning or retrieving objects. In London, the danger is multiplied by the presence of those historic railings. Unlike a flat pavement, which may cause blunt trauma, but can occasionally be survivable depending on the height, spikes concentrate all the force of a fall into narrow points. They puncture vital organs, tear through arteries, and transform a fall into an impalement. In rare cases, there have been survivors of similar accidents, but only when the spikes missed major arteries or the heart, and when rapid surgical intervention was possible. And even then, recovery is long and filled with complications such as infection, nerve damage, and chronic pain. For most victims, the injuries are immediate and fatal. In early 2024, traffic on the 118 freeway in Los Angeles was moving as it does on any weekday morning. Cars crowded the lanes, commuters rushed to work, and large trucks hauled supplies across the San Fernando Valley. Among the many commercial vehicles that day was a flatbed truck carrying a heavy load of lumber. Log planks were stacked together, stretching nearly the full length of the trailer. Regulations required that kind of cargo to be secured tightly with chains or ratchet straps. But with heavy loads, even one strap failing can mean a disaster. For drivers behind the flatbed, the sight of boards or pipes can be unsettling. Many keep extra distance, aware of the risk if something breaks loose. On this morning, a box truck followed the flatbed as both vehicles made their way along the freeway. Behind the wheel was a 23-year-old driver heading through Chatsworth, a neighborhood on the northwestern edge of Los Angeles. As the vehicle rode along, something shifted in the lumber stack. Whether it was a sudden break, uneven pavement, or a load not properly fastened, one plank would break free. In a split second, it slid backwards off the bed of the truck. Instead of falling flat on the road, the board dropped at an angle, its weight and momentum turning it into a spear. The plank spun through the air for only a moment before it struck. It hit the windshield of the box truck directly behind, and the impact was explosive. Safety glass designed to resist blunt force trauma shattered instantly, sending fragments across the cab. But the lumber did not stop at the glass. The heavy length of the wood tore through the windshield and kept going, penetrating deep into the interior. The driver had no chance to react. The plank drove straight into the driver's side, impaling him in his seat. The sheer velocity of the strike forced the lumber through his torso, anchoring him against the seat back. Witnesses would later describe the scene as nightmarish. The board protruded through the front of the windshield and extended out the back of the cab, as though the entire vehicle had been skewered. Other motorists slammed on their brakes. Traffic screeched to a halt around the crash site. Shocked witnesses dialed 911, their voices frantic as they described what they had just seen. Within minutes, police units, firefighters, and paramedics were racing toward the scene. Firefighters brought cutting equipment, prepared to saw through lumber or metal if necessary to free the victim. But the injuries inside the cab, like the story before, were catastrophic. The lumber had pierced straight through the driver's upper body. A plank of that size carries immense kinetic energy at a freeway speed. It was later determined that such a strike would likely have punctured the lungs, torn major vessels like the aorta, and possibly even ruptured the heart. The combination of injuries would have caused massive blood loss and immediate cardiac collapse. By the time paramedics would reach him, it was clear that nothing was to be done. He had been killed instantly at the moment of impact. First responders described it as one of the most grisliest scenes they had ever witnessed. The plank of lumber had turned the vehicle into a giant stake, with the driver locked in place, lifeless. As investigations worked the scene, they pieced together the chain of events. A load of lumber had not been adequately secured. One plank had slipped off the truck and the vehicle behind and had been in the worst possible place at the worst possible time. Police closed multiple lanes of the 118 freeway for hours as they photographed the site, measured skid marks, and collected witness statements. Now, the brutality of the crash was undeniable. The plank had pierced with such a force that parts of the cab itself were split open. Blood covered the interior, the windshield frame was bent outward around the path of the wood. For the firefighters who had to cut the lumber to eventually remove the victim and transport him to the coroner, in the days that followed this, the man's name was released to the public. Manny Camacho, 23 years old. He had been driving that morning like countless others, unaware that a single unsecured plank would end his life. His family described him as a young man with his whole future ahead of him. His mother explained that it was a blunt force trauma to the torso that had killed him instantly. To the family, it felt unreal, a freak accident, violent and senseless. A memorial fund was launched to help cover funeral expenses and to support his loved ones in the aftermath. Donations would pour in, and families, co-workers, and strangers alike contributed, moved by the sheer randomness of the tragedy. Though the funeral itself was held private, the outpouring of support demonstrated how deeply the story resonated with those who read about it.
And now, folks, it's time to say goodnight. We sincerely appreciate your patronage and hope we've succeeded in bringing you an enjoyable evening of entertainment. Please drive home carefully and come back again soon. Good night.
Hunts Point Avenue that looked ordinary from the outside. Inside, however, the apartments weren't ordinary homes. They were part of New York City's cluster site program. These were private apartments rented by the city to house homeless families, a program long criticized for poor conditions, neglectful landlords, and safety hazards that tenants often said went unaddressed. The Ambrose family had been placed there. Danielle and Peter were raising their two daughters. One was barely 1 year old and the other just 2. Their apartment was on the first floor, and like many older Bronx apartments, it was heated by a steam radiator, a technology that, while common, carries risks if not properly maintained. Now, radiators are connected to high-pressure steam pipes that run throughout the building, and that can reach temperatures above 200 degrees. Any failure of valves or caps can turn them from sources of warmth into dangerous machines. On the afternoon of December 7th, 2016, the Ambrose sisters were in their bedroom, a small first-floor space, barely enough for 2 children's beds and a radiator pressed against the wall.
Their parents believed they were safe, napping in the familiar warmth that the old cast iron radiator provided. So a few hours go by and the parents were doing their normal activities around the house, until they heard a loud and violent pop. Then they would feel like if the room they were in was getting hotter by the second, but almost immediately after they would hear something horrifying. They heard screams, and not just any screams, it was their kids. So like any parent, when they hear their kids scream, they would run to their kid's bedroom, but they would notice something odd. The closer they got to the bedroom, the hotter it would get. So as they finally got to the bedroom door, they could see steam coming from underneath the door creeping out. By now the kids had stopped screaming. It was replaced by the sound of something screeching. When they opened the door, they were blasted by the heated steam. But when they got in, it was like stepping into another world. The room they once knew, the place with their daughter's small beds, scattered toys, and colorful blankets, was unrecognizable. It had transformed into a suffocating white chamber. Thick steam pressed against their skin and lungs, making it nearly impossible to breathe. The windows were fog solid, water beating and running down the panes, dripping into the floorboards with a steady patter. The old radiator roared like a broken engine, its valve gone, releasing a continuous jet of vapor that filled the air with a piercing hiss. Every surface was slick with condensation, the walls sweating, the blankets soaked through in seconds. The air itself felt alive, clawing, searing, and heavy, and in the middle of all of it were the two girls. Their tiny frames were barely visible through the dense fog, outlines blurred by the swirling mist. The parents tried to push forward, but the heat struck them like a wall, forcing them to shield their faces with their arms. Their instincts told them to grab their children, but every step towards those beds meant entering a cloud hot enough to burn through clothing. They just couldn't get to them, but by now one of the neighbors had heard the loud pop and the kids screaming and had called emergency services. One of the other neighbors had pulled the fire alarm, as even though the valve that popped was in the Ambroses' apartment, they could still feel the heat creeping into the hallway. Steam was rolling out from under the Ambroses' door, curling upward into the corridor lights, and the normally still air of the building now felt damp and stifling. Neighbors gathered in confusion and fear, some shouting down the stairwell for help, others pounding on doors to make sure everyone was awake and aware. Inside, Danielle and Peter were still fighting against the impossible heat. Each time they tried to push deeper into the room, the scorching vapor forced them back, burning their skin and filling their lungs with air so hot it was like breathing fire. They shouted their daughters' names over and over, their voices hoarse, praying the girls would answer. But the only sound left was the relentless hiss of the radiator screeching like a broken whistle as it continued to pump steam into the bedroom. Within minutes, the hallway was filled with shouts and blare of alarms. The fire department arrived quickly, sirens echoing off the brick buildings of the Hunts Point Avenue. Firefighters rushed inside, masks on, turnout gear, shielding them from the heat that ordinary clothes could not withstand. They forced their way through the cloud, visibility near zero, feeling their way forward until they reached the children's beds. When they emerged, the scene was silent, but for the hiss of the broken radiator and the wails of the parents in the hallway. The firefighters carried the two girls out in the cold December air and straight into waiting ambulances. Danielle and Peter followed, staggering, soaked, and red from the heat, desperate for a miracle. At the Lincoln Hospital, doctors did everything they could, but the damage was already irreversible. The official report later listed the cause of death as thermal burns and injuries from exposure to hot steam, a manner accidental. When the radiator valve blew in the Ambroses sisters' room, the release of steam was instant and catastrophic. Unlike dry heat, steam carries enormous amounts of energy and it transfers it directly into skin and airways. At over 200 degrees Fahrenheit, it causes severe burns in less than a second, and because it surrounds the body, there is no escape from contact. The two girls were asleep just feet from the radiator. The violent burst woke them and neighbors recalled hearing their screams, the first reaction to sudden searing pain and the suffocating heat that filled the room. Inhaling that vapor would have burned their mouths, throats, and lungs almost immediately, making it difficult to cry out for long. Each breath scalded the airway further, swelling it shut, while their skin blistered in the dense fog. Within moments, the small bedroom had become a sealed chamber of heat. The girls' bodies overheated rapidly, their core temperatures spiking in a condition the medical examiner later described as horrible. Their screams stopped quickly, not because the danger lessened, but because they were already being overwhelmed. By the time firefighters forced their way in, both sisters were unresponsive, with their injuries just being too severe to survive. The malfunction came down to a single critical weak point in the radiator, the valve assembly. On old steam systems, that valve regulates how much vapor enters the cast iron radiator and also serves as a release point for pressure. It's basically a safety component, and when it fails, all the force of the building's steam lines has only one place to go. In the Ambrose's apartment, the valve didn't just leak, it blew off entirely. Investigators and witnesses said it was as if the cap had been shot across the room. That left an open hole directly connected to the high-pressure steam main. In a matter of seconds, the small bedroom was flooded with vapor at more than 200 degrees Fahrenheit, like I said before. Why it failed was tied to age and poor maintenance. Many of the cluster site apartments had outdated heating systems, often decades old, with corroded parts and patchwork fixes. Tenants had complained about heat and radiator issues in the building before, but those concerns hadn't been addressed. In fact, the landlord, Mosh Piler, had a long history of violations, and when the parents learned of this, they sued. Not only for their daughters, but also for the pain they had suffered, because they also got quite injured. Nowhere near the same level as their daughters, but pretty bad. So in December 2017, 1 year after the incident, the parents filed a lawsuit against the city of New York. Their attorneys argued that the city knowingly placed the family in an apartment that wasn't safe, managed by a landlord with a long record of violations. Court filings highlighted that the building's owner, Mosh Piler, had been repeatedly cited for failing to make repairs and was even on the city's worst landlord lists. The lawsuit sought damages for negligence, pointing to the city's failure to inspect and maintain the apartment before assigning it to a vulnerable family. While the case worked its way through the courts, the tragedy fueled public outrage. Under mounting pressure, New York City finally announced in 2021 that it would end the cluster site program entirely, a direct response in part to the deaths of the two girls. Also, it seems that the family won but never disclosed how much money they had received. Mostly every suburban neighborhood in the US has trees in them. They all range from different sizes, some may be quite small, but some may be large. But having these trees in these neighborhoods brings challenges. One of the biggest is storm damages. Like we all know, when a tree gets too large, it grows out large branches and many of them. And since these trees are very close to homes, when a storm hits, there's a chance that one of these branches will break off and fall on one of these houses. And obviously this is bad, so landowners will hire private contractors to cut and trim these trees. And that's what happened in the northern suburbs of Salt Lake City and Kaysville. These were quiet neighborhoods with tall cottonwoods and maple trees that have stood for decades. And since they have stood for decades, every now and then they needed to be trimmed. So one of the landlords was worried that the tree on his property was getting a bit too big. So they called a tree cutting company, and this company would send out Santos Badulio Lopez Perez and one other person. Now, Santos was quite experienced in this kind of work. With him being 49 years old, he was trusted to be the one that would climb the tree and trim it, while the other guy was at the bottom tasked with cleaning up, so taking the branches and putting it in their trailer. So on the morning of March 19th, 2025, Santos arrived for a routine job on Shadowbrook Lane in Kaysville. It was a sort of neighborhood where children played on bicycles and residents kept their lawns neat, but the trees loomed large above it all. One of those trees needed topping, a process where the upper section is removed to make way for safe felling or trimming. It is one of the most technical and hazardous parts of tree care. Santos climbed about 30 feet up, secured by his harness and ropes, and started to trim the tree, and everything was going fine. He honestly made it look easy, but tree work has a cruel truth. The margin for error is razor thin, and even when the cut is correct, the tree itself can behave unpredictably. Wood under pressure doesn't always break the way a clipper expects, and when something goes wrong, there's often no time to react. Now, as Santos made his final cut to fray the top section, the wood shifted in an instant. Instead of tipping away as intended, the heavy top swung back. In a sudden, violent motion, it struck him before he had time to move clear. The force of the blow was instant and devastating. One moment, Santos was cutting with steady precision, the next he was struck hard enough to snap his head back and knock him limp. His chainsaw went silent as it swung from his lanyard, and his whole body slumped in the harness that just seconds earlier had kept him secure. Now it left him dangling in a way that made the situation feel even more dire. Suspended mid-air, motionless, his arms hanging, his helmet tilted awkwardly against the trunk he had been working on. Now, when this happened, the worker on the bottom saw this. He grabbed his phone and called 911 fast. He told them the situation. He then started to yell at Santos to see if he was still alive. Obviously, he didn't respond. Unfortunately, the worker didn't have no climbing gear, so he couldn't climb all the way to the top of the tree to try to help. He could only really just wait for emergency services to arrive. And in a few minutes after that, the Kaysville police and fire arrived quickly, joined by paramedics. The scene presented a grim challenge. Santos was still dangling in his harness, 30 feet off the ground. Reaching him meant deploying a rope rescue system, something firefighters train for but rarely have to use in real life. Crews worked quickly, rigging pulleys and lines, climbing to secure him and carefully lowering his body to the ground. When they reached him, it was clear that the injuries were too severe. Santos was unresponsive, but paramedics began CPR immediately, their voices sharp with urgency as they worked in the middle of a gathering crowd. For nearly 10 minutes, they cycled compressions and breaths, fighting to keep him alive long enough to get him to a hospital. An air ambulance was dispatched. Soon, Santos was loaded aboard and flown to the University of Utah Medical Center in Salt Lake City, the state's top trauma hospital. His family was notified. Hours later, despite the best efforts of rescuers and doctors, the news was confirmed. Santos had died from his injuries. The official reports about Santos don't give a detailed medical breakdown of his injuries, as news outlets generally avoid publishing graphic forensic details, but we can piece together a clear picture of what likely happened based on how he was struck. The falling top of the tree swung back and hit him while he was still tied. Being struck by a heavy tree section can cause massive blunt force trauma, broken bones, head injury, or internal bleeding. While he went limp immediately, witnesses and rescuers described him as unconscious, hanging in his harness. That suggests he either suffered a serious head impact, concussion, or skull fracture, or such severe chest or abdominal trauma that he lost consciousness right away. Why CPR was needed? Paramedics started CPR as soon as he was lowered, meaning his heart had either stopped or was barely beating. This points to injuries that disrupted vital organs, possibly a crushed chest, massive internal bleeding, or traumatic brain injury. So in plain terms, he'd likely had a catastrophic head, chest, or upper body impact, clearly loss of consciousness, internal bleeding, and organ trauma, which is absolutely devastating. A GoFundMe page to help support his wife and children was launched, sharing memories of Santos as a kind, hardworking man who lived for his family. Messages poured in from strangers moved by the story, each one acknowledging the unfairness of a life cut so short. In every big city, there are people who chase thrills where others only see routine. For some, that means climbing bridges or sneaking into abandoned buildings. For others, it means testing themselves against the machines that keep the city alive. In New York, one of the most dangerous stunts of all is train surfing, climbing onto the outside of a moving train and riding it as it races through the night. Most people only see trains from the inside, rows of seats, fluorescent lights, the rocking sway of steel on steel. But from the outside, those trains are massive and unforgiving machines. Their surfaces are slick with grime, their roofs pressed dangerously close to tunnels and overhead wires. It is a gamble with death. Yet, on a summer night in 2018, a 24-year-old man named Michael Vigilant decided to take that gamble. He traveled from his hometown of Hudson, New Hampshire to New York City and found himself near Yankee Stadium in the Bronx. Crowds poured into the streets after a game, commuters flooded the platforms, and above all, the trains kept rolling. But Michael wasn't interested in riding inside. Along with at least one companion, he climbed onto the top of a Metro North train as it began its journey north. To really understand the danger he faced, you need to know how these trains work. Unlike buses or cars which run on fuel, many New York commuter trains are powered by electricity. and that electricity doesn't come from a battery. Instead, it comes from catenary wires, thick lines suspended above the tracks. These wires carry enormous voltage, between 12,000 and 25,000 volts. For comparison, the outlet in your living room wall carries about 120 volts. A shock from that can injure or even kill under the wrong conditions, and the overhead wires above trains carry 100 to 200 times that amount. So a single touch is more than enough to end a life, but Michael may have not fully understood this. On the roof, the experience would have felt wild and cinematic. The Bronx skyline rushing past, the wind whipping at his clothes, and the whole city spread out beneath him. Inside, passengers had no idea someone was balancing on the roof above their heads. Then, as the train picked up speed, Michael moved too close to the wires overhead. What happened next was as sudden as it was horrific. The instant his body touched the catenary wire, a torrent of electricity surged into him. Witnesses inside the train later described seeing a flash of light, like a bolt of lightning erupting overhead, followed by a loud crackling snap. For those looking upward, it was as if a human being had collided with raw lightning. The current didn't just jolt him, it consumed him. His muscles seized so violently that his entire body locked stiff. His spine arced backward, his jaw clamped shut, with his hands curled into claws he couldn't release. This is what high voltage does. It overrides the brain, forcing every muscle into a spasm at once. Where the electricity entered his body, it blasted deep, blackened wounds called entry burns. The flesh there wasn't just singed, it was cooked by the heat of the current. Inside, the electricity carved its path through blood vessels, nerves, and vital organs. That path of destruction left catastrophic damage. Tissue burned, vessels ruptured, and signals scrambled. His heart's rhythm collapsed instantly, thrown into deadly fibrillation. At the same time, the electrical assault froze the muscles of his chest, paralyzing his ability to breathe. The current needed an exit point, and it found one through his feet, pressed against the metal roof. There, the burns were even worse. Charred patches where flesh, muscle, and even bone had been torn apart by the heat. Smoke rose from his body, with the smell of scorched clothing and burned skin spread across the train. If Michael remained conscious for even a fraction of a second, the pain would have been unimaginable. Survivors of lesser shocks describe the feeling as being set on fire from the inside, with every nerve igniting at once. But in this case, the current was too strong and too overwhelming. Within moments, his body collapsed. Passengers below felt the train jolt as the conductor hit the emergency brake. Word spread quickly. Someone was on the roof. For some riders who dared to look, saw the aftermath. The figure of a man crumpled against the steel, with smoke still curling into the night air. When emergency crews reached him, the damage told the story plainly. His clothes were scorched, the fabric burned away in places. His skin was blistered, blackened, and split at the points where the current had entered and exited. His body was still, no pulse and no breath. The electricity had destroyed him in less than a second, and he was pronounced dead at the scene. Back in Hudson, New Hampshire, his community was stunned. For most, the very idea of climbing on a moving train seemed foreign, something they had only seen in movies or YouTube clips. Few had ever heard the term train surfing, yet there was a young man they knew killed in one of the most brutal ways imaginable, hundreds of miles away in New York. Experts explained what happened in plain terms. High voltage electricity doesn't merely pass through you, it obliterates. Blood can heat so quickly that it clots instantly. Muscles contract with such a force, they tear themselves apart. Nerves are destroyed, leaving the brain unable to send or receive signals, with the heart and lungs shutting down not gently but violently, as their natural rhythms are replaced with chaos. Survivors of this are almost unheard of, and those who do live often wake up without limbs, with horrific scars, or with lifelong disabilities. For much of his adult life, Larry Hedrick lived with disabilities that left him unable to care for himself.
By the time he reached 61, his condition meant he could no longer bathe, feed, or even fully communicate without the help of others. Every part of his routine depended on caregivers. Nurses and aides managed his meals, monitored his health, and guided him through the most basic parts of daily life. His vulnerability was constant, and it was this dependence that placed him in a long-term state facility called Hopemont Hospital, located in Terra Alta, West Virginia. The building housed nearly 100 residents, many of them elderly or severely disabled people who needed structure and around-the-clock care. Life inside moved by schedule. Meals at the same hours, medications on rotation, baths and hygiene set by staff availability. Now, on January 4th, 2024, his day was going quite normal for him. Throughout the day he did his normal routines, but by the afternoon it was time for his bath. And as he was disabled, he needed help getting to the designated bathroom, so the staff got him there. Now, this facility had mechanical chairs to move patients safely in and out of the tubs, and staff were expected to test water temperatures carefully and monitor residents closely and ensure that every bath was conducted within strict safety limits. On paper, it was a procedure designed to protect people exactly like Hedrick. So he was transferred into the bathing system that afternoon. One caregiver was assigned to help him with the bath, Kayla Beard. So she had the tub filled with water and had the chair lower him in, and what should have been a short supervised routine began. But the safeguards that existed to prevent danger were not followed. The water in the tub had reached approximately 134 degrees Fahrenheit, far above safe bathing limits. At such a temperature, burns can occur in seconds. To put that in perspective, water at 120 degrees can scald within 5 minutes. At 130, serious burns form in under a minute. At 134, deep burns happen almost immediately. Hedrick, being disabled, was unable to move or call for help. He was left immersed for 47 minutes. Now I bet you are wondering, what about the caregiver? Well, after lowering him in, she walked away without checking the temperature of the water. In nursing homes, baths are supposed to be short and supervised, usually between 10 to 20 minutes, and often less if the resident can't communicate. Leaving someone unattended for nearly an hour is far outside normal practice, and that's what she did. Nearly an hour passed without any intervention, and when she finally returned to the room, the injuries he had sustained were catastrophic. His skin had suffered severe second and third degree burns, with large portions of his body blistered, charred, or peeling. Some areas were so burned and so deep that nerve endings were destroyed, leaving skin waxy or blackened, and others blistering had ruptured, exposing raw tissue beneath. The damage covered enough of his body that doctors would later describe it as life-threatening from the moment it had occurred. She pulled him from the tub and notified Delilah Clyburn Hill, as she was a registered nurse. At that point, she had a duty to treat the injuries properly, but apparently she didn't. Now, we don't know what she was doing, whether she was charting, checking on other residents, or just flat out ignoring the situation outright, but whatever she was doing, it wasn't what she was supposed to. And we know this because there was no effort from her trying to treat Hedrick, so no cooling of the burns, no dressings, no pain meds, and the most bizarre thing of all, no one immediately called 911. So Hedrick was sitting on the metal chair out of the tub, suffering because she wasn't even trying to treat him. He was just sitting there, suffering. Now, it's not stated anywhere for how long, but eventually someone finally called 911. By the time paramedics finally arrived, Larry was still in agony. His skin was burned so severely that the large areas had already begun weeping fluid, soaking through whatever thin coverings the staff had draped over him. The smell of scorched flesh filled the room, and every moment sent shockwaves of pain through his body. When EMS got him into a stretcher, they could see the extent of his injuries immediately. Second and third degree burns stretching across his lower half, wounds so deep that recovery would be nearly impossible without specialized care. He was rushed out of Hopemont and transferred to the West Penn Burn Center in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. There, doctors and burn specialists began aggressive treatment. Intravenous fluids were pumped into him to fight the massive losses pouring out through his damaged skin. Strong narcotics were administered to try to dull the relentless pain, though even heavy sedation only blunted it. Nurses covered his body with sterile dressings, but those had to be changed again and again, each time ripping away more tissue and reigniting the torment. For a week, Larry lived like this. Every hour brought a new battle. His body was in hypermetabolic overdrive, burning calories at a furious pace in a desperate attempt to heal. His immune system was compromised, leaving him at risk of sepsis. His vital signs swung wildly as doctors struggled to stabilize him. Family members sat watching helplessly as he groaned and twitched in pain, wrapped in bandages, tubes running in and out, and machines tracking a body that was failing. The visible injuries were horrifying. In some places, his skin was bright red, raw, and blistering. In others, it was pale and waxy, evidence of third-degree destruction. Where blistering had ruptured, there was nothing but exposed tissue, a wounded surface that stretched across much of his lower body. These were injuries doctors compared to fire victims, and they all came not from an explosion, not from an industrial accident, but something as ordinary as a bath. On January 12, 2024, 8 days after the scalding, Larry Hedrick died. His body simply could not withstand the trauma. The death certificate tied directly to the burns he had sustained in that tub at Hopemont. Afterward, investigators began piecing together what had exactly gone wrong. What they found was damning. Staff had reported hot water problems weeks earlier. The thermostat was malfunctioning, allowing water to reach dangerously high temperatures. But nothing was fixed. Kyla Beard, the CNA, failed to check the water and walked away after lowering him in. Delilah Clyburn Hill, the RN, failed to act when told about the injuries. And those two failings, one of action and one of inaction, a man was left to suffer and die. Both women were later charged with felony neglect of an incapacitated adult, resulting in death. Prosecutors say Beard caused the burns by leaving him in scalding water for 47 minutes. Clyburn Hill, they alleged, worsened his suffering by failing to provide even the most basic emergency care after the injuries were discovered. The evening at Louis Armstrong New Orleans International Airport followed its familiar routine. Flights rode in one after another, lights blinking across the apron as ground crews positioned chalks, cones, and equipment. The soundscape was the same mix it always was. Engines winding down, the rumble of tugs towing carts, backup alarms beeping, radio squawking with instructions. At around 10:30 p.m. on August 30th, 2022, a Frontier Airlines jet had just parked, and the ramp workers employed by GAT Airline Ground Support were in place to unload it. Their job was one most travelers never think about, making sure luggage comes off the aircraft swiftly and gets onto carts for the short ride to the terminal. Now, one of these employees assigned to this task was 26-year-old Germani Thompson. She was a basketball player in her college years and alumna of Riverside Academy in East St. John High School in Louisiana, and later played at Heston College in Kansas and Tougaloo College in Mississippi, where she earned a degree in sociology. Friends and family said she was vibrant, athletic, and ambitious. That night, she was on the ramp wearing her safety vest, part of a crew that had done this hundreds of times before. The key piece of equipment in use was the boat loader. It looks like a truck with a conveyor running alongside its frame, tilted up to reach the aircraft's cargo bin. Luggage is placed onto it at one end and comes out at the other, where workers grab each bag and stack it on metal carts. The machine is simple but full of hidden dangers. The rollers that drive the boat create tight gaps, nip points, that will catch and pull in anything that crosses them. Training emphasizes this. Tie back long hair, remove jewelry, and avoid loose clothing. Germani was stationed at ground level, receiving the bags as they came down the conveyor. She repeated the motion dozens of times. Reach, lift, pivot, and set the suitcase into the cart. The belt kept running, feeding more luggage into her hands. The floodlights cast sharp shadows and the noise of apron made communication difficult, and every worker focused on their specific task. The pace was steady and the work physical but routine. Then, in an instant, something ordinary became catastrophic. Germani leaned toward the boat to grab another bag. Strands of her hair fell close enough to the edge of the conveyor that the roller seized them, and the belt did not tug gently. It clamped and wound with mechanical strength, pulling her head toward the machine. and this force was irresistible. Before she could react, her hair was entangled and the momentum of the belt dragged her face and neck directly into the rollers. The violence of that moment is difficult to overstate. The belt yanked her head forward with enough torque to fracture her cervical vertebrae. Witnesses described her body snapping toward the machine and collapsing. A scalp entanglement at that speed can rip skin from the skull, tear muscle, and twist the neck until bones give away. In Germani's case, the medical description was blunt: a broken neck. For the co-workers who saw what happened, the image was seared into their memory. Hair trapped in steel rollers, body crumpled against the loader, and the sudden transition from routine work to horror. Chaos erupted on the ramp. The emergency shutoff was hit and the conveyor went still, but the damage was already done. Workers rushed to free her, tugging at her hair, pulling her from the machine and laying her on the ground beside it. The sounds of the airport continued around them, air units humming, carts rolling, while a small group of ramp workers screamed into radios for help and tried to figure out how to save their colleague. Paramedics were called immediately, but nothing could really be done. The injuries were just too catastrophic. A broken neck from such force compromises the body's ability to breathe, cuts off blood flow, and often leads to near-instant collapse. Even so, responders attempted everything possible. She was lifted onto a stretcher, rushed to an ambulance, and taken from the apron to the hospital. For those who remained, the image of her limp body leaving the scene was unbearable. Not long after, word spread that she had been pronounced dead. The physical reality of what she endured is harrowing. When hair is pulled into a conveyor, the scalp is stretched with tremendous force. The skin can tear from the skull and what is called scalping, leaving raw bone exposed. If the head is forced toward the roller, for the victim, the experience is sudden and overwhelming, painful and terrifying in the seconds before consciousness fades. Germani's death not only shocked her immediate team, but the wider aviation community. Ground handling is dangerous work, but fatalities like this are rare. Statements came quickly. The CEO of GAT expressed devastation and condolences, calling it a tragedy beyond comprehension. Her family was crushed, and her mother spoke publicly, describing the unbearable loss of a daughter who had been full of life and promise. The highway construction site in Bright, Michigan was like many others that summer. Cars rolled past in narrow lanes, orange cones marked the boundaries, and heavy equipment sat perched on disturbed soil. Workers in reflective vests moved in and out of view, managing a job that combined excavation, utility installation, and road work. The crew that day was working on a Michigan Department of Transportation project along Grand River Avenue near the I-96 interchange. They had been digging and setting up structures below grade, the kind of infrastructure most people never see, but everyone depends on once the road is reopened. Among the men on site was 23-year-old Ryan Matthew Starnes of St. Clair Shores. He was not just another laborer, he was there with his family. His grandfather was the foreman overseeing the work, and his uncle was on the crew as well. Construction runs in families, and Ryan had been learning the trade directly from those who had done it for decades. He was young, strong, and carrying forward the work ethic passed down to him, part of a multi-generational team used to long days and hard labor. The centerpiece of their work that afternoon was an excavator positioned at grade. Its operator maneuvered the boom and bucket into a trench where utilities had been tied into a concrete structure. Ryan was in that trench, guiding and assisting near the fixed concrete while the bucket swung in to move soil and make space. Excavation is always a balancing act. The operator can see the big picture from the cab, but often blind spots at the edges of the cut. The man on the ground has the closest view, but is also in the danger zone if machine and concrete close the gap. Now, it was a little after 3 in the afternoon of June 30th, 2025. The machine's steel bucket swept down and into the space where Ryan was working. In an instant, its arc lined up with the concrete structure, and Ryan was caught between them. The bucket struck him and pinned him against the unyielding surface, and in less than a second, his body bore the full force of hydraulics designed to move tons of earth. There was no time to jump aside, and no place for his body to go.
The sound of the impact cut through the noise of the site. The operator froze the controls, crew members shouted and rushed in, but Ryan's body had taken the blow and the injuries were immediate and catastrophic. A steel bucket driving a human torso into concrete can shatter ribs like twigs. The rib cage that normally shields lungs and the heart is crushed inward, with bones puncturing tissue, and lungs can collapse, spilling air into the chest cavity where it suffocates from within. The spine compresses and fractures, and if the abdomen is caught, the liver or spleen can rupture, flooding the belly with blood. The pelvis can break apart, a ring of bone shattered by pressure it was never meant to absorb. Despite all of that, Ryan was still alive when they reached him. His body was broken, but his heart was still beating, and he was conscious enough to know what had happened to him. His uncle was there seeing the horror up close. His grandfather, the foreman, was the one who reached for him first, holding his grandson in his arms and the bottom of the trench. It was a scene of impossible contrasts. A young man crushed by a machine, and the man who had taught him the trade clutching him, trying to comfort him in the very moment the trade took him away. The crew called for help immediately. Radios barked with urgencies, supervisors shouted up to flag down emergency responders, and within minutes, Brighton police officers arrived, followed by Michigan State police troopers. EMS was dispatched, and they climbed into the cut and began trying to stabilize Ryan where he laid. His injuries were classified as critical from the start. He was secured onto a stretcher, lifted out of the trench with careful movements that must have caused him immense pain, and taken toward the waiting ambulance. His grandfather and uncle stood by, watching their family member being lifted away, the smell of diesel and dirt mixing with blood and sweat. Inside the ambulance, medics worked against the clock. They gave oxygen to compensate for crushed lungs, fluids to replace what was leaking eternally, and pain medication to blunt what could never truly be stopped. Ryan remained alive long enough to reach the hospital. He was rushed to the University of Michigan Hospital in Ann Arbor, a level 1 trauma center, where surgeons and doctors attempted to reverse the cascade of injuries. But crushing trauma of that scale overwhelms even the best medical care. Internal bleeding fills cavities faster than it can be drained. Organs that have been lacerated cannot be simply patched, they fail entirely. Muscles pressed under tons of force begin to die and release toxins that poison the body once circulation returns. Even if his bones could have been rebuilt, his lungs and heart had already been compromised beyond repair. What honestly makes his final minutes so horrific is the combination of pain, awareness, and helplessness. Unlike an instantaneous death, Ryan lived long enough to feel his body breaking down. Every attempt to breathe would have been like inhaling knives, ribs grinding against punctured lung tissue. Blood filling the chest cavity made each breath less effective, leaving him short of oxygen and his vision dimming at the edges. His abdomen may have been distended with internal bleeding, each moment sending shockwaves of agony. His heart would have raced, pounding in his chest, trying to compensate for blood loss. His skin would have grown clammy as circulation faltered. He likely looked up to his grandfather and uncle, understanding their faces, understanding his condition, and fearing what was happening to him. Now, of September 14, 2025, the investigation is still going on, so we don't know if someone was criminally charged in connection with Ryan Matthew Starnes' death. All available reports described it as a workplace accident. The morning of November 8th, 2018 began like so many others in the dry hills of Northern California. For months, the land had been parched, mainly due to the long drought seasons, ringless summer sun, and a late autumn with no rain that had left the vegetation brittle and ready to ignite at the smallest spark. Across Butte County, residents of small mountain towns lived in the uneasy balance between the beauty of forested ridges and the constant threat of wildfire. It was an old danger, but that morning it would erupt into something new, something no one had experienced before. That day, a firestorm now remembered simply as the Camp Fire tore through the Sierra Nevada footholds. It began in the early morning hours when electrical equipment belonging to Pacific and Electric sparked near the community of Beluga. Winds gusting at 40 to 50 miles per hour drove the flames westward at astonishing speed. By the time most people were just starting their day, walls of fire had already taken over canyons and crested ridges. Entire neighborhoods that had stood for decades would be reduced to ashes within hours. The town most often associated with the campfire is Paradise,
a community of 26,000 people that was almost entirely destroyed. But before the fire reached Paradise, it tore through another settlement, smaller and less known but just as vulnerable. This was Concow, an unincorporated community nestled in the hills just a few miles east. Concow was home to scattered residents, mobile homes, and cabins. Many who lived there were older or retired, drawn to the affordable land and the quiet isolation. But that remoteness also meant there were fewer roads out, less infrastructure, and far less time to escape when the flames came. It was here in Concow that a 71-year-old man named Thomas T.K. Huff lived. Friends and family knew him as TK. He used a wheelchair because his mobility was limited by age and health. Like many in the foothills, he understood that wildfire was always a possibility, but knowing that danger is abstract until the moment it arrives. For Huff and others in Concow, the fire arrived with little warning, and it doesn't help when the campfire was not an ordinary wildfire. Investigators later calculated that it spread at an average rate of 80 acres per minute in its opening hours, which is way faster than any ordinary wildfire. In practical terms, that meant flames and smoke rolled over landscapes, and even faster than emergency responders could issue warnings. In Concow, the firestorm descended so quickly that many residents had no time to gather belongings. Some fled barefoot, others wrapped in wet towels, still others abandoning vehicles when gridlock trapped them on narrow roads. And for a man in a wheelchair, the situation was even more dire. Huff could not simply just run. He could not climb into a car and muscle it through traffic. His survival depended on time, assistance, or both, things the campfire did not allow. So when the fire hit his house, he was caught quite off guard, still in his bedroom. The first signs would have not been the flames themselves, but the smoke. Thick, black, choking smoke would have poured into the room as the firestorm outside devoured trees, cars, and buildings in seconds. The power was already gone, leaving the house dim, lit only by the strange glow that grew brighter and brighter through the windows. The sound was deafening. Survivors compared it to a freight train mixed with the constant roar of a jet engine. Inside, the heat rose rapidly. Radiant heat from a wildfire of that size can push indoor temperatures past survivable levels even before flames breach the walls. Paint can bubble, plastics melt, and oxygen gets consumed, leaving the air unbreathable. For Huff, sitting in his chair, the reality would have struck all at once. He could not stay inside. That is when he made the decision that investigators later pieced together. He got out of his wheelchair. For a man with limited mobility, that alone was an act of sheer desperation. He lowered himself to the floor, the carpet already warm under his hands, and began to crawl. Crawling through that environment would have been agonizing. Every breath was poison. Smoke thick with burning plastic, wood, and metal scoured the throat and lungs. Inhaling once was enough to trigger violent coughing. Inhaling twice was enough to scorch the airway. His skin would have started to sting as radiant heat blasted through the walls. It was like standing too close to an open oven, except everywhere without escape. The closer he moved to the exit, the more intense it became. The fire outside moved with hurricane force. When it breached the home, through a window shattering from heat or flames racing through eaves, the interior would have transformed instantly. The oxygen inside the house would have been sucked into the inferno, causing a flashover. Temperatures soared past 1,000 degrees in seconds. For Huff, crawling on the ground amid being hit by a blast of unbearable heat, his body blistering and his lungs searing with every breath. He would continue dragging himself for 10 more feet until he stopped near or close to the front door, where he met his end. Most likely by smoke inhalation, but possibly he could have succumbed to the extensive burns. We know how far he traveled because his wheelchair was found 10 feet away from where his body was. So he did try to escape, but given his circumstances and he also lived alone, there was really no hope for Thomas T.K. Huff. The campfire wildfire would go on to kill 87 more residents, including Thomas, and injure many, many more until it was finally contained. The ridges of Sherman County, Oregon stretched wide and open, fields of wheat cut by gravel roads and the occasional farmstead. Out here the sky feels bigger, the wind sharper, and the land more exposed.
By 2007, this rural county was becoming part of a new experiment. Developers were racing to capture the region's relentless wind and turn it into power, erecting machines so large they would tower over everything else on the horizon. A modern wind turbine isn't a single piece of machinery, but a giant structure assembled in stages. Steel cylinders, each weighing many tons, are brought in on flatbed trucks. Crews use cranes to lift one section on top of the other, bolting them into place. Inside the tower, ladders and platforms allow workers to climb up, guiding pieces into position. When completed, the structure rises hundreds of feet, taller than most city skyscrapers, with a spinning set of blades that can cut through the air at airplane speeds. That August, crews in Sherman County were working on such tower. The job was routine in concept but never in practice. Steel had to align precisely, bolts had to be torqued correctly, cranes had to be moved smoothly despite gusts of wind that could sway an entire section as it dangled in the air. It was a job that combined engineering precision with raw physical danger. Among the men on site was 35-year-old Chad Mitchell. He was part of the construction crew that morning, one of the workers guiding the assembly of a tower slated to rise 242 feet into the air. Now, it was not a quiet environment. The diesel growl of machinery rumbled constantly, punctured by the clanging of metal tools and the shouted signals of men trying to coordinate movements. The tower itself, already standing tall and in complete form, loomed over the ridge. From the ground, it looked like progress, steel against sky, proof of the energy future. But for those who were working on it, a reminder of height, weight, and gravity. Chad was on the tower itself, high above the ground as work continued. From that vantage point, the view stretched across rolling farmland and the Columbia River Plateau, but there was little time to enjoy it. The job required focus, and every step on steel was a step over empty air. Every adjustment meant trusting the bolts, welds, and crane lines were exactly as they should be. But then, without the warning anyone expected, the structure began to fail. Now, a tower like this is meant to stand perfectly rigid, anchored on its base and strengthened with each new section. But something was wrong. A weakness in the assembly, whether a flaw in materials, a problem with the way it braced, or a misstep in procedure, began to give away. At first, it might have just been a groan of metal under strain, the kind of sound workers hear all the time. Then the groan became a shudder. The vertical cylinder was no longer holding firm, and then it started to collapse. Steel that had been pointing skyward bent and buckled, seams tearing apart under the enormous pressure. From the ground, men would have seen the impossible, the tower tilting, then folding in on itself like a drinking straw crushed in a fist. Tons of steel began to fall, and cranes could not hold it, no one could hold it. Now this wouldn't be too bad if Chad Mitchell was not still on it. The collapse turned his elevated position into a death trap. Instead of standing on a structure, he was suddenly riding it downward as it failed. There was no time to climb down, no way to jump clear. As the massive sections gave away, he was dragged with them. Now, this fall was catastrophic. A 242-foot tower obviously doesn't come down neatly. Segments twist as they collapse, colliding with each other, throwing off shards of metal and bolts like shrapnel. Chad would have been slammed violently against the steel he had been standing on only seconds before. His body, pulled by gravity, collided with pieces weighing thousands of pounds. Blunt force trauma isn't a single injury, and a collapse like this, it's dozens, each impact fracturing bone, crushing organs, and tearing flesh. Witnesses on the ground would have seen the horrifying sequence unfold. The tower crashed to earth with the violence of an earthquake, sending up a spray of dirt and debris. Somewhere inside the collapsing mass was Mitchell, still failing, still being struck by the structure as it pancaked onto itself. When it was over, the ridge that had held a rising turbine now held a heap of mangled steel. The noise would have echoed like thunder, then faded into stunned silence. Co-workers rushed forward, but the scene was chaos. Beams twisted into unrecognizable angles, bolts scattered across the ground, dust and smoke still hanging in the air. And buried in all that wreckage was Mitchell. He had sustained massive blunt force trauma. The human body cannot withstand the weight of collapsing steel, the violence of a fall from hundreds of feet, and the crushing impact of multiple strikes in rapid succession. Basically, as he was falling, he would be hit by the falling debris, which was obviously devastating, which he would not survive. Now, the question everyone asked was the same. How could an entire 242-foot tower just give away? these structures are designed to withstand decades of wind, storms, and mechanical stress once completed. Yet, during construction, they're not the same giants people see spinning on ridges. In those early stages, they are vulnerable. Wind turbines are built in massive sections of steel, each one lifted into the air by crane to the one below it, like I said in the beginning. Until all the pieces are in place and the tower is fully braced, the structure has weaknesses. A completed turbine is remarkably strong, but an unfinished tower is more like a balancing act, tall and narrow, with its stability depending on precise assembly and temporary support. Investigators later examined the Sherman County collapse and considered the possibilities. Perhaps bolts had not been tightened exactly to specification, or perhaps the bracing meant to steady the tower during assembly was inadequate. Out on the open plateau, gusts of wind can strike with sudden force, and even a 30-mile-per-hour side wind pressing against a 242-foot steel cylinder can turn it into a lever, bending and twisting until the metal gives away. There was also the chance that one of the sections carried a flaw from the factory, a warped plate, a bad weld, that went unnoticed until the weight became too much. The most likely explanation was that the tower failed because it was unstable while still being erected. It was not the finished design that killed Chad Mitchell, but the fragile, in-between state of the structure. When tons of steel stood upright without the full reinforcement of a completed turbine, once one part shifted, the rest followed, collapsing in a chain reaction too fast for anyone to stop and too violent for anyone caught on it to survive. 5 teenagers stood together on the Dodge Road overpass in Genesee County, Michigan, as cars moved steadily along the interstate below. It was the evening of October 18, 2017, and they were restless. Their ages ranged from 15 to 17, boys who should have been in school or at home, but instead had wandered into mischief. From their position above Interstate 75, they could see traffic streaming north and south, headlights tracing ribbons of light into the distance. They had come prepared with ammunition. Rocks and chunks of concrete had been collected from nearby, along with tires and scraps of metal. The idea was simple in their minds: drop heavy objects onto the freeway and watch what happens. As the first pieces of debris tumbled, they leaned over the railing, grinning as cars swerved or jolted under the impact. Glass cracked, metal dented with each collision, only encouraging them more. After they threw the objects, they would watch for hits. If a car was struck, they'd hurry off so the drivers below wouldn't catch sight of them. As the group continued their game, one of them, 17-year-old Kyle Anger, went further. He hefted a jagged rock weighing nearly 20 pounds. The others watched as he swung it up to the edge and released. The stone dropped fast, gaining speed with every foot it fell. Below, a van was moving northbound. In the passenger seat sat 32-year-old Kenneth White, returning home from a day at work. Beside him, a coworker drove steadily through the evening traffic. Neither man had time to react. The rock punched through the windshield with explosive force. Glass shattered into hundreds of shards, spraying across the cabin like shrapnel. The driver was blinded, his skin cut, and his clothes peppered with fragments. For Kenneth, the impact was direct. The boulder-sized rock slammed onto his face and chest with devastating force, throwing his body back into the seat. The van veered as the driver struggled for control, covered in blood and glass. He somehow managed to steer to the shoulder, hard racing, but what he had saw beside him was beyond comprehension. Kenneth was slumped, his face mangled and swelling rapidly. Blood streamed from his mouth and wounds pooling across the dashboard. The rock was jagged and wet to where it had landed. Other drivers who had pulled over rushed to help, but the sight inside the van was shocking. One witness later described Kenneth as unrecognizable, his features destroyed by the impact. Emergency responders were called immediately. When paramedics arrived, the interior of the van looked like the aftermath of an explosion. The windshield was obliterated, blood sprayed across the interior, and Kenneth was motionless. Yet, he was not entirely gone. Faint movements and shallow breaths were noted, and it's even stated some bystanders reported hearing him moan softly. He was rushed to the Hurley Medical Center, but the extent of his injuries were already overwhelming. Trauma surgeons attempted resuscitation, fighting against catastrophic internal damage, but the autopsy would later describe his condition in detail. His skin had been fractured in multiple places, his jaw was shattered, the orbital bones surrounding his eyes had collapsed, leaving his face broken beyond recognition. His ribs were snapped and splintered, puncturing a limb, which collapsed. Blood filled his airway and chest cavity, with a massive hemothorax that suffocated him from the inside. His sternum was broken and his heart bruised and vessels were ruptured. Doctors testified that even with the best trauma care, survival was merely impossible. The medical examiner confirmed the cause of death: blunt force trauma to the head and chest due to a rock through a windshield. The manner of death: homicide. Back at the Dodge Road overpass, police quickly pieced together what had happened. Debris littered the roadway, and witnesses reported seeing shadows on the bridge. Within days, all 5 teenagers were identified and arrested: Kyle Anger, along with Mark Seliski, McCaden Payne, Trevor Gray, and Alexander Miller. Prosecutors announced charges of second-degree murder and conspiracy to commit second-degree murder. In court, the forensic evidence was presented in stark detail. Jurors saw photographs of the van's obliterated windshield with its interior drenched in blood. They were shown the rock itself, still streaked with tissue. Doctors explained how a rock dropped from that height struck with the force of a sledgehammer, or in some calculations, the kinetic energy of a bullet from a high-powered rifle. One investigator told the jury bluntly, "The rock didn't just strike Kenneth, it exploded through him." The family sat through every moment. Kenneth's mother later described the unbearable moment of walking into the hospital and seeing her son lying on a gurney, his face broken, tubes protruding, and sheets soaked red. His fiancée sobbed as she explained to the court how she had to tell their little boy that his father was never coming home. The teenagers' defense teams argued their clients had not fully understood the consequences of their actions. Some of the boys expressed remorse, though many in the public felt their apologies rang hollow. Ultimately, Kyle Anger, who threw the fatal rock, accepted a plea deal. He was sentenced to 20 to 40 years in prison. The others received lesser penalties: probation, community service, and in some cases, juvenile detention, for their roles in aiding and abetting. The case resonated far beyond Michigan. News outlets across the country reported it, and it was recorded in Wikipedia and discussed widely online. Drivers confessed they felt uneasy passing under bridges afterward, reminded that everyday routines can be shattered in an instant. For Kenneth White's family, the tragedy was deeply personal and lifelong. His son will grow up without his father, and his fiancée continues to carry the trauma of hospital corridors and broken promises. His parents live with the knowledge that their son's last moments were filled with violence and pain. The city of Rio de Janeiro is a place of contrast. Towering high-rises overlook sprawling favelas. Carnival parades and football matches bring joy, while at the same time, crime and violence cast long shadows. For decades, carjackings have been one of the darker realities of life in Rio. They happen so often that residents adopt habits: doors locked at every stoplight, windows rolled up, and eyes scanning the mirrors for sudden movements. By 2007, these precautions were second nature to most families. On the evening of February 7th, 2007, a 6-year-old Sao Helio Fernandez was in the back seat of his mother's car. He had spent the day like many boys his age, happy, carefree, and enjoying his childhood. That night, his mother, his sister, and a family friend drove through the Oswaldo Cruz neighborhood in Rio. Zao sat buckled into the seat, his seatbelt clipped across his lap. He was secure and safe in his mother's eyes, protected by the most ordinary of safety devices. Then, in a heartbeat, everything changed. A group of 5 young men, some barely older than teenagers, spotted the car. Armed and looking for a target, they surrounded the vehicle. In Rio, carjackings often unfold with terrifying speed. Drivers are dragged out, sometimes beaten, and sometimes shot. The criminals shoved Zao's mother out of the driver's seat, and in the chaos, they didn't bother to check the back. They didn't notice Zao, strapped in, too small to undo his seatbelt quickly. His sister scrambled out, terrified. The criminals slammed the door, jumped inside, and sped off into the night. What happened next defies comprehension. Zao's seatbelt had become twisted and snagged as he tried to get out. When the door shut, part of the belt looped outside the car, and as the vehicle accelerated, his small body was pulled out of the seat. Instead of falling free, he was dragged, tethered to the speeding car by the strap, and this car would not stop. For the next 7 kilometers, over 4 miles, the criminals tore through the streets of Rio, dragging the 6-year-old across pavement, gutters, and curbs. Witnesses later said they could hear the screams. Residents came out of their homes to the sound of tires screeching and a child's voice, shrill with terror and pain, echoing in the night. Sago's body slammed into obstacles, the ground, metal posts, even parked cars. Skin tore away, bones shattered, and fingers and knees were ripped off against the pavement. His head struck repeatedly until it was crushed. Those who saw him described it as a nightmare. His body was reduced to a trail of blood and torn flesh, unrecognizable by the time the car finally stopped. What makes the horror so much worse is that he did not die instantly. People on the roadside, paralyzed by shock, reported him conscious during parts of the ordeal. They saw him flailing, heard his screams cut short, and watched in helpless disbelief as the car dragged him further and farther. Minutes stretched into an eternity, every second another blow against his small body. By the time he finally succumbed, the suffering he had endured was almost unimaginable. Alive, screaming, mutilated by piece by the unforgiving pavement of Rio. When the criminals finally realized what had happened, they abandoned the car and fled on foot. Sago's mutilated remains were left behind, still tangled in the seatbelt. The news of the crime spread across Brazil almost instantly. Television broadcasts and newspapers showed images of the abandoned car and described the brutal sequence of events. The country was shocked. Rio, a city already accustomed to violence, recoiled at the details of what the 6-year-old had to endure. Vigils were held in his name, thousands marched in the streets carrying candles and calling for justice. His name became a rallying cry for a society demanding protection for its children. The judicial process moved quickly. The assailants were quickly identified, 5 young men, some minors under Brazilian law. The fact that one of the killers were under 18 ignited a national firestorm. Under Brazil's statutes, minors could not be tried as adults, no matter the crime. The idea that a boy could be dragged to death for miles, with his body being destroyed while criminals laughed and kept driving, and yet the perpetrators might only serve a few years in detention, outraged the public. Citizens called for reforms to Brazil's laws on juvenile crime. In court, the details were laid bare. Forensic experts testified about the extent of Sago's injuries. Loss of limbs, shredded flesh, skull fractures, and catastrophic trauma incompatible with life. The seatbelt strap, examined in evidence, showed how it had locked tight, preventing his escape. Judges and attorneys struggled to maintain composure. Killers were eventually convicted, though the sentencing varied because of their ages. The adults received prison terms. The younger offenders, including the minor, were sentenced to detention and youth facilities, meaning they one day could walk free. For Sago's family, no punishment could balance the scales. His mother lived with the image of her child being torn from the car, in his final moments spent screaming on the streets. His sister carried survivor's guilt, haunted by the night she climbed out while her brother remained strapped inside. The streets where he was dragged are washed and cleaned, and the blood scrubbed away. In central Florida, the summer air in July presses down heavy and hot, the kind of heat that hums with insects and leaves sweat clinging to the skin. In the small community of Highway Park, near Lake Placid, life moved quickly. Families lived in modest homes, with yards running against patches of woodland. Cars rumbled along the back roads, and dogs barked in the distance, their voices carrying across the humid evening. People there were used to the rhythms of rural Florida, where space was wide and neighbors knew one another, where the woods at the edge of town gave both shelter and a sense of unease. Stray animals wandered freely, sometimes tolerated, sometimes avoided, depending on how bold they became. On the afternoon of July 4th, 2019, 45-year-old Melvin Olds Jr. walked through one of those wooded areas behind a home. It was a holiday that day, and as fireworks cracked elsewhere across the state, Melvin moved along the shaded path, surrounded by the tall grass and trees that swayed only slightly in the still, humid air. Now, it's not known why he did this. He probably just wanted to go for a walk, but it was there, away from the roads and the houses, that he encountered the animals. There were not just 1 or 2 strays out wandering for food or water. There were several moving together, acting as a unit. There were dogs, and packs of dogs behave differently than individuals. Alone, hesitation remains, but in a group, the drive to chase, surround, and dominate becomes stronger. Their instincts sharpened in numbers, and the fear of approaching a human overshadowed by the confidence of the pack. And these dogs were very confident and really violent. The first bites were not the end, but the beginning. This was not an attack that stopped quickly. It unfolded in waves, the dog circling, lunging, and tearing, and retreating only to come again. When rescuers later examined Melvin's body, they counted more than 100 bite wounds. The sheer number spoke of the ordeal's length. Every few seconds brought another set of teeth, another rip of flesh, and another joint of pain. The attack was not swift or merciful, it was sustained and unrelenting. Although he tried to fight, the evidence of his struggle was written on his body. Deep puncture wounds marked his forearms and hands, where he had lifted to block the snapping jaws. But with each passing movement, blood loss increased, weakness grew, and the odds of survival shrank. Even a strong, healthy man could not withstand 5 or 6 dogs clamped down at once, each bite stripping away more strength. Now someone must have heard his screams because the paramedics would arrive. But by the time they did reach him, there was nothing to be done. The ground around him was stained with the blood he had lost. His clothing was shredded, soaked through, no longer protecting him, but clinging in tatters to a body ravaged by the attack. The medical examiner who later reviewed the case confirmed what the scene already suggested. He had died from blood loss and shock brought on by the sheer number of wounds. Over 100 separate injuries covered him, some shallow tears, but others gouges deep into muscle, some clustered on his arms and legs, others tearing into his torso and even around his neck and head. Each one on its own might have been survivable, but together they formed a pattern of trauma nobody could endure. The details of the autopsy added even more horror to what had already been uncovered. More than half of the bite marks showed signs of tearing, evidence that the dogs had not simply bitten down, but had shaken their heads violently, ripping skin and muscle away in chunks. Some wounds overlapped, as if more than one dog had latched onto the same place at once. Investigators described the injuries as extensive and brutal, noting that his body bore the signs of a prolonged fight rather than an instant death. Authorities would act quickly. 6 dogs were captured in the days that were followed. They were described as pit bull mixes, roaming unsupervised in the area. DNA testing was ordered to determine whether they were the ones responsible, though the size and shape of the bite marks already appeared to match. Regardless of the results, their fates were sealed. Animals implicated in fatal maulings are almost always killed, but investigators wanted certainty, for the record, for the family, and for the community that needed answers, which it turned out they were, and after finding that out, they weren't killed. The broader context of the case pointed to a problem that had plagued Florida for years. Rural counties with large expanses of unfenced land and limited animal control resources often see packs form when unneutered and unwanted dogs are abandoned. Once a group establishes itself, they no longer behave like pets. They hunt livestock, they scavenge, and in rare but catastrophic instances, they turn on people. Even though these attacks are uncommon, when they happen, they expose the fragile line between domesticated animal and predator. Star Lake, Putnam County, Florida is ringed with docks and modest lakeside homes, where families often spend weekends fishing, swimming, and pulling children on tubes behind boats or jet skis. On summer afternoons, the water hums with engines and echoes with laughter, a scene that feels routine in a community where recreational boating is part of everyday life. On one such afternoon in 2025, 3 children climbed onto a large inflatable tube tethered to a jet ski. They strapped on life vests, gripped the handles, and prepared for an ordinary ride across the water. The operator of the jet ski was a man in his 70s. He was experienced enough to guide the craft and likely thought of little risk as he pulled away from shore. The tube skimmed across the surface, bouncing in the wake as the children shouted and clung to their grips. To anyone watching from the nearby homes or docks, it looked no different from countless other tubing sessions on Florida lakes. The speed was moderate and the water was relatively calm, and the children appeared secure in their gear. Yet tubing carries a hidden danger in the way the tow line handles momentum. When a watercraft turns, the tube behind it does not pivot neatly. Instead, it swings outward in a wide arc, gaining extra speed. The tighter and faster the turn, the harder the tube whips across the surface. Experienced operators know to keep turns gradual and away from fixed structures, but on Star Lake that day, the turn was sharp and the dock that jutted from the shoreline was too close. The tube carrying all 3 children hurtled toward it, and that collision was violent. The inflatable slammed into the deck with full force, with the impact amplified by the speed of the swing thing. For the children strapped in life vests, there was no chance to shield themselves. Their small bodies were driven into the hard structure, bones and organs absorbing energy that the tube itself could not cushion. The sound of the crash startled neighbors, who turned to see chaos erupt where moments before there had only been play. Those who rushed forward found a scene of devastation. 9-year-old Andrew Botch had taken the brunt of the impact. His body was broken and his injuries were catastrophic. He was unresponsive when pulled from the wreckage, bleeding heavily, with his face and torso bearing the marks of blunt force trauma. His 10-year-old brother was also injured, crying out in pain but still conscious. 11-year-old Kaylon Bass suffered serious wounds that would require extended hospitalization at UF Health Shands. All three had been wearing life vests, but the safety gear offered no protection against the crushing blow of wood and speed. First responders were called to Star Lake and arrived quickly, but for Andrew there was little they could do. The trauma he had sustained was beyond belief. The trauma he had sustained was beyond emergency medicine could repair. Life vests are designed to keep children afloat and prevent drowning, but they can't stop ribs from snapping, skulls from fracturing, or organs from rupturing when bodies collide with immovable structures at high velocity. Investigators later confirmed that his death was the direct result of blunt force trauma from the collision. The authorities from the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission opened an investigation into the crash. Their findings confirmed the sequence of events. The tube had been pulled into a turn too close to a dock. The swing had carried it into the structure, and the impact caused fatal and serious injuries. The operator of the jet ski, though uninjured, became the focus of scrutiny. At his age, he may have had the experience, but the judgment, a sharp turn, near a fixed object, was questioned by officials and community members alike. Understanding the mechanics of what happened helps explain the scale of the tragedy. When a tube swings behind a tow vehicle, its speeds can nearly double compared to that of the craft itself. A jet ski traveling 20 miles per hour may send its tube whipping across the surface at 30 or more. A collision at that velocity generates forces comparable to a car crash, but without seatbelts, airbags, or helmets. The only barrier between flesh and dock that day was the thin nylon and vinyl skin of the inflatable, which did nothing to slow the impact. Kaylon Bass remained hospitalized for weeks, recovering from injuries that were not fully detailed in official releases, but were described as serious. The 10-year-old brother was treated and released. Both surviving boys faced not only physical healing, but the psychological burden of having lived through the accident. Survivors of such traumatic events often experience flashbacks, anxiety around water, and lasting fear that can take years of counseling to address. The Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission has yet to announce where the criminal charges will be filed, but investigations into boating deaths often raise the question of negligence. If an operator fails to exercise reasonable care, such as by steering too close to docks, turning too sharply, or endangering passengers, they can face legal consequences. Civil lawsuits are also common in such cases, as families seek accountability and compensation for their losses. For Andrew's family, the loss was immediate and irreparable. One son was dead, another was injured, and a family friend was in the hospital with severe wounds. London in the mid-2000s was a city in transition. New buildings were rising, transport systems were being overhauled, and the streets that had carried red double-deckers for generations now hosted something entirely different. The articulated bendy bus. Introduced in 2002 and championed by then-Mayor Ken Livingstone, these long-jointed buses were meant to modernize the network. They could carry over 100 passengers, loading them quickly through multiple doors, with their elongated frames snaking around corners like an enormous red caterpillar. But to many Londoners, they were intimidating. They clogged intersections, stretched across lanes, and when accidents happened, they were more often serious than anything involving the city's traditional double-deckers. One of the busiest routes where these buses ran was the 25, a line connecting central London through Whitechapel, Stratford, Ilford, and out towards East London's residential sprawl. It was a lifeline for thousands of people a day, and by night it became a night bus, ferrying shift workers, partygoers, and residents home through the dark hours when the tube was shut. If you lived near Ilford or Manor Park, chances you knew the 25 well. Its crowded seats, the smell of damp coats, and fried food clinging to passengers, and the way its wheels hissed against the tarmac on Romford Road. In the early morning of October 9th, 2007, one of those buses pulled away from a shop along that stretch of Romford Road. The streetlights cast pale circles on the pavement, and traffic was sparse, only the occasional car and the steady passage of buses making their way east.
The city was quiet, hanging in the fragile stillness between the last of the night and the first stirrings of the day. Inside the articulated bus, the fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, illuminating the handful of passengers who rode in near silence. Among them was 20-year-old Lee Beckwith, a tiler from Brentwood, Essex, traveling with a friend. At that hour, the ride must have felt ordinary, even dull. The rumble of the engine, the sway of the long frame, and the stretch of Romford Road rolling past outside. The bus stopped again, its hydraulic brakes exhaling a hiss into the cool night air. Doors folded open with a mechanical clatter, and passengers shifted in their seats. Lee rose, moving toward the exit and preparing to step off onto the pavement. Nothing about that action should have been dangerous. Millions of people step off buses every day without incident. But in that moment, something went wrong. Maybe it was the angle of the step, or maybe his foot just slipped. Whatever it was, Lee lost his balance. And instead of landing safely on the pavement, his body fell into the lethal space between man and machine. The massive wheels were already turning as the driver pulled away, and Lee was dragged beneath the articulated bus. Now, the machinery of a vehicle like this is merciless. The sheer size and weight of a bendy bus, over 18 meters long, weighing many tons, means that once someone is caught under it, there is almost no chance of escape unless the driver stops immediately. But on Romford Road that morning, the bus did not stop. The driver, apparently unaware of what had just happened, continued forward, leaving Lee trapped underneath. The wheels crushed down onto him, the weight snapping bones on contact. His body was pinned to the asphalt, with his skin tearing open instantly as he was dragged along the road. The friction shredded his clothing and then his flesh, leaving his skin flayed from muscle. Basically, his muscle was scraped down to the bone. His ribs splintered under the constant grinding, with fragments puncturing his lungs. His arms and legs were twisted grotesquely, with ligaments tearing as the force of the moving bus wrenched him into an unnatural position. The bus continued to roll on, pulling him relentlessly forward. Every rotation of the wheels battered him further, grinding his body against the rough surface. His face struck the pavement again and again, leaving a bloody smear across the tarmac. The constant dragging stripped away layers of tissue, leaving raw bone exposed in places, with blood being poured out and a steady trail behind the bus, with dark streaks marking the path of his final moments. The sound of the engine and the hum of the tires masked everything. The handful of passengers inside had no idea what was unfolding below. Street after street passed as the vehicle rumbled forward, and beneath it, Lee's body was battered and torn apart in silence. Reports later said he was dragged for more than a mile. Try to imagine that distance, measured not in minutes but in the grinding of pavement against skin, and in the weight of steel pressing into bone, and the roar of the vehicle moving steadily forward while a young man lay trapped beneath. His body was transformed with every passing yard, from a living man into a broken, bloodied form scraped raw against the road. The streets at that hour were quiet, which meant no one was there to wave the bus down and no one to raise any alarm. It was only the sound of the vehicle fading into the distance, leaving behind the silence of a city still asleep. Eventually, Lee's body became dislodged and was left on the road. The bus carried on, and its driver still apparently unaware. It was a passerby who came upon the scene minutes later. Imagine walking along the road in the dawn's dim light, expecting emptiness, and instead encountering the aftermath of something so violent and incomprehensible. What they saw was devastating. A young man's body, clothes shredded, skin torn away, blood pooling beneath, and a long, grotesque trail of red marking the road behind. His features were mangled and his limbs were bent unnaturally, his flesh ripped apart by more than a mile of grinding asphalt. Emergency services were called, but it was already too late. His injuries, being crushed chest, broken spine, torn organs, skin flayed from the dragging, were catastrophic, and no medical response could ever undo what happened beneath the bus. News of this accident spread quickly through Ilford and beyond. Headlines told the bare facts. A 21-year-old man killed in a bus accident, dragged more than a mile along Romford Road. The bus driver was arrested on suspicion of causing death by dangerous driving, though the final outcome of that case, at least to my understanding, has remained less clear in public memory. What endured was the debate about the buses themselves. Bendy buses had always been controversial, and this accident threw fuel onto the fire. Critics pointed to their blind spots, their unwieldy length, and their difficulty navigating London's narrower roads.
The fact that such a tragedy could occur and go unnoticed by a driver for over a mile seemed to prove their point. And just to restate, the bus driver was arrested, but I haven't been able to find if he got prison time or not. There just isn't a clear public record, at least what I found. But by the early 2010s, London phased out bending buses altogether. Officially, the decision rested on operational costs, fare evasion problems, and general safety concerns. Florida afternoons often carry a weight of their own. The air hangs thick, sticky with humidity, and in residential streets, the sound of cicadas buzzes beneath the more mechanical hum of engines. Palm Bay, tucked along the state's east coast, looks calm from a distance, a city of neighborhoods and narrow roads lined with tidy yards. But when roadwork comes to one of those streets, that calm changes. Heavy trucks and machines fill the space. Cones and barricades mark off the pavement, and the smell of hot asphalt clings in the air. To a passing driver, it might look routine, but for the men standing near the machines, there's always a shadow of risk. On Tuesday, December 10th, 2024, that risk turned into something irreversible on Satan Wood Court Northeast. The street itself was small and unassuming, one of the countless roads being resurfaced that season. Crews from Timothy Rose Construction had been there through the day, laying down new asphalt. First came the paver, the machine that spreads a layer of hot black top and a steady ribbon. Then came the roller, the hulking vehicle that presses the mat flat, its smooth steel drum weighing down with crushing force to ensure the surface binds tight. Together they moved like a slow parade, advancing foot by foot. Among the men on the ground was 62-year-old Noel Alsworth Solin of Fort Pierce. At his age, some would have stepped away from heavy labor, but Noel had worked construction for decades. He was steady and dependable, someone who kept showing up. That afternoon, he was doing what he had done countless times before, moving with the crew and working alongside the machines. But the relationship between man and machine on a paving job is always fragile. The roller especially carries danger. It doesn't move fast, it creeps along at walking speed, but its weight is crushing. One mistake, one slip into its path, and the outcome is, well, catastrophic. So, at around 3:23 p.m., the roller was repositioning behind the paver. Its backup alarm wailed with that piercing beep 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 that's supposed to warn anyone behind, but on a live site, noise stacks together. The deep growl of engines, the buzz of the screed, men calling to each other, and radios crackling. In that ball of sound, a man could be lost in the blind spot. That was the moment Noel ended up directly behind the roller. Whether he stepped into the path to check something on the mat, or was simply just too close when the operator began reversing was really unclear. But he was suddenly in the machine's shadow. The drum touched him, then it pressed. The front edge of the roller's steel drum caught Noel across the stomach, shoving him backward, and it didn't stop. The tonnage of the machine pushed down into his abdomen with unstoppable force. His ribs gave out almost instantly, snapping in succession like sticks under a boot. His pelvis shattered as the weight advanced, his liver splitting, intestines crushed with blood vessels tearing open in bursts. The roller rolled over him from his stomach downward. His torso collapsed beneath the pressure, his lungs being forced flat, and air exploding from his mouth and a gurgle sound. Blood rushed into his chest cavity and sprayed from his lips. His legs twisted grotesquely under the drum, with his skin splintering where jagged bones pushed through. Muscle and flesh were torn apart as the crushing drum pressed them into the hot asphalt. The men around him screamed, their shouts mixing with the beeping alarm and the engine's drone. The operator slammed on the brakes, with the machine groaning to a halt, but the damage was already done. Co-workers rushed forward, their boots slipping on the fresh tar, and clawed at his body trying to drag him free. What they pulled out was a broken man beyond recognition. His chest was caved inward, his stomach torn, and his lower body mangled. His eye visibility vest was soaked red, with his clothes ripped open by the violence of the crush. His arms lay limp at his sides, and his legs bent at impossible angles. They dropped to their knees in the road trying CPR, palms pressed against the sternum that had been shattered, ribs grinding under their hands. Each compression forced more blood to bubble from his mouth and nose. Oxygen just wouldn't take because his lungs had collapsed, filling with fluid and blood. His skin was pale, his eyes half closed. When Palm Bay Fire and police arrived, the scene was chaos. The roller idling in place, workers slick with sweat and blood, and paramedics shouting as they cut through clothes from Noel's crushed body. They pushed air into him, forcing oxygen down a throat filled with blood. They jabbed IVs, tried to find a pulse, but every push on the chest only forced more blood from his mouth. So the injuries were just too massive. Crushed ribs, ruptured organs, pelvis in pieces, and legs mangled. Within minutes, the paramedics made the call. Noel was dead at the scene. The silence afterward was thick. The roller's engine ticked as it cooled, with the air stank of tar and blood. The pavement beneath him was marked forever. Black asphalt streaked with red, fingerprints and nail marks pressed into the surface. The place where life had been crushed out of him. The official reports came later. Local news described a worker pinned under a roller. Equipment World published an account. A 62-year-old man run over by an asphalt roller from the stomach down, but unable to survive. OSHA opened an investigation, noting simply, employee was operating near a paver and was run over by roller. The fatal crush injuries to lower body. The clinical phrasing flattened the horror into a single line. So I could not find any credible evidence and the public reporting that the operator or any individual was arrested for the construction accident. None of the news sources I checked mentioned any charges or any arrests. Also, I did not find any information confirming that someone lost their job as a result of the accident or was terminated. Although it's uncommon to see any immediate arrests unless there's alcohol, fleeing, or clearly reckless conduct. Most consequences, if any, come later via OSHA enforcement, fines or citations, not criminal charges. Nor did I find anywhere that OSHA fined the company or anything. In Vidor, Texas, the nights carry a weight all their own. The air doesn't cool much even after midnight. It clings, damp, warm, a heaviness that presses into skin and slows everything down. Once most of the town has gone to bed, the roads go quiet except for the occasional passing truck, and the canals that cut through the land turn into black mirrors, holding faint reflections of the moon and stars. The silence, although, is deceptive. On the surface it feels calm, but in the shadows, the canals always wait. It was on such a night, May 4th, 2025, that 20-year-old Hunter Wayne Korakink went riding with two friends in a side-by-side utility vehicle. In places like Vidor, these machines are everywhere. Open-sided, steel-framed, rattling boxes of power used for both work and play. They chew through pastures and bounce down dirt roads. They're practically on farms and equally suited for a midnight ride along the narrow strips of ground running beside canals. The machines are loud, with their engines buzzing hard enough to split the quiet. Their headlights are basically jerking cones of light across the dirt with every rut in the path. Hunter sat with a young man driving and a young woman beside them. The three moved west along the canal near South Terry Road and Concord Street. The dirt was uneven, with the path narrow, but to them it must have felt like nothing unusual. The canal reflected the shaky beams of light, broken occasionally when an insect skimmed the surface. The bank looked firm enough, though it was only dirt and roots packed against the water's edge. Now, it doesn't take much for the ground there to give away. But in that moment, none of them thought about that. The side-by-side rattled onward with the engine humming. The ordinary felt secure, but the night was already shifting. The first sign came quick. The driver spotted a deep hole ahead, a rut carved into the dirt that could slam the machine hard if they went over it. So he reacted fast, turning sharply to avoid it. But that snap of the wheel carried the vehicle closer to the canal's edge, and the tires bit into soil that was looser than it looked. The ground crumbled in clumps, and the frame tilted with a groan of strained metal. Headlights swung toward the canal, with beams catching the faint ripple of water waiting below. Now, Hunter didn't freeze. He launched forward, boots slamming into the slope, with hands locking around the roll cage as he tried to hold the machine upright. His body braced against the tilt, with his muscles straining as though sheer strength could drag it back from the brink. He wasn't thinking about himself. His instinct was to save the others. For one moment, the machine hung there in balance, although groaning under the weight. But then the dirt gave way, and gravity finished the job. The side-by-side then rolled into the canal. The sound was violent, shattering the silence of the night. Water exploded upward in a spray that slapped the bank and soaked the grass. The headlights plunged beneath the surface, with beams scattering into ghostly ribbons before snapping out. The roll cage slammed down with a sickening crunch, striking Hunter and driving him beneath the surface. The force was crushing. The cage pinned him chest down into the sucking mud of the canal bottom. His ribs cracked like dry sticks, with his sternum collapsing under the weight. Organs ruptured inside him, with the impact forcing blood to surge into his chest cavity. his legs twisted beneath the steel, skin ripping open where jagged edges tore through flesh. The mud beneath him swallowed what bled out, with dark clouds rising in the water. Above, air burst upward in frantic bubbles, the last rush from his lungs forced out by the crushing impact. They fizzled at the surface, breaking apart as his friend screamed his name. The driver and the woman scrambled, slipping on wet earth, clawing at the tilted machine. Their fingers slid uselessly across cold, slick metal. Every heave and tug left them smeared in blood, their palms raw, but the cage didn't shift. Hunter remained pinned beneath, his body thrashing weakly in those first seconds, instinct trying to fight even as the weight crushed the air from his lungs. Water poured into his mouth and nose, filling him as he drowned under the roll cage. He gagged and convulsed beneath the surface, with his chest heaving violently for oxygen that wasn't there. His movement slowed as blood mixed with water, with his lungs collapsing further. His vision dimmed into the darkness. Above the surface, panic was chaos. His friends screamed louder, with their voices cracking in desperation. They shoved against the steel, splashed into the canal, water knee deep, slipping and choking on the water themselves as they tried to grab him. But the machine was just too heavy, locked down by suction and its own 1,000-pound weight. The canal gave them nothing back but silence and the occasional gurgle of bubbles breaking the surface. Minutes stretched on. Neighbors woke to the sound of screams. They grabbed flashlights and ran barefoot or half-dressed into the night. Beams of light slashed across the canal, catching the gleam of wet steel, the pale faces of the young survivors, and the froth disturbed water. Some neighbors waded in too, mud sucking at their feet as they tried to push and haul the machine, their grunts mixing with the cries of Hunter's name, but nothing moved and the machine held its grip. Then finally, sirens cut through the night. Deputies and paramedics stormed onto the scene, boots splashing, radios buzzing, and orders being shouted. They grabbed ropes, lights, and whatever tools they had, and entered the water. For long moments, it looked hopeless. The roll cage was set deep, suctioned in place like a stone. Then, with a loud groan and a surge of bubbles, it shifted. Rescuers shouted as they dragged Hunter's limp body out of the black water. They laid him flat in the wet grass, his body soaked and heavy. Water poured from his mouth, mixed with blood that slipped from his lips, with his ribs broken in jagged lines beneath pale skin. His legs were twisted and mangled from the weight, deep gashes running across his thighs and calves. Paramedics bent low, pressing against his sternum, forcing compressions, but his chest refused to rise. Oxygen hissed from a mask as they tried to flood air back into his drowned lungs. They then rushed him into an ambulance, with sirens splinting the darkness as they sped him toward Christus St. Elizabeth Hospital in Beaumont. Doctors worked furiously to bring him back, but the crushing force of that roll cage and the long minutes submerged had already taken everything. His chest had basically been destroyed, with his lungs filled and his organs fatally damaged. At 20 years old, Hunter Wayne Cornick was pronounced dead. The report afterward was this: a utility vehicle swerved to avoid a hole, tipped into a canal, and a young man was pinned beneath. But the truth that night wasn't paper-thin words. It was a violent crash of steel into water. It was ribs snapping like glass, and it was air boiling to the surface in desperate bubbles. It was friends screaming his name while the canal swallowed him, and it was his body being dragged out into the grass, broken as paramedics fought against time they had already run out. Craig Harlan Gotham was 55 years old, and he lived in a small farming town in Illinois called Manitou. If you're not from that part of the Midwest, you might not even know a place like that exists. It's mostly fields along flat roads, a handful of businesses, and people who spend their days working the land or running local shops. But on August 5th, 2020, Craig was in Manitou, several hours south at a spot that couldn't feel more different than the quiet farm fields back home. He was at Lake of the Ozarks. If you've never heard of it, this isn't some small fishing lake. It's a massive, twisting reservoir created when a dam was built on the Osage River back in the 1930s. Over time, it became one of the busiest recreational lakes in the Midwest. Picture over 1,000 miles of shoreline, resorts and rental houses everywhere, restaurants you can pull a boat up to, and in summer the water jammed with pontoons, fishing boats, speedboats, and jet skis. It's loud, crowded, and alive. For people like Craig, who came from towns where the biggest noise most days was a tractor or a passing semi, the lake was something entirely different, an escape. Now, he had brought his boat with him, a 4 Winds 240 Horizon. That's a 24-foot fiberglass runabout, the kind of boat you trailer behind a pickup. It's not huge like a yacht, but not small either, roomy enough for family or friends, and with the power to push through big lake water. Boats like that are built for days exactly like this, cruising channels, stopping in coves, then heading back out again. On board, you'd find the standard gear: life jackets, ropes, coolers, and an anchor stored up near the bow. An anchor is simple in concept but dangerous if handled wrong. It's heavy steel, shaped to catch the bottom. When you want to stop and hold your position, maybe for swimming or just drifting without moving, you drop it over the front of the boat, pay out rope, and let it dig into the lake bed. It keeps you from sliding around. But the rule every boater learns early is this: never ever move the boat forward with the anchor still down. That anchor becomes a dead weight, with the rope becoming a line under tension, and the forces involved are far greater than most people realize. At some point that day, Craig had used his anchor. That part is clear because later it would still be in the water. Maybe he had stopped in a quiet cove to rest, maybe he had taken a break before heading back out into the main channel. What matters is that when he left again, when he put the throttle down and aimed the bow into the broad open water, the anchor hadn't fully been brought back up. From the helm, it wouldn't have been obvious right away. The boat still moves, with the engine still pushing. To anyone watching from another boat or from shore, it looks completely normal. A man in his mid-50s standing at the wheel, staring down the main channel on a warm August afternoon. His posture steady, one hand on the wheel, the other near the throttle with his eyes forward. Just another boat among dozens, nothing unusual at all. But beneath the surface, that anchor dragged against the bottom. The rope stretched out and pulled tight, resisting every foot of the forward movement. And ropes under strain don't just sit still. They hum, they vibrate, and they twitch like they are alive. With each fiber holding back force it's not meant to carry for long. So the faster the boat moved, the more energy stored in that line. It was, in essence, a giant spring waiting to be released. Imagine stretching a rubber band until it's about to snap, except this wasn't a rubber band. It was a thick anchor line tied to steel weighing enough to hold a 24 boat in place. That tension built second by second, hidden below unnoticed by the man steering ahead. And then it let go. The anchor ripped free from the bottom all at once. The rope recoiled like a slingshot, releasing all the force it had built up in a single violent motion. The anchor didn't just rise gently out of the water, it hurled upward with the line whipping it like a weapon. In less than a second, it cleared the bow and came straight toward the helm, and the steel slammed into Craig's head. The sound would have been shocking, the crack of metal colliding with bone, louder than you'd ever expect. The blow shattered his skull instantly, with blood spraying across the deck, splattering against the interior, the windshield, and even into the air before falling back in drops. His body collapsed with his legs giving out, his arms loose, and the life knocked out of him in a single hit. This wasn't a glancing strike, it was direct, brutal, and final. Like I said before, anchors are built heavy for a reason. They're supposed to resist current and hold a boat steady. And with all that weight and all that mass, was now driving into the fragile structure of a human head at incredible speed. His skull fractured, caving in under the impact. The skin tore open, with blood pouring out onto the sheets, staining the fiberglass beneath him red. Anyone nearby would have seen it in horrifying clarity. One moment he was upright, steady at the wheel, and the next his body crumpled to the side, blood rushing, with the anchor clattering back down after its arc. The engine kept running and the boat was still moving forward, but its operator was slumped and bleeding heavily. On the deck, the scene was gruesome. Blood pooled near where he fell, slick across the non-slip surface. His hair matted instantly, the wound on his head open and catastrophic. This wasn't the kind of injury you patch up with bandages or even hope to stabilize. It was a fatal strike, the kind you see in industrial accidents, where a machine delivers more force than the human body can ever withstand. And yet, in that moment, people still rushed to act. Calls for help went out. Emergency services were alerted. Boats are often close enough on the lake that others see when something goes wrong, and the urgency would have been clear. A man down, struck massive head trauma. Craig was transported to the Lake Regional Hospital in Osage Beach. He was still alive when they moved him, but barely. The damage to his head and brain was just too severe. Less than 2 hours after the anchor struck him, doctors pronounced him dead at 7:04 p.m. The Missouri State Highway Patrol investigated, as they do with all serious accidents on the lake. The description was stark and simple. The boat was under power with the anchor still in the water. The rope pulled tight and the anchor released and catapulted out, striking the operator in the head. That was the entire chain of events. No alcohol, no storm, and no collision with another vessel. Just like many other cases, one oversight. One anchor not raised, and the physics of tension and release, turning it into a weapon. Work inside a steel casting plant doesn't look like most jobs people picture when they think of factory work. It isn't a quiet assembly line or an air-conditioned warehouse. It's hot, heavy, and dangerous. In places like Elwood Engineered Casting in Hubbard Township, Ohio, workers handle molten steel heated to nearly 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Imagine lava spilling from a volcano. That's about what's being moved inside these buildings every day, except instead of flowing naturally, it's poured and shaped by men and women who have to stand near it. The steel arrives in giant ladles, suspended by cranes, and is poured into molds to make parts used in trains, heavy equipment, or industrial machines. The job requires constant cleaning, moving, and adjusting. Hoses spraying water, machines vibrating, and cranes shifting overhead. And every single step has risks. Heat alone can blister skin from several feet away. A spill can turn fatal instantly. Steam explosions, equipment failures, or human errors can unleash violence in a second. The Bureau of Labor Statistics records workplace fatalities in the United States every year. Manufacturing ranks consistently high, and foundries where molten metal is poured and shaped are some of the worst. Hundreds of workers are killed annually in heavy manufacturing, and thousands more are injured. Between 2011 and 2019, the US averaged more than 350 deaths per year in manufacturing settings, with dozens specifically in metal production. The Occupational Safety and Health Administration has cited molten metal facilities repeatedly for violations because accidents are so often catastrophic. There's rarely such a thing as a minor injury when you're dealing with liquid steel hot enough to melt flesh and bone on contact. This is the world Ja Waylon T. Patterson walked into. He was 30 years old, working at Elwood Engineered Casting. On January 13th, 2024, he was in the pit, a lower area beneath where molten steel was being poured, with a hose in his hands. His job was to wash down leaks in the casting process, basically keeping things clean and controlled as the liquid metal moved from the ladles into molds. It was still dark outside just before 5 in the morning, when most people were still in bed. Inside the plant though, the work was already underway. Above him, a malfunction started. Molten steel nearly 3,000 degrees began leaking into the pit where he stood. Someone shouted and a crane moved the ladle to try to stop the flow. Ja Waylon was below, spraying and doing the routine task he had done before. But molten metal doesn't wait. When it spills, it floods, and in that pit, there was nowhere safe to go. In a blink of an eye, tons of liquid steel poured downward. It splashed, hissed, and surged like a wave of fire, and Jay Waylon was trapped. The hose in his hand was useless against something that hot and that violent. He couldn't climb out fast enough, and the molten steel engulfed him. Obviously, the human body can't withstand contact with such temperatures. Even being within feet of molten steel can cause second and third degree burns, with direct contact being way worse than fire. It destroys tissue instantly, burning through skin, muscle, and bone. Witnesses later reported he was incinerated almost immediately, with the steel filling the pit and consuming everything in it. There was no chance for him to escape, no moment to shield himself. One instant he was working, the next he was gone. Co-workers who saw it described the chaos. People yelling, others scrambling back, and the heat forcing them away even as they wanted to help. The plant shut down in shock, and by the time emergency responders did arrive, there was nothing they could do. Ja Waylon Patterson was dead. The aftermath revealed even more horror. OSHA investigated and found that death had been preventable. The company had failed to follow basic safety procedures. There was no proper confined space program, inadequate training, and no clear process for dealing with leaks of molten metal. Elwood Engineered Casting was cited for 11 serious violations, and fines totaling more than $145,000 were issued, but fines mean little compared to a life lost. To understand the magnitude of what happened, you have to picture it second by second. Patterson in the pit spraying down a leak. the sound of molten steel dripping, a hiss as it hit moisture, a vibration through the floor. Then the surge, liquid metal pouring down, splashing outward, glowing orange-white in the dim early morning light. He would have seen it in only an instant before it hit, basically a wall of fire rolling toward him. The heat alone would have scorched his skin before the steel even touched, and when it touched, there was no surviving that. What's kinda sad to think about is his death was one of the thousands and dangerous jobs across the US every year. The truth is, most people never think about what it takes to make the metal in their cars, their trains, and their machines. They don't see the men like Ja Waylon Patterson who stand in pits at 5 in the morning holding hoses while liquid steel flows above them. But it has to be done, and sometimes it comes at a cost. At only 30 years old, Patterson left behind a fiancée and 2 young children. He was remembered as someone with humor, compassion, and a giving nature. Those things matter, but so does the way he died. Because his death wasn't just a random bad luck. It was the direct result of an industry where hazards are well known and where safety failures are often brushed aside until tragedy forces change. By the time he was in his late 50s, Carlos Len had worked more than his share of hard jobs. He was 57 years old in 2020, living in rural Alabama, the kind of place where steady work often meant factories, farms, or plants tied to the massive poultry industry that dominates the state. Alabama is one of the largest chicken producing states in the country, and the Tyson Keystone plant in Baker Hill was one of the main employers in the region. For many people, it wasn't a dream job, but it was a paycheck, and for men like Carlos, that mattered. At his age, this wasn't a first job or a teenage tryout at a factory life. It was the kind of work you would take because you know it pays the bills. Plants like Keystone didn't just hire young labor, they leaned on experienced men and women who could be counted on to show up day after day and endure the grind. The hours were long and the conditions were harsh, but it was steady, and in a place like Baker Hill, steady was everything. Carlos would have walked through the same heavy doors each shift, pulling on the protective gear the plant required. Rubber boots for the slick floors, gloves for the wet machinery, a hard hat, and maybe a smock or apron. For someone not used to it, the inside of the plant could be overwhelming. Bright lights glared overhead, conveyor belts stretched across the rooms, the constant hiss of water and cleaning sprays echoed against the metal walls. The air smelled faintly of bleach, raw chicken, and damp concrete. But for Carlos, this was familiar. It was the rhythm of his job. On August 31st, 2020, Carlos Len reported for his shift, just like he had done countless times before. His task that day was cleaning around the conveyor system. That might sound simple, but inside a poultry processing plant, it was one of the most dangerous parts of the work. The conveyors were long, motor-driven belts that carried chicken from one section of the plant to the other. They ran on rollers and gears, constant and strong. Workers like Carlos had to keep them free of debris and buildup, which meant leaning in close, spraying water, scrubbing, or reaching into tight spaces. The plant was loud and wet that day, just like always. The floor was slick underfoot, with the belts rattling with each steady grind. Carlos moved along the line with his hose, focused on keeping the machinery clean. He knew the danger, but this was part of the job. In plants like Keystone, you didn't stop the conveyors unless something went terribly wrong, and then, suddenly, it did. While Carlos was cleaning, part of him got too close to the moving machinery. Whether it was clothing, a glove, or just the force of the rollers catching, the conveyor seized hold of him, and in an instant, he was pulled forward. Machines like that don't hesitate. They keep turning, dragging in whatever they catch, and Carlos's body was drawn into the boat's relentless pull. Nearby co-workers saw it happen. His body pressed into the rollers as the machine ground on. Metal and rubber was crushing him as shouts erupted across the room. People screamed his name, scrambled toward the emergency shutoff, hands fumbling against slick steel as they tried to free him. But the conveyor kept running, its mechanical hum unchanged, indifferent to the human life caught in its grip. To really picture it, the scene was horrific. Blood spilled onto the wet floor, mixing with water in a thin red sheen. Workers pulled at him, some slipping as they tried to stop the conveyor, but it was too late. By the time the machine stopped, the damage was already catastrophic. Carlos had been crushed where he stood, his body mangled by the very equipment he had been assigned to clean. When emergency responders finally arrived, the plant was in chaos. The machine had just been running so steadily, now sat silent. So steadily, now sat silent. its frame smeared with what remained of the struggle. But Carlos was still there, lifeless, with his co-workers in shock, many of them unable to even look at the conveyor. The responders worked quickly to recover him, but there was nothing left to save. For the men and women who had been working beside him, the memory would not fade. They had seen him caught, heard the sickening sound of flesh and bone against machinery, and felt the helplessness of pulling with all their strength and realizing it wasn't enough. A factory floor that always felt routine was now scarred with a new reality, how fast life can be taken in a place like this. After his death, the OSHA opened an investigation to determine how such a fatal accident could happen inside one of the country's largest poultry processors. What inspectors found was clear. Like with most incidents, the tragedy wasn't an unpredictable mishap. It was preventable. They determined that Tyson had failed to protect workers from hazardous energy on the conveyor system Carlos had been assigned to clean. Federal law requires what's called a lockout/tagout procedure. Machinery must be powered down, locked, and tagged so it cannot start or continue moving while a worker is cleaning or repairing it. At the Keystone plant, obviously, that procedure wasn't being followed. Instead, employees like Carlos were sent to clean the equipment while it was still energized and moving, exposing them to exactly the kind of entanglement hazard that killed him. The agency cited Tyson for multiple serious violations, including not developing or enforcing a proper lockout/tagout program, and allowing unsafe cleaning practices. In total, OSHA issued fines of more than $160,000 connected to Carlos's death and related hazards at the plant. In addition to the fines, OSHA placed Tyson under pressure to change its practices. The company was required to correct that violations, retrain workers, and adopt safer procedures going forward. The findings also fed into a broader pattern. Tyson had actually been already cited at other facilities for similar failures, meaning OSHA viewed the Baker Hill case as part of a repeated problem, not a one-time oversight. When the plant reopened, the conveyor was cleaned, the floor scrubbed, and production resumed. Boxes of chicken continued to move down the lines, just as they did before. But for those who had knew Carlos, or even just stood near him that day, the images stayed. The man who walked in for his shift that morning never walked out again.
And now, folks, it's time to say goodnight. We sincerely appreciate your patronage and hope we've succeeded in bringing you an enjoyable evening of entertainment. Please drive home carefully and come back again soon. Good night.
In the small town of Pennsdale, Pennsylvania, the mornings start quietly. The air is cool, carrying the faint scent of farmland and metal, a mix of nature and industry that defines much of rural Pennsylvania. Just off Cloverleaf Road, tucked among fields and warehouses, sits Economy Locker Storage Company, a meat processing facility that's been part of the community for decades. Inside, the work is steady and physical. Grinders humming, conveyors running, and knives clattering against the stainless steel. It's not glamorous work, but for the people there, it's honest, dependable, and part of daily life. On the morning of April 22nd, 2019, the plant came to life as it always did. The fluorescent lights flickered on, the smell of raw meat and cleaning solution filled the air, and the low mechanical rumble of grinders and mixers began. Workers moved between machines, their white aprons streaked with red from the morning's processing. These machines are essential. They grind hundreds of pounds of meat each hour, but they also represent one of the most dangerous parts of any food plant. The augers inside them are enormous. The blades hidden within can tear through bone and flesh as easily as through a slab of beef, and every worker in that building knew to respect the machines. Among those employees that day was 35-year-old Jill Greeninger, a longtime worker at the plant. By all accounts, she was experienced, careful, and well-liked, and the Economy Locker facility was her everyday world. A place she knew inside and out. That morning, she went through her usual routine, working near one of the large industrial meat grinders that sat in the back of the plant. The machine was over 4 feet tall, a metal beast built to handle huge batches of ground product. But at around 11:30 a.m., the routine broke. The plant was busy, with the sound of grinders, fans, and compressors filling every corner. Jill was working near one of the machines when, according to investigators later, she climbed part way onto a rolling stair ladder. ladder, which is the kind used to reach the top of tall equipment. What she intended to do is still uncertain. Investigators think she may have been checking the grinder's hopper, or maybe just adjusting something inside the chute. No one knows exactly what happened. The moment came and went in silence, drowned out by the constant roar of machinery. But in that brief window, something went terribly wrong. Jill lost her footing, or maybe her clothing may have been caught. But in an instant, her body was pulled into the opening of the industrial grinder, and this machine didn't stop. The rotating augers inside were designed to pull meat downward into spinning blades, and that's exactly what they did. Her body was dragged into the mechanism before she could scream for help. The metal auger gripped and twisted, pulling her deeper with immense force. Her arms went first, crushed and torn as the blades ripped through flesh and bone, and within seconds the rest of her body was consumed by the machine. Now remember, in this plant it was very noisy, so it wasn't until several minutes later that coworkers realized something was wrong. A few noticed her absence, then the unnatural rhythm of the grinder's motor. When someone looked inside the processing area and saw blood splattered around the machine, they screamed for the power to be cut. When the grinder finally stopped, what they found was unspeakable. Jill's body had been drawn completely into the machine. Her remains were mangled and compressed within its steel housing. This scene was gruesome beyond comprehension. Blood and tissue coated the inside of the chute, dripping down onto the floor in slow, thick rivulets. A co-worker who had seen the aftermath later told investigators that they couldn't even recognize what they were even looking at. A supervisor called 911. His voice was shaking as he tried to explain to the dispatcher that someone had fallen into a meat grinder. Now, I know what you may be wondering. If this was a meat processing plant, how did they know the meat inside was Jill's? Well, they also found shredded clothing which matched Jill's clothes. Not only that, there wasn't supposed to be any meat in the machine, as they didn't start processing meat yet at that time. But either way, emergency crews shut down all power and began the grim process of recovering what was left of her. The task took over 2 hours. Workers had to dismantle parts of the grinder piece by piece to retrieve her remains. This was so bad that firefighters described the scene as one of the worst they had ever encountered. There was no doubt about the outcome. She had died instantly. Her body was crushed and shredded by the blades before anyone could reach her. Investigators from OSHA and local law enforcement examined the site. They determined that Jill had likely been working alone at that time, climbing near the machine without another worker nearby to spot her. It's possible she was trying to clear a blockage or inspect something from above. Normally, safety procedures would require machines of that type to be fully shut off and locked out before any maintenance or inspection. But that morning, for reasons no one will ever know, the grinder had still been running. Her coworkers and family were devastated. Jill was remembered as hardworking, kind, and bright, a woman who showed up every day and did her job without any complaints. OSHA opened an investigation almost immediately, reviewing the company's safety protocols and training. Economy Locker Storage Co. was cited and fined later that year for serious safety violations, including failures to properly guard the machinery and to ensure workers followed lockout/tagout procedures before working near active equipment. The penalties totaled $42,000. But no dollar amount could match the magnitude of what had happened in that room. By that afternoon, news trucks were parked along Cloverleaf Road, their cameras pointing toward the nondescriptible warehouse. Reporters tried to make sense of it, but no words could soften what had happened inside. A young woman had been consumed by the very machine she had worked beside for years. The morning of March 26, 2020 began quietly in Byron, Minnesota. The town sits west of Rochester, surrounded by farmland and low furrowing fields that stay pale through late March. That morning was cold and calm, the kind of gray dawn where everything feels half awake. At the edge of the town stood Duke Aerial Equipment, a rental yard filled with towering lifts, scissor booms, and construction gear. The yard was still damp from melted frost, with rows of machines standing silent under a thin haze. Workers there spent mornings inspecting and testing the equipment before it went out for rental. Long metal arms rising and folding in slow mechanical arcs as engines coughed to life one by one. Around 7 a.m., Anthony J. Street, 37, clocked in. He worked there as a mechanic for years. Colleagues said he was dependable. That morning, he was assigned to perform a function test on an aerial lift, one of those massive jointed machines used to reach power poles or paint the upper stories of buildings. It was routine work. He had done this countless times before. You start the lift, check its hydraulics, extend the boom, rotate it, and make sure every control responds the way it should. The lift he was testing sat on a patch of gravel near the driveway entrance. The ground there sloped just slightly toward the street, and above that stretch of yard ran a row of overhead power lines. Thick black cables strung between tall wooden poles. They had always been there, cutting across the property like a silent boundary. Anthony climbed into the lift's small basket and began testing the controls. The machine's diesel engine rattled to life, echoing through the yard. He raised the boom slowly, with the hydraulic arms groaning as the basket lifted higher into the still gray sky. At ground level, other workers moved around, checking tires and tools, the usual early shift hum of the activity. From below, the basket moved smoothly, up, out, and rotating. Nothing unusual, but the higher the boom stretched, the closer it came to the overhead lines. There was no sound and no spark at first, just a mechanical whirling of the lift's joints. The gap between metal and cable narrowed foot by foot. Now, electricity doesn't warn you when it's about to strike. There's no smell, no crack until it's too late. When the lift arm reached just within arc distance of the power line, maybe a foot or two, the current jumped. And in an instant, 12,000 volts surged from the line into the metal boom. Basically, the machine became a live conductor, and the current followed the easiest path to the ground, through Anthony's body. And the shock was catastrophic. It hit him like a silent explosion, locking every muscle in his body at once. His hands seized around the controls, his back arched violently, and his chest muscles contracted so hard it likely tore fibers in his ribs. Witnesses would later say they saw a bright flash, a burst of white-blue light, where the boom met the power lines. For a split second, the air filled with a crackling hiss and the smell of ozone. Then came the smoke. Electrical current superheats everything it touches. The metal burned. The paint on the lift blistered. Sparks rained down into the gravel below. Anthony's clothing caught in small bursts of flame before extinguishing under the heat of the current itself. His skin charred where it made contact with metal. Hands, arms, chest, and internal burns traced through his body like lightning scars. The current passed through his chest, into his abdomen, and out through his feet, exiting wherever it could. Inside him, tissue vaporized along the electrical path, with his heart stopping instantly. But the lift continued to hum, motionless now, but the boom froze in place. From the ground, coworkers shouted his name, but he didn't move. No one could climb up as the machine was still live, and the moment anyone would touch it, the current would flow into them too. One worker tried to approach, but saw sparks still flickering around the contact point and stopped. The line above hissed softly as a faint shimmering vibration in the cold air. Someone naturally called 911. Emergency dispatchers sent the Dodge County Sheriff's Office, the fire department, and the Excel energy crews to the site. The first responders arrived quickly, but there was nothing they could do until the power was cut. So for about 5 to 10 minutes, they stood back, waiting for utility workers to de-energize the line. The lift stayed extended with the basket swaying slightly in the wind, the smell of burnt insulation and scorched metal heavy in the air. When the power finally went down, the yard fell silent. Even the birds seemed to stop. Firefighters moved in, lowering the boom manually, their gloves blackened by soot. They reached the basket and found him there. His body was slumped forward, still strapped by the harness, smoke still rising faintly from his clothes. Paramedics would check for a pulse, but the shock had destroyed his internal organs. The burns were so deep they had cooked muscle down to bone. His skin had turned gray from the contact points, with the air reeking of burned flesh. They would pronounce him dead at the scene. The investigation that followed revealed how easily it could have been prevented. The overhead lines that crossed the property carried over 2,400 volts, enough to kill anyone instantly on contact. Duke Ariel had a policy stating that no lift should ever be operated within 15 feet of energized lines. But that morning, the lift had been parked almost directly beneath them. It was a hazard that had existed for years. The company routinely stored and tested equipment in that same area, sometimes even with booms raised. And the lines were never even rerouted, nor were warning signs or physical barriers installed to remind workers of the danger overhead. Inspectors from Minnesota OSHA arrived later that day. They photographed the lift, the power lines, and the burn marks on the boom. Their report was quite blunt: inadequate safety training, poor hazard assessment, and a failure to maintain proper clearance from power lines. It wasn't even the first time Duke Ariel had been warned about electrical hazards either. They were cited for multiple serious violations, including failure to instruct employees in electrical safety and failure to provide a safe workplace. The company faced fines and was ordered to overhaul its training programs and site layouts. But for Anthony's family, this didn't really matter. His obituary described him as a devoted father, a loyal friend, and someone who could fix anything. He had been working towards saving for his first home. Instead, the morning he went to test a machine turned into the last moments of his life. In the months that followed, Duke Aerial changed its operations, the power lines were de-energized and later rerouted away from the lot. Testing areas were moved and warning signs went up, but it had taken a life to make that happen. Downtown Montreal was still warm. Evening came on June 8th, 2009. People had filled the patios that lined Peel Street, taking advantage of the last stretch of daylight. Cars rolled by in slow bursts of traffic, with music blending faintly from somewhere nearby, and the buildings catching the sun and their windows turning them gold. At one of the restaurants along that stretch, the Madison, a woman named Leah Gilbert sat outside with her husband Alex Lemaire. They picked the patio because the air felt good after a hot day, and the light breeze coming off the street kept the air moving. The table was small, tucked close to the sidewalk. Leah had taken off her jacket, and the drinks were already half empty. Above them stood the Marriott Residence Inn, a tall, clean-looking hotel whose entire front was a patchwork of glass panels fitted into silver frames. From below, it looked perfect, sleek, modern, and quiet. Nobody looking up that night would have even thought twice about it. But one of those panels wasn't right. The sealant around its edges had begun to fail, the metal frame pulling loose just slightly from the glass. The defect was invisible from the street. It didn't make a sound, and for years it had been holding together by tension alone. And now, as the evening cooled, the material was contracted in just the wrong way. Down on the patio, Leah and Alex were laughing. The sound of their voices mixed with the scrape of forks, the distant honk of a car, and the hiss of a bus stopping at the light. Everything felt normal. Then came a noise, quick and sharp. A metallic pop from somewhere above. It was over almost immediately after. A pane of glass nearly the size of a door tore free from its frame and dropped. It didn't tumble nor shatter mid-air. It stayed whole, slicing downward like a blade. People nearby heard the rush of air before they saw anything. The glass hit the patio with a sound no one could forget. It exploded on impact, and the force of it slammed directly into Leah. The panel's edge struck her head and shoulder with all the speed of a falling car windshield. It shattered as it struck, breaking into a rain of jagged shards that sprayed across the ground, slicing into legs, hands, and faces. Dishes went flying, with people screaming and ducking under tables. When Alex looked back at his wife, everything around him had changed. Leah was on the ground beside the table, and she wasn't moving. Her body was twisted at an unnatural angle, half covered in glass. Blood spread fast beneath her, soaking the tiles. Her head and chest had taken the full weight of the panel, and the blow had crushed her skull and severed her neck so badly that the wound poured freely down her shoulders. He dropped to the ground trying to lift her, but his hands were slipping in the blood. The glass was everywhere, embedded in her head, sticking out from her arms, crunching under his knees as he knelt beside her. He tried to stop the bleeding, but it just kept coming. People around them were screaming for help, shouting for someone to call 911, crying out in disbelief. A waiter stood frozen, staring at the hole in the sky where the glass had come from. The street fell into chaos. Chairs were overturned, diners stumbled away, bleeding from smaller cuts. A few brave ones tried to help, using napkins to cover the worst wounds, but Leah's were beyond help. Her breathing never returned, and the light in her eyes was already gone. By the time the first ambulances arrived, Alex was still kneeling in the middle of it all. His hands were covered in red, with the knees of his jeans soaked through. Paramedics had to pull him back to get to her. They worked quickly, but when they saw the injuries up close, the crushed skull, the torn arteries, and the damage to her spine, they stopped. Because realistically, there was nothing they could do. The impact had already killed her. Police closed the street within minutes. They looked up and saw the broken panel's frame hanging open, a jagged gap high above the patio. Glass dust shimmered in the air as lights from emergency vehicles hit it. The scene really looked unreal. The blood, the overturned tables, and the people huddling together crying. News spread fast, and within an hour reporters had arrived, and cameras were filming the patio from beyond the yellow tape. They caught the aftermath. The white tablecloth stained dark, the glass glintering under the lights, and the building's dark opening where the window used to be. The next morning, the headlines were everywhere. A woman killed by falling glass in downtown Montreal. It really sounded impossible, but when the engineers began inspecting the facade, they realized the danger had been there all along. The adhesives and bolts were deteriorating. Temperature swings had loosened entire panels, so it wasn't one freak flaw. It was a pattern of neglect that could have sent any of those glass sheets crashing down at any time. Leah's death set off a chain reaction. The city ordered emergency inspections on glass facades across downtown. But for Alex, that wasn't enough. He wanted accountability. So he filed a lawsuit against everyone who had designed, built, or maintained the hotel's facade. The architectural firm, and the engineering company, and the general contractor of construction. For years, the cases dragged on. Experts reconstructed the building's design, pored over technical drawings, and debated who should have known the risks. When the judgment finally came down in 2016, it was decisive. The court ruled that Leah's death had been caused by professional negligence, a failure in design, inspection, and supervision. It wasn't fate, it was carelessness. The companies were held financially responsible, and the total damages came to nearly 5 million Canadian dollars. Most of it, just over 4 million, went to Alex Lemaire for the trauma, lost income, and the unbearable reality of what he had witnessed. The remainder went to Leah's family for their suffering. The engineering firm bore most of the blame, but the others shared the rest. The companies appealed, but 3 years later, the Quebec Court of Appeal upheld the verdict, leaving the judgment intact. By then, Montreal had already rewritten its safety codes. News laws required every high-rise owner to have their facades inspected by certified engineers every 5 years. Teams began descending down towers all over the city and documenting even the smallest cracks or loose bolts. It had been raining in Fife since morning, that thin, endless kind of drizzle that never becomes a storm but never stops either. The sky was a flat gray slab pressing down on everything, and the streets gleamed under the orange hum of the street lights. Cars hissed past on wet pavement, and the air smelled faintly of iron, oil, and cold rainwater. At the edge of an apartment complex not far from Pacific Highway, a man parked his car, locked it, and stepped out into the damp air, heading toward his apartment. His name was Patrick Lee Nelson, a 56-year-old heading home at the end of an ordinary Friday. He walked toward the entrance of the building, keys in hand, then they slipped. Just a small mistake. But the keys fell, bounced once on the curb, and vanished through the narrow metal slots of a storm drain grate. The sound they made when they hit the water below was soft and almost delicate. He crouched, peering down. There they were, his car keys and his house keys, glinting faintly in the runoff a few feet below. Rain trickled through the grate, rippling the reflection. He could almost touch them. It must have looked so simple. Just pull the cover aside, reach down, grab them, and go inside. The drain cover weighed around 50 pounds, cast iron slick with rain, so he braced himself, lifted it, and set it aside. The hole beneath was dark and narrow, just 3 feet deep, half filled with cold runoff. The concrete walls were smooth, funneling into a pipe that disappeared beneath the street. From above, it really didn't look dangerous, just an ugly gap collecting rainwater. So he knelt and leaned in. Maybe he used one hand to steady himself on the edge, while the other reached down. The water below was icy, dark, only 2 feet deep, so he stretched a little further with the tips of his fingers brushing metal, and then somehow his balance shifted. The pavement was slick, and the drain's edges were rounded and wet. His shoes slid suddenly, scraping against the concrete. His body lurched forward, and before he could react, gravity pulled him down hard. His ribs hit the edge of the drain with a dull, wet thud, a sharp, heavy impact that forced the air from his lungs. The sound of it vanished beneath the rain. His hand shot out to grab something, but the smooth surface offered nothing. His chest scraped against concrete as his upper body plunged in. Cold water swallowed his face instantly. It was like being dropped into a bucket of ice. The shock hit before fear did, that instinctive jolt that locks the chest and steals breath. His eyes opened to black water clouded with grit. Runoff burned against his sinuses, carrying the taste of rust, oil, and dirt. He tried to push up, but the narrow walls caught his shoulders. The rough concrete pressed into his collarbones, grinding the skin raw as he fought to lift himself up. Every motion sent echoes slapping through the drain. Dull splashes, the rush of displaced water, and the frantic scraping of shoes against the pavement above. He gasped, but all he drew in was water. It hit his throat like liquid fire. He coughed violently, but was bursting against the walls, but the position trapped him in. Each cough drove more water in.
His body convulsed with his lungs burning. The reflex to breathe was overpowering everything. His legs kicked against the asphalt, with his shoes slipping uselessly. One heel caught under the heavy grate beside him, wedging tighter each time he tried to push. His fingers clawed against the concrete rim, nails scraping hard enough to leave pale streaks in the grime, but he couldn't find leverage. Inside the drain, the world shrank to sound and pressure. The gurgling of rainwater became deafening, a constant rush pouring past his ears. The cold sank deep into his chest, with his muscles locking up from shock. He tried again to lift himself, but his shoulders were jammed tight. The confined space became a vice. Every second he stayed inverted, the blood rushed to his head, pulsing behind his eyes. His breath came out in ragged, choking bursts that quickly turned to silence. The water stung his eyes, seeping into his nose and throat. The struggle slowed, with the motion turning from desperate to weak. His legs twitched a few more times before going still. His body settled in place, wedged between wet concrete and cold water, with his face hidden just below the surface. Rain continued falling, with small ripples spreading outward where his head had gone under. When someone finally saw, they didn't realize what they were looking at. From the sidewalk, all that showed were his legs, bent at the knees, motionless, half protruding from the drain. The first 911 caller thought it might be a homeless man sleeping, or a prank just gone wrong. Police and firefighters arrived under the yellow light of street lamps, and they found the drain cover lying to the side, with the opening wide and full of dark water. When they pulled him out, his upper body was soaked and pale, his skin cool and slack, with his lips faintly blue. Mud and debris were clung to his hair, and the smell of runoff sharp in the air. There was a faint trail of blood where the edge had scraped his chest open, thin scratches across the ribs where he had tried to fight back out. They laid him on the pavement and started CPR. Water gurgled from his mouth and nose each time they pressed his chest, spilling across the concrete in thin streams. His clothes clung to his body, heavy and dripping puddles forming beneath him. The paramedics counted, pressed, and breathed, but he just didn't respond. By the time they stopped, the water inside the drain had begun to clear again, rain continuing its steady path through the same opening. The grate lay off to the side, streaked with mud and footprints. At the morgue, the examiners documented it all. No head trauma, no broken bones, and no signs of violence, only the unmistakable indicators of drowning. His lungs were heavy, filled with dirty runoff water and fine grit. Mud coated the inside of his nostrils, with his skin along his chest and shoulders being raw from scraping against concrete. His watch had stopped at 6:42 p.m. Investigators measured everything. The drain's mouth was about 3 feet deep, with 24 inches of water inside. The keys were recovered at the bottom, lying inches from where his face had been, with the metal dulled by silt. They concluded he had leaned in too far, lost balance, and fallen forward. When submerged, he had no space to lift his head or twist free. Gravity had basically held him there until his body gave out. Now, this case didn't really make headlines for long. A brief local report or a passing mention on a TV. The headline was, "Man drowns while trying to retrieve keys from storm drain." That was it. But the scene left behind told the real story. A quiet lot slick with rain, and the reflection of street lights trembling across the pavement, with the water still circling down that same opening where he had vanished. In the old mining town by Wabick, Minnesota, summer comes slow. The air smells like pine and rust, with the streets empty by sundown, and the wind carries faint echoes from the iron pits that stretch for miles beyond the tree line. In June 2023, the silence was interrupted by the search for a man named Brandon Lee Bushman. He was 34 years old and had a warrant out for his arrest, a probation violation tied to an earlier drug possession charge. It wasn't violent, but it meant that if deputies found him, he was going back to jail. For days, they had been checking abandoned buildings, garages, and wooded lots, anywhere someone might hide. He had been seen moving between towns on the range, ducking out of sight, and sleeping where no one would think to look. By the third week of June, the search led officers to a small house at 304 4th Avenue North. The place had been empty for months. No power, no furniture, and no sign of life. It was so abandoned that paint peeled from the siding like curled paper, and the windows were filmed over with dust. When they first stepped inside, it smelled like damp wood and mouse droppings. They went room to room, with flashlights cutting through the still air. There were only beer cans on the counter, a few footprints in the dust, and a door near the back that led to the basement. They checked it briefly, their lights sweeping across old storage boxes, and a large white chest freezer tucked in the corner. Its enamel was chipped and dull, but it looked forgotten.
When they left, the report said only one thing: house cleared and no sign of the suspect. Days had passed and Brandon didn't show up anywhere. His family filed a missing report and flyers went up in nearby towns, but no one had seen him, and the trail grew cold. A week later, someone called the sheriff's office. The property owner had gone by to check the house and said there was a smell coming from inside, something sickly and metallic that grew worse by the hour. When deputies went back, they caught it before they even reached the porch. Inside, the air was thick and humid, clinging to their clothes. The smell wasn't just unpleasant, it was unmistakable. The kind that coats the back of your throat, sweet and coppery, like a rusted coin left too long in water. The source was below the house. In the basement, the air barely moved. The concrete walls were sweating. Against one of them sat that same freezer, lid closed, with a faint reddish streak running down its side where the gasket met the rim. Dust was disturbed around it now, faint drag marks in the concrete. The power cord trailed along the floor, still unplugged. The smell coming from the seam of the lid left no doubt what was inside. When they forced it open, the pressure released in a low hiss. A wave of heat and decay rolled out, the unmistakable stench of decomposition in an enclosed space. Inside, the metal walls were bedded with condensation. Brownish fluid pooled in the corners, thick and gelatinous. The air inside shimmered faintly, heavy with ammonia and rot. Curled against one wall was a body. He was on his side, knees drawn to his chest, hands pressed against the lid. His fingertips were blackened and swollen, with skin sloughing from the nails. The walls above him were streaked with faint scratch marks, desperate uneven lines etched into the frost-stained steel. His face had turned dark, bloated from the gases that had built up inside. The skin around his mouth and eyes was torn slightly from pressure. The airless space had baked him slowly over days, trapping heat and moisture until his body began to liquefy. A thin metal rod, rusted and bent, was wedged through the outer latch, later identified as a piece from a garden ornament. It had locked the lid from the outside, and investigators couldn't tell whether he had jammed it in a panic or if it had slipped that way accidentally. Either way, it sealed the fate of anyone inside. The odor clung to everything. Deputies stepped back, covering their mouths, but there was no escaping it. The air was heavy, thick with decay and iron. When the medical examiner arrived, they found his clothing intact but soaked through with fluids that had seeped from his body. The lining of the freezer was slick and a thin brown film had gathered beneath him, a mix of condensation, bodily fluids, and the oils from decomposing flesh. The air temperature inside the house had been warm that week, enough to speed decay but not enough to dry it out. There were no stab wounds, no bruises, nor no gunshot injuries. The cause was mechanical and suffocating, asphyxiation in a sealed space. The autopsy confirmed it. His lungs had collapsed inward, the small blood vessels in his eyes and skin had ruptured under pressure, and his fingernails were broken and packed with rust from the freezer's walls. The details told the rest. On that night of the first search, he had been there, hiding. When officers entered the home, he must have gone downstairs and crawled into that freezer, believing it was the safest place to disappear. That choice would have been fatal even under perfect conditions. The freezer he had climbed into was an older model from before 1958, when manufacturers still used mechanical latching handles that locked tight from the outside. Those designs were efficient. They sealed air so well that the cold never escaped, but they were also death traps. Once the lid shut, the pressure of the vacuum and the strength of the latch meant it could not be pushed open from inside. After several children suffocated in similar freezers during the 1950s, the US government banned that design. Newer models use magnetic seals and internal release levers. The one in that basement was from the generation that nearly vanished. Heavy, airtight, and utterly unforgiving. He might have realized it almost immediately. The first few breaths would have felt heavy, humid, and unclean. Then dizziness, then the instinct to push up, to grab at the lid, to claw. The scratches on the interior showed that he had fought for a while, long enough to leave marks, but not long enough to make a sound anyone could hear. The rod and the latch told the rest of the story, a final hopeless attempt to wedge the lid open from the inside. When oxygen ran out, the body's panic fades into confusion. He would have grown sluggish, then limp, slipping into unconsciousness before the air was fully gone. Inside that box, it was quiet again. The police department ruled the death accidental. There was no signs anyone else had been in there. no fingerprints other than his, and no forced entry. He had trapped himself in a machine built to be unbreakable. When the freezer was removed, the underside of the lid was rusted with blood, sweat, and faint oils from the decomposition gases that had risen upward. Investigators described the smell as almost unbearable. It mixed sour rot, ammonia, and rust that soaked into the concrete floor. In the end, there was no mystery left to solve. The real horror was how ordinary everything had seemed. Just a missing man and an empty house and a relic from another century that looked harmless until someone lifted that lid and saw what had been waiting there all along. The summer heat in Contra Costa County had been relentless that week. By late afternoon, the hills around Brentwood shimmered behind a pale curtain of dust and dry air. The land out there feels almost empty. Long stretches of farmland, dry canals, and gravel roads that lead to nowhere in particular. A set of railroad tracks run through it all, straight and unbending, cutting across open fields like a scar. On June 26, 2022, a silver sedan made its way along one of those back roads. Inside were Mercedes Regulado, her relatives Julia Mondragon, Maria Nieves, and 2 children. They were heading towards town. The car moved slowly over the uneven dirt, with tires crunching over rocks. The road ahead led to a rail crossing that gave no warning, so no red flashing lights, no ringing bell, and no barrier arms lowering to block the path. Just a faded wooden crossbuck sign that read railroad crossing, half hidden behind tall grass. There were no alarms, no sirens, and no motion sensors. Nothing mechanical to announce that a train was coming. Drivers were left to trust their eyes and ears alone. On a quiet evening like that, with the wind moving through the fields and the sun dropping low, silence could trick you, and even more with the tracks looking empty. From a distance, nothing seemed dangerous. The fields were quiet except for the wind, but far down the line, something massive was moving. The Amtrak St. Joaquin, number 713, running its route from Stockton to Martinez. Inside the train were 85 passengers and 5 crew members. It had just left Antioch minutes earlier, running on time. At that hour, the sun was low enough to throw glare across the tracks. For anyone driving west, the light was blinding. It washed the rails and horizon into one color. The sound of the train doesn't really carry far in open air. There were no buildings to echo the horn and no city walls to amplify it. It can be close before you can even hear it. The car reached the crossing. Dust trailed behind it, swirling in the heat. The driver slowed and the front tires bumped over the first rail. Maybe someone saw a flash of metal in the distance, or maybe not, because there was no warning system to tell them a train was coming. Down the track, the Amtrak engineer leaned on the horn. The sound tore through the air, long and shrill, cutting through the dry wind. Inside the sedan, the sound would have arrived as a sudden deafening blare, too loud to make sense of it and too close to escape. The ground itself began to tremble, a deep vibration rolling through wheels of the car. Now, the train was traveling around 80 miles per hour, and in that moment, 400 tons of steel were closing in at a speed that no human could react to. The driver's foot likely pressed the gas too late. There was a flash of sunlight across the windshield, then the shadow of the locomotive filled the entire left side of the car. Witnesses later said it looked like the car hesitated, stopped halfway across as if unsure whether to go forward or back. Then the train struck. The impact came with a sound no one forgets. A metallic crack that turned into a single rippling explosion. The locomotive hit the car broadside, with the driver's side imploding under the force. Windows bursted outward in a spray of glass that sparkled for a heartbeat before scattering into the dirt. The body of the car twisted mid-air, torn open like a foil. It spun twice, pieces breaking free, the trunk, the hood, the doors, and then slammed into the ground 60 feet from the rails. Inside the train, passengers felt a violent jolt. It was the whole cabin lurching sideways. Cups toppled, luggage shifted, and then came a long, grinding screech as the engineer hit the brakes. Outside, the air filled with dust and the scent of burning rubber. The sedan lay mangled in the ditch, with its roof crushed inward and the sides folding tight as if the entire car had been compressed into itself. Bits of the upholstery and paper flooded in the heat, with a door lay half buried in the dirt, still smoldering from friction. First responders from Contra Costa County arrived within minutes. The air was hot, thick with the smell of gasoline and scorched paint. They could hear the faint ticking of metal cooling in the sun. Steam hissed from what was left of the engine, curling into the sky. The sound when rescuers began cutting through the wreck was almost surgical, the hydraulic spreaders whining, glass cracking under the pressure. The inside of the car was a chaos of bent seats, wires, and torn fabric. Mercedes, seated on the left, had taken the full force of the impact. Her seat was crushed nearly flat against the door frame. The airbag had deployed but shredded instantly under the collision's violence. Paramedics reached through what was left of the passenger window. The smell of oil and hot metal mixed with the copper tang of blood. They worked quickly, cutting through twisted belts, with hands moving carefully despite the heat radiating off the wreck. Dust clung to their gloves, turning to paste with sweat. Two women, Julia and Maria, were already beyond help. Their bodies lay still amid the wreckage, one slumped forward and the other pinned beneath seats. The children were motionless at first, their faces streaked with dust and eyes closed, but one was breathing. It was shallow and erratic, but they were pulled free on a backboard, skin pale under a coating of grit. The other was unresponsive and lifted into the arms of a firefighter who whispered to him as they ran toward the ambulance. Inside the train, passengers pressed against their windows. From the distance, they could see the wreck only in fragments. A glint of chrome, the shimmer of heat, and the red of emergency lights flashing against the car's torn frame. Some covered their mouths and others simply stared. Investigators arrived within the hour, documenting everything. The crossing was a private dirt road with no barriers, no lights, and no alarms. Only the wooden sign that read railroad crossing, like I said earlier. The rails ran straight for miles, yet the glare of the sun and the quiet of the countryside made it deceptively invisible. They marked where the car's tires had stopped, where the debris began, and where the bodies had landed. The coroner's team began their work. They noted the violence of the forces involved. Metal compressed into metal, with glass pulverized into dust. For Mercedes Regalado, the injuries were catastrophic. The collision had been instant, leaving no time for pain and no breath long enough for realization. As dusk fell, floodlights illuminated the site. The air was cold, but the smell of the wreck remained. Trains stopped running through Brentwood that night. The Amtrak engine, streaked with dust and fragments of paint, stood motionless on the track, its steel body dented and silent. By morning, aerial photos captured what words could barely describe. A stretch of scorched dirt, the black outline of skid marks, and a field scattered with remnants of lives, a child's shoe, and a purse flung yards from the wreck. The reports that followed confirmed what physics already told. The car had no chance. The impact speed, the weight of the locomotive, and the lack of protection at the crossing made it inevitable. The deaths of all involved were road accidental, the result of a collision at an unguarded rail crossing. The boy that was responsive unfortunately died later in the hospital. In the months that followed, the family sought accountability. The absence of any lights or gates, the same silence that had doomed the car, became the core of a lawsuit filed in federal courts. The case Nieves ETAL versus BNSF Railroad Company ETAL accused the railroad of negligence and wrongful death, arguing that the unprotected crossing made the tragedy inevitable. Filed in the Northern District of California, the suit targeted BNSF, a railroad company, the owner of the line, and possibly other responsible parties. The plaintiffs are relatives of Mariah and the other victims. They claimed the company failed to provide even basic safety measures, despite knowing the crossing risks. As of now, the case continues, with no settlement reached, a slow legal echo of that moment that took their lives. At the vigil in Antioch, candles flickered against family photos. The air was still the kind of silence that feels too big. On one of the posters, Mercedes smiled in a family picture, the same smile frozen in time. 18-year-old Jordan Camp was spending the day with his father, Eric, at a property in Talmadge Township located in Ottawa County, Michigan. It was a quiet summer afternoon. The property had a large metal outbuilding used for storage, a structure with a wide hangar-style garage door meant for vehicles and heavy equipment. The building wasn't actually part of their home. It was a secondary site used by the family to store tools, farming equipment, and materials for Eric's contracting work. Earlier in the week, Eric had noticed that the overhead garage door wasn't opening correctly. It had started to jam partway up and hang unevenly. So that afternoon, he and Jordan went to the property to take a look at it and figure out what was wrong before it got any worse. To explain this door, it was built from several connected steel panels that rolled upward on vertical tracks. This system worked using torsion springs and steel cables mounted above the opening. When these parts are properly balanced, they offset the full weight of the door, which allowed it to open and close smoothly. Each spring stores a significant amount of mechanical energy, and when one breaks or a cable slips, all of that stored tension releases all at once, which can cause the entire structure to fail. So that day the door wasn't working correctly, like I said in the beginning. One side hung lower than the other and the track appeared slightly bent. Now, the cables on the right side were loose and the spring above the header looked uneven, so Eric and Jordan went to look at it, likely planning to figure out whether it could be stabilized or needed replacement parts. So it wasn't really a formal repair job, more of an inspection to determine if Eric would need to call a technician or handle it himself. Now, the door was large, about 10 to 12 feet tall and wide enough for equipment to pass through. It was constructed of heavy gauge steel panels with crossbars, right? And it weighed somewhere between 500 and 700 pounds, so it was very heavy. Now, Jordan was standing near the center of the opening, possibly crouched down or leaning to inspect the rollers while his father stood a few feet away, watching the side mechanism. Now, they didn't appear to be using any tools, just examining the problem. Then, without warning, the right torsion spring broke. Like I said earlier, when a steel spring like that snaps, it releases a sudden burst of energy, similar to like a gunshot. At that same moment, one of the lifting cables tore free from its fitting, so without no counterweight to support it, the full door dropped instantly from its top position. And of course, it fell straight down, with the lower edge striking Jordan across his upper chest and head. Now, this impact was so violent that afterward there would be an indent in the concrete below, but the steel panels, still connected, collapsed like a wall of metal, driving him backward onto the concrete floor. The door pinned his upper body beneath it, trapping him under several hundred pounds of pressure. Eric naturally ran to lift the door but couldn't move it. Even a small portion of the weight was impossible to lift without any equipment, so he called 911. Neighbors who heard the noise, a sharp crack followed by the heavy slam, came running. They found the door lying flat against the ground and Eric trying to reach his son underneath. When Ottawa County Sheriff's deputies and paramedics arrived, they used hydraulic spreaders and crowbars to lift the panels, just enough to pull Jordan free. Obviously, he was not breathing and he showed no pulse. Paramedics began resuscitation, performing chest compressions and checking for signs of life, but his injuries were just too severe. First responders later documented the scene in detail. The door's lower panel had struck with such a force that the concrete floor beneath showed faint impact marks. Like I said before, Jordan's upper body had been pinned completely under the center section of the door, with one of the steel hinges bent inward from the weight. Paramedics attempted advanced life support procedures for several minutes, including airway management and cardiac monitoring, but there was no return of vital signs, and he was pronounced dead at the scene. The medical examiner's report listed the cause of death as blunt force trauma. Jordan had sustained extensive injuries. Multiple skull fractures, a crushed ribcage, a broken sternum, and internal bleeding in the chest cavity. His lungs had essentially collapsed under the pressure, and his cervical spine was fractured. The report concluded that death was instantaneous due to catastrophic head and chest trauma. Deputies examined the garage door assembly closely. The torsion spring above the right track had split into two pieces, showing clear signs of fatigue, which were small cracks along the metal surface that had likely developed over months or even years. The cable on the same side had snapped at the end fitting, recoiling upward and embedding itself into the wooden frame. The track was bent and distorted, confirming that the door had fallen straight down under full load. After the investigation, the damaged door was removed and replaced with a new system. Mechanical specialists later explained that doors of this size and type require regular maintenance, particularly checking and replacing torsion springs every few years. Springs under tension can wear out internally long before visible cracks appear, and when one finally breaks, the result is a complete collapse that happens too fast for anyone to react. From a physics standpoint, a 600-pound door falling from a height of 10 feet can hit the ground at roughly 22 to 25 miles per hour, generating over 5,000 pounds of force at impact. Even a partial strike to the torso is fatal. The bottom panel in this case hit Jordan directly at full speed, producing injuries consistent with immediate death. Jordan's funeral took place several days later in Coopersville, attended by family, classmates, and community members. He was remembered as polite and hardworking. On the morning of December 4th, 2021, Kim Taylor, a 73-year-old woman from Wesley, Massachusetts, was volunteering at Cultivate Care Farms in Bolton. The The farm is a non-profit that combines agriculture with therapy, allowing people to interact with farm animals as part of mental health programs. Taylor had volunteered there for several years. She was part of a long-term volunteer team responsible for day-to-day care of the animals. She had completed the farm's training for animal handling and was considered experienced enough to work independently in the enclosures. Her typical duties included feeding, cleaning pens, refilling water troughs, and assisting in the farm's therapy sessions with children and adults. That morning began like any other workday for the farm's volunteers. Around 9 a.m., Taylor was assigned to care for the sheep enclosure, which housed several sheep and a full-grown ram. Her task was to feed the animals and check their water supply, so she entered the pen like usual carrying a bucket of feed, then closed the gate behind her and began the usual process. Now, to give some context about this ram, in the weeks leading up to this day, the ram had reportedly shown mild territorial behavior, which looks like pawing at the dirt, pacing, and occasionally ramming the fence. These behaviors are typical in the late fall and early winter breeding season when male sheep become more aggressive and protective of their territory. But the staff believed the behavior was manageable, but such aggression can escalate rapidly. Now, while Taylor was spreading feed, the ram became agitated. Like I said before, the best way to explain this was because of mating season, as Taylor wasn't trying to piss it off. But either way, the ram lowered its head and charged without warning. The first impact drove the hard frontal plate of the ram's skull into Taylor's torso, lifting and knocking her backward, which would make her fall to the ground. As she attempted to move, the animal backed up and struck her again, targeting the chest and upper abdomen. Rams typically repeat blows in short intervals, and this animal delivered multiple hits in rapid succession. Now, to better explain why she couldn't just get up and leave the enclosure, this sheep enclosure itself was a fenced-in area roughly 20 by 25 feet, bordered by wooden posts and wire fencing about 4 to 5 feet high. There was a single gate for entry and exit. So once Taylor was inside and the attack began, there was little to no room to maneuver. Not only that, she was very old, but the narrow space meant she couldn't escape quickly, and other volunteers couldn't safely enter without risking injury. When a ram attacks, the strikes come from close range, which leaves little opportunity to sidestep or defend against the blows, and these impacts cause injuries through a combination of blunt force and compression. A mature ram weighing 150 to 200 pounds can accelerate enough over a short distance to deliver force sufficient to fracture ribs and the sternum, compress the heart and lungs, and tear blood vessels. And in Taylor's case, the reported hits produced severe chest trauma. Witnesses who reached her within moments found her unresponsive or barely responsive, with shallow or absent breathing and signs consistent with traumatic cardiac arrest. Bruising spread quickly across the chest wall, and there was concern for hemorrhagic, which is bleeding into the chest cavity, and pulmonary contusion, which is bruised lung tissue. Given the locations of the strikes, flailed chest, which is segments of ribcage attached to multiple fractures, was also likely. Other volunteers entered the pen to drive off the ram and pull Taylor clear of the gate area. One volunteer started CPR while another called 911. Now, there was no safe way to continue care inside the pen due to the animal's behavior, so they moved her a short distance away and maintained compressions. Because of the mechanism of the injury, repeated blows to the chest, bystanders focused on circulation and airway, monitoring for vomiting or blood in the mouth, which can occur with lung injury, and continuing compressions when no pulse was detected. Paramedics from the Boulder Fire Department and police officers arrived within minutes. EMS took over advanced life support. Standard trauma care in this situation includes continuous CPR, airway management, and rapid assessment for chest injuries. When trauma causes the chest cavity to fill with blood or air, decomposition procedures may be performed in the field. Given the blood mechanism, responders focused on restoring circulation and oxygenation and moved quickly to transport. EMS reports later indicated that Taylor had no detectable pulse when crews arrived. Despite ongoing CPR, there were no signs of spontaneous breathing or circulation. She was intubated in the field, placed on the cardiac monitor, and transported under active resuscitation, although the monitor showed no electrical activity in the heart, which is an indication that her cardiac structures had suffered catastrophic injury or major vessel rupture. Taylor was taken to the Marlborough Hospital, and on arrival, the trauma team continued resuscitation. Hospital efforts in a case like this typically conclude intubation if not already completed, bilateral chest evaluation with immediate chest x-ray or bedside ultrasound, and blood transfusion if available and indicated. The combination of catastrophic chest injuries, internal bleeding, and cardiac arrest was not survivable, and she was pronounced dead shortly after arrival. Detectives from the Bolton Police Department and Massachusetts State Police, working with the Worcester County District Attorney's Office, conducted a standard investigation. They examined the scene, photographed the enclosure, and recorded statements from staff and volunteers. The fence was in fact intact. The gate was secured, and Taylor had followed normal volunteer protocols. There was no evidence of equipment failure or improper handling. With that, investigators found no negligence or misconduct by the farm or staff. The Office of Chief Medical Examiner performed an autopsy and determined for multiple blunt force injuries caused by repeated ramming. Documented findings included multiple rib fractures, sternal fracture, and significant internal hemorrhage. The autopsy noted bilateral rib fractures, crushed sternum, and internal injuries consistent with high-energy blunt trauma. There was no defensive wounds, suggesting she was overwhelmed almost immediately after the first strike. The official cause of death was listed as accidental blunt force trauma. Cultivate Care Farms temporarily closed after the incident. The organization issued a public statement expressing condolences to Taylor's family and confirming cooperation with investigators. The statement described her as a dedicated volunteer who had spent years helping at the farm. Following this investigation, animal control officers worked with the farm the disposition of the ram involved. The animal was removed from the property and, according to local reporting at the time, euthanized once authorities determined it could not safely return to a public-facing setting. After the incident, Cultivate Care Farms reviewed its animal safety protocols with assistance from the Massachusetts Department of Agricultural Resources. The farm revised procedures to prohibit solo entry into pens with adult male livestock, added additional supervision during feeding times, and implemented refresher training for volunteers on recognizing aggressive body language in rams. Other therapy farms in the region followed suit, updating their own safety protocols and installing double gate systems to allow faster exit during emergencies. Now, fatal ram attacks are rare, but they have been documented in agricultural safety data. Reports from the National Agricultural Safety Database and similar sources show that most severe incidents often occur when handlers underestimate how fast a ram can close the distance inside a pen. Even smaller rams can generate impact forces exceeding 1,000 pounds at a short range. The majority of fatal cases involve blows to the chest or abdomen that lead to massive internal bleeding or heart rupture within minutes. The Bolton Police Department classified the case as an accident and closed the investigation, which meant no charges were filed and no violations were issued against the farm. In late July 2013, Roger Murrow, a 56-year-old man living in condo complex in Palatine, Illinois, realized something small had gone wrong in his day. Something that would set off a chain of events no one could have imagined. He misplaced his cell phone, and after retracing his steps, he became convinced he might have accidentally dropped it down the building's trash chute while throwing away garbage. Roger lived with his wife, Donna, in the Willow Creek condos on East Dundee Quarter Drive. He was legally blind, but that didn't stop him from maintaining his independence. He walked everywhere, used public transportation, and handled most of his daily routines without assistance. Now, at around 6 p.m., he decided to search the basement where the trash chute emptied into the building's industrial compactor, which is a heavy-duty machine used to compress refuse into dumpster below. But access to that specific utility room was restricted, but Roger asked a member of the condo board for the key, which the board member obliged, handing it over without offering to escort him or disable the machinery. Now, there was no posted warnings near the compactor, and no lockout procedures in place to ensure the machine was shut down while someone was inside the area. Now, the trash room itself was quite small. It was just a concrete space with a single overhead light, housing the chute and a hydraulic compactor roughly the size of a small car. The compactor had a wide steel hopper with smooth walls leading down to the chamber where the trash was compressed. A short aluminum ladder stood nearby, positioned against the hopper's opening. Investigators later determined that Roger likely used the ladder to look down into the compactor, hoping to spot his phone or a plastic bag that might contain it. But at some point, while leaning forward over the hopper, Roger either slipped or was struck by falling trash from above, which would result with him falling directly into the loading chamber, which is the part of the machine that collects the refuse before it's compacted, if you didn't know. Now, the chamber was a confined metal box with slick sides coated in residue, and once inside, there was no grip or handle to climb back out. See, this wouldn't really be too bad, but the compactor operated automatically using a photoelectric sensor that detected obstructions in the chamber, and when his body broke this beam, the sensor triggered the compactor's compression cycle, so the hydraulic ram, a steel plate powered by a piston, began to move forward, driving inward several tons of force. Now, what made this all even worse was there was no emergency shutoff inside the chamber, and no way to escape once the cycle started. Now, to explain how the machine's hydraulic system worked, it builds pressure rapidly, which produces a low hum, followed by the deep mechanical groan of metal under strain, and when the ram made contact, it crushed with thousands of pounds per square inch. So the first impact likely drove Roger's back and ribs against the rear wall, which would fracture his vertebrae and collapse his chest cavity in an instant. His ribs splintered and folded inward, puncturing his lungs. The force compressed his internal organs, rupturing the liver and spleen, and driving blood into the soft tissue. Now, the hydraulic ram continued advancing, flattening the body further. The steel plate pressed down with such power that it forced bone fragments through muscle and skin. The head and neck were caught at an angle, with the skull fracturing under the pressure, and the cervical vertebrae being snapped. The crushing motion forced blood and bodily fluids outward across the interior walls of the machine. The process was nearly silent except for the groan of the hydraulics and the brief hiss of compressed air escaping the sealed chamber. Death would have nearly been instantaneous, caused by the complete collapse of the chest and skull, massive internal bleeding, and asphyxiation from the pressure crushing the airway and lungs. When Roger didn't return home later that evening, his wife became concerned. By 9:30 p.m., she called police to report him missing, so officers began searching the property, starting with the paths he usually walked. Now, the only reason why they found him was because his cane was found leaning against a wall near the basement trash room, with the door unlocked and the key still in place. Inside, officers discovered the compactor's hopper slightly ajar, with the air inside heavy with heat and the smell of hydraulic oil. They looked down and found Roger's body inside the machine, wedged between the ram and the back plate. His torso was compressed nearly flat, and his head was bent forward unnaturally against his chest. Paramedics confirmed he was deceased at the scene. Recovery required partially retracting the ram. When it pulled back, the crushed debris and fluids released from the chamber spilling onto the floor. His cause of death as multiple crushing injuries to the head, chest, and torso, with the manner of death classified as accidental. The autopsy report described extensive fractures throughout the ribcage and pelvis, with severe skull damage and catastrophic internal injuries consistent with mechanical compression. Investigators examined the compactor and determined that it had functioned exactly as designed. The problem was the absence of safety features. The hopper lacked protective grating, interior lighting, or any accessible emergency stop. The chamber walls were smooth steel, leaving no footholds to climb out. The photoelectric sensor that had triggered the hydraulic press could not distinguish between garbage and a human body, so once triggered, the system completed its cycle automatically, regardless of what was inside. So I did some research and found that commercial compactors of this type produce up to 10,000 pounds of compressive force using hydraulic pistons. Once the cycle begins, the ram moves within seconds, leaving no time for escape. Even a brief delay between activation and impact wouldn't be enough to survive, so death occurs almost instantly from massive internal trauma, which are crushed bones, ruptured organs, and asphyxiation caused by the collapsing chest cavity, which is what happened to Roger. After the recovery, the Palatine Police Department closed the case as an accidental death. However, questions about safety quickly followed. In February 2014, Roger's widow, Donna, filed a wrongful death lawsuit in the Cook County Circuit Court against the Willow Creek Condo Association No. 6 and Hillcrest Property Management, Inc. The lawsuit alleged negligence, stating that Roger was given unsupervised access to a dangerous area, that no warnings were posted, and that the compactor was left operational when it should have been shut down. Court filings described the machine as a hidden hazard and pointed out, fairly I might add, that its design offered no internal safety devices, no emergency stop switches, and no visible danger signage. The suit also criticized the property's lack of formal lockout/tagout procedures, which is a standard safety practice requiring power to be cut down before anyone enters or works near mechanical equipment. Investigations documented the scene thoroughly. The ladder was stable, the lighting adequate, and there was no indication that Roger had tampered with any electrical components. The compactor's automatic trigger was tested and found to be in normal working condition. It activated the same way each time the hopper was blocked, confirming that the machine had crushed Roger within moments of his fall. The wrongful death lawsuit argued that his tragedy could have been prevented by simple precautions, disabling the power, locking the room, or accompanying Roger during his search. Attorneys for the family stated that granting him the key and leaving him unsupervised effectively placed him in a high-risk mechanical zone without any protection. Now, the lawsuit was eventually settled privately. Though the terms were confidential, the case served as an example in discussions about condo safety and mechanical liability. Brian Jewell was 17, still in high school, and like a lot of teenagers in October, he wanted a little extra money. There was a haunted hayride that needed people, so he signed up. It wasn't glamorous work, but it was a job, even though the pay wasn't much. But it was steady, and he liked that it gave him something to do at night instead of hanging around. Now, this is important to note. Brian was quiet but dependable. He didn't drink, he didn't mess around, and he was like one of those serious kids. If you told him to be somewhere, he was there. Now, he had been given a relatively small role. He didn't have to act much or even speak a lot, as the guests would just pass by on the wagons. A fake gallows had been built to make it look like a hanging. So the idea of this was straightforward and simple. So the wagon would stop, he'd deliver a few lines, then pretend to be hanged while the group watched. It was supposed to look real without actually being dangerous, like a little fun, scary thing. But I'm sure you're wondering how this actually worked, and this is how the crew explained it. The rope wasn't meant to hold any weight, and his feet would always stay on the ground. Now, to make sure everything would go smoothly, the scene had been tested before the crowds arrived, and everything looked fine. So when the first wagons came through, Brian did everything right. The tractor pulled up, the guests laughed nervously, and he said his lines. People gasped when the noose tightened around his neck, exactly how the script intended. The rope creaked under tension and the beam above groaned just enough to sound real. The spotlight flickered across his pale face, and his head tilted slightly to one side. It was convincing, unsettling, and the wagon moved on exactly on cue. He reset for the next group, loosening the noose and rubbing his neck where the rough hemp had pressed against his skin. It went smoothly for a while, but as the night went on, things started to blur together. The same lines, the same reactions, and the same wagon lights crawling against the field. Around him, other actors shouted and jumped out of the dark. People screamed, then laughed, so he's been hearing this on repeat. He could hear the tractor engines rumbling, the faint smell of exhaust mixing with damp autumn air. Sweat gathered under his collar despite the cold, and the rope brushed against the same spot on his throat over and over until it left a faint red mark. Now, at some point, the driver of the wagon reached Brian's stop again. He slowed down and waited for the speech, but nothing happened. He waited another few seconds, thinking Brian was just throwing in some extra suspense. But the silence kept going. Now, that wasn't like him. He was always on cue for that whole night. He always said the exact same thing every time. So the driver shut off the tractor and climbed out, obviously confused. Now, from where he stood, Brian looked perfectly in character. So he was still, head slightly tilted, and feet on the ground, just like every time before. The light from the tractor hit his face, and for a moment it looked flawless, like the perfect performance. His eyes were half open, fixed on nothing. The guests were whispering, not sure if it was part of the show or not. The driver called out to him, but he didn't move. He got closer, then closer again, and finally realized it wasn't an act. He yelled for help, staff came running, and when they reached him, his skin had already turned pale, a bluish tint creeping along his lips. His body was limp, and when they lifted him, his head slumped forward, with the noose digging deeper into the flesh around his throat. They grabbed the rope and lifted it off, trying to get him loose. Someone ran for a phone, and the guests were rushed off the wagon and sent back to the parking area. Some were crying, and some just froze in shock. No one understood what had happened yet. When paramedics arrived, they took over, but it was already clear that it was really bad. There was no pulse. His neck bore a deep line where the rope had pressed, the fibers leaving sprawling imprints. His eyes were open just enough to make it worse. Not wide, but unfocused, as if he had frozen mid-expression. What everyone thought was a prop scene had somehow become real. The ride was immediately shut down. Police arrived, then investigators, and later the medical examiner. They checked the gallows and the rope. The noose was frayed where it had rubbed against the beam, strands torn just enough to catch and tighten without release. Everything that had seemed safe earlier in the night was re-examined. His feet had been touching the ground, just like the set required, but the rope had tightened enough to stop his breathing. Investigators later found that the rope's counterweight system had jammed. It was designed to keep the noose loose no matter how he moved, but when it snagged against the beam above, the tension locked tight around his throat. And because his feet were still on the ground, no one realized he was actually being strangled. It looked perfect, motionless just like the act was supposed to. People who had gone on the hayride earlier couldn't believe it. No one had noticed it until it was too late. The last wagon of the night had rolled past him without realizing the scene wasn't a scene anymore. By morning, the news had spread through the town. People who had gone on the hayride earlier couldn't believe it. Parents called each other, trying to make sense of it. The words freak accident started showing up everywhere because nobody had any other way to describe it. The owners of the attraction closed it down, and the gallows were taken apart and thrown out. No one wanted to see it again. His parents sat at home while waiting for details that just wouldn't help. The idea that their son had gone to work and never came back didn't make sense, and no explanation was ever going to make it feel fair. The investigation eventually confirmed it was an accident. There was no foul play, no prank gone wrong. After that, every haunted attraction in the area changed its rules. Anything involving ropes or neck restraints was banned outright. Nobody wanted to risk another situation like that. It's kinda crazy and sad how a simple Halloween job turned into something that was absolutely horrific. Haunted Hilltop sits just outside Chattanooga, Tennessee. It's a big open property with a dirt lot out front and a trail that runs through the woods in the back. Every October, they turned it into one of those Halloween attractions. So basically a hayride, a haunted house, people in costumes, loud music, fog machines, the whole setup. Locals go there every year. Friday night, October 11th, 2024, it was packed. Families were showing up in groups, teenagers hanging around in hoodies, with younger kids running between the food stalls. The hayride was the main thing though. It was a big green tractor that pulled a flatbed trailer stacked with hay bales. It took people down a path lined with fake tombstones and jump scare spots. The ride looped around and came back to the lot every 15 minutes or so. Now 12-year-old Samuel Jensen was there with some friends. They had gotten dropped off earlier that night by, I'm guessing, one of the kids' parents. Now they weren't on the hayride yet. They were just walking around the open area near the trail where the trailers come back around. Now keep this in mind. The ground there was rough. It had uneven dirt, some patches of grass, and a small hill that led up to the main path. You could actually see the headlights from the tractors cutting through the fog into the engines before the wagons even came into view. Now the group of kids had been hanging around there for a while, talking and laughing, running in the dark like kids usually do when there's no one telling them not to. A few adults nearby said they had seen them moving closer to the edge of the path each time a hayride came by. Now this wasn't the first group of kids to do that. Kids always tried to get close to the wagons to spook riders or just mess around. But they had no one to really watch and keep these kids from doing that. Keep that in mind as well. So it was sometime around 10:30 when another tractor came through. The driver was an older man who had worked there before, so he drove slow, maybe 5 miles per hour. I don't really know the exact speed, but it was just enough to keep the ride moving while people on board looked around waiting for the next scare. The trailer behind him was full of parents, kids, and with some teenagers, but everyone was sitting on the hay bales, and these hay bales were facing outward, so they could only see what was in front of them, or eye level, and even at that it was hard because all of the fog. But either way, when the wagon reached the area near the hill, the kids were standing close again. Witnesses later said Samuel ran forward as the trailer passed. Now no one's like 100% sure, but some said he tried to grab onto the wooden side rail of the wagon, although others thought he might have been trying to hop on for a second and then jump off. But either way, he slipped. Now remember what I said earlier about the ground. It was not flat, and there were loose rocks and mud from rain earlier that week. So the moment his foot went out from under him, he fell sideways under the trailer. His shoulder and head struck the metal frame first. The impact snapping his neck backward. Before he could move or even shout, one of the trailer's rear wheels rolled over him. The weight of the wagon and its passengers, which is several tons, crushed his torso against the ground. The tire passed across his chest and abdomen, breaking ribs and rupturing organs. The impact forced blood from his mouth and nose instantly. And what makes this even worse, the people on board didn't even realize what happened, because of the noise of the engine and the screams from the haunted setup drowned everything out. Now remember, the driver couldn't see him from the seat as the tractor's lights pointed straight ahead, and with the noise of the engine and the people on board screaming and laughing, he didn't hear anything, nor did anyone in the trailer. Like I said before, the riders face outward on hay bales, stacked along the sides of the flatbed trailer. Now the wooden rails on the trailer came up to about chest height when you were sitting, and the hay bales themselves added a barrier that blocked anything below the edge. So if someone fell alongside or under the wagon, you simply couldn't see it from where you were sitting. Not only that, the trailer's floor sat about 2.5 to 3 feet off the ground, and the wheels were set underneath that flatbed, so anyone lying next to or even under the wheel line would be completely hidden unless you were standing and looking down from the side, which riders weren't allowed to do while the wagon was moving. So the ride just kept going on like normal. It was only when the other kids started yelling for him to stop. It took a few seconds for anyone to realize they weren't joking. When the driver finally stopped the tractor, people on the trailer started to get off because they thought the ride was over, right? And that's when they saw Samuel on the ground near the side of the trailer. He was lying partially under the hay and motionless. His shirt was torn and his body twisted at an angle that didn't look right. One leg was pinned beneath the edge of the wagon and the dirt underneath him was dark and wet. Someone yelled for help and people ran over. A few tried CPR while another person called 911. When they pressed on his chest, there was little resistance because several ribs had been broken inward and blood filled his airway. His friends stood back crying and shouting his name, unsure what to do. The first call to dispatch came in at 10:45 p.m. Deputies from the Hamilton County Sheriff's Office were sent to the haunted hilltop along with paramedics. They got there within minutes and started working on him right away. Medics inserted an airway tube and tried to restart his heart, but his injuries were just too catastrophic. His chest had literally collapsed from the crush, and the internal bleeding was massive. They worked for nearly 20 minutes before pronouncing him dead at the scene. The area was cleared out, everyone who had been on the ride was moved back toward the parking lot, and the staff shut the whole event down. Deputies interviewed the driver, the workers, and the witnesses, and everyone's story was the same. The tractor and the trailer were checked and everything was working fine. There was nothing broken or unsafe about this ride. It wasn't a malfunction or a setup issue. It was just one of those things that happens in a second and can't be undone. The attraction stayed closed for the rest of the night. The owners shut off the lights, sent everyone home, and told staff to stay until investigators finished. The deputies were there for hours taking photos and measurements and writing their report. A few days later, a GoFundMe was started for Samuel's family, and people from all over the county donated. His teammates held a candle vigil on the football field, and his number was written on their helmets. When the sheriff's office finished the report, they ruled it an accident. There was no foul play, no negligence, and no one was charged. It was really just bad timing and one mistake that turns into something no one could take back. After that, people started talking about safety at hayrides and haunted attractions in Tennessee. Reporters fairly pointed out that the state doesn't have strict safety laws for temporary events like this. Rides like Haunted Hilltop's Hayride don't require state inspection because they're not classified as amusement parks, so everything's left up to the operators. And the weeks after, some attractions in the area added fences and ropes along their routes to keep people from standing too close. Haunted Hilltop stayed closed for the rest of the season, and the owners said they didn't even know if they'd ever reopen it. It was Halloween night 2013 and West Hollywood, California. The streets along Santa Monica Boulevard were flooded with people, literally thousands of them, and they were all dressed up in every costume imaginable. The West Hollywood Halloween Carnival was one of the biggest events in Los Angeles County, so it drew around 500,000 people every year, turning several blocks into a giant open-air party. There were flashing lights, music from outdoor stages, drinks everywhere, and crowds so dense that moving from one block to another could take damn near 15 minutes. But among that crew was a 51-year-old man named Gilbert Estrada. He'd been coming to this event for years, practically every Halloween. Friends later said he loved the atmosphere, the energy, the costumes, and the sense of community. That night, he arrived in a costume like everyone else. He was wearing a homemade outfit made of burlap, straw, and fabric stripes. So kind of like camouflage or the ghillie sniper look. Something out of like Call of Duty Modern Warfare, if you know what that is. It was rough and layered, like something a hunter might wear. The costume was eye-catching, but what no one realized was how dangerous the materials actually were. We'll get into this later. But as I said before, the carnival stretched for blocks, right? With police officers monitoring traffic and keeping the crowds in designated zones. So around 10 o'clock, the streetlights mixed with the colored floodlights from the main stage. Music was blaring, people were laughing, and some people were even smoking or lighting sparklers. Small things that didn't seem like much in the moment. The temperature had dropped slightly, but it was still warm enough for people to be out late in thin costumes. Gilbert was somewhere near the intersection of Santa Monica Boulevard and San Vicente Boulevard, standing among hundreds of other people gathered by one of the event's side areas. Witnesses said he was talking with a few people and may have been smoking a cigarette or holding one of these lighters. No one saw exactly how it started, but in a matter of seconds, his costume caught on fire. At first, the people around him didn't realize what was happening because the crowd was thick, and most assumed it was some kind of prop or for some reason part of his outfit. But the burlap and straw fabric ignited almost instantly, and within moments, the flames spread across his torso and up his back. Those materials are dry and fibrous, which burn fast and hot. The costume basically acted like kindling. The first flash burned through the outer layer, then the flames tunneled underneath, trapping heat between the skin and the fabric. Someone shouted and then the panic started. People began backing away as the fire grew. A few tried to help, but in a dense crowd, it wasn't easy. A woman nearby threw a drink on him, trying to smother the flames. Others started ripping pieces of his costume off while shouting for water or fire extinguishers. But by then his arms and chest were fully engulfed. Witnesses saw skin beginning to blister and peel from the heat. The smell of the burning straw mixed with that of burned fabric and flesh. The heat was intense. People close by felt it on their faces. Gilbert screamed and stumbled, clawing at the costume, but it clung to him. The burlap fibers, once lit, fused with the melting synthetic lining, so his hands would have stuck to the material with the skin on his palms, tearing as he tried to pull it away. The fire reached his face and neck, blackening the side of his jaw and singeing his hair. It only took a few seconds for the fire to completely engulf him. Witnesses described him as being on fire like a torch. A nearby security guard ran with a jacket, trying to beat out the flames. Another person threw their own costume cape over him to try to smother the fire, but when the flames were finally knocked down, his upper body was charred, dark, and smoking. The remains of the costume had melted into his skin in places, and his breathing was shallow and raspy from inhaling hot air. Parts of his throat and airway had been seared. The music had stopped by then, with organizers noticing the commotion and radioing for help. The smell of burning fabric and smoke filled the air, and the crowd around the scene broke apart as firefighters and paramedics rushed in. Firefighters from the Los Angeles County Fire Department arrived quickly, given that the emergency crews were already stationed along the carnival route. They managed to extinguish the remaining flames and immediately began emergency treatment right there on the street. The burns covered nearly his entire upper body, so his arms, shoulders, chest, and face. And the exposed tissue beneath was gray-white, the hallmark of full-thickness burns. Paramedics covered him with sterile burn sheets, started IV fluids, and gave oxygen through a mask, but his pulse was fading. The ambulance took him to the Cedars-Sinai Medical Center, less than 10 minutes away. Emergency staff were already prepping for his arrival because dispatch had called in a full burn victim. Paramedics worked to stabilize him during transport and giving oxygen and IV fluids while trying to manage the damage to his airway from inhaling superheated air and smoke. At the hospital, doctors assessed that he had suffered third-degree burns over roughly 80% of his body's surface. His airway was severely damaged and the skin on his torso was almost completely destroyed. Burn trauma of that extent leads to shock and rapid organ failure if not controlled. so they placed him on life support while working to rehydrate and regulate his body temperature. But despite hours of treatment, which were fluid resuscitation, ventilator support, and medications to stabilize his heart, the internal damage was just too severe. The heat had destroyed the muscle tissue and caused his organs to fail. By early the next morning, word had spread that the man who had caught on fire at the West Hollywood Halloween Carnival had not survived. The sheriff's department confirmed his identity as Gilbert Estrada of Los Angeles County. Investigators from the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department and the arson unit looked into how the fire started. There was no evidence of any foul play or any intentional act. Detectives concluded that the fire was accidental, most likely caused when Gilbert's costume came into contact with an open flame, possibly from a lighter or cigarette. The materials, burlap, straw, and synthetic fibers are extremely flammable. When exposed to even a small flame, they ignite fast and burn hotter than normal cotton or polyester. Officials used the incident to warn the public about costume safety. They explained that many people don't realize how dangerous certain fabrics can be when mixed with cigarettes, candles, or open flames at outdoor events. Synthetic fibers, untreated burlap, and straw can all ignite in under 2 seconds, and because these costumes often fit loosely, flames get trapped underneath, feeding on air and spreading rapidly. Melville Burhand lived with his wife Anna and their 15-year-old son Anthony on Henley Drive in Palm Bay, Florida. Melville liked building and fixing things around the house. He worked during the day and spent his free time working on small projects. So things like fixing a mower, building a workbench, or putting together antennas for his ham radio, which from my understanding is a personal non-commercial radio system that allows people to communicate directly with others using radio waves rather than the internet or a phone network. Now, he had been into amateur radios for literal years. He loved them. He actually talked to people all over the world through static and signal, and sometimes really late into the night. Now that week, he had been setting up a new antenna in the yard, which shouldn't be too hard for him as he'd done it plenty times before. The only difference this time is that the new antenna was taller. It was about 50 feet long, made of lightweight aluminum sections that connected together. The designs of antennas are quite simple. Basically, the higher the antenna, the better the range. And he needed the better range as he wanted to talk to people further away from him, hence why he bought this antenna. But he planned to finish raising it that night, so he could test it the next day. Now, it was already dark, but the air was still and the weather was good, so he decided to keep working. But he couldn't do it himself, so he had his wife and son help him. Anna held the lower part of the pole, while Melville worked on tightening the bolts near the base. Now, they needed someone to keep the top end steady or the whole thing would collapse, which was Anthony's job. Now, they had set a flashlight on the ground so they could see, and the light from the kitchen window also helped them see. Now, this is a very important detail, so keep it in mind. The area they were working in was open, but there were power lines running along the edge of the property. Now, they weren't directly overhead, but they were close enough that if the pole tilted just a few degrees, it could touch them. Now, if you didn't know, these lines carry about 13,000 volts. During the day you could see them clearly, but at night they blended into the darkness. Melville finished adjusting the clamps at the base. He then checked the alignment and told Anthony to start lifting it slow. Together they began to raise the antenna, walking their hands up the pole as it went upright. It was heavy but manageable, as it was something they had done before. Anna steadied it from the side to keep it from tipping. For a while, everything was fine. The pole started to stand straight, the base locked in, and it looked like they were almost done. Then, a small gust of wind pushed the top section, and it didn't take much for the pole to shift just slightly off-center. Melville tried to correct it, tightening his grip. Anthony also stepped closer to help. That's when the top of the pole brushed the overhead power line. Now, there wasn't a spark or even a loud sound at first, just instant contact. The second the metal touched the wire, the full charge went straight through it. So 13,000 volts of electricity traveled down the mast, through every metal joint, and into everyone holding it. The current would hit Melville first as he was the closest. It went through his hands and straight down his arms, through his chest, and out to his feet. Now, clearly the human body isn't built to handle that. It locks everything up instantly, so muscles seize, nerves shut down, and the heart stops in a split second. And like I said so many times on this channel, electricity always looks for a path to the ground, and it found that path through all three of them. Anthony was holding the upper part of the pole, and the current would hit him next. It tore through his body. locking every muscle at once. When that happens, people can't even let go. The voltage forces their hands shut around whatever they're touching. His body jerked hard enough to break tendons and even knock him backward. Anna, trying to pull him away, got hit too. The current jumped into her through direct contact. Neighbors later said they saw a bright flash, a burst of bluish-white light that lit up the yard for a second, followed by darkness. Some thought it was a firework, others thought a transformer had blown, but a few seconds later someone shouted. When neighbors ran outside, they saw smoke rising from the grass. The antenna was down now, stretched across the yard, and the three of them were on the ground near it. The air smelled like ozone and burnt grass. Parts of their clothing were scorched and melted, and the ground around them had turned black in a branching pattern. And if you didn't know, that's what high voltage electricity does when it spreads through the soil. A neighbor called 911, and dispatchers sent multiple units. So police, firefighters, and paramedics. They would all arrive within minutes. But unfortunately, Anna was already gone, although Melville and Anthony still had a faint pulse, but they weren't breathing on their own. Paramedics started CPR and rushed both of them to the Palm Bay Hospital, but despite their efforts, neither survived. The medical examiner later described their injuries as consistent with high voltage electrocution, so deep internal burns, cardiac arrest, and severe tissue damage from the current passing through their bodies. Their shoes had burn marks on the soles where the electricity had exited. Police and investigators stayed through the night, documenting the scene. They examined the antenna, which was still lying across the yard. The aluminum had melted at the point where it touched the power line. It was so bad that parts of it were even fused together. The burn marks in the grass showed exactly where the electricity had traveled after contact. The power company confirmed that the line carried around 13 kilovolts, which is 13,000 volts. Investigators calculated the distance from the antenna base to the power line and determined that it only needed to lean a few degrees off vertical to make contact, but everything else checked out, so there was no signs of tampering or negligence. The final report called it a tragic accident. Melville had experience in building antennas, and he had done everything right except for one detail. He misjudged how close the pole was to the overhead lines. It was dark, the pole was tall, and in that moment, none of them saw the danger above. For the Brahams, it was supposed to be a simple family project, something they had done together dozens of times. They weren't reckless and they weren't rushing, and nothing about it looked unsafe, but all it took was a slight tilt and a few feet of metal in the wrong place, and within seconds, everything was over. The pool at the Doubletree by Hilton Brook Hollow in Houston was packed that afternoon. Families floated along the lazy river, kids shouted from inflatable tubes, and music played over the speakers. It was late spring and guests were enjoying one of the hotel's main attractions, a looping pool designed to move in slow circles beneath palm trees and hanging lights. Among the families there that day was a Jaco family. They'd come from a short getaway. Nothing fancy, just a weekend to relax. Their 8-year-old daughter, Leolante Jaco, loved the water. She spent most of the afternoon laughing, swimming, and floating close to her mom and her younger sister. Now, around 5 in the evening, her mother looked away for only a moment to help her other daughter with a towel. When she looked back, Aaliyah wasn't beside her. She didn't freak out, as she thought maybe Aaliyah had drifted further along the loop of the lazy river, as kids disappear from sight in pools all the time, and most of the time they pop up seconds later. But seconds passed, and then minutes. Her mother called her name. At first, people thought she was just looking for a kid, like any parent would, but when she kept yelling, guests started helping. Some got out of the pool and began checking corners and walkways. Staff were eventually called over, and soon the pool area turned from loud to silent. It really didn't make any sense. How could an 8-year-old little girl disappear, especially that fast? When no one could find her, someone called 911. Houston firefighters and police arrived and began searching the area. They cleared the pool, checking every nearby restroom, hallway, and storage room. Divers went in and searched the bottom of the water. They drained parts of the pool to make it clearer, but there was no sign of Aaliyah anywhere. Then, one of the maintenance workers noticed something off. The water in one section of the lazy river wasn't moving right. Normally, the current was smooth and even, but near one wall, it was swirling and pulling harder. This would lead them to shut off the pumps. And when the surface went still, they saw a dark opening, like a circular pipe inlet, about a foot wide along the side wall. Now that opening wasn't supposed to be exposed. It should have had a safety grate covering it. Since this was really weird, investigators used cameras on poles to look inside. The footage showed something caught deep in the pipe, more than like 15 feet down. Before that, one of the firefighters had checked the filtration gauges and noticed the pressure was abnormally high, even though the pumps were off. This was a clear sign something large was blocking the line. When they fed the camera in, they saw strands of hair twisting in the current, and the suction didn't let up. That's when they knew something or someone was trapped inside. When divers moved closer, they could feel the pull on their equipment. One of the firefighters said later that even with the system shut down, the pressure felt like it was trying to drag them in. That's when they knew what happened. The pipe had become a vacuum, a suction powerful enough to trap anyone who got close. It really doesn't take much. Once a person's skin, hair, or even clothing seals over the opening, the pressure can hold them in place with hundreds of pounds of force. And this is what happened to Aaliyah. They worked through the night to reach her, and engineers cut through concrete in sections of the pool wall, draining more water as they went. They literally had to dig down to the circulation system itself, which are thick pipes that carried water throughout the lazy river. The water inside those lines was dark, mixed with chemical foam and debris. When they finally reached the section where the camera had shown movement, they found her. Aaliyah was wedged deep in the pipe, pressed tightly by the suction. The negative pressure had drawn her head and upper torso in first, flattening her chest and shoulders against the curve of the pipe. Her hair had been pulled in by the vacuum and twisted around the intake, binding her in place like a rope. The suction had held her there so forcefully that her back bore deep circular bruises, and her arms were pinned above her head. Her skin showed clear signs of pressure marks, which were smooth, round patterns that matched the pipe's edges. When rescuers finally cut her free, her body was limp, with chlorinated water in her lips, and fingertips were bluish gray. There were small lacerations on her arms and neck from where she had tried to pull away, but the pull of the pipe had been stronger than any human strength, let alone an 8-year-old girl. Even professional divers later said the force could have torn their masks off, which is crazy. Paramedics were waiting at the surface, but everyone already knew. They tried to resuscitate her, but after hours underwater, there was nothing left to save. Investigators later confirmed that part of the pool's plumbing system had malfunctioned. The pipe that trapped her was supposed to push water out, but something had reversed the flow, turning it into a high-powered intake. Without that protective grate, it acted like a giant vacuum, and when Aaliyah swam near it, the suction pulled her in almost immediately. Now, from what I found online is the force could have easily been over 300 pounds. Impossible for even an adult to fight, let alone an 8-year-old girl like I said before. The cause of death was ruled as drowning and mechanical asphyxiation. She was held underwater by suction until she couldn't breathe. Her airway had filled with water, and pressure across her chest prevented her lungs from expanding. By morning, police tapes surrounded the pool. News crews showed up outside the hotel gates. Parents kept their children close while guests watched firefighters and investigators work. The pool looked perfectly normal, but no one went near it. City inspectors arrived that same day. They went through every pipe, valve, and pump in the system, and what they found didn't match the official building plans. Some sections of the plumbing had been changed or added without approval. The pipe that killed her shouldn't have been opened at all, and it wasn't listed on the original blueprints. The grate that should have been covering it was for some reason missing. Officials ordered the pool to be shut down immediately. A few days later, the Houston Health Department cited the hotel for multiple violations, including missing safety equipment and incomplete inspection records. Aaliyah's family filed a lawsuit against the hotel's ownership group and Hilton's corporate branch. Their attorney said what most people already believed, that the accident was entirely preventable. A working grate and proper maintenance would have stopped it all from ever happening. The hotel issued a short statement expressing sympathy, and they said they were cooperating with investigators. But for the family, that wasn't enough. They wanted to know how an 8-year-old girl could vanish in a pool full of people, and how no one noticed for hours. Experts who reviewed the case explained how fast suction entrapments happen. When a high-powered pump is connected to an open pipe, it creates negative pressure strong enough to hold someone down with the weight of a car. Once the body seals the opening, the only way to break the vacuum is to cut the power or break the pipe. Federal pool safety laws passed after similar cases require all drains and suction lines and anti-entrapment systems. But if a cover is missing or a valve malfunctions, it only takes a few seconds for tragedy. 2 weeks later, her family held a memorial in a park in Houston. Dozens of people came, classmates, teachers, and friends. Balloons shaped like butterflies were released into the sky, as they were Aaliyah's favorite animals, each one carrying a handwritten note. Since the accident, the pool has remained closed. Engineers later sealed off the old pipe system and rebuilt the entire circulation layout with multiple safety covers and alarms. The lazy river hasn't reopened. It sits empty, drained, and silent. As for the lawsuit, I wasn't able to find any public record that the lawsuit by the family of Aaliyah has been resolved yet. They are seeking more than $1 million in damages, with some reports citing a much larger figure for alleged negligence that contributed to Aaliyah's death. The hotel owner's response includes allegations that the mother's actions were partially responsible, and they are contesting liability, which is the dumbest shit I've ever heard, as I don't know what the mother could have done better in that situation. Harvest season in West Texas doesn't really stop when the sun goes down. The work just shifts under floodlights. The air gets colder and the sky goes black, with the sound of diesel engines becoming the only thing that fills the fields. That's how it was that Wednesday night, November 15th, 2017, out near Palmer County. The Dyke family had been running cotton all day. Out there, kids grew up around machines the size of small houses, and by the time they're teenagers, they know how to handle them well. 15-year-old Nicholas Dyke was one of those kids. He wasn't reckless, and everyone said he worked hard and followed directions. But when you're raised in that kind of world, you stop thinking of those machines as dangerous. More of they're just part of the job. The family was wrapping up the day's harvest. The big green pickers had finished their passes, leaving lines of clean white modules, each one a packed wall of cotton waiting to be hauled off. Floodlights on the tractors lit the rows like a stadium. The dust hung in the air, sticking to skin and sweat. Nicholas stayed out late with one of the operators to finish a module. They were using a cotton module builder, which is basically a giant metal box with a hydraulic ram that compacts the loose cotton into a dense block. To simplify it, cotton goes in, the press comes down, and the load gets packed tight enough to hold shape on its own. Now you don't need to get near the inside when it's running. Everyone knows that, at least the people familiar with this kind of work. Now the field was quiet except for the hum of engines and the hiss of hydraulics. Nicholas was working the back end, leveling the cotton with a rake between cycles. The operator was up in the tractor cab controlling the press. Now they had done this hundreds of times. Press down, lift, add more cotton, repeat. So it was quite easy, but unfortunately no one saw what happened next. It's possible Nicholas stepped in to fix an uneven spot, or even maybe some of the cotton bunched up and he leaned closer to spread it out, but we don't actually know. But what is certain is that he was inside the danger zone when the hydraulic ram came down again. See, the module builder doesn't really care what's inside it. The ram always moves with full force, dropping several tons of pressure in a single motion, so it pressed down through the loose cotton and onto Nicholas before he could even move. The sound it made, the slow hydraulic groan, covered everything else, even his screams. He would have been trapped right when it happened. The cotton packed tight around his body, sealing him inside. The pressure crushed his ribs and chest, forcing the air from his lungs before he could even shout. As the cotton compressed, it filled his mouth and nose, so breathing became impossible in seconds. He was essentially buried alive under thousands of material. Up in the tractor cab, the operator didn't notice at first. He finished the cycle, lifted the ram, and waited for the next load to go in, but when he looked down, he didn't see Nicholas. He figured the boy might have stepped off to grab something from the truck, so he called out, but got no response. The others came over, curious, shining their flashlights through the dust. They checked behind the machines, down the rows, and near the vehicles, but nothing. Then one of them spotted the handle of a rake sticking out from the edge of the half-finished module, and that's when everything stopped. They killed the engines and called 911. The field went silent except for the wind. Deputies and paramedics from Palmer County arrived around 10 that night. The floodlights from the pickers were still on, casting long shadows across the cotton rows. The rescuers climbed onto the module, digging through the compacted cotton by hand. It wasn't like soil. It was dense, heavy, and almost solid. They used shovels and cutters to break through the outer layer, and the heat inside the block was noticeable. Cotton holds warmth, and the pressure of the machine had made it even worse. When they finally reached him, he was buried deep in the mass, his upper body pinned where the ram had come down. His clothing was torn, skin covered in lint and dirt. The pressure had crushed his chest inward, and the cotton around him was soaked with blood from internal injuries. His fingers were curled tight, still holding onto a clump of fiber. There wasn't anything the paramedics could even do. He had been trapped for just too long. The deputy stood by while the crew worked to free him, cutting away the bent steel panels of the module builder to reach the last section. When they lifted him out, the engines nearby ticked quietly as they cooled, and nobody said a word. The sheriff's report later called it a farming accident, one of those things that happen when routine meets machinery. The module builder was inspected that night, and there was no mechanical fault. Everything worked like it was supposed to. The safety protocols just didn't matter once he stepped inside the chamber, and the press cycle was automatic once engaged, so there was no way to stop it mid-stroke. Investigators took photos, measured distances, and logged the timeline. The cotton module stood half-finished, its top layer dented where the press had come down. A cut through the side panel showed where they had pulled him out. The rake he had been using lay nearby, bent at the handle. The next morning, the field was empty again. The machines were parked in a row, the dirt still rutted with the tire tracks. The module he had been working on remained standing, a solid wall of cotton with a missing section torn out. To anyone passing by, it looked like part of a normal harvest. Only the people who had been there knew who was inside the night before. Nicholas's death was ruled accidental, and there was no sign of malfunction or negligence. He had really just been in the wrong place at the wrong moment. A week later, the module was hauled away for inspection, where the crew said the field still smelled like machine oil and dust. They finished the season quietly. Crocodile farming operations are common around Siem Reap in northwestern Cambodia. Families maintain large concrete pits behind their homes, in which dozens of crocodiles live in shallow, murky waters. These animals are raised primarily for their hides and meat, both of which fetch value locally and internationally. It's a lot more than you actually think. The enclosures are surrounded by high cement walls and heavy gates designed to separate people from the animals, and most of the time these barriers work. Now, the crocodiles often lie still beneath the surface of the water, appearing harmless. But the danger is real because only a single misstep is needed for a disaster. Behind one of the family's homes on the outskirts of Siem Reap, several of these enclosures sat in a row. A father managed them daily, so he was familiar with the feeding schedule, the gate mechanisms, and the low sound the crocodiles made when moving through the water. Now, these pits formed a big part of his livelihood and his family's routine. Inside the house, his wife cooked and cared for their 2-year-old daughter, Ram Rath Neri. The child often played near the back door, watching her father from a distance, but not going beyond the yard for obvious reasons. Now, one morning in June 2019 followed the same pattern as usual. The father was checking on the crocodile pits, and the mother was inside working on household chores. Now, the back door to the yard was open, letting in heat and light, but this was a horrible mistake, because at some point, their daughter slipped away unnoticed. The low hum of the machinery from nearby farms and the calls of birds filled the air, and no one noticed her leave the house. Now, behind the house, one section of the crocodile pit was covered only partially by a thin wooden plank. It was a temporary walkway used by the father to move along the edge of the enclosure, so it was not fixed in place and could not reliably support much weight. I want you to keep that in mind. Now, for whatever reason, probably curiosity, the little girl made her way toward that plank. She likely looked down into the water where the surface reflected the daylight and appeared calm and green. Then she stepped too far. The splash was loud enough for the father outside to hear almost immediately. He turned, and from where he was standing, he could see that something small and light-colored had fallen into that pit. And in that instant, he realized his daughter wasn't in sight, so he started running toward it. When he reached the edge of the enclosure, the water below was already erupting. The crocodiles that had been resting near the bottom surged upward, drawn by the vibration of the splash. The surface broke apart violently. Dozens of open jaws snapped shut on contact. The sound of flesh and bone colliding echoed off the solid concrete walls, and the forces of the bites tore through skin and muscle in an instant. The father screamed and grabbed anything nearby to fight them off. He hurled sticks and buckets into the pit, hoping to drive the crocodiles away. but the water had already turned red. The crocodiles were spinning, twisting with their prey in their jaws, executing what is called the death roll. Now I'm not going to explain what that is because I'm pretty sure everyone already knows what that is. Neighbors heard the shouting and hurried to the yard, and what they witnessed was a scene of chaos. A crocodile pit thrashing violently, bodies colliding, tails hitting the wall, jaws emerging and submerging, pieces of clothing and a small hand breaking the surface before vanishing under the water. Some neighbors tried to intervene as well. They used long sticks to strike at the crocodiles but found it ineffective. The reptiles just rolled over each other in a frenzy. Their bodies collided as they bit and tore, the blood-slick water churning with foam and red. The air smelled of stagnant water and raw flesh, and when the motion finally stopped, the surface of the water was deeply stained red. Only a few scraps of clothing and some hair floated to one side. The crocodiles drifted motionless again, the yellow eyes just above the water surface. When the father reached down and retrieved what was remained of his daughter, the body had been mutilated beyond recognition. Her skull was crushed on one side, both arms severed, and her torso was torn open. He carried the remains out of the pit with his arms covered in blood. Witnesses say he was trembling and screaming, holding her shredded body wrapped in a thin cloth. Police and emergency workers arrived shortly afterwards, and when they entered, the scene was quiet except for the faint movement of crocodiles through the murky water. The father sat near the edge of the pit, soaked in blood, staring into the distance. Officers had to gently pull him away so they could proceed. The smell of blood and heat filled the air, with one officer describing seeing clumps of the girl's hair and torn fabric caught on the concrete lip of the enclosure. The medical report that followed documented the full extent of the trauma: crushing injuries to the skull and chest, deep tearing wounds consistent with multiple biting and underwater rotation. Investigators concluded that the death had occurred within seconds of the fall into the water. Measuring the enclosure, police found the wall to be about 3 feet high, insufficient to prevent a small child from climbing or falling over the edge. The wooden plank at the edge was splintered, its surface slick with water, although the back door from the house to the yard had been opened that morning, allowing the child to step outside. The mother was taken inside the home and treated for shock. Neighbors remained close, silent, and shaken. The investigation wound down, and by the evening the family had begun funeral preparations. The child's body was placed into a small white coffin, wrapped in a red and white cloth. Monks performed the traditional blessings. The authorities ruled the incident as an accident, so no criminal charges were brought. Officials released a statement reminding all crocodile farmers in the region to reinforce their barriers, keep gates locked, and remove unsecured boards or walkways from the enclosures. They emphasized that children must be kept well away from crocodile pits at all times. In early 2023, at the 3M manufacturing plant in Wisconsin, a longtime employee named Trisha Jones went to work as she always did. Now, the 3M facility is one of the largest employers in the area, producing industrial materials like adhesives, filters, and films. It's a massive complex, so a series of long metal buildings filled with machinery that runs almost non-stop. Now, inside the environment, it's hot and loud. The air kinda smells like oil and chemical solvents. Conveyor belts and rollers moved in constant rhythm, and heavy presses pound through layers of material. Each machine is built for precision, but operates with immense power, so enough to flatten, shear, or crush anything that gets caught in its path. Workers in that environment live by strict procedures. The most important one is called lockout/tagout. It's meant to make sure a machine is fully powered down and secured before anyone touches or inspects it. Every employee is trained on it. It's the rule that separates maintenance from disaster. Now, Trisha Jones had been working at 3M for years, so she knew the routines, the equipment, and the safety rules. Her job that morning involved monitoring and maintaining part of a roller line, a machine that presses large sheets of adhesive material through 2 massive steel cylinders. Each roller weighs hundreds of pounds and spins fast enough to crush bone or even steel tools if caught in the gap. Now, the day started off quite normal. Trisha arrived for her shift, put on her gloves, and checked in the machines in her section. For hours, everything ran smoothly. Then sometime before noon, one of the roller systems began to slow, possibly from a small jam or even a misfeed. It wasn't unusual, most of the time a quick check or a minor adjustment could fix it. Now, Trisha approached the roller assembly to take a look, but the machine hadn't been completely powered down, so the rollers were still turning, although slow but still active. She leaned forward to see what was wrong, maybe to pull a piece of the material free or adjust something near the feed point. And that's when it happened. They think her jacket sleeve brushed against the edge of the moving roller, and this contact was instant. The spinning steel grabbed the fabric and wound it tight in less than a second. Before she could even react, it yanked her arm forward with tremendous force. The sound that followed was muffled beneath the roar of the other machines. A dull, heavy thud mixed with a high-pitched whine of friction. Her body slammed against the front of the machine as the roller continued to pull. Her shoulders dislocated instantly, and the skin on her arm tore as the fabric and flesh twisted together. She screamed and tried to brace herself against the housing, but the machine just didn't stop. The roller dragged her in further, crushing her arm up to the shoulder, then pulling her torso tight against the cylinders. The pressure forced blood and tissue out around the contact point. Her chest compressed under the mechanical weight, with her ribs snapping one after another. Her head hit the steel frame hard enough to fracture her skull. Nearby workers turned at the sound of the scream, and what they saw stopped them cold. Trisha's upper body was half inside the machine, her legs kicking weakly against the floor as the roller spun. The sleeve of her jacket had disappeared completely into the gap, and the blood was already pooling beneath the frame. Supervisors shouted for the emergency shutoff. The alarm went off with a shrill metallic tone that echoed through the building. But the machine didn't stop right away. See, the rollers were massive and took several seconds to slow down, even after the power was cut. And during that time, the motion continued grinding forward, forcing her body deeper into the mechanism. When the rotation finally stopped, she wasn't moving. Her upper torso was pinned tightly between the rollers, with her face pressed against the steel. Her clothing had shredded and parts of her skin and hair were entangled in the gears. One of her shoes had come off and was lying several feet away, soaked in blood. Coworkers rushed toward her, trying to pull her free, but her body was wedged in place. The machine was slick with oil and blood, and the smell of hot metal and burnt fabric filled the air. Someone shouted her name, but there was no response. Her body at this point had gone limp. Emergency crews would arrive within minutes. When paramedics and firefighters reached her, they could see that most of her upper body was crushed beyond any recognition. The rollers had completely flattened her chest and abdomen, splitting open her ribcage. Her arm was completely mangled, with her bones shattered and twisting around the rotating shaft. The pressure had forced blood and tissue into the gears, leaving dark streaks across the machine's surface. Firefighters used hydraulic spreaders and cutting tools to dismantle part of the rolling housing. The process was slow and tense. Every moment risked making the injuries worse or even damaging evidence for the investigation, so it took them nearly 30 minutes to finally free her completely. When paramedics finally pulled her out, she was pale, soaked in oil and blood, and also lifeless. Her torso had collapsed from the crushing force, and parts of her shoulder and back were torn open. Her face showed massive trauma, fractures from the skull and jaw from where she had been struck from the steel frame. The medical team checked for a pulse, but found nothing, so she was pronounced dead at the scene. The medical examiner later documented the injuries as massive blunt force trauma and mechanical asphyxiation. The crushing pressure on her chest had destroyed her lungs and her heart almost instantly, and based off the extent of the injuries, she likely lost consciousness within seconds of being pulled in. Now, OSHA launched an immediate investigation. Inspectors arrived that afternoon, photographing the scene, reviewing maintenance logs, and interviewing witnesses. Their findings, like most cases, were straightforward. The accident was preventable. The machine had not been properly locked out before Trisha approached it, so it was still running, and there was no physical barrier or sensor to stop it when she leaned too close. OSHA cited 3M for multiple violations, including failure to follow lockout/tagout procedures and insufficient protection against contact with moving parts. The fines totaled tens of thousands of dollars. The company issued a statement expressing condolences and promised to reevaluate safety training across all facilities. But for the workers who were there that day, the aftermath was traumatic. Several had to be sent home after the cleanup began. Blood had splattered across the floor and nearby walls, and the roller assembly was so badly contaminated that it had to be partially replaced. Now, there's no record of a lawsuit filed by Trisha Jones' family against 3M. Under Wisconsin workers' compensation law, families cannot directly sue their employer after a workplace death unless they can prove intentional disregard for safety, which technically OSHA did not find her. To explain it a bit more, because there was no clear proof that 3M knew about the exact hazard and chose to ignore it, they couldn't sue. They saw it as a tragic procedural breakdown, preventable yes, but not deliberate. That means her family likely received workers' compensation death benefits, which typically include funeral costs and partial wage payments to dependents. 3M cooperated fully with investigators, accepted OSHA citations, and paid the administrative fines, which were estimated to be between $25,000 and $65,000, depending on the final classifications of the violations. No criminal charges were filed, and OSHA's report concluded the machine was functioning correctly. Unfortunately, like most cases, the lockout system was not being used when it should have been. Work inside an elevator shaft is some of the most dangerous work in construction. It involves confined spaces, open vertical drops, and heavy machinery. Every level of a building is connected by that single column of empty air. One misstep can mean falling hundreds of feet before hitting concrete. Now, at a Midtown Manhattan construction site in May 2015, everyone knew that danger. The future Ryu Plaza Times Square Hotel was still just a skeleton of steel and concrete. Workers moved through the building in hard hats, guiding beams into place and welding frames. The floors were unfinished and the edges were lined with temporary guardrails, and in the center, several open elevator shafts ran straight from the basement to the roof. Inside one of the shafts, crews were installing elevator systems that would eventually carry guests through the new high-rise. The shafts were narrow and dimly lit, with the walls being unfinished and coated in dust. Work lights hung low from cords, swinging slightly as the air moved through the building. The smell of concrete dust and welding smoke filled the space. Now, among that crew that day was Christian Ganisi. He worked for a subcontractor hired to install the elevators. His duties included helping fit door frames and guardrails, so the metal channels that keep the elevator cars moving straight up and down the shaft. The job required precision and physical effort. It also required trust. Workers inside the shaft relied on each other and on the machinery to keep them safe. Christian and another worker were using one of the construction elevators, a temporary car built for installation work. Now, keep in mind, it wasn't finished. Just a platform with partial walls and a simple control panel. It was designed to move workers and tools between floors while the main systems were still being assembled. Now, around 12:40 p.m., the elevator they were in stopped unexpectedly between the 23rd and the 24th floors. It hadn't reached the landing. The car was about 5 feet below the 24th opening, hanging still, so the two men waited, expecting it to move again, but it didn't. The motor had stalled. Normally, when an elevator stops short, workers are supposed to stay inside until it can be reset or stabilized by maintenance personnel. But it was midday, the site was busy, and the gap didn't really look large, so they decided to get out on their own. The other worker went first. He climbed into the lip of the car, grabbed the floor edge above, and pulled himself up. The landing's edge was made of bare concrete and rebar, coated in construction dust. He managed to get both feet over and stood up on the floor safely. Because the other worker made it, Christian would follow. He stepped onto the edge of the elevator car, crouched slightly, and pushed off to grab the landing above. Now, this is where everything went wrong. His boot slipped on the metal surface as he jumped, because it was coated with dust and a thin film of oil from the machinery. This would lead to his hand missing the ledge by inches. Now, there was no time to recover. He lost balance and fell backward into the open elevator shaft. Workers above heard the sound immediately, and then a long hollow noise, the scrape of his boot against the edge, a short yell, and then a long hollow noise as his body fell through the open vertical tunnel. Now, that drop from that height was more than 200 feet. And to make this all even worse, inside the shaft were cross beams, support rails, and brackets for the elevator doors. So as he fell, his body struck the sides of the shaft multiple times, hitting the metal guardrails and protruding bolts, stripped away pieces of his clothing, and left blood along the concrete wall. The noise echoed upward, so sharp metal strikes followed by dull thuds as his body hit successive levels. The fall finally ended in the basement level, where the unfinished shaft met the concrete foundation of the building, and this impact was catastrophic. Workers on the lower floors felt the vibration through the floor. When they looked toward the shaft opening, they saw dust rising from below. And when that happened, someone shouted for everyone to stop working. All the power tools on that site went silent across the site. Crews on the ground level ran toward the basement. The shaft opening was surrounded by scaffolding and loose materials, and when they looked down, they saw him lying face up on the concrete, motionless. His helmet had shattered on impact. Pieces of it were scattered around him, along with fragments of broken light fixtures and steel brackets knocked loose during the fall. The damage to his body was obviously severe. The impact had crushed his skull and spine, and multiple bones were broken. His right leg was twisted unnaturally beneath him, and there were visible fractures along both arms. Blood had pooled beneath his torso and splattered along the nearby wall. The fall had torn his clothing apart, leaving deep abrasions where metal rails had sliced through fabric and skin on the way down. Workers stood at the edge of the opening, stunned. Someone climbed down partway on a ladder, calling his name, but he didn't move. They could also see that his chest wasn't rising. When this happened, calls went out to 911 in the building's front office. The sound of sirens reached the site minutes later. Firefighters and paramedics would arrive, carrying harnesses and stretchers. They secured the area and descended carefully into the shaft, aware that debris could still fall from above. The paramedics reached him first. His body was cold and still. They checked for a pulse and found none. His injuries seemed instant and fatal. Massive blunt force trauma to the head, neck, and torso. His ribs had collapsed inward from the impact, and internal bleeding was visible even through the torn fabric. Firefighters used ropes and a stretcher to lift his body back up to the shaft. It was a slow process, because they had to navigate around the same beams and brackets he had struck on the way down. Dust fell as they moved, coating their helmets and gloves. The shaft smelled of concrete, dust, and blood. When his body finally reached the basement level, they laid him on the floor and covered him with a white sheet. His boots were missing. One had actually came off during the fall and was found several floors above. The police arrived shortly after, setting up a perimeter and beginning photographs on the scene. They measured the distance between the elevator car and the landing above it. It was a 5-foot gap that it seemed small enough to step across. Investigators marked the shaft walls where blood and fabric had stuck to the concrete, showing the path of his fall. From the 24th floor to the basement, each mark traced another violent impact. By the time the recovery team carried his body out through the ground level entrance, the workday had effectively ended. The sun was starting to lower behind the nearby buildings, throwing long shadows across the site. It was found out he had fallen less than 3 seconds before hitting the ground, a drop long enough for a single scream and then silence. It was only a short distance to jump, just a few feet to the next floor, but with no guardrail, no tether, and no margin for error, it was enough. Christian was just 25 years old. He had been doing a routine task he had done dozens of times before, and one slip turned it into a fatal fall that no one could stop. In the days after the accident, OSHA and the New York City Department of Buildings opened a joint investigation. Inspectors documented that the elevator subcontractor, G Tech Associates, had been operating without a valid city license. They found that the guardrails were missing around the shaft's openings, and that no fall protection was in use. The Department of Buildings issued a stop work order and cited the contractor for a Class 1 aggravated safety violation, which is the most serious classification. OSHA investigators later determined that the accident was entirely preventable, the result of improper safety procedures and a lack of fall protection. The body was released to his family after the medical examiner's review. His funeral was held a few days later in New Jersey, near his hometown. Because of the nature of his injuries, the service was closed casket. Families, friends, and fellow veterans attended, along with several co-workers from the site. And because Christian was a U.S. Army veteran, the Army provided an honor guard at the burial. His mother received a folded flag at the end of the ceremony. Suzanne Hart, age 41, arrived for work at Young and Rubicam. It's an advertising agency located at 285 Madison Avenue in Manhattan, on the morning of December 14th, 2011. It was just before 10 a.m. and employees were coming in for the day. The building was an older midtown high-rise with multiple elevators servicing the upper floors. That morning, one of those elevators was undergoing routine maintenance. The doors were open and a mechanic from Transel Elevator Inc. TEI Group was in the elevator bank area performing electrical adjustments on the control system from a nearby service panel. The elevator car had been taken out of service, but the safety lock that should have kept it immobilized had not been properly engaged. Now, Suzanne entered the lobby as usual, holding a coffee cup and her phone. She worked as an account executive and took the elevator daily to reach her floor. Security footage showed her walking toward the bank of elevators, where 2 employees were waiting. One elevator stood open on the first floor, its doors wide and lights on the inside. To anyone passing by it, it appeared to be functioning normally, but what no one realized was that the elevator was not properly secured. See, the car was parked a few inches higher than the landing, and maintenance wires were still connected. The door interlock circuit had been temporarily bypassed for testing, leaving the control system live. Inside the bank, a mechanic was adjusting wiring on the electrical panel, not realizing that the energized circuit would allow the car to move. So, at 9:56 a.m., Suzanne stepped forward into the open elevator. As soon as she crossed the threshold, the car suddenly rose upward. See, the doors had not yet fully closed, but because the bypass left the circuit active, the elevator motor engaged the instant her weight triggered the floor sensor. After that, the elevator surged upward with her halfway inside, so in less than a second she was trapped at the chest level against the top of the doorway. The rising car pulled her upper body into the shaft while her legs and feet remained in the lobby. So her head and shoulders were forced into the shaft space, and the moving car trapped her between the floor of the elevator and the frame of the first floor entrance. The lower portion of her body was pinned outside, leaving her legs visible in the lobby. Witnesses nearby heard a sharp mechanical noise, followed by screams. One of the 2 employees waiting behind her jumped back as the door slammed shut around Suzanne's midsection. Another worker pressed the emergency stop and ran for help. The noise echoed through the marble lobby, the grinding of a metal on metal followed by silence. Security staff immediately called 911. Firefighters and paramedics would arrive within minutes. They found Suzanne's body wedged in the doorway. The elevator stopped several feet above the lobby ceiling. Her injuries were instantly fatal. Massive crushing trauma to the chest, abdomen, and spine. Pressure had compressed her body against the frame, causing irreversible internal damage. Firefighters worked carefully to stabilize the car before attempting to free her. Before they could lower it though, every shaft in the bank had to be secured and power isolated to prevent secondary movement. That process alone took a whole hour. Using manual lowering gear, crews then brought the car down a few inches at a time until they could reach her safely. In total, it took almost 2 hours to recover her remains. When the car was lowered, it revealed that her upper body had been drawn entirely into the shaft, while her legs and feet were still outside, like I said. The New York City Department of Buildings DOB and OSHA opened an investigation. Inspectors determined that the maintenance crew had bypassed key safety mechanisms, including a jumper wire used to override the door interlock circuit, and this allowed the elevator to move even though the doors were open, something that should have been mechanically impossible. Transcell Elevator Inc. was cited for multiple violations. City records show that the mechanical performing maintenance that morning had temporarily overridden the door safety circuit to test the car's function. He was supposed to remove the jumper wire before returning power, but failed to do so. So when Suzanne stepped inside, the elevator system interpreted it as a normal call and engaged the motor. DOB investigators confirmed that the lift moved upward at full speed at the exact moment she entered. The automatic door system had been effectively tricked into thinking the doors were shut. There was no time for her or anyone nearby to react, as the entire event lasted less than even 2 seconds. The autopsy later confirmed the cause of death as crushing injuries to the torso, so death was instantaneous. City officials ordered all 13 elevators in the building shut down immediately for safety testing. Workers who had been in the lobby described the aftermath as eerily quiet, her coffee cup lying on the marble floor, and her cell phone vibrating nearby. OSHA's investigation concluded months later, citing Transcell Elevator Inc. for quote willful safety violations related to improper maintenance practices. The company was ultimately fined $14,000, the maximum penalty at the time, for a single willful violation, for failing to ensure that the elevator's interlock systems were properly disabled before restoring power. The New York City Department of Buildings also issued 23 separate violations to Transel and the building's management, including, quote, failure to maintain elevator equipment, unsafe maintenance procedures, and inadequate supervision during testing. The city's final report stated that 3 mechanics had been working on the elevators that morning, and that one improperly left a jumper wire in place, directly leading to the fatal movement of the car. As a result, the DOB suspended Transel's license for 30 days and required all mechanics involved to undergo retraining and recertification before returning to work. The building reopened its elevators only after full inspections and rewiring of all safety interlocks. Suzanne's funeral was held in New York City several days later. It was a private service attended by family, friends, and co-workers from Young and Rupa Kam. The casket was closed. Mourners described her as intelligent, warm, and deeply dedicated to her work. She was also known in the office for arriving early every morning, always with a coffee in hand, smiling and ready to start the day.
And now, folks, it's time to say goodnight. We sincerely appreciate your patronage and hope we've succeeded in bringing you an enjoyable evening of entertainment. Please drive home carefully and come back again soon. Good night.
Porra nenhuma, mano. Olha espremendo lá os pés dele lá.
The person you are seeing on your screen right now is Gerson D. Melo Machado, a 19-year-old from Brazil. His story is, well, to say the least, quite sad and depressing. And just like his story, his fate was also sad and depressing as well. But to fully understand his story, we will have to start from the beginning. Gerson's start to life, unfortunately, wasn't the most ideal. He was born into extreme poverty in Brazil with his 4 siblings. It was so extreme that the conditions were determined so unstable that child welfare services had to intervene. All of his 4 siblings and him were put up for adoption. Fortunately for his siblings, they were adopted pretty fast into stable homes. But unfortunately for Gerson, he would not be adopted. If I had to guess the reason, it was because of early behavioral issues, signs of mental health illness, and emotional instability. So basically for all of his childhood, he would be in shelters and state institutions. Over this time, he would latch onto fantasies, specifically ones about lions, and him being special. We know this because he told his counselor that. Now, his counselor was really the only person he could call family, as she was really the only one that seemed to truly care about him. But he had always loved animals, but as his mental state weakened, that love turned into obsession. He started talking more and more about lions, about how he believed he had a connection with them, and how he wanted to go to Africa, how he wanted to become a lion tamer. And he didn't say these things like dreams or metaphors, he said them like facts, like goals, like destiny. Several people who knew him said he attempted before to flee his home area, trying to reach airports or distant towns, because he believed he could somehow make it to Africa where his lions were waiting for him. Now, these are clear signs of schizophrenia. The counselor, who had followed him for years, said she repeatedly warned the system that he needed psychiatric care, that he was vulnerable, that he was slipping farther and farther away from reality. But resources were limited and cases like his were actually very common. And in places with underfunded social systems, people like Gerson are often overlooked because no one cares. And there's also too many people like him and few people trying to help. By the age of 18, Gerson would have been released from these institutions. It was stated that he was living on the streets at times, drifting and spending his time wandering João Pessoa. During this time, he visited the Arruda Camara Zoo more and more, which had lions in it. Every time he went, he would just look at the lions, until on November 30th, 2025, he wouldn't just look at them, he would jump into their enclosure. Gerson didn't sneak through a gate or slip past a barrier. He climbed a tree that was growing right alongside the outer wall of the lion enclosure. Now that wall was around 20 feet tall, far too high for anyone to jump, but the tree's branches stretched close enough that he could use them like a ladder. Witnesses said he was making his way up the trunk, steady and calm, as if he genuinely believed he belonged on the other side. Once he reached the higher branches, he shifted his weight over the enclosure wall and began lowering himself down, using the tree limbs for support, as you can see in the footage caught by one of the bystanders. Some visitors shouted for him to climb back up, others froze, and a few began running to find Zoo's staff. But Gerson didn't react to any of them. He just stood there calmly, almost peacefully, like he thought the lioness was going to welcome him. The lioness, though, did not see him as a friend. She saw something completely unnatural inside her territory, something that triggered every instinct she had been born with. You can see in the video he starts to slide down the tree, still looking at the lioness. And that's when the animal jumped at him and started to clamp down on his body, shaking him with that terrifying, controlled violence that only a powerful predator has. His body jerked under her weight, his legs kicking up, not out of resistance but out of the body's involuntary response to overwhelming trauma. Zoo workers rushed toward the enclosure, yelling and throwing objects, trying anything to distract her. But once a lion begins an attack like that, stopping it is almost impossible. The lioness dragged him a few feet across the dirt, pulling him deeper into the enclosure as he went limp beneath her. The movements she made weren't chaotic. They were disturbingly methodical, the way big cats naturally disable their prey. His clothing was torn, dust arose around them from the struggle, and every attempt by Zoo's staff to intervene only made the lioness more defensive, more protective of what she now viewed as her prey. Emergency alarms were triggered and staff scrambled to get tranquilizers, but these tranquilizers would take time, minutes, and Gerson didn't have any minutes. One worker tried banging on the enclosure bars to startle her, but she barely reacted, keeping her jaws locked and her body pressed firmly onto him. For the people watching, the helplessness was unbearable. You can't climb in and you can't pull a line off someone. You can't shoot the line without risking the other person, and you can't negotiate with an apex predator acting purely on instinct. By the time the tranquilizer gun finally arrived, the damage was already catastrophic. The lioness was hit once, then twice, and eventually her grip weakened as the sedative took hold. But by then, witnesses said his body wasn't moving. Rescue teams entered once she collapsed, pulling him away as gently as they could, but the state he was in made it clear that nothing could have saved him even if help had reached him instantly. Fortunately for the lioness, it lived, but for Gerson, he didn't. What's really sad about this situation was the only person to actually publicly mourn him was the counselor, saying, "My feeling is one of total powerlessness, and this feeling causes enormous pain in my soul." A small artificial pond behind an apartment complex in Cook County, Illinois, sat still and quiet in 2012. The purpose of these ponds are to manage stormwater for the entire apartment complex. When it rains, the water flows off of roofs, parking lots, sidewalks, and streets. Since you don't want the water to pool and flood certain areas of the town or city, all the rainwater goes to these artificial ponds. Now, this wouldn't be a problem, but these ponds bring in dangers of their own. Wildlife. Now, depending on where you live, you got all sorts. Here in the United States, where I live, you got alligators, snakes, and if you live in Florida, crocodiles, which are all obviously harmful. Since you don't want these animals living near where people live, homeowners or apartment complex owners call pest control companies to remove these animals away out of these ponds and usually into other more suitable habitats. Usually. Now, these companies also have another purpose, which is to provide property maintenance services. To give some examples, they check outdoor areas, inspect animal activity, monitor wildlife problems, handle nuisance animals, or just general grounds maintenance tasks. Now, the apartment complex owner in Cook County had some trouble with some Canadian geese, as they produce an enormous amounts of droppings, which is about 2 to 4 pounds a day, which is way more than I thought. They also destroy landscaping and are also super aggressive. They just cause a whole bunch of problems. So the apartment complex owner decided to bring in some mute swans to chase away the Canadian geese. Now, from the 1900s to the 2010s, it was normal to do this, which doesn't really make any sense, but I'll reveal why a bit later. So, on April 14th, 2012, the apartment complex owner called Northwest Exterminating to handle outdoor maintenance. And part of the job included checking on the swans that the complex had introduced to control Canadian geese. the company would only send out one employee who was named Anthony Hensley, who was 37 years old. Now, Anthony was very qualified for this job. He had experience in checking ponds, dealing with wildlife activity, and handling these kinds of assignments. So to do this job, he would have to inspect and monitor the swans. So he would have to go in the pond as the swans stayed near the center of it. Because there was no other way to reach the swans or check whatever the apartment complex wanted to check, it would make it hard to see them, as the retention pond didn't have a walkway, it didn't have a dock, and you couldn't stand along the shore and see everything properly. So the only real way to get close enough was by getting into a kayak and paddling out there. So Anthony pushed the kayak into the water and started to paddle out near the center. As he moved closer to the swans, one of them lifted its head and locked onto him. Now, mute swans are extremely territorial, especially during nesting season, and this particular swan had a nest somewhere on the pond, which Anthony didn't know about as he wasn't told about it. So the second it felt like Anthony was getting too close, it started swimming toward him. At first, it moved slow, like it was just watching him, but then it began speeding up. These birds don't really give warnings, they just go straight into aggression. Before Anthony even had any time to react, the swan charged straight at the kayak and rammed into the side of it with basically its full body weight. Kayaks are extremely easy to flip when hit from the side, and that one hit was enough to flip the whole thing over instantly, sending Anthony straight into the freezing cold water. Now, Anthony would resurface and try to grab the overturned kayak, but the swan wasn't done. It was already attacking again. It slammed its wings into the water and onto him, forcing him underwater every time he tried to lift himself up. He came up gasping for air and trying to hold on to the kayak, but the swan rammed him again and knocked his hands away. Every attempt he made to breathe was cut off, because the swan either A, struck him with its wings, or B, splashed water straight into his face. Now, the cold water made everything a whole lot worse for him, because freezing water tightens and makes your muscles freeze. It also drains your strength faster, so every second that passed made it harder for him to fight both the water and the swan. People on the shore eventually saw the splashing and realized something was wrong. Someone shouted and another person ran along the bank trying to see what was going on. One person even jumped into the pond to try to help, but the water was so cold that it slowed them down right away, and the pond was just too deep in the middle for them to reach him in time. Meanwhile, Anthony was struggling just to keep his head above the surface. Every time he lifted himself even a little, the swan came at him again and forced him back down. His arms were weakening, his legs were tightening from the cold, and he couldn't get enough strength to stay up. He tried one last time to lift himself above the surface, but again he slipped under, and this time he didn't come back up. The pond, which had been thrashing with movement moments later, suddenly started to go still except for the swan circling the overturned kayak. The person who tried to swim out kept diving under the water trying to find him. But retention ponds have extremely murky bottoms, and the second you disturb the sediment, everything turns pitch black underwater, so they couldn't see anything at all. Emergency responders would arrive and go into the water to help with the search. After multiple dives, they finally found Anthony underwater and brought him to shore. They tried CPR, honestly they tried everything they could, but the cold water, being forced underwater repeatedly, and drowning all combined so fast that nothing could be reversed. Anthony Hensley died that morning in the retention pond behind the apartment complex. So going back to what I said earlier, adding the mute swans literally made no sense. They are basically the geese just on steroids. To put it in perspective, a mute swan is on average 25 to 35 pounds, with a 5 to 6 wingspan with very thick and heavy bodies. They are so powerful that their wing beats can fracture bones. Now compare this to the Canadian geese, which is a mere 7 to 14 pounds on average, with a significantly shorter wingspan at 4 to 5 feet. So think about that logically. and trying to get rid of a moderate threat, the apartment complex owners replaced it with a far more dangerous one. That's like if a farmer is trying to get rid of some coyotes and then they bring in a grizzly bear to chase them off. The geese were annoying and aggressive, sure, but they weren't going to overpower a grown man or pull someone under the water. The swans they brought in were bigger, stronger, way more territorial, and actually capable of doing real physical harm. Now, to be fair, in their defense, they probably didn't think they were capable of killing a fully grown man with experience. But even still, it was a stupid decision, as they are still overall more of a menace than the geese. Now, another thing to note is Anthony didn't have any protective gear on, because he thought he didn't need it, because I guess no one told him that the swans were aggressive. I mean, if everyone treats the swans like harmless decorations, then he naturally assumed the same, right? But after the incident, Anthony Hensley's family was obviously devastated, and his wife ended up filing a wrongful death lawsuit. She sued the apartment complex owners, the property managed company, the homeowners association, and basically anyone who had a role in putting those mute swans on the pond, or in sending Anthony out there without any kind of protective gear or warning. Her argument was simple. The apartment complex brought in the swans on purpose to chase the geese away. They knew, or should have known, that mute swans are extremely territorial and aggressive, and they failed to warn Anthony or take any steps to make sure the area was actually safe for workers. The lawsuit pointed out that mute swans aren't harmless, and that a lot of people don't realize how strong or dangerous they can be, and that the complex had a responsibility to understand the risks of the wildlife they introduced. She also argued that the pond had no real safety measures, no barriers, no signage, nothing to protect someone who had to get close to the swans as part of their job. Anthony really wasn't doing anything wrong. He was sent there as a part of a normal maintenance, and the lawsuit basically said he was put into a dangerous situation without being told the real threat he was walking into. Now, the case didn't go to trial, it ended in a settlement, which means the parties agreed on something privately. The amount wasn't made public, which is normal for wrongful death settlements. But the important thing is that the lawsuit recognized that what happened to Anthony wasn't just some random accident. It was a result of choices made by the property owners when they introduced a more dangerous animal to fix a smaller problem. And Anthony ended up paying the price for it while he was just doing his job. Also, the swans were not removed or killed after the accident. They remained on the property because their behavior was technically considered natural territorial aggression, not an abnormal attack. But eventually they were phased out, meaning some years later they were removed. The video you just saw without any context seems pretty harmless, but in reality it's incredibly disturbing, so I must say viewer discretion is advised. The man in the video, the one that's actually driving the scooter and is at the ATM, was Neil Shadwick, a 61-year-old man who was diagnosed with Parkinson's, which is a progressive neurological disorder, meaning it affects the brain and gets worse over time. It's the disease that Muhammad Ali had. The symptoms are tremors, muscle stiffness, slow movement, poor balance, and difficulty walking. The big issue is that the brain cells that produce dopamine, a chemical that controls movement, starts to die off. When dopamine drops too low, the person loses control of movement. In Neil's case, he had severe or advanced Parkinson's at this time of the CCTV footage, which made him extremely vulnerable and fully reliant on a mobility scooter to get around. Because of his condition and vulnerability, he lived in a supported accommodation in Stroud, Gloucestershire in the UK, and had caregivers visiting his home 4 times a day to assist him. Now, one day in late 2021, the woman in the CCTV footage, Kimberly Ann Hawkins, showed up at Neil Shadwick's supported living accommodation in Stroud. Now, from what I could find, no one knows her exact reason for approaching him that first time, but from that point on, she began visiting him regularly. She would come by his supported housing frequently, often uninvited, because Neil was extremely vulnerable. He did not stop her or tell her not to come. She would usually ask him for money, as she knew Neil received disability benefits, and he would say yes sometimes. As I said, he was vulnerable and very easy to manipulate. This would go on for around 2 years-ish, until on January 22nd, 2023, they were together talking at Neil's supported living accommodation, when Kimberly Ann Hawkins asked him to go with her to withdraw money from an ATM. He would say yes, as like I said before, she had asked him to do this a few times in the past, often asking for money or using him for help. And because of that pattern, Neil likely trusted her enough to go along with her request, even though it was the middle of the night and freezing outside. Neil agreed, and the two left his accommodation shortly after 2 a.m., with Neil riding his mobility scooter because he could not walk on his own. They traveled together toward the town, heading first to one cash machine they had used before, but this one apparently didn't work. I don't know the exact reason, but once they realized that, they continued on to another, the second one being located outside the Tesco Superstore in Stroud. By the time they reached Tesco, it was around 2:30 a.m., and the temperature was very low. At the ATM, they attempted to withdraw money, but for reasons not stated publicly, either insufficient funds, wrong PIN, or card failure, they were unable to get any cash. This is when the situation took its fatal turn. When he wasn't able to give her any money, she would hop on the mobility scooter and drive off, while he was still barely on it. Then at 2:34 a.m., we can see her driving the mobility scooter, but Neil is nowhere in sight. Well, after she got on the mobility scooter, she pushed him off of it, and since Neil had Parkinson's, he couldn't get up. As I said earlier, the temperatures were between 21 degrees Fahrenheit or -2 degrees Celsius, so he would lay there in the freezing cold for about 3-ish hours, until the staff at Tesco found him responsive. He was able to mutter 2 words, Kim and robbery. The Tesco staff did call emergency services, but unfortunately he would die later that day, to a result of hypothermia. Now, since he was able to say those 2 words, it means he was conscious, on the ground, meaning he was able to feel it all for the whole 3-ish hours. And he was just there suffering because he was trying to help someone else who he had thought was his friend. After Kimberly stole the mobility scooter, she would abandon it a few blocks away. So basically, she stole it for literally no reason. She wouldn't sell it for money, as you would think she would. She wouldn't even drive it back to the place she was staying after she left it. She would walk like 2 to 3 miles back to the place. After his death in the hospital, the police would look through Tesco's security cameras, and it showed Neil and Kimberly. Now, the police didn't know that there was Kimberly at the time, as they had no clue who it was. So they would ask the caregivers and the people close to him, and they would identify the woman as Kimberly Ann Hawkins, as they seen her at his place since 2021. Also, they were able to connect this to what Neil said when he was on the floor freezing. They were then able to track her down a few days later. Now, it looks like she's in a house, but she didn't own one. So I'm guessing she may have possibly been in a friend's house, a partner's place, or somewhere where she just stayed. I have no clue personally. But here's the video.
Is it? What's your name, sorry? It's Kimberly.
Stand up for me. Kimberly, stand up. What, you got, come here a sec. Is it Kimberly? Yeah. Yeah? Put your hands on your back a sec. What you got in your hand?
Just put it down.
Put your pipe down for a sec. Right, bend this arm for me. Right.
In other words, it's robbery monster.
Yeah. Right, so what? Kimberly. Right.
Listen to my colleague.
Kimberly, listen to me for 1 sec, okay? So at the moment, you are under arrest under suspicion of robbery and manslaughter, okay? Manslaughter? Give me 1 second. You do not have to say anything, but it may harm your defence if you do not mention when questioned something you later rely on in court. Anything you do say may be given in evidence, alright? So this is following an allegation from this morning. Alright, so it's following an allegation from this morning that a gentleman's been pushed off a mobility scooter that's been stolen. Alright? And since then he has passed away in hospital, alright?
Now, during the interview, she didn't really give any real explanation that made any sense. She didn't deny taking the mobility scooter, but she also didn't take responsibility for what happened after, even though she was literally the one that pushed him off. It was like she was trying to distance herself from the actual consequences, which is something you see a lot in these cases where someone didn't necessarily mean to kill someone, but did something reckless and selfish that caused a death, and they can't emotionally accept it that they're responsible for it. Investigators would later retrace her route and where she abandoned the scooter, and this only made things look even worse for her, because it wasn't like she panicked and left it somewhere. She ditched it in a spot that made absolutely no sense. Like I said before, she didn't take it with her. She didn't even try to hide it. She just dumped it and walked away. And when you look at that in combination with the freezing temperatures and the fact that she knew he couldn't walk without it, basically showed a complete disregard for whether he lived or died. And that's ultimately why prosecutors went after her so hard. Ultimately, Kimberly Ann Hawkins pleaded guilty to manslaughter and was sentenced to 6 years in prison, along with additional time for unrelated charges like shoplifting and drug possession. And while 6 years might not seem like a lot, especially considering a man died, the court based the sentence on the legal definition of manslaughter. She technically didn't plan to kill him, but her actions directly caused his death, and legally that carries a lower maximum than murder. Neil's family didn't make any public statements, but it was clear that they were devastated, not only because he died, but because he trusted the person who ultimately caused his death. And that's what makes this case very disturbing. It wasn't just a crime, it was betrayal. By the way, it was found out that Kimberly would use the money she was given for drugs. So she basically killed a man because she wasn't getting the money for any drugs, which is absolutely sad and pathetic. On February 20th, 2024, at Lauderdale by the Sea, in Florida, a family of 4 was on a vacation from Indiana, having fun and spending their time together. Lauderdale by the Sea is a beach in Broward County just north of Fort Lauderdale. There's nothing super special about this place, it's really just a typical tourist beach with soft sand and a shallow shoreline with lots of families. The family of 4 consisted of Jason Mattingly and Teresa Mattingly, the mother and father to Maddox Mattingly, the 9-year-old son, and Salone Mattingly, the 7-year-old daughter. That day, the family picked a spot on the sand, not too close to the water and not too far back, and they settled in for a simple afternoon. At some point, Maddox and Salone started digging in the sand. I think they started it off as them wanting to build a sandcastle, then the goal changed to just digging a big hole. While this was happening, the parents were just a few feet away, relaxing in beach chairs but also keeping an eye on the kids. So from this point, it was really looking like this would be a normal day, but it wouldn't. For the next couple of minutes, the kids would continue on digging this hole in the sand. It would get so deep that the hole was bigger than the kids themselves. After digging some more, the hole would get to be about 5 to 6 feet deep. Now, because of this, they would have to keep climbing in and out of the hole to remove the sand, but they didn't want to do this. Now, this part is kinda confusing, so I'll put on the screen a diagram showing where each kid is. So let's say the triangle is the hole. So Maddox would be right here inside the hole down near the bottom. He was the one scooping sand out, passing it up, and trying to dig the hole deeper, while Sloane, on the other hand, was at the rim or the edge of the hole. She was right at the top, so right here, either leaning over or kneeling/crouching near the edge. She was also helping dig by scooping sand at the top and passing it up. She wasn't inside the deep part like Maddox. Now, they were continuing to dig when all of a sudden the hole collapsed onto itself, swallowing both kids in it. When this happened, the parents instantly shouted and panicked when they saw the sand cave in. They didn't hesitate, they sprinted to where the collapse happened within seconds. They dropped to their knees and used their hands to claw at the sand, trying to uncover their kids as fast as possible. Now, sand at that depth is extremely heavy and compact, but they were digging non-stop. Other people on the beach heard the screaming and ran over, and they also started digging alongside the parents, as we can see in the video. Now, with the parents digging, fortunately someone else called emergency services. Because of the joint effort of everyone on the beach, they were able to dig up Maddox from the hole, as he was buried higher, although Salone was buried deeper. Now, I know what you're thinking. How did Maddox get buried higher than Salone when he was literally at the bottom of the hole? Well, when the collapse happened, the sand didn't just fall straight down. It rushed inward from every direction. Maddox was standing on the bottom of the surface of the hole, so when the walls gave out, the sand filled in around him and packed upward, almost like the hole was filling back in from the sides. That trapped him, yes, but it kept him closer to the surface because he didn't have far to fall. The sand basically rose up around him instead of pulling him downward. Salone, on the other hand, wasn't inside the hole. She was right at the rim, like I said before. and that's the first part to fail in a collapse this deep. When the edge gave out, the ground under her feet dropped away, and she fell forward into the empty space that opened beneath her. And because these kinds of collapses work like a funnel, everything near the edge gets pulled downward and inward toward the deepest point. So when she fell, she didn't just land where Maddox was, she fell past that point because the collapsing sand pushed her deeper as it rushed down to fill the empty cavity. That's why even though Maddox started at the bottom, Sloan ended up below him. The collapse basically acted like a vacuum that sucked everything at the edge to the very bottom before sealing it shut. So Sloan was way deeper than Maddox, and she was completely packed under extremely dense sand. So the people digging her up couldn't really get to her as they were only using their hands. Emergency services would arrive, but minutes had passed, and they still had to dig her up. So it would be between 15 to 20 minutes before they finally dug up her body, leading to her effectively dying on the scene, as being completely buried under several feet of tightly packed sand for 15 to 20 minutes means no air, crushing pressure on the chest, no ability to expand the lungs, and no movement possible. A person cannot survive that long without oxygen, especially a 7-year-old little girl. The paramedics would try CPR, but it didn't work. She would be rapidly transported to the Broward Health Medical Center, but there was no meaningful sign of recovery. She was pronounced dead at the hospital. Even though they took her to the hospital, this is standard protocol for pediatric cases. Medically speaking, she did not survive the burial event itself. Maddox, however, survived. He was dazed when they pulled him out, but overall he was fine. But he was taken to the hospital as a precaution. Now, if you're wondering, well, where was the lifeguards? Well, there were lifeguards on duty, but they weren't at that section of the beach, because Lauderdale by the Sea doesn't staff lifeguards along the entire shoreline. They only cover certain designated swimming zones, which are usually closer to the central part of town, where most people go into the water. The spot the Madeleines chose was farther down, one of those quiet stretches that families like because it feels less crowded and more relaxed. But that also means you don't have trained personnel watching every part of the sand or water. But even if lifeguards had been standing right there, experts say collapses like this happen so fast and so silently that a lifeguard wouldn't have been able to stop the collapse itself. Sand doesn't make any noise when it gives away. It doesn't crack or shift like rock or dirt. It just liquefies and drops all at once. By the time a lifeguard even registered that something was wrong, both children would have been already under the surface. Also, lifeguards are trained primarily for water emergencies, so drownings or rip currents and medical incidents, not deep sand rescues. Now, in reality, it's no one's fault. I mean, I doubt the parents could have foreseen that, as even when I was a kid, I used to dig holes at the beaches and nothing bad happened. It was really an unfortunate situation that led to a little girl's death. On the afternoon of May 6, 2025, 61-year-old Cynthia Dykema and her husband were out canoeing at Lake Kissimmee, a large freshwater lake in central Florida. They were navigating a 14-foot canoe along Tiger Creek, a narrow channel connected to the larger lake system. The creek is shallow in many stretches, around 2 to 3 feet deep, with patches of aquatic grass, submerged logs, and soft sediment lining the bottom. Conditions were relatively calm that afternoon. It was a kind of outing thousands of people take every year in that area, as Tiger Creek is a normal recreational waterway used by fishermen, paddlers, and campers. Now, the couple was moving steadily along the center of the channel, their canoe stable and gliding normally through the water. Now, the water in that part of the creek is known for being murky. The bottom is dark, covered in plants and mud, and visibility is low even on clear days. The couple continued paddling with no visible hazards in front of them, maintaining a relaxed pace as they moved deeper along the creek's widening path. But at some point during their route, the canoe passed over a section of water that looked no different from the rest. So same depth, same vegetation, and same slow-moving current. There was no indication that anything unusual was beneath them, so they continued forward as they had for the rest of the afternoon. Then, without any warning, something underneath the canoe erupted upward. the calm, flat water instantly turned chaotic. The canoe jolted sharply to one side as something large thrashed underneath it, striking the underside of the boat with enough force to make a loud, hollow thump. That single impact was violent enough to throw Cynthia forward in her seat before the canoe pitched over completely. The sudden movement flipped the canoe in a single motion and launched both of them into the water. Cynthia hit the creek hard. The shallow depth meant she didn't plunge downward but instead slammed into the soft, uneven bottom. The impact kicked up a cloud of silt, mud, and shredded vegetation around her, which instantly filled the water with a thick brown haze. As she tried to get her bearings, she landed extremely close to the surface of the disturbance, and it surfaced beneath her with explosive force. An alligator, large, dark, and hidden just seconds earlier, came up right beside her. Before she could move away, it clamped down on her torso. Witness descriptions of similar incidents explain that an alligator's bite creates immediate crushing force, strong enough to restrict breathing almost instantly, and Cynthia would have felt that force at the moment its jaws closed. What happened next was fast and violent. The alligator began twisting its body in a death roll. Even in only a couple feet of water, the roll generated enough power to turn the entire surface. The animal spun rapidly, pulling Cynthia with it. The movement dragged her sideways and downward, forcing water and mud over her face and into her mouth and nose. The rolling motion also sent underwater debris scraping across her arms and legs. So sticks, plant stems, and rough sediment tearing across her skin as she was pulled through the murky churn. Her husband moved toward her immediately, reaching into the clouded water and grabbing for anything he could hold on to. But each time the alligator rode, the force of the movement pulled her out of his reach. The ground beneath him gave away with every step. His feet sank into the soft mud and slid across submerged roots, making it nearly impossible to get a stable footing. He tried pulling against the alligator's rotation, but the animal's strength overpowered him. The water around them kept erupting with each roll, splashes, bursts of mud, and flashes of movement just beneath the surface. At some point during the struggle, the alligator shifted direction and then released its grip. Cynthia remained in the water, while the animal moved away into the vegetation. The water around her was still disturbed, ripples of floating grass, and the overturned canoe nearby, but the immediate threat had moved off. Her husband rushed to her, but the overturned canoe and scattered gear limited what he could use for support. The contents of the canoe, paddles, bags, and personal items were spread out across the water, and most of it was drifting away or sinking into the creek bed. Emergency services were contacted shortly after by the husband when he realized he couldn't rescue her, and when she drifted away from the capsized point, he made his way back toward the canoe and toward the bank. Once he got himself into a safer position, he contacted emergency services. Responders organized a search along Tiger Creek and the surrounding lake area. A helicopter from the Polk County Sheriff's Office scanned the waterway from above while boats moved through the channels on the ground. A short distance where the canoe had overturned, the aerial team spotted Cynthia in the water and relayed the coordinates to the ground crew, who moved in to reach her. Authorities then began documenting the conditions of the area: water depth, vegetation, clarity, and the layout of the creek bed. This section of the Tiger Creek had previously been known for wildlife activity, including a separate paddler reporting an aggressive alligator encounter earlier in the year, though that case involved no injuries. Efforts then shifted to locating that specific alligator involved. Licensed nuisance alligator trappers were brought into the waterway. Within days, 2 large alligators were captured near the site, one measuring 11 feet 4 inches and another between 10 and 11 feet. They were inspected as part of the process to ensure the safety of the waterway. The one they did identify that killed Cynthia, which was the 11-foot one, was killed on site, although the second one was released back into the wild. Wildlife officials later explained how situations like this occur. In shallow water, alligators frequently rest motionless on the bottom, blending perfectly into the creek bed. When a canoe passes directly over them, the sudden presence overhead can trigger an immediate defensive reaction. Even in only a couple of feet of water, the upward force of an alligator reacting in surprise is enough to flip a small vessel instantly. Officials also emphasize that alligator-related fatalities in Florida are extremely rare, despite the state being home to roughly 1.3 million alligators. Most of these alligators avoid humans, and most encounters do not result in harm. But unfortunately, in this situation, The canoe unknowingly passed directly over a resting alligator in shallow water, a scenario that gave the couple no warning and unfolded too fast to avoid. The picture you see on your screen right now is of a man, and no, this is not an AI-generated image. It's of this man, Murad Lambrate. If you're familiar with the non-American football or soccer, you might know him, as he was part of SBV Vietas Youth and Jong Vietas U23 setup, a club that competes at the top level of Dutch soccer. He played as an attacking midfielder and forward, and was considered good at the sport. While not elite at the highest professional level, he was better than the vast majority of players who have ever played the game. After that, he would leave after not securing a long-term contract with the team, or any of the other teams at that level, and he went to play at amateur or semi-professional levels. And by the way, at this point, we're talking the early 2010s. During this time, he would meet his wife, and they'd have a few kids. Now, fast forward to 2022. Murad and his family left the Netherlands, as they live there, to go on a family vacation to Mallorca, Spain, which is a major tourist destination. They've always wanted to go there, as, well, I mean, just look at it. It's beautiful. But it's not stated anywhere when exactly they got there. All I know is it's sometime in May. Now, on May 12th, Murad and his family rented a small boat and went out along the coastline. Now, this is a very common tourist activity there. Many families rent small boats to go sightseeing along the cliffs, swim in open water, or stop near coves and rock formations. At some point during the boat trip, Murad made the decision to climb up one of the rocky cliffs along the coastline, as seen in the photos. These cliffs line large stretches of Mallorca's shoreline, and from the top and even the bottom, at least from where the boat was at, it's hard to see the rock formations in the water. As he was doing this, his wife stayed on the boat with their children and began filming, likely thinking this would be a funny and super cool memory they could talk about in the future, although this couldn't be further from the truth. Murad climbed higher, eventually reaching a point estimated to be somewhere between 25 and 30 meters above the water, roughly the height of an 8 to 10 story building. From up there, the drop looks clean, but what you can't always see from above is the uneven rock formations closer to the base, the way the water shifts, or how narrow the margin for error actually is. Still, Murad committed to it. He jumped. As he stepped off the edge, he would fall fast. You can see him hit the cliff at the end. He would then fall into the water where he hit submerged rocks near the base of the cliff, which dealt even more damage to him. After that, you can hear the wife scream. At some point after that, someone called emergency services. It might have been the wife or the other people on the boat. I don't really know, as it's also not stated anywhere. But Spanish Maritime Rescue and emergency responders were dispatched by boat and diver units. When Murad was eventually pulled from the water, he was unresponsive. Despite all the effort to recover him as quickly as possible, it was already way too late. Now, when they did an autopsy on him, this is where the most haunting fact came to light. From the video, you can probably conclude that he died from hitting the rocks at the bottom in the water. Well, no, he didn't die from that. Murad died from drowning. Medical examiners found evidence that he was still alive when he entered the water. Now they know this because when someone is alive and drowning, their body tries to breathe, even if they're unconscious. Breathing isn't something you have to think about, it's controlled automatically by the brain. So when water enters the airway, the body reflexively inhales, pulling water deep into the lungs. That water spreads through the lungs while the heart is still pumping, which causes very specific changes doctors can see during an autopsy. Now, this only happens if the person is still alive when they go under. When someone is already dead before entering the water, none of that happens. So there's no breathing reflex, no active inhaling, and no circulation. Water might seep into the mouth or throat, but it doesn't get pulled deep into the lungs in the same way, and it doesn't cause the same internal damage. That difference, active breathing versus no breathing at all, is how doctors can tell he was alive when he entered the water. Even more evidence to support this: when someone dies from a fall, doctors usually find injuries that would shut the body down immediately. That means like catastrophic brain damage, a completely broken neck at the top of the spine, or internal injuries so severe that the heart would have stopped on impact. Now, those injuries leave no window for breathing, no chance for the body to react, and no signs of drowning afterward. And in Murad's case, those injuries just weren't there. He had serious trauma, yes, but nothing that would have killed him on the spot. The damage matched a violent impact that would leave someone stunned or disorientated, not dead. Now this is where the haunting fact comes in. After a violent impact like that, a person doesn't always go fully unconscious. Sometimes the brain is stunned rather than shut off. That can leave someone aware but unable to control their body. It's called severe neurological impairment or traumatic shock. In that state, the person may be conscious enough to register what's happening, but they can't coordinate any movement, so they can't swim and can't keep their airway protected. Because Murad did not have any instantly fatal injuries, doctors couldn't rule out that he was at least partially conscious when he entered the water. His injuries were enough to disable him, not necessarily enough to turn everything off immediately. That means there was a chance he was aware, panicking internally, but physically unable to respond as the water entered his lungs. Now, there's no record of a large public funeral, which means it was kept private, attended by family, close friends, and possibly former teammates. This situation is pretty sad. I mean, it was supposed to be a safe vacation. This was a place millions of people every year visit, and it was a decision that felt so small in the moment, but carried consequences the human body couldn't survive. In Canada, the minimum legal working age depends on the province, but for construction and other hazardous jobs, the rule is much stricter. Take example for the Manitoba province. The minimum age to work those kinds of jobs are 16 years old, and even then, there are some heavy restrictions with them. Now compare that to the United States. To be able to work a construction job, or any hazardous jobs at that, you have to be 18 years old, period. But in Canada, they do things differently, as given the facts I said. Now, why this is important to know is because an asphalt company in Canada, Interlake Asphalt Paving, hired someone named Andrew James, who was 15 years old. Now, it's not stated when he was hired, just that it was a summer seasonal job, so we can infer that it was sometime in the summer. Now, I know what you're thinking. How did he get hired if they can't hire anyone under 16 years old? Well, I'll answer this in a bit, because it will make sense later. So Andrew James was hired by this company to be a general laborer / helper. He basically did unskilled groundwork. It usually includes things like being on the ground near the work area, helping guide or spot equipment, standing by during unloading moving tools or materials, or doing whatever the crew needs in that moment. It's not a specialized role, and it doesn't require formal training, which is exactly why companies use it for seasonal hires. Now, in late July of 2008, Andrew was working on the active road construction site in Stony Mountain. Now, he had been working on this site for a bit, but not for too long. Unfortunately, it's not stated anywhere how long he had been working there, only that it wasn't for too long. But that day, he was doing his job. At some point, he would find himself behind a dump truck full of asphalt. He was behind it to assist, meaning he was standing by to monitor the unload and help immediately once the asphalt hit the ground. Now, for whatever reason, Andrew was positioned very close behind the dump truck during this unloading process, way closer than he usually would be. Now, this would be a fatal mistake, as when the dump truck unloaded the asphalt, Andrew wouldn't have enough time to get out of the way, leading him to be fully buried in this excruciating hot asphalt. Now, to better understand how bad this was, asphalt at that stage is extremely hot, as I said. It's also very dense and very heavy. Once it covers someone, it doesn't behave like loose dirt or gravel. It compresses under its own weight almost immediately. so Andrew was trapped underneath the load, unable to move or free himself, meaning he was pinned down and basically being seared alive by the asphalt, and able to do nothing. Now, this is not like the last case where he may have been conscious. No, he was fully conscious for this. Now, when people on the site saw him literally get buried alive by the asphalt, they dropped whatever they were doing and ran over to try to dig him out. In reality, this could have worked if this was some hot sand or even hot dirt. But this is asphalt. Like I said before, it's super dense and it sticks together rather than falling apart. So it becomes harder to move the longer it sits. So when people ran over and tried to dig him out, they weren't dealing with something they could just scoop away. They were trying to break apart and move hundreds of thousands of pounds of hot, compacting material that was actively working against them. During this, someone on the site called emergency services. By the time the paramedics and fire crews reached the site, Andrew had already been partially uncovered, but there was no response from him. Emergency responders immediately assessed the situation, checking for signs of life and confirming what workers on the site already feared. He was pronounced dead at the scene. At that point, there was no attempt at resuscitation, because the circumstances made it clear that survival was not possible once he had been buried beneath the asphalt. With that determination made, emergency services shifted from a rescue operation to a recovery and scene control operation. The first priority was safety. All the equipment on the site was shut down, including the dump truck involved in the incident. Workers were moved away from the immediate area, and the roadway was closed off to prevent further risk and to preserve the scene. The asphalt itself was still hot and unstable, which meant responders could not immediately remove it or fully recover Andrew's body. Asphalt at those temperatures cannot be handled the way loose material can, and attempting to move it too quickly would have put emergency personnel at serious risk. As a result, responders waited for the material to cool down enough to be safely broken apart and removed using appropriate equipment. Now, as the police were looking into this case, they would find out that he was a minor. This was a big no-no, as this was very illegal. Now, going back to the start where I said I'll answer how he got hired even though he was only 15, well, the investigation found no evidence that Interlake Asphalt Paving had properly verified Andrew's age before hiring him. Whether his age was assumed, overlooked, or never formally checked, the result was still the same. The company failed to meet its legal responsibility. That failure meant Andrew's presence on the site was illegal from the start, long before the accident ever occurred. Investigators also reviewed site safety practices. Andrew had been positioned behind a dump truck during active asphalt unloading, an area widely recognized as one of the most dangerous zones on a paving site. To make this even worse, there were no enforced exclusion zones, no physical barriers, and no procedures in place to keep workers clear during dumping. Even 4 adult workers standing in that location carry significant risk. What made this case especially troubling to investigators was that nothing extraordinary had to go wrong for it to become fatal. The truck functioned normally, the unloading process was routine, the asphalt simply shifted and released in a way that left no time to react. And because Andrew was too close, there was no margin for any error. After the investigation, the company faced enforcement action for illegally employing a minor and failing to maintain a safe worksite, which was a bunch of fines. Virginia is known for many things. It was one of the original 13 colonies. It was home to Jamestown, the first permanent English settlements in North America. 8 US presidents were born there, more than any other state. But there's also another thing it's known for: flooding. It's actually one of the more flood-prone states on the East Coast, though it doesn't always get talked about the same way places like Louisiana or Texas do. It's honestly pretty weird, as flooding is the #1 weather-related killer in the States. Although that's like for most of the US, so I guess that's why it's overshadowed. But the reason why Virginia gets so many floods is because its landscape and climate efficiently turn rain into fast-moving surface water instead of allowing it to soak in slowly. physically the state has short, steep drainage basins, so rain that falls in higher terrain doesn't travel far before reaching creeks, ditches, and low-lying areas. Elevation also drops quickly from the Appalachian Mountains to the Piedmont and into the coastal plain, which accelerates runoff and causes streams to rise rapidly after heavy rain. And then there's soil composition that adds to the problem. Much of Virginia, especially the Piedmont, has this clay-rich soil that absorbs water poorly once saturated. Because of this, after prolonged rain, additional rainfall becomes runoff almost immediately, increasing both water speed and volume. Virginia also has a dense network of small waterways. Instead of a few large rivers handling runoff gradually, water is funneled into tributaries, culverts, and roadside channels that fill and overflow quickly, often in places people don't recognize as dangerous. Combined with frequent slow-moving storms that repeatedly dump rain over the same area, these factors make flooding a repeated outcome rather than a rare event. And this is what ultimately happened on May 13th, 2025. Central Virginia was hit by a slow-moving storm that produced prolonged heavy rainfall over the same areas for several hours, which the runoff was actively moving through small creeks, drainage channels, and low-lying areas near residential neighborhoods. Now, 2 kids from Albemarle County, Virginia, which is one of the towns that were flooded, wanted to go outside to take some pictures of the flooding and the damage it had done to the town, although his grandma would tell him no, and to stay inside until the flooding stopped. While the 2 kids dismissed their grandmother's instructions and went out anyway. Now, one of the kids was 12-year-old Jordan Sims. The other was his older sister. Now, at some point, the 2 were walking next to or close to some rushing flood water. Now, if I had to say how much, I'd say around 6 to 18 inches of flood water. I'm guessing this as, according to the National Weather Service, 6 inches of moving water can knock an adult off their feet, and 12 inches, which is 1 foot, of moving water can carry away small cars. And I'm saying this because Jordan would slip on whatever he was walking on and fall into this moving water, and would be taken away by it before his sister could reach him. Someone who had saw this happen called the police, and that caller reported that the water from a nearby creek had overtaken the roadway, and that a boy was carried away by the current. Emergency services were dispatched immediately. The local fire rescue, along with local law enforcement, responded to the scene within minutes. But by the time the first responders would arrive, the floodwater was still actively moving through the area, making it extremely difficult to determine exactly where Jordan had been taken. Rescue teams began searching along the roadway, nearby drainage channels, and downstream areas connected to the creek. However, the conditions were working against them. Even though the rain itself had largely stopped, runoff from the higher ground was still feeding the creek, keeping water levels elevated and the current strong. To make it even worse, visibility in the water was extremely poor due to sediment, debris, and the murky runoff that typically follows flash flooding. According to officials, Jordan was likely fully submerged, which meant rescuers could not see beneath the surface. And as night approached, the situation became even more dangerous. Fast-moving water combined with darkness and the unstable footing significantly increased the risk to rescue personnel. The fire rescue officials made the decision to suspend the active search overnight, explaining that continuing under those conditions could result in additional injuries or deaths. But crews were to be remained on standby and planned to resume operations once daylight returned, and when the conditions improved enough to safely search downstream. The following morning on May 14th, 2025, search efforts resumed at first light. Teams expanded their search area further downstream, focusing on locations where floodwater would naturally carry a person, such as bends in the creek, low-lying sections, and areas where debris tends to collect. At approximately 8:45 a.m., Jordan Sims' body was located around 150 yards downstream from where he was last seen. The distance was consistent with how fast-moving flood water can transport someone in a short period of time. After the recovery, Jordan was pronounced dead at the scene. During this, his aunt Heather Breeden would be contacted, and she was hysterically crying on the other end. His body was then transported to the Virginia office of the Chief Medical Examiner in Richmond for positive identification and to determine the official cause of death. Authorities did not release specific details regarding injuries, which is standard in cases involving minors, but I mean, you can infer given all the details that are present. that he unfortunately drowned, with the possibility of other injuries from hitting other objects that were in the flooded water, as there would have likely been tons, but this is not confirmed. And to be honest, I really hope it's never confirmed. Officials later reiterated that this was a flash flood related death, and stressed how deceptive floodwater can be, especially when it appears shallow or calm after rainfall has stopped. They emphasized that even a small amount of moving water has enough to knock someone off balance, particularly a child, and once footing is lost, escape becomes extremely difficult. The Aunt Heather said her nephew, a 7th grader at Henley Middle School, loved to play basketball and picked up golfing with his elementary school principal. He played video games like Fortnite and Call of Duty, and he loved rap and R&B music. He was goofy and funny, she said. People could be in a bad mood and he would just come in there and would cheer you up, she said. He always had a smile on his face. The photo you are looking at you probably think is pretty harmless, as it's just an oversized floating Christmas tree, but after hearing the moments after this photo was taken will prove you wrong. Now, this photo was taken on December 16th, 2024, in Brazil's city of Marica, just outside Rio de Janeiro. Brazil, for many years now, has had this tradition of setting up these massive floating Christmas trees every year, dating back to the 1990s. These trees are usually very tall, with some being a mere 25 meters tall, and with some others being much taller, like this one in Rio de Janeiro's lagoon, which was a staggering 85 meters tall. The one in the photo was about 56 meters or 184 feet tall. At the time this photo was taken, the tree wasn't finished yet. The lights hadn't been fully installed, parts of the steel frame were still exposed, and the structure was still being actively worked on. It sat on a floating base anchored in a lagoon in Macaria, stabilized by tension cables meant to keep it upright as construction continued. As you can see, there is people standing on the base of it. Those are the construction workers, and one of them was named Vinicius dos Santos Abreu, a 21-year-old man that had been working on the Christmas tree since for at least late November. I'm guessing this as the one in Rio's lagoon had historically taken 4 to 6 weeks to assemble once work began, so we can comfortably infer that it would have been 2 to 3-ish weeks. Now, the time this tree needed to be completed by was December 20th, so they only had 4 more days to complete it, and they were actually very close to it, until one main factor came into play: the weather. As you can see in the background, there's a bunch of those gray stormy clouds, which indicates an incoming thunderstorm. Now remember, this is Brazil and it's summertime for them in December, so these storms are quite frequent. Now, as the storm approached, the wind began to pick up across the lagoon. You can see it in the water, you can see it in the movement of the trees along the shoreline, and you can see it in the way the structure itself starts to react. For whatever reason, the workers would continue to work, even though there was clear signs of the storm. Now, this would lead to something very unfortunate to happen. The tree would collapse, and it would unfortunately collapse onto the workers. Although, fortunately, most of the workers, as you can see, get out of the way, unharmed, with a few having minor injuries. But that couldn't be said for Vinicius, as when it collapsed, he was actually the only worker out of all of them to be hit by the steel frame. Now, this tree was at the bare minimum several tons of hard cold steel. This would have compressed his organs, with absolutely breaking and crushing a large portion of his bones. But surprisingly, he survived. Now, I don't know which worker he was in the video. In the front, it looks like there may be 5 workers that jump in the water, and it looks like only 4 swim out underneath it. But also in the back, it does look like the workers run towards someone, so he could have been at the base. Which would make sense, as if he was in the front or anywhere else, he would have likely drowned. Although it's really hard to see with the quality of the video. But unfortunately, I don't know. It's not stated anywhere, only that he got crushed and pinned. but someone would call emergency services and they would arrive. They would then rescue him and transport him to the nearest hospital. But unfortunately, he would succumb to his injuries and die in the hospital. Now, to explain a little bit more why it fell, at the time the storm hit, the tree was tall but incomplete, as I said earlier. That matters, because unfinished structures don't distribute weight the way finished ones do. Final lighting, additional bracing, and full cable tensioning don't just add decoration, they add mass and balance. Without those elements fully in place, the structure was lighter in some sections and more exposed in others, which made it far more sensitive to sudden gusts. Now, wind clearly doesn't hit a structure evenly. It hits higher points harder than lower ones. And when something is over 180 feet tall, even a moderate increase in wind speed at the top creates a large amount of force at the base. So the steel frame essentially acted like a snail, catching gusts and transferring that force downward into the floating platform and stabilizing cables. Something else I would like to note is floating bases don't resist movement the way foundations on land do. They shift, they respond to water movement, and once the center of gravity starts to move off balance, the base follows instead of countering it. That's the critical difference here. The moment the structure leaned far enough, the system stopped correcting itself and started amplifying the motion. Once that happened, there was no recovery phase. As for why they continued, the answer isn't negligence. It's actually normalcy. Summer thunderstorms in Brazil are common enough that outdoor work doesn't stop at the first sign of dark clouds. If it did, construction would be impossible for months at a time. Decisions are made based on immediate conditions. Visible lighting, sustained wind, not forecasts alone. At the point, work was still ongoing. The storm hadn't fully arrived. There was wind, but not yet the kind of sustained gusts that automatically trigger a full shutdown. Structures like this are designed to tolerate some movement. Workers had likely seen the tree sway before without consequence. Nothing in that moment clearly indicated imminent failure. When conditions worsened, reports indicate evacuation did begin. But evacuation isn't instantaneous. People are already on the platform. Walkways are narrow and the surface is moving. And to make it even worse, when multiple people try to leave at once, speed drops. By the time evacuation becomes urgent, the margin for safety is already shrinking. The critical factor here is timing. The storm intensified faster than expected. Wind speeds increased rapidly, gusts became uneven, and the structure crossed a point where balance could no longer be maintained. From that moment, physics took over. There was no human decision that could reverse it. That's why the collapse happened sudden in the video. It isn't because nothing was happening before, it's because once the failure threshold was crossed, the remaining sequence played out in seconds. Vinicius happened to be positioned where the force of the collapse was concentrated. Not because he made a wrong choice, but because someone had to be where the work was happening. After this happened, they suspended all work on the Christmas tree and the ceremony for a couple of days out of respect for the victim, although the tree was never completed or put on display after this event. Okay, so this next case, you might have heard of it, if you live in California at least, as it did make a few headlines, and it was actually my friend that lives in Cali that told me to cover this case. Appreciate it, by the way, if you're watching. But anyways, this case revolves around the man you see on your screen right now, Antonio Pascual Mateo. Now, before I go any further, what I'm about to tell you didn't exactly happen on Christmas, but it was, well, I guess the best description of it was Christmas themed. So Antonio was outside of his house on November 21st, putting up some Christmas lights on top of his house. The house sat in a neighborhood where overhead power lines ran close to the roof line. Kind of like this, with the house also having a sloped roof. Now, when a house has a sloped roof, it means the roof isn't flat. It's angled, rising up to a peak and dropping toward the edges. Most single-family homes have this design. It's built that way so rain and debris slide off instead of pulling. What matters here is how that slope changes how you move and work on it. On a sloped roof, your feet are never planted on a level surface. Your body naturally leans forward or sideways to keep balance. especially near the edge. You end up working downhill toward the gutter because that's where the lights are usually installed. That puts your center of gravity closer to the edge instead of safely back toward the middle of the roof. Because the angle walking back and forth feels unstable, turning your body takes more effort and mere small adjustments become preferable to full repositioning. Now, while Antonio was hanging his Christmas lights, at some point he needed to reposition the strand, so he couldn't make a small adjustment. So he tossed it across the side of the roof, and that outward arc entered the space where the overhead power line was, running parallel to the roof. Why he didn't just walk to the other side, we had to go back to the sloped roof. He clearly didn't want to fall off, nor I guess did he want to take that chance. So he tossed it, and when he did, like I said, it hit the overhead power line. This would lead him to be electrocuted, as the Christmas lights were a conductor. They were built around metal wiring, usually copper, which is a big conductor. So this would send 4,000, possibly 13,000 volts through his body, which would do crazy damage, like burn his organs, more like patchy burns though, damage their functionality, and a lot more. He would then fall off the roof into a nearby tree, as high voltage electrocution causes involuntary muscle contraction and collapse of coordinated movement. Once that happens, a person can't stabilize themselves or control how they fall. Although the house was close enough to that tree that as he fell, his body entered the branches instead of dropping straight to the ground. His body then became caught and tangled in the branches, leaving him hanging upside down. Now I guess someone would have unfortunately had to stumble upon that gruesome grisly sight, as emergency services would be called to find him upside down in the tree, with clear evidence that he was electrocuted, as his hands did have small burns on them. They would take him down and check for a pulse, but he was dead and long gone, unfortunately. Later, the medical examiner documented the findings. The cause of death was ruled electrocution due to contact with a high voltage power line. In cases like this, examiners often note that the external injuries can be minimal compared to the severity of internal damage. Small electrical burns may be present at points where the current exited or entered the body, such as the hands, like with this case, but the primary injury is disruption of the heart's rhythm and nervous system, rather than extensive surface burns. The ruling classified the death as accidental, with no indication of foul play or self-harm. The investigation focused on the mechanics of the incident rather than the personal behavior. There was no evidence of defective Christmas lights, no structural failure of the roof, and no weather-related factors. The sequence was consistent with an ordinary task, intersecting with overhead electrical infrastructure in a way that became fatal within seconds. In the days that followed, the focus shifted from investigation to aftermath. A GoFundMe campaign was created to help cover funeral expenses and support his family. Fundraisers like this are common after sudden accidental deaths, especially when the loss is unexpected and immediate. Community members, friends, and people who learned about the case through news coverages contributed messages expressing shock, sympathy, and support. The campaign became a way for people to respond to a tragedy that felt disturbingly relatable. As of now, it raised $16,932, with the goal being $20,000. So if you want to donate to it, I'll leave the link in my description down below.
And now, folks, it's time to say goodnight. We sincerely appreciate your patronage and hope we've succeeded in bringing you an enjoyable evening of entertainment. Please drive home carefully and come back again soon. Good night.